Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
101-101 Nether Mining Operation Ghast Attack. 101-101 Nether Mining Operation Ghast Attack. If the minerals and enchantments of the overworld were essential to strengthening Laya's economy and top-tier combat power, then the Nether's significance in alchemical potions was something that would eventually bolster Laya's foundational strength in all aspects. Alchemy potions could instantly elevate the combat potential of Laya's lower-tier forces. The group wasn't entirely sure what kind of effects Ryan's so-called strength and slowness potions would have. However, considering how the fire resistance potion granted outright immunity to fire, completely breaking the rules of normal elemental resistance, they could be sure of one thing: these potions would not be weak. Take the strength potion, for instance. With it, Ningguang could easily outfit an elite force of Millelith soldiers, each clad in iron armor weighing several dozen tons and wielding iron swords that weighed just as much. In Teyvat, even an ordinary vision-wielding adeptus would have to think twice before engaging them in battle. It wasn't just a matter of being unable to break through their defenses. Getting struck by one of their swords, heavy enough to split the ground, was simply something no one could afford. And what if they were also equipped with invisibility and swiftness potions? What if they all carried instant healing potions for themselves and poison, weakness, slowness, or instant damage potions to throw at their enemies? That would be practically unbeatable. With Zhongli's strategic insight, he quickly deduced that just 50 of these highly enhanced Millelith soldiers without the intervention of top-tier Adepti could probably wipe out every single Millelith unit in Laya. Even weaker Adepti wouldn't be able to hold out. Of course, they would never use such a devastating advantage against their own people. And under the current peace of Teyvat, they likely wouldn't need to use it against other nations either. But, could the Fatui's modified soldiers withstand this? Could Abyss Mage's shield survive relentless bombardment from an army of superhuman warriors wielding massive, enchanted weapons? Could even the powerful Geo shield wall Metakurls endure this kind of onslaught? The importance of alchemical potions was undeniable. As a result, the exploration and development of the Nether had now become a long-term priority for Ningguang and the others. However, as Ryan had mentioned earlier, they still hadn't found a Nether fortress, which meant they were unable to fully establish a potion production line just yet. For now, their main goal remained mining Nether resources. Once everyone had collected themselves, they turned their attention back to their surroundings. The lava pools were something they could now largely ignore. At this point, seeing rivers of molten rock flowing all around them was no longer as shocking as it had been at first. After a while, the sheer prevalence of the sight dulled the initial impact, though it remained uncomfortably bright to look at. In the distance, a handful of piglins, at least 7 or 8 of them, roamed about. Everyone knew that as long as they weren't provoked, they wouldn't be a problem. Farther out, the haunting cries of ghasts echoed from above the lava, their massive, ghostly forms floating eerily in the air. Not far from them, the shimmering silhouettes of Endermen flickered in and out of sight. The group remained wary, but since none of those creatures were currently attacking, they saw no reason to panic. That being said, Ryan couldn't entirely rule out the possibility that Hu Tao, in her excitement, might decide to approach the piglins to sell them coffins, or worse, invite the ghasts to experience the Wangxing Funeral Parlor's express delivery service. He exchanged a look with Ningguang, who immediately understood and moved closer to Hu Tao, ensuring that she wouldn't act impulsively. This time, Ryan's visit to the Nether had 3 primary objectives. Find a suitable location to establish a Nether portal. Collect key resources such as glowstone, Nether quartz, and soul sand. Locate a Nether fortress and search for ancient debris. The first was essential for building infrastructure, the second was for both crafting and alchemical purposes, and the third, netherite. That was the true prize. But getting enough of it would be a monumental task. Smelting ancient debris yielded netherite scrap. 4 scraps combined with 4 gold ingots produced a single netherite ingot. A tedious, multi-step process reminiscent of nesting dolls. Still, netherite was incredibly valuable, and if possible, Ryan wanted to craft a full set of netherite armor and weapons for himself. Of course, if he later unlocked access to additional mod packs, the priority of netherite might change. As he pondered over his plans, Ganyu suddenly called out excitedly, "Ryan, come quick. There's a ton of gold ore here." Hearing this, everyone turned their heads. A few meters away, Ganyu stood with an excited expression, pointing at the ground beneath her feet. When the others gathered around, they saw what she was talking about. Indeed, there was quite a bit of gold. Though it wasn't as perfectly clustered as the 9-block gold vein they had previously found in the overworld's mines, there were at least 5 gold ore blocks here. And across a lava river not too far away, they could see even more gold deposits piled up in clusters. Nether gold ore, Ryan remarked with a chuckle, glancing at the vein before quickly losing interest. This stuff is everywhere in the Nether. It's not particularly rare, but you guys can mine it if you want. Whether for trading with the piglins or bringing it back to Liu, it's still useful. In the Nether, gold isn't quite as common as dirt, but it's not far off. As he spoke, Ryan gestured toward a piglin lazily wandering nearby. The group turned their heads, and in an instant, they were all stunned. Simply put, that piglin radiated the aura of a filthy rich tycoon. A gold sword, gold helmet, gold chestplate, gold leggings, and gold boots. Anyone unfamiliar with the situation might actually think some nouveau riche had just stepped out in all his gaudy splendor. You see what I mean? Ryan spread his hands with a grin. This stuff is literally everywhere. Even though they had already seen plenty of gold ingots, the group still felt a little conflicted. Gold, which was considered an invaluable resource in Teyvat, was being casually used here to craft equipment. Shaking her head, Ningguang composed herself. No matter what, gold is still a universal currency in Teyvat. We won't complain about having more. Let's mine it. By the way, Ryan, do we still need to use Silk Touch for Nether gold ore? Yep, Silk Touch first, then smelt it later. But we'll handle the smelting after we return. This environment isn't exactly suitable for setting up a furnace right now. Saying that, Ryan turned and walked toward the wall behind him. The others hadn't noticed it yet, but there were special ores embedded in it. More abundant than Nether gold ore, but even more important. Nether quartz. Ryan gazed at the Nether quartz before him with a bit of emotion. The missing link in Redstone technology was finally here. With enough Nether quartz, he could start mass-producing daylight sensors, observers, and other Redstone components. A whole range of Redstone tech was finally within reach. Meanwhile, Ningguang had pulled out her Silk Touch iron pickaxe and begun mining the gold ore. In her mind, however, a new concern arose. If word got out in Teyvat that gold was this cheap, wouldn't Mora suffer another round of massive devaluation? As a businesswoman with razor-sharp instincts, this was something she had to take seriously. But to Ganyu, who never cared much about money, Ryan's indifference toward gold immediately made her lose interest in it as well. Instead, she simply trailed after him, curiously watching as he mined Nether quartz with a smile on his face. Ryan, you seem way more excited about this than you were about gold. Just as he finished mining the last piece of Nether quartz in that section, Ryan turned and walked toward another deposit, smiling as he replied. Nether quartz is a key material for a lot of Redstone technology. With enough of it, I can finally get a ton of Redstone projects up and running. Honestly, it's way more valuable than gold to me. Understanding dawned on Ganyu, and she immediately pulled out her pickaxe, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Then I'll help you mine it. Ryan chuckled and didn't refuse. As Ganyu enthusiastically got to work, he took a moment to scan the surroundings. And that was when he noticed something surprising. Even though this portal location didn't have a Nether fortress nearby, the sheer abundance of resources here was remarkable. Nether quartz was practically everywhere. Not far away, there was also a vast stretch of soul sand. And near the lava pools, magma cubes spawned from time to time. All of these were crucial resources. With soul sand in the mix, Ryan could even upgrade his Sky Island's automatic elevator. No more tedious climbing every time he needed to go up. Mulling it over, Ryan called out to Zhongli. At the moment, Zhongli was looking rather idle. Ningguang was keeping Hu Tao in check while mining Nether gold ore. Ryan and Ganyu were busy with Nether quartz. And since Zhongli didn't know what resources were valuable here, he had simply been standing around, taking in the scenery. Well, if you could call this hellish landscape scenery, that is. You need something. Zhongli strolled over, his voice calm as ever. Ryan handed him a diamond shovel, smiling as he said, "You see that patch of soul sand over there? Soul sand? You mean that?" Zhongli's eyes glinted with recognition. "You want me to mine it?" "Exactly. And while you're at it, grab some magma blocks from the lava pools, and use a looting enchanted sword to take care of those magma cubes. All of those are valuable resources." Zhongli gave Ryan a long, unreadable look. Ryan, on the other hand, remained utterly shameless, chuckling as he patted Zhongli's shoulder. "Come on, man. You're capable, so you should do more." "I appreciate it really, I do." Letting out a resigned sigh, Zhongli nodded. "Understood. Anything else?" Hearing that, Ryan's eyebrows lifted. "Well, since you're offering." He gestured toward the glowing clusters of glowstone hanging high above. "Would you mind grabbing those, too?" "I was just being polite." Zhongli immediately regretted his words, but Ryan simply threw an arm over his shoulder in a brotherly manner. "No need for formalities between us, Zhongli. I believe in you." Zhongli remained silent. After a long pause, he wordlessly turned and walked off with his diamond shovel, heading toward the soul sand. Ryan grinned to himself. Of course, he was only half joking. Soul sand, magma blocks, even magma cubes, none of those posed any real challenge to Zhongli. But he definitely wasn't going to make him mine glowstone alone. That was a bit too risky. Once Zhongli finished gathering those resources, and once Ryan and Ningguang's teams wrapped up with nether quartz and gold ore, they would handle the glowstone together. This place was rich in resources. If they fully mined the area, Ryan estimated that the nether quartz alone would last him a good 4 to 5 days. By then, he would have more time to prepare before their next expedition, one that would take them deeper into the nether in search of a fortress. Which meant, next time, he would need to bring more top-tier fighters. Wither skeletons were no joke. And let's not forget the blaze spawner. As he pondered his next move, Ryan was just about to take Ganyu over to another nether quartz deposit when, boom, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted from Ningguang's direction. Ryan's expression changed instantly. Grabbing Ganyu, he sprinted toward the source of the blast. The moment they arrived, the first thing Ryan saw was a massive crater where there had once been a flat surface of netherrack. And the culprit, a wailing Ghast, slowly drifting toward them. Get 25 plus additional chapters on Patreon. 102 Killing Ghasts is just like playing badminton. Ryan had no time to think. He rushed forward, grabbing Hu Tao and Ningguang by the waist, pulling them aside just in time to dodge another incoming fireball. With a swift motion, he constructed a 33 cobblestone wall, forming a temporary shelter. Ganyu, Zhongli, get over here. Ryan called out while stacking more cobblestone, ensuring they were covered from above. Only then did he let out a breath of relief. He turned to survey the damage. The once flat terrain was now a mess, resembling the aftermath of a TNT explosion. Its destructive power was second only to sleeping in the nether. Hu Tao and Ningguang were momentarily startled, but they quickly regained composure, shaking their heads. I managed to dodge in time, Ningguang said, frowning slightly. The explosion only clipped Mei lost 2 hearts. She checked her hunger bar and, seeing that it was full, dismissed the injury as unimportant. What just happened? Why did it suddenly explode? Did you hit something? Zhongli's expression was unusually solemn. That explosion had been powerful enough to give him a sense of real danger. At least in this world where his divine power was completely sealed and his strength had been significantly suppressed, he was fairly certain that even his jade shield wouldn't have held up against that blast. It wasn't something we hit, Ryan said, shaking his head. It was the Ghast. His words made Hu Tao lower her gaze in guilt. I'm sorry. I was mining gold near the lava sea with Ningguang and ended up staring at it for a while. I think it noticed me. Ningguang shook her head reassuringly. It's not just your fault. I should have informed Ryan before heading toward the lava sea. Seeing their self-reproach, Ryan sighed. Alright, no harm done. Luckily, you weren't too close to the lava, or you might have fallen in. He didn't reprimand them. They'd already been shaken by the incident, and this was likely enough of a lesson to increase their caution in the nether. This place was nothing like the overworld. It was full of lethal threats. Besides, they hadn't known that the Ghast's fireballs could trigger explosions. That was why they hadn't dodged further away. Hu Tao looked like she wanted to say something, but Ryan shook his head. Now isn't the time to discuss this. I know you have attacks specialized for dealing with spirits, but let's hold off on that for now. For now, we'll handle the Ghast my way. Hu Tao obediently nodded, looking somewhat dejected. She still blamed herself for allowing Ningguang to get caught in the blast. Ryan, the Ghast doesn't seem to be attacking anymore. Ganyu listened intently before confirming. I don't hear any explosions. Ryan smirked. It's still attacking jits, just that fireballs can't break through cobblestone. That's exactly why I told you all to bring a full stack of cobblestone before we left. Guess that's on me for not explaining the reason sooner. Zhongli remained silent for a moment before speaking. The Ghast is flying overhead. How do we deal with it? That explosion was far too dangerous. True, Ghasts are troublesome. But they're not that difficult to deal with, Ryan said with a grin. And they drop Ghast tears, which are essential for brewing healing potions. Since we're here anyway, I'll show you all how to take them down. With that, Ryan pulled out his bow and arrows and gestured for Ganyu to dig a small viewing slit into the cobblestone wall. Through the opening, they could clearly see the Ghast still launching fireballs, but none of them were getting through. Ryan raised his bow. There are 2 ways to kill a Ghast, he explained. The first method is the safest: build a fortress using cobblestone and shoot it down with arrows. This is foolproof, but it takes time. Hearing that, everyone relaxed a little. As long as the creature was killable, it wasn't that terrifying. The second method is more challenging, but it's basically a guaranteed one-hit kill if done correctly. Ryan smiled knowingly. You all have heard of Monstat's Windbloom Festival, right? The group hesitated at the sudden topic shift but nodded. Of course, they'd heard of it. During the founding days of Monstat, Barbatos had chosen the city's location using a feather toss. To commemorate that moment, Mondstat's citizens began holding an annual festival, where one of the events involved a young maiden tossing a feathered shuttlecock from a high place for the people to catch. Over time, this evolved into a sport similar to badminton. Liu also had people who played it, though none of them had ever personally participated. Seeing their recognition, Ryan smirked. He swapped out his bow for a diamond sword and casually stepped out of the cobblestone fort. Ryan. Ningguang and the others were alarmed, reaching out to pull him back. But Ryan just grinned. The easiest way to kill a Ghast is by playing badminton with it. Through the viewing slit, the group saw the Ghast's red eyes lock onto Ryan. With an eerie screech, it launched a fireball straight at him. Ryan smirked. High damage, sure, but way too slow. His eyes locked onto the incoming fireball. I'm actually really good at badminton. Even if he messed up, he wasn't worried. He had fire protection and blast protection on his iron armor. At worst, he'd lose 1.5 hearts. Plus, he had golden apples, and his hunger bar was full. He couldn't afford to mess up endlessly, but the Ghast couldn't afford to mess up even once. The fireball floated toward him. When it was about a meter away, Ryan's eyes sharpened. He swung his diamond sword in a powerful, decisive motion. Back at you. The fireball shot back like a badminton shuttlecock, smashing directly into the Ghast's face. The creature wailed in agony, convulsing midair before disintegrating into white smoke. From the fading remains, 3 Ghast tears and 4 gunpowder drifted down. Ryan casually caught them, twirling his diamond sword in his hand. Man, looting enchantments are great. Then, he turned back to the group. Alright, it's safe now. Come out. Did you all catch that? The others were still a bit dazed. They couldn't quite comprehend how a Ghast's attack had been turned against it like a simple game of badminton. And more importantly, why did it instantly die from its own fireball? Ryan clicked his tongue. Alright, fine. I'll kill another one. Watch closely this time. Without hesitation, Ryan gripped his diamond sword and strode toward another Ghast floating in the distance. Ryan, wait. We get it. You don't have to kill another one. Ganyu hurriedly tried to stop him, but Ryan merely shook his head. It doesn't matter if you understand or not, you still have to take care of the Ghasts. These things are dangerous. If we don't clear them out, they'll interfere with our mining. Besides, Ghast tears are materials I need. One way or another, I'd have to hunt them down eventually. Seeing the confidence in Ryan's eyes, Ganyu chose not to argue further. Instead, she pulled out her bow, ready to provide support if needed. Not that it came to that. From the moment Ryan declared he was going to handle the remaining Ghast to the moment he swatted back another fireball, obliterating it in an instant, barely 10 seconds had passed. Surprisingly, the Ghast's fireballs, now rendered tangible in this reality, turned out to be quite easy to deflect. 3 Ghasts had been hovering above the lava lake. With 2 already dealt with, the last one remained farther in the distance. Ryan wasn't in the mood to chase it down. Sheathing his sword, he returned to the group and spoke in a relaxed tone. Alright, it's handled. Let's get back to mining. Ningguang, Hu Tao, if you've gathered enough gold ore, start collecting some netherrack as well. Or, if you have a shovel, dig up some soul sand. It's a useful resource essential for cultivating netherwort when we return to the overworld. The importance of soul sand couldn't be understated. As for why they needed to stockpile netherrack, well, they'd be using it to build bridges and search for a nether fortress later. Though they couldn't yet see a fortress from here, the presence of soul sand meant it wasn't far off. It was likely just beyond the netherrack mountains in the distance. After all, soul sand only generated under specific conditions, either in a soul sand valley, near a nether fortress, or close to an ancient city. Whichever the case, all 3 were valuable discoveries for Ryan. There was still plenty of time to explore before they had to head back. As long as they marked their path, they could afford to push forward a little longer. Nodding at Ryan's instructions, the group resumed their mining. Compared to the constant peril of the Nether, things were far more peaceful back in the overworld. At Ryan's estate, Cloud Retainer was overseeing construction while working with the Laya architects to discuss plans for the mountain behind the property. Their idea? To build Jueyun Karst right into the mountains, eventually connecting multiple peaks into a grand city. As for the vast plains across the river, that area was still awaiting a concrete development plan. Meanwhile, at the mining base, Xiao led 10 millilith soldiers and 100 miners in exploring mine shaft number 5. The previous mine shafts had been scouted and secured in a similar manner. Of course, the base still had 15 millilith soldiers and 150 miners stationed there for protection. Only after confirming that the new mine shaft was relatively safe, meaning any enderman or monster spawners had been dealt with, would the full workforce be brought in to extract resources. For now, the miners stationed at the base weren't idle either. Originally, the base covered just a few thousand square meters. But after clearing out the surrounding forests, they had expanded their controlled territory to tens of thousands of square meters. Unlike Ryan's estate, however, this base lacked advanced automation. Farms and livestock pens required manual labor. Not that the miners minded. Farming here was simple: just plant seeds. Raising livestock, just feed them. Compared to handling agriculture in Laya Harbor, this was practically effortless. Foyi, the vice captain of the miners, sat outside his quarters, a domesticated wolf resting at his feet. Typically, Millilith soldiers handled the training of wolves. But since Foyi was the one who discovered emeralds during the exploration of mine shaft number 4, Ningguang had approved his request to tame one himself. This had made him the envy of the entire mining camp. Ever since arriving in this world, the abundance of resources had stunned everyone. At first, the miners were amazed by the sheer amount of gold. But soon, when a single gold ore block could yield over 2 tons of gold, their sense of awe numbed. These days, gold wasn't nearly as exciting to them. Given the choice, they'd rather have their own pet wolf or a personally enchanted weapon. Take Yuz, for example. As the Millelith captain, he had performed several meritorious deeds. In recognition, Ryan had gifted him a fishing rod enchanted stone sword. It had knockback and sharpness. Sure, in Teyvat, even wooden swords were considered heavy. But this was no ordinary weapon, it possessed supernatural enhancements. Everyone had seen it with their own eyes. Yuz had once sent a Hilishiro berserker flying dozens of meters with a single swing. That sword was now treated as a family heirloom by Yuz, who wouldn't even use it unless absolutely necessary. Foyai watched him with a tinge of envy. He personally didn't need a weapon, he was well protected by the Millelith. But he had a family. Millelith soldiers enjoyed excellent benefits, especially those stationed in this world. If he could get his hands on an enchanted sword, he could apply to have his child transferred here as well, allowing them to enjoy the privileges of being a Millelith member in this new land. And forget about gold or land, just having the right to tame a wolf was already invaluable. A lone wolf might not amount to much in Minecraft, but back in Teyvat, as long as they weren't up against a powerful elemental beast, a trained wolf could be a life-saving companion. Moreover, wolves were fiercely loyal. Once bonded with their owner, they would fight to the death if needed. Lost in thought, Foyai suddenly spotted someone running toward him in a hurry. It was Chang'e, the vice-captain of the Millelith. Foyai, come quick, we need your help. 103 Nether Fortress Operation. Hearing Chang'e's urgent call, Foyai quickly got up and walked over with his wolf following closely behind. The idle miners nearby all perked up with curiosity and excitement, gathering around in a hurry. Before Foyai could even speak, one of the miners eagerly asked, Vice-Captain Chang'e, has the exploration of mine number 5 been completed? Can we start mining now? Chang'e was momentarily stunned before shaking his head. No, Lord Conqueror of Demons hasn't returned yet. This isn't about mine number 5. Then does that mean a powerful enemy is attacking? At the mention of this, the miners grew even more excited rather than alarmed. In that case, we need to move fast. We have to take care of them before those iron lumps do. Yeah, last time, when those 7 or 8 zombies and skeletons attacked, we didn't even get a chance to fight before those 2 iron lumps smashed them to pieces. We understand that the great lords mean well, but we are also fighters. The blood of Laya's people has never run cold. The enthusiastic chatter quickly became a raucous commotion, making Foyai's expression darken. He immediately reprimanded them in a deep voice. Quiet. What kind of behavior is this? Our duty is to secure resources for Laya. If the Qianyan army hasn't requested our help in battle, then we have no business interfering. Each person must focus on their own responsibilities, that is the rule we must follow. At his words, the miners groaned in protest. Vice-Captain Foyai, you already have your own wolf. At least think about us too. Yeah, we want our own wolves too. That's right. Seeing you with your wolf every day makes us so jealous. Hearing this, Foyai couldn't help but feel a bit proud. He reached down and patted his wolf's head affectionately. Don't talk nonsense. This was a reward from Lady Ningguang and the others. As long as you work hard, you'll get your turn sooner or later. Besides, the wolves are still few in number and must be prioritized for combat units. And let's not forget, your wages are already the highest in all of Liyue. Don't be too greedy. A stocky miner scratched his head and said honestly. To be honest, Brother Foyai, even if you gave me gold now, I'd still rather have a wolf of my own. At this, Foyai playfully scolded him. You fool. Have the rich resources in the mines made you lose your mind? You're talking about taking gold. That's a strategic resource of Liyue. If the great lords hear about this, you'll be writing a very long self-reflection letter. The miner awkwardly scratched his cheek. I was just joking. Besides, we're all working for Liya's growth. I'd never actually do something like that. Alright, enough nonsense. Vice-Captain Chang'e, what urgent matter needs our help? Foyai cut off the idle chatter and turned to Chang'e with a serious expression. The latter rubbed the back of his head and chuckled. It's nothing too serious. While we were patrolling, we were reminded of the wooden watchtowers we built earlier. They seem a bit too flammable, so we were hoping you could help us rebuild them with stone instead. Hearing this, one of the miners immediately pounded his chest confidently. Ha, that's nothing. Leave it to us. Yeah, the brothers are getting bored anyway. He'll give us something to do. Seeing everyone agree so readily, Chang'e smiled and nodded. Then I'll be counting on you. How about after this, we let you take a little extra wood and grain from our supply? In this world, both the Qianyan army and the miners were given top-tier wages in Liyue. Additionally, each person received resource allocations, typically, about half a stack of wood and a good amount of food. If sold outside, that would easily bring in hundreds of thousands of mora. At first, many of them were eager to take advantage of this opportunity and brought back large amounts of wood to trade. But over time, fewer and fewer people bothered. Simply put, they didn't have the motivation. After all, if they wanted to gather resources to sell, they'd have to collect them personally. With that effort, they'd rather focus on exploring this world, building houses, learning new skills, and improving their settlement. Besides, with Laya constantly supplying the market with abundant resources, wages had skyrocketed. They might not be making as much as the merchants, but they could easily afford to buy a house in Laya now. These Qianyan soldiers and miners weren't overly ambitious in terms of wealth. More importantly, working alongside the Adepti and the Laya Kixing, knowing that their contributions directly impacted Laya's growth. That was what truly mattered to them. That was something worthy of being recorded in their family histories. Far more important than simply making money. Of course, if they did have any personal material desires, it would be either owning a wolf of their own or obtaining an enchanted weapon. Declining Chang Yi's offer of extra resources, the miners eagerly gathered their tools and set off to renovate the watchtowers. And, well, what started as a simple project to reinforce the watchtowers quickly escalated. With so many hands available, they figured why not go all the way. Soon, they weren't just fixing the watchtowers. They were reinforcing stone walls, upgrading defensive structures, and even rebuilding their homes and farms. By the time they were done, even the Qianyan army soldiers had set aside their weapons, picked up tools, and joined in the grand reconstruction effort. As for security, to be honest, the soldiers were more like a last line of defense. Between the iron golems patrolling the area and the ever-growing wolf pack standing guard. If something managed to break through both of those, then, well, they'd have much bigger problems. Some of the Qianyan soldiers who had visited Ryan's manor even started sharing tips on how to build decorative structures like fountains and fish ponds. All in all, everything was progressing smoothly. Meanwhile, over at mine number 5, Xiao had been leading his team deeper underground, placing torches as they went. Once he confirmed that there were no particularly dangerous creatures, no enderman, no monster spawner, she led his team back to base. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, everything in Teyvat remained as usual. In Monstat, the unreliable and Mo Archon had begun his poetic schemes, persuading Lumen and Jean to start collecting Dvalin's tears. In Inajima, the war raged on without rest, while Baidu's shipment of iron ore had finally set sail. As for the Fatui stationed in Laya harbor, after being given yet another thorough beating, they had settled down, behaving themselves while quietly purchasing coal and iron. And if they were secretly investigating the source of these high-quality materials, the Ministry of Civil Affairs couldn't be bothered to care. Because no matter how much they searched, what could they possibly find? That small courtyard at the base of Mt Tianheng? If anyone was foolish enough to approach that place, they'd have to deal with the 2 wolves belonging to Ningguang and Keqing, plus the existing pack of 4. Even if an entire advance squad of the Fatui went in, there was no guarantee they'd all make it out in one piece. Meanwhile, over in Samuru, the academia was thrown into chaos. The sudden price surge, combined with the intense scrutiny from the Ministry of Civil Affairs, left them scrambling for solutions. To make things worse, none of the sages could be reached at the moment. Without guidance, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and endure the financial bleeding. Originally, their estimated earnings were expected to be around 300 billion mora. But once the Ministry of Civil Affairs tallied everything up, they realized this venture could yield close to 500 billion mora. With that kind of wealth, everyone at the ministry walked with an unmistakable swagger. After all, money brings confidence. As for the Minecraft world, things were running smoothly. The miners had resumed their work in the caves, and Xiao, instead of leading another expedition, was pulled away by Cloud Retainer to help flatten the land behind the mountain. She had plans to renovate Jueyun Karst. The most significant event, however, came from Ryan and his team. They had found a nether fortress. 2 days ago, after gathering resources, they had built an airborne bridge made of netherrack, spanning across the lava sea in search of more materials. In the past 2 days, they had collected an ample supply of magma cream and gas tears. They had even taken down a couple of wither skeletons and engaged in several trades with the piglins, acquiring a stash of important supplies. During one of these encounters, they witnessed a piglin hunting a hoglin, followed by an elaborate victory dance, a fascinating cultural display. Compared to the passive and docile villagers of the overworld, the piglins resembled true nomads. This led the group to conclude that the piglins might just be the only intelligent beings residing in the Nether. Of course, this realization came with its fair share of mishaps. Hu Tao had enthusiastically attempted to sell coffins to the piglins. Predictably, this led to them being chased all over the Nether. But as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. It was during this desperate escape that they stumbled upon the Nether fortress. The previous afternoon, after gathering plenty of soul sand from the surrounding area, Ryan made the call it was time to raid the fortress. Now, standing at a high vantage point, Ryan surveyed the imposing structure ahead. The fortress loomed over the lava sea, an ominous stronghold of dark bricks, exuding an aura of both danger and mystery. Zhongli, ever composed, casually deflected a Ghast's fireball with a flick of his sword. Another clean kill, another Ghast tier added to their collection. By this point, the group had become desensitized to such feats. They had taken down so many Ghasts in the past 2 days that it was practically routine. Hu Tao, hands on her hips, grinned mischievously at Ryan. See, if it weren't for my business negotiations with the piglins, we'd still be wandering around looking for this place. Ryan chuckled, shaking his head. He didn't bother arguing. The fortress looked just as it should, suspended over the lava sea, dark and foreboding. but Ryan knew better than to underestimate it. His gaze sharpened as he observed the structure closely. On one of the bridge corridors, two dark figures wielding swords paced aimlessly. Wither skeletons. Vile creatures capable of inflicting the dreaded wither status. A quick scan of the area revealed at least a dozen blazes wandering near a small chamber, undoubtedly the location of a blaze spawner. Ryan wasn't looking to fully clear the fortress just yet. Both blazes and wither skeletons were invaluable for farming, especially the latter, as their skulls were essential for summoning the wither. But for now, their priorities were simple. Secure Nether wart. Gather more soul sand. If possible, loot the fortress chests. Why the chests? Ryan had an 80% certainty that they contained diamonds, possibly even diamond gear. And if nothing else, horse armor was almost guaranteed. These fortress chests were a goldmine, but they were guarded. Right near the loot, two wither skeletons stood watch. Their deadly wither effect made them an absolute menace in combat. To make matters worse, Ryan had only one bucket of milk left, a crucial item for countering the wither effect. His shield was in bad shape, having been battered during a fight with magma cubes. The only remaining intact shield belonged to Zhongli. To top it off, wither skeletons didn't always drop skulls. If they fought them now and didn't get any drops, it'd be a complete waste of effort. And then there were the blazes. With so many of them lurking outside, getting swarmed was a real danger. Ideally, the best strategy was to return later with proper equipment, including more shields, and grind the fortress at their own pace. For now, Ryan's main goal was securing Nether wart. His gaze locked onto a room filled with the crimson fungi, ripe for harvesting. There was plenty of it. Once they secured some soul sand, they could start growing it back home. After a moment of contemplation, Ryan pointed toward the chamber. Alright, listen up, here's the plan. The group immediately quieted, focusing on him. We're going to build a bridge with netherrack directly to the nether wart chamber. Once we get there, I'll break open the entrance and hold the door. Your job is simple: harvest every single nether wart and soul sand. He glanced at Zhongli. If there are any blazes inside. Zhongli calmly responded, I'll take care of them. Ryan nodded. Good. Once we've gathered everything, we'll move immediately to the blaze spawner room. Our goal is to collect at least a full stack of blaze rods. His voice was firm. Everyone clear on the plan? A collective nod from the group. Ryan exhaled, adjusting his grip on his pickaxe. Alright then, let's move. Get 25 plus additional chapters on Patreon. 104 The Skyward Atlas that fell into the Nether. Ningguang and Hu Tao crouched down, carefully extending the netherrack bridge through the air toward the nether fortress. Ryan and Zhongli remained on high alert, scanning the area for any potential threats, while Hu Tao kept an eye on the fortress's movements, constantly updating the team on the locations of the wither skeletons. Ryan had repeatedly emphasized just how dangerous wither skeletons were. In everyone's mind, these creatures were just as troublesome as Endermen, perhaps even more so. And yet, the fortress chests were right near them. Ryan wanted to take the risk. The group moved in complete silence, their bridge stretching steadily toward their first target, the nether wart chamber. The tension in the air gave everything an oddly thrilling feel. As they neared the chamber, Ganyu tugged lightly at Ryan's sleeve. He nodded in understanding, signaling for Ningguang to bring out her diamond pickaxe and start digging. Everyone held their breath as Ningguang carefully broke a hole in the wall just big enough for one person to squeeze through. Ryan's voice came low and firm. Go. Without hesitation, he charged through, first shield in one hand, netherrack in the other. Ignoring everything else, he made a beeline for the entrance. A blaze nearby noticed them immediately, beginning to float toward their position. Ryan whirled around, slammed the entrance shut behind him, and only then turned to assess the room. No blazes inside. The team wasted no time. Everyone had already begun harvesting soul sand and nether wart with methodical efficiency. Ryan let out a small breath of relief, taking a moment to observe his surroundings. The chamber was completely sealed, with no openings leading elsewhere. The magma glow from the hole they had just dug illuminated the space, making it surprisingly bright. Unfortunately, no chests. With everyone working together, Ryan didn't need to dig himself. Before long, Ningguang looked up and signaled they were done. No time wasted, they quickly retraced their steps, sealing off the tunnel behind them. Just like before, they built another aerial bridge, this time leading beneath the blaze spawner room. Ningguang hesitated before digging again. This time, she knew rushing in blindly wasn't an option. Ryan thought for a moment before speaking. We'll break a hole at the bottom of the wall, just enough to hit their legs. Once we've thinned them out, Zhongli and I will move in and seal the entrance. We need to let the blazes continue spawning inside the room. Ganyu almost spoke up. It sounded risky, but seeing how familiar Ryan had become with the Nether, she chose to trust him. First, they expanded the surrounding area, turning the bridge into a proper stone-walled platform. Once they had a solid foundation, Ningguang began digging. Brick crumbled. A wave of scorching heat rushed out. Ryan stepped forward immediately, gently pulling Ningguang back. I'll take care of this. My sword has looting 3. The blazes inside sensed his presence and swarmed toward the gap. But thanks to the low opening, they couldn't float up properly. They twisted and flailed, stuck just out of reach of their usual attack patterns. Ryan didn't hesitate. His diamond sword flashed, slashing through them in quick, decisive strikes. Blaze after blaze fell, their blaze rods clattering onto the ground and into Ryan's inventory. Seeing everything go so smoothly, the others relaxed a little, watching as Ryan efficiently cut down the blazes. When only one blaze remained, Ryan glanced at Ningguang. She understood instantly it was time. She quickly broke a new opening large enough for someone to pass through. The moment the final blaze fell, the wall crumbled. Zhongli. Ryan called out, and Zhongli reacted instantly. The two of them charged a known after the other and immediately blocked the entrance. Everything was going according to plan. No new blazes had arrived from outside, and the entrance was secure. Ryan and Zhongli barely had a moment to catch their breath, and then the spawner activated. For a second, the room flashed. Then, 4 blazes spawned at once. Ryan froze. Normally, a blaze spawner would generate 1 to 2 blazes at a time. 4 at once? What kind of ridiculous luck was this? Ryan had no idea whether to call it bad luck or good luck, but he didn't have time to think, because the blazes were charging up their fireballs. The Grandmaster is here. Hu Tao cheered as she rushed in, followed closely by Ningguang and Ganyu. With 5 people working together, the tide of battle flipped instantly. The 4 blazes were cornered and taken out with brutal efficiency. The only downside, only Ryan and Zhongli had weapons with looting 3. In the end, only 3 blaze rods dropped. As for why it was 3, typically, tools were enchanted with fortune, while weapons had looting. But when it came to Ganyu, her luck stat was basically maxed out by default. Without even having looting, she still managed to get 2 blaze rods, leaving Zhongli, who did have the enchantment but only got 1, feeling rather embarrassed. After gathering the rods and confirming there were no further threats in the room, everyone retreated back to the platform. They sealed up the opening to ensure they could continue farming blazes safely. Ryan chuckled lightly. Alright, this should be enough for now. Later, if we take some time to clear out the blazes outside the Nether fortress, we'll be able to farm blaze rods steadily. So, does that mean our trip to the Nether has been really smooth? Ganyu blinked up at Ryan, her big, expectant eyes filled with hope. Ryan reached out and ruffled her horns. Very smooth. We've gotten a lot out of this. Now, all we need is enough blaze rods, and we can return to the overworld. Of course, before that, I have to check out that treasure chest. Standing at the edge of the platform, Ryan gazed at the distant chest, still guarded by wither skeletons. His mind started to calculate. After a moment, he turned and said, Zhongli and I will go. You guys stay here and keep farming blaze rods with our looting enchanted weapons. We'll grab the loot and come right back. Taking the weapons, Ningguang hesitated. Are you sure? There are 2 wither skeletons, plus all those blazes nearby. Shouldn't we wait until we have more people? Ryan grinned. No worries, it won't be dangerous. We just need to grab the loot. 1 bucket of milk is enough to handle any surprises. Besides, don't forget we have Zhongli's shield. At this, Zhongli's eye twitched. He replied coolly, I'd advise against placing too much faith in my jade shield. My strength is too restricted here, it might not hold up against a wither skeleton's attacks. Not to mention, as you said, the real danger of a wither skeleton is the wither effect. Ryan patted him on the shoulder with a laugh. So, are you in or not? Of course. Zhongli's answer was immediate. He said no more. Ryan exchanged nods with the others before building a bridge toward the treasure chest. The room with the blaze spawner wasn't far from their target, and since they were traveling by air, it only took them a few minutes. About 3 blocks away from the chest, Ryan stopped. In truth, wither skeletons weren't that hard to kill. If necessary, they could be taken down with a bow from a safe distance. But without looting, it would be a total waste since the drop rate for wither skeleton skulls was already miserable. Unlike blazes, wither skeletons didn't have a spawner, so they weren't easy to farm. Since there were 2 of them, he wanted to get the most value out of them. Ideally, they'd drop 2 skulls. After observing for a while, Ryan mapped out their movement patterns. The skeletons never strayed more than 10 blocks from the chest. The real problem was the 7 blazes hovering within 16 blocks of the area. That was their aggressive detection range. It was as if the chest had an elite guard unit, something Ryan had never encountered in all his time playing the game. Still, it was worth a shot. He spoke in a low voice. Once the first wither skeleton reaches its 10-block limit, and the second one starts moving back at about the 7-block mark, the blazes will be a little farther away. I'll rush in and grab the loot while you hold them off with your shield. Then, we retreat immediately, break the bridge, and get out. Zhongli nodded and activated his jade shield. What are the odds this works? Ryan smirked. About an 80% chance we get out unscathed, and a 100% chance I get everything in that chest. Zhongli chuckled softly, saying no more. They waited until the wither skeletons and blazes were in the right positions. Then, Ryan jumped forward, quickly placing blocks to elevate himself toward the chest. As expected, the 2 wither skeletons turned toward him, and the blazes shrieked, floating in his direction. Ryan wasted no time, his shield's durability was already running low. 2 wither skeletons were manageable, but with that many blazes, things could get messy fast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have minded fighting them here and now. Pushing aside the thought, he popped open the chest and grabbed everything inside. The haul was decent: 1 diamond horse armor, 9 diamonds, 6 gold ingots, and some enchanted gear. Unfortunately, there was no diamond weapon or armor. Still, it was a good find. Not far away, Zhongli had already engaged the wither skeletons. Their heavy, sweeping strikes made his arms feel slightly numb, but aside from that, he was unfazed. Could he counterattack? Zhongli considered it. But before he could act, Ryan was already calling for him to retreat. They hurried back to the bridge, breaking the netherrack behind them. The wither skeletons could only stand at the edge, rattling in frustration. Flawless execution. Ryan grinned, holding up the diamonds. The loot wasn't game-changing, but at this pace, they'd be able to complete their objective within a week. Are you sure we're not taking down the wither skeletons? Zhongli asked in a calm tone. With a shield, it didn't seem too difficult. Ryan rolled his eyes and pointed at the blazes swarming toward them. 2 wither skeletons are fine, but did you consider how we're supposed to handle all these blazes? Logically speaking, using elemental powers and Iado. Zhongli mused. Ryan froze for a second, then smacked his forehead in frustration. I completely forgot. We've been playing it so safe that I didn't even think about your actual combat skills. Zhongli said nothing. He could tell Ryan had genuinely started seeing him as nothing more than a walking shield generator. Not that he minded. If he didn't have to fight, he was more than happy to stay in retirement mode. But now, with the blazes already upon them, Ryan unsheathed his long-neglected katana, glancing at Zhongli. In that case, I won't say no to more loot. Zhongli smirked. I was also curious to see how much of my power still holds in the nether. Crossing his arms, his golden eyes gleamed. Get 25 plus additional chapters on Patreon. 105, Pillager Patrol and Ominous Omen. 105, Pillager Patrol and Ominous Omen. A golden meteor, roughly 10 meters in diameter, descended from the sky. No one knew where it came from. It carried an overwhelming surge of elemental energy as it crashed down with an earth-shattering force. The impact covered a radius of several dozen meters. The blazes in the vicinity were petrified in an instant before shattering into pieces. The meteor continued its descent, plunging into the sea of lava below, yet, oddly enough, it caused not even the slightest ripple. Of course, this didn't mean Planet Befall was weak. It was just that, in the world of Minecraft, nothing ever made lava ripple. The 7 blazes that had swarmed toward them were completely annihilated. As expected, with Zhongli's abysmal luck, only 2 blaze rods dropped. Ryan clicked his tongue in exasperation, nodding as if in deep reflection. Man, you've still got it, huh? Then, after a moment, he added, but seriously, from now on, let's not use elemental abilities to farm mobs. Your drop rate is atrocious. Zhongli shook his head slightly, unconcerned with Ryan's complaints. He murmured, too much of my strength is being suppressed here. My divine power is inaccessible. My dominion over stone is gone without a trace. The only abilities I can still use here are the Jade Shield and Planet Befall. Ryan rolled his eyes. Oh, Crimea River. That one move of yours probably does more damage than 4 or 5 TNT explosions combined. I don't even have any large-scale destruction abilities like that. Zhongli neither agreed nor disagreed. His gaze remained fixed on the few remaining blazes that floated aimlessly in the distance. But you, he said quietly, possess unparalleled single-target lethality, do you not? Ryan arched an eyebrow, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his blade. So I do. Ever heard of the Flying Thunder God technique? Before Zhongli could respond, Ryan flicked his sword. In an instant, his figure blurred, flickering through the nether fortress like an illusion. Phantom blades embedded themselves in the ground wherever he passed, marking his path like the strokes of an artist's brush. To any onlooker, it seemed as though countless copies of him were darting through the fortress at once. In the blink of an eye, he was back at Zhongli's side. He tossed 5 blaze rods in the air and caught them with a triumphant grin. See, even without looting, my luck is still better than yours. Zhongli sighed, shaking his head in resignation. The way Ryan had moved just now like a mirage, an illusion that barely seemed real. The power of space is truly terrifying, and Planet Befall isn't. The two shared a knowing smile, exchanging no further words. Zhongli was well aware that, without the fragment of power Ryan had granted him, his Planet Befall wouldn't have nearly the same impact in this world. In truth, both of them had vastly different strengths within the Minecraft world. And Minecraft, in turn, severely restricted the abilities of both Genshin characters and gods. Zhongli excelled in large-scale attacks. Ryan, on the other hand, was an unpredictable phantom, darting through space itself. Within the blade, Ryan could perform feats of teleportation that were almost as ridiculous as the Flying Thunder God technique. One focused on wide-area destruction. The other specialized in pinpoint assassination. Together, they had all the tools needed to deal with any danger. And that was what gave them confidence in this world. But once they left Minecraft, Ryan wouldn't need a sword. One punch would be more than enough. Still, from now on, let's avoid using these skills if we can, Ryan sighed regretfully. Think about it. We just killed so many blazes, and with our looting enchantments, we should have gotten at least 20 blaze rods. But instead, what did we get? 7. Massive loss. Zhongli understood the importance of resources and gave a small nod of agreement. What about the wither skeletons? He asked. Ryan surveyed the Nether fortress, confirming that there were no more blazes lurking outside. Let's go back and grab my maxed out looting diamond sword from Ganyu and the others, he decided. If I kill 2 wither skeletons and don't get a skull, I swear I'm gonna cough up blood. With that, the two left the area in high spirits. Truth be told, Ryan hadn't seen anyone use their elemental powers in a long time, and ever since he got his hands on a diamond sword and a bow, he hadn't really needed to use a blade or his AK-47 either. He had almost forgotten that Zhongli and the others had these abilities, just like he had nearly forgotten he still had that kind of firepower himself. But knowing he could use them and choosing to use them were two different things. At the end of the day, farming mobs this way was efficient, but the loss of good loot was just too painful. Take this batch of blazes, for example, at least 20 blaze rods gone. Do you know how many alchemy potions that could make? Today, Xiao had once again skipped the mines. Mine 5 wasn't particularly dangerous, so it didn't really need his presence. With nothing urgent to do, he went up to the Sky Island to check on the mob farm and iron generator. After that, he headed underground to harvest some slime balls. Then, he decided to do a maintenance check on all the automatic systems at Ryan's mansion. As for Cloud Retainer's mountain transformation project, Xiao wanted no part of that. Absolutely not. She wanted to hollow out an entire mountain and then sculpt it into something fancy? No, thank you. She could take a squad of interested miners and let them deal with it. 3 or 4 dozen players with chain mining would work far more efficiently than 100 unenchanted workers anyway. Besides, if he had that much free time, he'd rather focus on fixing up his own place. Xiao had built a small room at the very top of Zhongli's treehouse. It wasn't exactly well designed, but now that Zhongli and Ryan were away, he had some time to renovate it properly. His dream was to one day invite Zhongli up for tea. But, unfortunately, Xiao had zero talent for building. The tree was blocky, so his house was blocky too, and he refused to ask anyone for help. So, with nothing else to guide him, he was awkwardly trying to copy elements from Ryan's mansion. Just as he was struggling to figure out how to expand his treetop garden without ruining the tree's aesthetics, a member of the Millilith came running up below, looking urgently for him. Vigilant Yiksha, there's trouble. Something's happened at the base. The next moment, Xiao leaped from his perch, his wind glider unfurling as he descended gracefully to the ground. Speak. His expression was calm but sharp as he strode quickly alongside the Millilith soldier toward the base. The soldier hurriedly reported, a group of creatures, wielding crossbows and looking quite similar to villagers, appeared outside the base just now. Vice Captain Chang'e thought they were just lost villagers and was about to fence them in until Lord Ryan returned to deal with them. But suddenly, they opened fire with their crossbows, attacking Vice Captain Chang'e. Hearing this, Xiao's brows furrowed slightly. They attacked first. Then they're not villagers, but hostile entities. What about Chang'e? Vice Captain is fine, the Millilith soldier reassured him, shaking his head. As soon as he realized the attack, he retaliated swiftly. With the help of the wolf pack and our men nearby, he only lost 3 hearts before we wiped them out completely. He has since recovered fully. Xiao found this even more puzzling. But since they were already near the base, he didn't press for details and quickened his pace. At the base, a group of Millilith soldiers and off-duty miners had gathered around Chang'e, while the wolf pack remained on high alert, sitting obediently on the ground. The Adeptus is here. Great Sage. Vigilant Yiksha. The moment they saw Xiao, the tense crowd immediately parted, as if reassured by his presence. Chang'e stood tall, his uniform slightly damaged. There was a hole in the fabric, revealing the leather breastplate beneath. That leather armor was a standard issue for all Millilith soldiers, something they wore at all times, even outside the MC world. Iron armor was too heavy, but leather armor was at least manageable in Teyvat. Surprisingly, despite his modified standard issue armor being pierced, the leather beneath remained unscathed. A crucial life-saving detail the Millilith never overlooked. Vigilant Yiksha. Chang'e greeted him with a crisp salute. Xiao nodded, his sharp gaze scanning the ground where discarded crossbows and arrows lay, likely the loot dropped by the attackers. After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke, described the enemy's appearance, numbers, and any other unusual details. Chang'e nodded and recounted, while I was on watch in the lookout tower, I spotted several figures resembling villagers, but their skin was gray, and they were carrying crossbows. The one leading them had a strange banner attached to his back. But the moment I stepped out, they attacked me. Fortunately, with the wolf pack and the others assisting, we swiftly eliminated them. They dropped some arrows, and since my hunger bar was full, I recovered quickly. However, Chang'e hesitated slightly, then lowered his head, his tone tinged with self-reproach. After I killed their leader, a strange status appeared on my personal panel, bad omen, with a countdown of 30 seconds. Shortly after, he took a deep breath before continuing. Everyone at the base, including the Millilith and miners, now has a raid progress bar on their panels. Bad omen raid. Xiao's eyes narrowed as he processed this information. He vaguely remembered Ryan mentioning these terms in his monster notes. Flipping through the notebook, he quickly found the relevant entry, and his expression turned somewhat grim. Pillagers. Hostile entities. Or rather, an entire hostile faction. What they had encountered earlier was, without a doubt, a patrolling pillager squad. Killing the squad leader automatically inflicted bad omen on the killer. If they entered a recognized village before the countdown expired, a raid would be triggered, and the village would be under siege by waves of pillagers. Normally, drinking milk could remove the bad omen effect. However, Chang'e had slain the leader while inside the base, which the system recognized as a village. Thus, the raid had been instantly initiated. Xiao exhaled sharply, feeling a slight headache coming on. If it were just a few enemies, it wouldn't be a problem. Killing them would even yield valuable loot. But, according to the notes, raids occurred in multiple waves, each growing progressively stronger. Xiao had no idea just how dangerous this could become, but he knew he couldn't let the Millilith and miners handle it alone. Besides, there was another important detail. The notes mentioned that if they successfully defended against the raid, they would receive the Hero of the Village buff. This buff significantly lowered villager trade prices, which could be incredibly useful for Ryan and the others. After a brief silence, Xiao asked, "How much time do we have before the raid begins?" "Uncertain," Chang'e replied, shaking his head. "Judging by the progress bar, approximately a day." "A day, that should be enough." Xiao nodded, his expression firming. "Send someone to mine shaft number 5 and recall everyone immediately. Strengthen our fortifications, convert all structures to cobblestone. Seal the main entrance with an iron door, and I will go to the Nether to find Lord Ryan. Bring the wolf pack back inside the base, and gather iron ingots. We'll build an iron golem outside as an additional guard." The Millilith straightened and saluted. "Understood." As the soldiers and miners swiftly sprang into action, Xiao turned and sprinted toward the manor villa. The moment he stepped inside, he spotted Cloud Retainer sitting on the ground, studying a large construction blueprint with a furrowed brow. Before she could even react, Xiao urgently called out, "Cloud Retainer, the base is under attack. A massive wave of enemies is about to descend. We need you to hold the line while I go to the Nether to find Lord Ryan." The blueprint in Cloud Retainer's hands slipped from her fingers, rolling onto the ground. Her eyes widened slightly in surprise. An attack? By whom? 106, did the evoker drop a totem of undying? Vigilant Yiksha, what exactly is going on? Cloud Retainer transformed into her human form, donning her enchanted iron armor and unsheathing an enchanted longsword. Xiao pressed his lips together and continued heading toward the floating island. "No time to explain everything. The situation over there is urgent, and we need someone to hold the line. I'll go find Ryan and the others first. If you need details, you can ask when you get there." With that, Xiao began scaling the floating island. However, just as he climbed 3 or 4 blocks, several figures descended from above, gliding down with wind gliders. Ryan and his team had returned. Each of them looked pleased, clearly having reaped considerable rewards. From the 2 wither skeletons, they had managed to obtain a single skull. As for blaze rods, they had gathered over 2 full stacks. Adding in the materials they had previously harvested from the Nether, along with the valuable loot from treasure chests, this trip had provided them with everything they needed to advance their development significantly. Alchemy and potion making were finally on the agenda. However, just as they were chatting and laughing upon landing, their gazes fell on Xiao and Cloud Retainer, both of whom wore solemn expressions. Ryan paused for a moment, his smile fading as he spoke in a deep voice. "Something happened." "Yes, Ryan. Pillagers are attacking." Xiao's reply was brief but to the point. At once, Ryan's brows furrowed tightly. "The base. Talk while we move." There was no time to put away their loot. Ryan led the group at a fast pace, heading toward the base. On the way, Xiao provided more details. Hearing that the raid had only just triggered a warning state and hadn't officially begun yet, Ryan let out a slight breath of relief. The journey didn't take long, 4 or 5 minutes at most. Including the time it had taken Xiao to come find them, the total delay was less than 10 minutes. And yet, in such a short span, the base had undergone a dramatic transformation. The cobblestone walls had already been stacked 2 blocks high. The main gate had been replaced with 4 iron doors. A single iron golem now roamed outside the entrance. The watchtowers had been built even higher, with 2 guards stationed atop each one. Due to the lack of manpower, the Millilith had even enlisted miners to assist in patrols, arming them with bows and arrows. As soon as the watchtower guards spotted Ryan's group approaching, they shouted to open the gate. Inside, the awaiting miners quickly activated the levers, pulling open the iron doors to let them in. "My lords." Chang'e hurried over, 4 wolves trailing behind him. His gaze flickered toward Ningguang as he spoke softly. "Lady Ningguang, the iron doors and external iron golem cost a total of..." Before he could finish, Ningguang waved a hand dismissively. "The cost is irrelevant. Safety comes first. We already understand the situation. How much time do we have before the raid begins?" Chang'e quickly checked his personal interface. The progress bar was still there, though it hadn't moved much. Only upon closer inspection did he notice a slight advancement. Approximately 1 day left. Approximately. Ningguang frowned slightly. Ryan patted her shoulder and said in a calm tone, The raid doesn't have an exact countdown. An estimate is good enough. We haven't officially defeated the first wave yet, so the progress bar is advancing slowly. That's normal. No one suggested moving to a conference room for discussion. Instead, the miners quickly set up a large round table with several chairs. Everyone took their seats. Seeing the concern on their faces, Ryan chuckled and said, "Look on the bright side, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Don't forget, after we repel the raid, we'll gain the hero of the village effect, which will be incredibly useful for trading with the villagers." Hearing this, everyone's expressions eased slightly. Seizing the moment, Ryan continued. "Not to mention, there's another benefit if we're being raided by pillagers. That means there's a pillager outpost nearby, and those places hold plenty of valuable loot. Defeating pillagers also gives us a chance to obtain emeralds." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes gleamed with a hint of realization. Ryan smirked faintly and added, his voice carrying a certain intrigue. "And most importantly, there is a chance that an evoker might appear during the raid." At that, a flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes, sparking curiosity among the group. Ningguang waved her hand, signaling the Millilith and miners to continue fortifying the defenses. Once there were no outsiders nearby, she finally asked, "Evoker, what is that?" "A formidable entity. From every angle, it's an exceptionally powerful opponent." Lowering his voice, Ryan explained, "Evokers have two primary attack methods. One, they can summon ground spikes. These spikes shoot out in a straight line, have an extremely long range, and completely ignore armor defenses. The downside? They take a while to cast. The second method is summoning Vexistini, fast-moving, high-damage creatures. Simply put, an evoker is an elite-level enemy. In some ways, it's not even weaker than Shao." Upon hearing this, everyone furrowed their brows. Forget the ability to summon Vexus, just the ground spike attack alone was terrifying. Ignoring armor and hitting from a distance, even if it required a long casting time, that was still an incredibly dangerous skill. One mistake, and anyone could be skewered like a candied fruit stick. Yet, Ryan's expression made it clear he was actually looking forward to facing an evoker. Ningguang narrowed her eyes slightly and speculated, "Ryan, does the evoker drop something valuable?" "Exactly. The best loot." Ryan nodded without hesitation, lowering his voice as he revealed, "Evokers drop only two things. One is emeralds. The other is a totem of undying." "Totem of undying." Everyone immediately perked up, their gazes locked onto Ryan. He chuckled, "Honestly, this raid caught me off guard, but it's actually a stroke of luck. Given the current scale of our base, there's a high chance that this raid will be of a high difficulty level, meaning the likelihood of an evoker appearing is significant. In fact, if this raid hadn't happened, I was already planning to seek out a pillager outpost and then track down a woodland mansion. The ultimate goal? The totem of undying." The group fell silent for a long moment before Zhongli finally spoke, his tone serious. "The totem of undying, what exactly does it do?" "As the name suggests, it prevents death." Ryan's answer was decisive. This time, even Zhongli felt a slight chill run down his spine. "Are we talking about the kind of immortality we're all thinking of?" Ganyu asked in a hushed voice. Ryan explained, "As long as you carry the totem of undying, any fatal damage you receive will be nullified. In other words, even if you fall from a great height in this world, as long as you're holding the totem of undying, you will survive the impact, even without a wind glider to break your fall. This is a true life-saving item, ultimate safeguard against death." Zhongli asked solemnly, "And what if it's poison?" Ryan shook his head and raised a finger, speaking with conviction. "Everything, absolutely everything that could lead to your death, whether it's an external attack, poisoning, suicide, or even if Shao's karmic debt overwhelms him and drives him to madness. The totem of undying will activate, and you will be spared from death. When triggered, your health will be restored to half its maximum. At the same time, you'll gain fire resistance, rapid healing, and damage protection. Within the next few seconds, you will return to peak condition completely revitalized. Any lingering effects, be it poison, karmic corrosion, or any other debuff, will vanish along with the activation of the totem of undying. The totem doesn't just grant you survival." Ryan paused, sweeping his gaze across everyone's faces, his voice lowering to a solemn whisper. "The totem of undying gives you a brand new life, one free of any burdens from the past. That is why I have been so determined to obtain it, no matter the cost." A heavy silence fell over the group. They had already expanded their imaginations to encompass the possibilities of MC's artifacts, but something like the totem of undying, this was beyond what they could have conceived. It didn't need fancy descriptions or additional effects. Simply the fact that it prevented death was enough. Zhongli's gaze turned complex as memories of departed friends resurfaced in his mind. Havria, Bosasius. And that woman, so pure, so gentle, like a glazed lily dancing in the wind. Gizhong. For a moment, thousands of words filled his mind, but in the end, all he could do was let out a bitter chuckle and lower his head in sorrow. "If only you had come earlier." Ryan heard his murmured words and understood his pain, but there was nothing he could say. MC had no items that could bring back the dead, and reviving someone after so many years, that was another matter entirely. Though some mods did have that functionality. Perhaps, one day, he could surprise Zhongli. After a long silence, Ryan decided to break the heavy atmosphere with a grin. So, you see, if Xiao's karmic affliction really couldn't be cured, I was thinking I'd just hand him a totem of undying and let him restart himself. Hearing this, the others couldn't help but chuckle and shake their heads. But Xiao took the statement seriously. He responded with unwavering seriousness. Ryan, you must never do such a thing. A divine artifact of this magnitude, using it merely to counteract my affliction would be an unforgivable waste. You're doing much better now anyway. I was just joking. Ryan waved a hand dismissively and said with a smile. So, now do you all understand why this raid is actually a good thing? Yes, it's dangerous. But compared to what we stand to gain, any risk is worth it. Ningguang's eyes gleamed with determination as she nodded firmly. Then it's settled. We will overcome this raid, and we will slay the evoker. In fact, if possible, we should go out of our way to find the woodland mansion and raid it ourselves. The totem of undying is a treasure that we must collect in large quantities. Even if every citizen in Laya Harbor had one, it still wouldn't be enough. Hearing Ningguang's bold declaration, Ryan chuckled softly. For now, even ensuring that each of them had a totem was difficult. Spreading them across all of Laya Harbor, that was nothing more than a pipe dream. But then again, dreams were meant to be pursued. After all, even the totem of undying had an automated farming method. Ryan, is there any preparation we need to make for the raid? Any strategies to ensure we take down the evoker? Ganya's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ryan glanced around the fortified base before shaking his head. For now, this should be enough. With us here, there shouldn't be any major issues. Plus, we still have some time before the raid begins. The real priority is something else entirely. His gaze turned cold as he lifted his head, staring into the vast, unending grasslands in the distance. His voice carried an eerie mix of warmth and bone-chilling resolve. The contrast sent a shiver down the spines of those around him. We're going to Samuru. We're going to tear down the Academia. And we're bringing her back. 107, fist smashing the Academia zombies roaring in Teyvat. 107, fist smashing the Academia zombies roaring in Teyvat. If this had been before, when Ryan said he was going to tear down the Academia, the others might have tried to dissuade him. After all, the Academia held a special status in Samuru. But now, no one had the energy to care. They were still reeling from the sheer shock of the totem of undying compared to that. What was wrecking a mere Academia? If it was being destroyed, then it must have deserved it. Ryan was simply delivering justice. That being said, both Ganyu and Ningguang were slightly curious who exactly was the she Ryan had mentioned. Zhongli glanced at Xiao, who immediately spoke up. I will go with Ryan. Ryan had no objections. He simply said softly, Xiao and I will be back soon. In the meantime, Ningguang, make sure to store away everything we brought back from the Nether. Also, there's a crate of TNT in the basement of the manor. Bring up a batch, I'll teach you all how to make a redstone cannon when I return. We might as well take advantage of the upcoming Pillager raid to test its power. As he spoke, Ryan handed over the important resources he was carrying, diamonds and other valuable materials, to Ningguang and the others for safekeeping. As for the rest, he would deal with them after his return. Seeing that Ryan and Xiao were about to leave, Ganyu gently tugged at his sleeve, her voice soft and filled with concern. Ryan, be careful. Ryan smiled, pulling her into a gentle embrace before planting a light kiss on her cheek. Don't worry, there's nowhere in Teyvat that can threaten me. With that, he turned and walked away. In that instant, his expression turned ice cold. Xiao spoke in a low voice. Ryan, aren't we heading there directly? Oh, we're going. But first I need to catch a few zombies. I've got a grand gift to deliver to those bastards. Samuru, the sanctuary of Suristhana. Nahida curled up, hugging her knees tightly as she floated alone in the air. Around her was a barrier of emerald light, one of the last remnants of power left behind by the previous Dendro Archon, the greater Lord Rukhadivata. That power kept her imprisoned. Yet, in truth, she could break free anytime she wished. After all, she was the current Dendro Archon. But she chose not to. In her heart, she was unworthy. She was unloved by her people, and so she willingly remained here, allowing them to continue reminiscing about the glory of the past. At first, it had been painful. The darkness had been terrifying. But over time, she had grown used to it. 500 years had passed this way. What did it matter anymore? And yet, 3 days ago for the first time, Nahida had the urge to escape. Because she had met someone new. A friend. Someone who understood her. Someone who cared about her. She had never experienced such warmth before. The lingering emotions from that encounter had tormented her for days, making the surrounding darkness feel more unbearable than ever. She missed Ryan. They had yet to finish making their flower cart together. Even if it was just in a dream. But to her, dreams were her reality. For the past 2 days, Nahida had stubbornly extended her consciousness through the ley lines, stretching all the way to Laya. It was a reckless act. If that Geo-Lord noticed, he would surely be furious. But Nahida wasn't afraid. She was only afraid that Ryan would stop looking for her. Those who have seen the light can never bear to return to the darkness. Nahida was no exception. For 2 whole days, neither had the Geo-Archon noticed her, nor had she found any trace of Ryan. It was as if he had never existed in this world. Nahida refused to believe that their meeting was just an illusion, so, still not back yet, Ryan. A trace of disappointment flickered in her heart. She skillfully crafted a dream for herself once again. A dream where the field stretched out like that day, where the sanctuary of Surasthana remained unchanged. Even Ryan, standing there, was as gentle as before. But Nahida knew, deep inside, that this was nothing more than a dream. She couldn't grasp his hand. The figure before her, no matter how vivid, lacked the warmth he had given her that day. Yet, she didn't care anymore. Her large eyes curved into crescent moons, pure and untainted. Ryan, push me higher. Within her self-created dream, Nahida sat on a swing woven from divine energy. She controlled the dream, summoning a soft breeze to carry her higher into the air. Beside her, Ryan's shadow stood with a gentle smile, yet it lacked the lively spark he once had. It was nothing more than a hollow projection. But Nahida was happy. She had spent 500 years entertaining herself in solitude. At least now, in a world where only she existed, she finally had a shadow to accompany her. Ryan, higher. Hee. Ryan, shall we make the flower carriage later? I want you to guide. May want to build it myself. I'll make a flower carriage big enough for both of us to ride together. After that, let's go see that bamboo forest you mentioned, okay? I really want to see those adorable pandas. Hey, Ryan, I have a secret to tell you. Actually, my real name is Nahida. I am the little Lord Kizanali. Ryan, I really miss you. Her dream self never stopped smiling. But outside the dream, Nahida curled up even tighter, resembling a wounded kitten. Just as Ryan stepped out of the portal, he instinctively placed a hand over his chest. A strange mix of emotions swirled within him, an unexplainable pull and a seething fury that refused to fade. He knew it. Nahida was thinking about him, waiting for him in her dream. But Ryan despised dreams. Behind him, Xiao was dragging along 3 zombies, their bodies bound in rope and their heads covered in thick black cloth to prevent them from burning in the sun. Ryan clenched his fists, his knuckles itching with anticipation. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to wake Nahida up immediately. He had to take her away. If the Academia and Samuru refused to acknowledge her, then to hell with them. Someone else could take on the burden of their miserable responsibility. Ashay didn't care. Ryan. Xiao could sense the growing storm within Ryan. Ever since they had returned to Teyvat, his anger had only become more palpable. In the shortest time possible, take me to the sanctuary of Surasthana in Samuru. Can you do it? Ryan took a deep breath, suppressing the boiling rage within him. This fire, this fury, he would unleash it upon the Academia. Xiao solemnly nodded. Leave it to me. A storm of emerald and midnight winds erupted around them, sweeping up Ryan and the 3 restrained zombies. Like a green meteor streaking across the land, they soared toward Samuru, traversing mountains and valleys in the blink of an eye. With most of his karmic debt now cleared, this level of adeptal arts was effortless for Xiao. Despite the vast distance, Xiao, second only to the Geo-Archon himself, was more than capable. In under 10 minutes, they arrived in Samuru. Fierce winds swirled around them as they stood in the heart of the bustling city. Ryan looked down upon the metropolis with cold, indifferent eyes. People chatted and laughed, the streets teeming with life. A prosperous city of knowledge and wisdom. Xiao, tell me, what do you see? His voice was eerily calm. Xiao hesitated, unsure of how to answer. He could sense its sheer force of will behind Ryan's every word. After a moment of silence, Xiao spoke softly. A lively city everywhere, traces of knowledge. Ha! Ryan let out a low chuckle, his tone unreadable. Yes, a nation of wisdom. How ironic that such wisdom belongs to a group of overgrown infants, incapable of thinking or seeking truth on their own, forever begging the gods for answers. Everything they learn, everything they know, everything they desire, all of it, handed down by the gods. Tell me, Xiao, what is the difference between such wisdom and the greatest form of ignorance? A people who refuse to seek knowledge for themselves, yet claim to be the children of wisdom. A nation that hungers for divine knowledge but lacks the heart to respect the gods who provide it. Tell me, do they even deserve to exist? Xiao's pupils shrank. He quickly said, Ryan, please, don't. Relax. I have no intention of going on a senseless massacre. Ryan waved a hand dismissively, speaking in a low voice. But I do intend to remind these ungrateful fools exactly what allows them to survive in this world. They who pride themselves on being self-sufficient without gods, let's see how they stand when the world begins to tremble beneath their feet. They will learn, soon enough. Knowledge is built on humility and perseverance. Only destruction is born from arrogance and blind entitlement. This time I'm just here to collect some interest. His gaze shifted toward the Academia. Yes, he was furious. But not to the extent of mindless slaughter. The Academia was rotten, but not every scholar was beyond salvation. His target was clear: the grand sages, the so-called God Creation Project. Ryan unleashed his full sensory perception. Countless voices filled his ears. The shouts of merchants in the marketplace, the patrols of the Matra, heated academic debates, the festivities of the Grand Bazaar. And deep within the heart of the Academia, whispers that made his skin crawl with disgust. Found you. A grin spread across Ryan's face, though his eyes remained cold as ice. Just a little force, one punch is enough. If they can't survive it, then that's their luck. If they do survive, well, let's see how they like becoming zombies. He slowly clenched his fist, and in an instant, Xiao felt as though a massive stone had been placed on his chest. A terrifying pressure weighed down on him. Where Ryan's fingers curled, the air itself shattered, rippling outward like a violent tide. Space itself seemed to distort in his grip. Lifting his fist, he carefully calculated his aim. Ensuring no innocents would be caught in the crossfire, Ryan didn't make any exaggerated movements. He simply extended his fist forward. For a brief moment, space trembled. Like ripples in a pond, waves of energy cascaded through the air, roaring toward the depths of the academia. If anyone had looked up at that moment, they might have witnessed a breathtaking sight. The clouds had been blasted open, leaving a gaping hole in the sky. But in the next second, none of that mattered. Because Samuru's city shook with a thunderous roar. A deep, deafening tremor rocked the land. And at the very heart of the academia here the grand sages convened, where their secret experiments were conducted. A bottomless crater had formed. The upper floors, the council chambers, the hidden research facilities, the very core of their god creation project. All of it, obliterated. Many researchers and the private soldiers of the sages were reduced to dust before they even realized what had happened. Panic spread like wildfire throughout the academia. Lowering his fist, Ryan exhaled, feeling the last traces of his frustration fade away. Without even bothering to check whether the grand sage had survived, he said lazily, "That's enough. Xiao, drop the zombies in." Xiao, seeing that Ryan's rage had finally subsided, let out a small sigh of relief. Still, he hesitated. "Ryan, from this height, won't the zombies? The rules of this world are different." Ryan smirked. "I could fall from here and be fine. They'll be fine too. Just drop them in, and from this moment on, none of this is our concern." Xiao nodded wordlessly and released the ropes. The three zombies plummeted into the crater, landing safely at the very depths of the academia. As the black cloth covering their heads unraveled, they let out guttural, blood-curdling growls. Ryan chuckled. "Let's see how they fare without their gods now." 108, Nahitha, you're now my hostage. Ryan had never considered himself a noble or righteous person. He was not Zhongli, not a god with love etched into his very bones. He was just an ordinary man, one who happened to wield terrifying power, burdened with human selfishness and a thirst for vengeance. To him, the world was his greatest treasure. His friends, too. A creature of emotions, the most unpredictable of all beings. Even gods had their moments of fury, so how could anyone expect a mere human to always uphold the so-called greater good? That would be the height of hypocrisy. Just as he had said before, he didn't care whether the sages lived or died, nor did he concern himself with the fate of Samuru. At least for now, in this land, there was only one thing that mattered to him, Nahitha. Samuru, tranquil and undisturbed for centuries, was now trembling beneath a single strike of his fist. Not even during the great battle of Kenria 500 years ago had the academia suffered an assault of this magnitude. Just as Ryan had predicted, the scholars had grown complacent beneath the protection of the greater Lord Rukhadevata. Threats. She had always dealt with them. Knowledge. She had always bestowed it. Now, faced with catastrophe, they were lost. Their wisdom held no answer to a crisis of this scale. The greater Lord was gone. And the only one who could protect them from a calamity of this level, their so-called little Lord Kuzainali, had been imprisoned by the very sages they placed their trust in. Ryan had no idea how many would truly awaken from this ordeal. In a world teeming with gods and divine beings, a nation without sufficient power to defend itself was nothing more than a feast waiting to be devoured. Humans could not stake their peaceful existence on the assumption that all gods would harbor goodwill toward them. Perhaps this punch would be the spark that ignited Samuru's awakening. But that was no longer Ryan's concern. With the academia in ruins, Samuru's entire armed forces had mobilized. Mercenaries from noble families, the elite Matra, even the temporarily stationed Eremites had joined the charge toward the academia. The city had been left nearly empty. Ryan and Xiao descended from the skies, moving against the tide of fleeing civilians, making their way toward the sanctuary of Surasthana. Nahitha was still asleep there. It was time to wake her up. Suppressing the impatience surging within him, Ryan advanced steadily. He could have simply obliterated the sanctuary of Surasthana with a single punch, breaking Nahitha free from her prison in an instant. That would have been violent and, admittedly, quite dramatic. But that place wasn't just a cage. To Nahitha, the sanctuary of Surasthana was perhaps the only space in all of Samuru that truly belonged to her. Memories of their dream flooded his mind. "I am the god of beautiful dreams, Nahitha. Ryan, push me higher. From now on, we're best friends. Ryan, the entrance to the sanctuary of Surasthana has a pointed arch, not a round one. Ryan, I'll be waiting for you to come back." Her radiant smile never ceased to echo in his thoughts. He didn't know how much time had passed before he finally arrived at the gates of the sanctuary of Surasthana. 2 guards stood at their posts. Even with the chaos erupting at the academia, they remained restless but unwavering, unwilling to abandon their duty. How commendable, Ryan chuckled, his tone unreadable. "Halt. This is the sanctuary of Surasthana, the residence of the little Lord Kuzainali. No one is permitted entry without authorization. One of the guards stepped forward, his expression stern as he blocked Ryan and Xiao's path. Ryan considered knocking them out just lightly. His grudge was with the sages and the God Creation Project, not with these soldiers who were merely following orders. But then again, how much force should he use? What if a single punch reduced them to pulp? As he hesitated, a gust of ominous wind surged forward. Before either guard could react, they collapsed unconscious. Xiao withdrew his trident, speaking in a low voice. Ryan, I will stand guard here for you. Much appreciated. Ryan nodded, stepping forward and pressing his hands against the massive doors of the sanctuary. A faint divine energy sealed the entrance, but to Ryan, it was laughably insignificant. Taking a deep breath to ensure he wouldn't damage the sanctuary itself, he pushed the doors open with controlled strength. At last, in Teyvat's reality, he finally saw her. Nahida, suspended in midair, curled into a small, fragile ball, emerald divine energy forming a barrier around her. But it was not her own doing. She was no more than an abandoned kitten, trembling in solitude, helpless and forsaken. A fresh wave of fury surged through Ryan. For a moment, he was tempted to level the Academia with another punch. But instead, he stepped forward, assessing the situation before leaping into the air. With a single grip, he crushed the devices that had been suppressing her divine power. The energy barrier shattered. Nahida drifted gently toward the ground. Ryan landed with effortless grace, reaching out to catch her in his arms. She showed no sign of waking. Just as Ryan had suspected, she had imprisoned herself. A deep sense of tenderness welled up within him. He reached out and gently poked her cheek. 500 years, it's time to wake up, Nahida. His presence seeped into her senses, surrounding her from all directions. Nahida stirred, her eyes fluttering open as she gazed at him in a daze. Then, a hint of confusion flickered in her large, emerald eyes. Did I set up a second dream for you, Ryan? Or did I dream this up myself? As she spoke, she reached out and pinched Ryan's face. The warmth of his skin made her eyes light up with delight. It's warm. So real. Excited, she poked him again, this time in a different spot. How long do you plan to keep touching me? Nahida's eyes widened in shock, staring at Ryan in disbelief. I told you, didn't I? His voice was soft, carrying a hint of a smile. When I came back, I was going to find you. His arms tightened around her ever so slightly as he murmured. So, tell me, should I call you Nahida, the god of beautiful dreams? Or little Lord Kizanali? Or perhaps Lady Nahida? Are you Ryan? What is? Nahida was completely flustered, stumbling over her words, unable to form a coherent sentence. You've been asleep for 500 years, he said with a chuckle, his voice low and coaxing. You promised me, remember? When I came back, we were going to build a flower carriage together. I've prepared all the materials. Everything is ready. The only thing missing, he gazed into her eyes, is you. The sanctuary of Surasthana, the garden, the stories from before, and the ones happening now. I have so much to tell you. The time in our dreams was never enough. Nahida took a deep breath, placing a hand over her chest. The emotions she felt now were the same as when she had been with him in the dream. No, perhaps even stronger. Her heart urged her to say yes to go with him, but she was the god of wisdom. Ryan, I am grateful to you, but Samuru. Samuru still has the Academia, doesn't it? Ryan smiled, his voice gentle. They said they didn't need you, that they could manage Samuru just fine on their own. They consider themselves the wisest of all, don't they? Even daring to deny the wisdom of a god. If that's the case, what else is there for you to worry about? Nahida bit her lip, forcing herself to suppress the rising emotions. But you also promised me that we would build a flower carriage together. Are you going to break your word? No. Nahida cupped Ryan's face in her hands, her voice soft and earnest. I will definitely build a flower carriage with you, a carriage that we can ride together. But it should be in a dream. But I don't like dreams. Ryan shook his head with a smile. I'm human. Compared to an illusion, I prefer something tangible, something real. Humans are greedy. If we have a beautiful dream, the first thing we think about is how to make it come true. Nahida's gaze dimmed slightly. Her voice was tinged with sorrow. Ryan, I know you must have worked hard to find me. I already sensed the chaos at the Academia. If you did all of this for me, there was no need. This was my people's choice. And it was my choice, too. Ryan, I can't leave with you. I am the Dendro Archon. I carry the responsibilities left behind by the greater Lord Rukhadevata. Ryan interrupted her, his expression calm. So, you're refusing? Nahida froze. For the first time, she was truly afraid. Ryan was her most special existence, the one who had accompanied her through her 500-year-long dream. Her best friend. Perhaps something more. No matter what, she didn't want to lose him. Tightening her grip around his neck, Nahida buried her face against him and whispered. I'm sorry, Ryan, I can't leave. But I don't want to lose you. Please, let's keep meeting in our dreams, okay? We can travel together, see pandas, visit snow-capped mountains. It will be just the same, exactly the same. Ryan let out a quiet sigh. I see. I expected this before I came. Nahida's body stiffened. But she only held him tighter, as if the moment she let go, he would disappear. Since that's the case, there's only one solution. Ryan let out a soft laugh. He held Nahida close and whispered against her ear. From this moment on, you're my hostage. You belong to me now. I will consider your opinions on everything except one. As your captor, I forbid you from dreaming any longer. Nahida's eyes widened in shock. She looked up at him, utterly speechless. Ryan grinned, clearly pleased with himself. There's no need for you to argue. My power is more than enough to take you by force. No one in Samuru can stop me. And that, too, follows the laws of this world. As for the responsibilities of the Dendro Archon, he tilted his head slightly. You don't even have your gnosis anymore. Most of Samuru's people don't even acknowledge you as their god. So, at best, you're merely the god of dreams and flora. With that in mind, your absence shouldn't really affect Samuru's operations, should it? So now, we can leave. I want to see how much Samuru is willing to offer to get you back. Nahida opened her mouth, but after a long moment, all she could say was, a hostage doesn't have the right to resist, right? That's exactly right. Ryan smiled smugly. Holding Nahida close, he turned and left the sanctuary of Surasthana. Then, as if remembering something, he asked in a playful tone. By the way, from now on, should I call you Kizanali or Nahida? Nahida puffed up her cheeks, pouting as she muttered. You already know the answer. You're teasing me on purpose. Of course not. I'm just respectfully asking my hostage's name. Ryan barely suppressed a chuckle. When did you find out? Did Lord Morix tell you? Nahida looked up at him, her eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Ryan thought for a moment before shaking his head. How should I put it? The moment I saw you, I just knew. Wah, that's so mean. You just let me embarrass myself this whole time. You really are the worst, Ryan. A truly wicked kidnapper. I won't deny that. He smirked. But you can complain later. Right now, I need to take my hostage home. Home, Nahida huffed. Kidnapper, you're really making decisions all on your own. That's one of my best qualities. And as my hostage, you should at least show me some respect. Their voices grew fainter as they disappeared into the wind. Only the empty sanctuary of Surasthana remained, as if a quiet sigh had been left behind. Nahida, safe travels. I hope you'll understand someday. A hazy voice echoed through the fading divine power, vanishing without a trace. The flower carriage swayed gently. Nahida opened her eyes. A 500-year-long dream had come to an end. And now Ryan was taking her to build the garden they had once dreamed of. 109, the Grand Sage's unluckiest day. 109, the Grand Sage's unluckiest day. Grand Sage Azar was utterly bewildered. Just like any other day, he had been at the experimental facility, making preliminary preparations for the God creation plan. Then, suddenly, the entire base exploded. Or rather, it was attacked by something. If not for the heart of God he carried with him, he would have ended up just like those unfortunate researchers, obliterated into nothing more than a mist of blood. But honestly, being alive wasn't much better than death at this point. The entire facility had been destroyed, all research data annihilated, and every single researcher involved had perished. The progress they had painstakingly made with the God creation plan was now completely wiped out. The only silver lining was that one other person had survived. The Fatui Harbinger, who had been in the base with him, the former outcast of the Academia, the Doctor. Somehow, using an unknown method, he had also managed to cling to life. Azar had to admit when it came to the God creation plan, Doctor was far more capable than he was, even as the Grand Sage. With him around, they could simply start over from scratch. But, the loss of all that data and those materials, just thinking about it was enough to drive Azar to despair. Who the hell? His voice, filled with barely contained fury, had only just left his lips when a blood-curdling, malicious shriek echoed through the darkness. Something eerie was hurtling toward him at terrifying speed. Azar stared, stunned, as the next moment a grotesque, monstrous zombie tore through the mist and lunged at him. A suffocating aura of pure savagery and bloodlust enveloped him. For all his arrogance as Samuru's so-called greatest intellect, Azar was still just an ordinary man without a vision. To think he had survived the explosion only to die in the jaws of this creature. He had no doubt this thing ate people. But just as its razor-sharp claws were about to rip into him, an overwhelming flood of elemental energy swept in like a tidal wave. The sheer force of it sent the zombie flying. Footsteps echoed through the ruins, and a figure emerged, a man with long, jagged blue hair, wearing an eerie mask. Doctor strolled forward at a leisurely pace. Looks like you've provoked something rather powerful. Impossible. Azar immediately rejected the notion, his voice heavy with conviction. The God creation plan is still in its preparatory phase. Only we know about it. Besides, an attack of this magnitude hasn't occurred anywhere in all of Teyvat for the last 500 years. Hearing this, Doctor let out a sharp, mirthless chuckle, his tone laced with cold amusement. You really believe the Academia kept the Lesser Lord Kizanali's imprisonment a perfect secret? You really think this was just some accident caused by a miscalculated experiment? Confidence is good, but excessive confidence? That is nothing but ignorant arrogance. I don't care who you've angered, nor do I care if your plans have been leaked. But this time, you dragged me into your little disaster. Doughtery's voice turned colder, his masked gaze piercing. If you don't offer me some truly valuable experimental materials, I will show you exactly why. In the past, the academia and its sages feared my research as if it were the work of a demon. Prepare everything anew. Find a more hidden location to restart the experiment. If this happens again. The look in Doughtery's eyes visible even through the mask was glacial, sending a chill down Azar's spine. But before he could respond, Dr. had already vanished. This time, in order to preserve his prime condition segment for the most crucial experiments, he had paid an unimaginable price. Even for someone as obsessed with experimentation as Dr., that loss stung. He had no desire to linger in this accursed place any longer. As he departed, he casually snatched up the strange creature that had attacked Azar. However, before he could even bring the zombie back to the factory for analysis, it was instantly incinerated upon exposure to sunlight. Right before his eyes, it disintegrated into nothing, leaving behind only a single piece of rotting flesh. Doughtery's expression darkened. When the modified Vanguard unit finally arrived, he remained silent, simply picking up the decayed flesh and leaving without another word. This time, he had suffered a tremendous loss. Back at the ruins, Azar clenched his fist so tightly that blood began to drip from his palms, the sound of it hitting the ground echoing through the desolation. He seethed with fury at Doughtery's arrogance, at the attack that should never have happened, at the fact that his years of painstaking efforts had been obliterated in mere moments. Now, he would have to start over from nothing. Who did this? Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists even harder, his nails digging into his skin, drawing more blood. But a moment later, his body slumped in defeat as he collapsed onto the wreckage. Even if he knew the answer, what could he possibly do? Samuru had imprisoned its own Archon, and the entire nation lacked even a single god-level combatant. In a world rife with schemes and monstrous powers, this was the most fatal weakness of all. This was precisely why, even in the era where the Fatui sought to gather the hearts of gods, Sneznia had no interest in outright invading Samuru. Had they chosen to do so, who knew what state Samuru would be in now? But just because the other nations refrained from acting didn't mean other forces wouldn't. The only slight consolation was that the Lesser Lord Kuzanali was still alive. She was the last resort Azar had never wished to use. But now, he had no choice. She was the only god-level power left in Samuru. Suddenly, another guttural shriek rang out from the darkness. Two more zombies tore through the dust and lunged at him. Damn it! Azar's eyes widened in terror as he immediately turned and ran. But in the debris-ridden ruins, how could he possibly outrun them? Within moments, they had caught up. One of the creatures swiped its claws at him, slashing deep into his flesh. Worse still, something in its claws, a toxin, perhaps seeped into his wound, making his body feel off. But that wasn't the issue right now. The real question was whether he would even survive the next few seconds. During the explosion earlier, the Heart of God had shielded him with its auto-defense field. But now, it had dimmed to the point of near extinction, clearly drained of power. Just as he was about to meet his end, a brilliant surge of elemental energy descended upon the battlefield. The dazzling radiance of thunder and the verdant glow of nature illuminated the ruins. Two mighty figures landed amidst the chaos. Samuru's two strongest warriors, Sino and Al-Haytham, had arrived. A storm of questions raged in their minds. They had no idea why the Academia had been attacked. Sino and Al-Haytham had no idea why such a hidden space existed beneath the Academia, nor why Grand Sage Azar himself was here. But now was not the time for questions. The terrifying creatures were still alive. There was no time to waste. Without exchanging another word, the two lunged forward to continue the battle. The zombies were unimaginably powerful. Just a single careless swing of their claws could shatter massive boulders several times the height of a man. There was no way Sino and Al-Haytham could face them head-on. Fortunately, the creatures seemed slow and cumbersome. And both Sino and Al-Haytham excelled in speed and agility. It took considerable effort, but in the end, they managed to eliminate the bizarre entities. Panting lightly, they exchanged a glance, their suspicions growing deeper. But now was not the time to dwell on it. They quickly turned back toward Azar. The deep gashes on his body continued to bleed, but oddly, his blood had taken on a dark, almost black hue. It looked like he had been poisoned. Yet strangely enough, Azar was still able to hold himself together. Gritting his teeth, he tore a piece of cloth and tightly bound his wound, his voice low and steady. "Do you know who attacked the Academia?" Sino shook his head and replied gravely. "The attack came from above. Such destructive force, at the very least, it had to be the work of a being related to a god. There were no elemental traces left behind, not even." Sino paused for a moment, his tone growing strangely uncertain. All of Samuru, even the entire Academia, only trembled slightly. Yet, only this place was destroyed. The attacker deliberately controlled the range and intensity of their assault. If that's the case, the one responsible is likely a god. There are no reports of injuries elsewhere in the Academia. The only casualty is you. Azar's pupils contracted sharply. The worst possible scenario had come to pass. The enemy had no interest in attacking Samuru or the Academia itself. Their sole target was this hidden facility. To put it bluntly, the attack was aimed at the god creation plan. And the assailant was a god-tier being who followed no logic. Azar had always looked down on those who relied solely on brute strength. Yet now, the wisdom he had so prided himself upon, his so-called intelligence, was utterly useless against a foe like this. If the enemy realized he was still alive, would they come back to finish the job? How could he continue the god creation plan now? A splitting headache surged through Azar, not only from stress but also from the aftereffects of the zombies' attack. Clenching his teeth, he forced himself to remain composed and issued an order. I understand. This matter must not be made public. Announced that the destruction was caused by an earthquake. Sino and Al-Haytham exchanged a look. It was clear now Azar had been conducting some secret experiment. Neither of them responded, only standing in silence. Azar had no time to concern himself with their thoughts. Moments later, his personal guards arrived in haste. After whispering a few words into his ear, Azar's face turned ashen. He urgently ordered them to carry him away at once. His series of odd reactions only deepened Sino and Al-Haytham's suspicions. A secret underground facility. The Grand Sage's inexplicable secrecy. A sudden, catastrophic attack of divine proportions. Everything that had happened had gone beyond their expectations. What kind of experiment is he hiding from everyone? Sino's face was cold as he turned to Al-Haytham. As the scribe, you must have some idea. Al-Haytham indeed had his own speculations, but there was no way he would share them with Sino. He wasn't sure of the General Mahamatra's stance or what choices he might make in the future. With a neutral expression, he simply said, I don't know. As the General Mahamatra, you should seek the answers yourself. Silence stretched between them as they stood amidst the ruins, observing everything carefully. Yet, the explosion had left behind nothing but devastation. After a while, realizing they would find no further clues, they had no choice but to leave. Just as they were about to part ways, Al-Haytham suddenly spoke, his tone carrying a hint of implication. If you were to learn that the Academia, the sages, are not what you imagined, that wisdom has long since rotted, what would you do? Sino paused mid-step but did not answer. He simply kept walking. However, Al-Haytham seemed to have already gotten the answer he wanted. A slight smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he added, if you have the chance, try checking the archives. You might find some interesting information. And be careful. With that, Al-Haytham turned and walked away in the opposite direction. Sino glanced back, his gaze lingering on Al-Haytham for a long moment before he left without a word. The strange intersection of their paths, the pursuit of secrets and truth, was supposed to come much later in their lives. Yet now, thanks to the chaos stirred by an unexpected force, that moment had arrived far sooner. Not that it mattered to Azar anymore. Because the Lesser Lord Khuzanili had vanished. Useless fools. Azar, lying on a stretcher, glared furiously at the two guards stationed at the sanctuary of Surasthana. The two men kept their heads down, silent, not daring to speak. You can't even remember what the intruder looked like. Grand Sage, sir, the enemy seemed to have used some strange power to erase our memories. One of the guards finally responded in a voice laced with shame. Azar nearly passed out from rage. Moments later, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, and issued a new command in a cold, decisive tone. Mobilize all available forces. Find and capture the Lesser Lord Khuzanili. And immediately secure a new, hidden location to rebuild the laboratory. Understood. The guard swiftly saluted and rushed off to carry out his orders. Azar's expression darkened, his mind clouded not only by his injuries but also by the sheer weight of everything that had happened. He had no idea how much time had passed when suddenly, his secretary knocked on the door. Grand Sage Azar, we have received an urgent message from our merchant stationed in Laya. What emergency trade matter could possibly be more important than capturing the Lesser Lord Khuzanili? Get lost. If you can't handle such trivial issues yourselves, then you're unfit for your positions. Azar had completely lost all semblance of composure. Enraged, he grabbed the nearest book from the table and hurled it at the secretary. The secretary ducked his head, quickly clutching the letter and retreating without another word. This was the worst day of Azar's entire life. 110, gone you. Did I just pat the Dendro Archon's head? 110, gone you. Did I just pat the Dendro Archon's head? No matter what was happening with Azar and Samuru, it had nothing to do with Ryan. He had already taken Nahida and Xiao back to the house at the foot of Mt Tianheng. After arranging a room for Nahida, he prepared to take her to the MC world. Yet Nahida kept glancing toward the chasm, or rather, toward Samuru. Ryan chuckled as he walked over, patting Nahida's head. As a hostage, you should have the awareness of one. Right now, you should be worrying about yourself, not about Samuru. Besides, weren't the sages so sure they could handle things on their own? Well then, let them deal with it. Nahida pouted, looking up at Ryan with a hint of grievance. If that's how you see it, then as a kidnapper, shouldn't you have the awareness of one as well? Why are you even giving me a place to stay? Unless, you plan to keep me here forever and have some sinister designs on me. Hearing this, Ryan acted as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. He shook his head, laughing, and didn't bother responding. Instead, he gestured at Nahida's height and teased. If we ignore your actual age, we probably look more like father and daughter. Nahida's little face instantly scrunched up, her cheeks puffing as she glared at Ryan. That's so rude. Even if I'm the youngest among the Archons, only 500 years old and still quite young, I'm still much older than you, am I not? Unfortunately for her, such reasoning didn't work on Ryan. After all, he was purely an appearance-based creature. In his eyes, Ganyu and Ningguangishbit, their differing lifespans are the same age. Zhongli and himself? The same age. Nahida and Klee? Also the same age. Wandering around Teyvat, he could run into an eternally youthful immortal at any given moment. Age wasn't really something worth paying attention to. Besides, Nahida had been imprisoned for centuries, with little chance to gain the wisdom that time should have granted her. In his dream, he had already seen it clearly. Nahida was truly just an innocent, adorable little girl at heart. Ruffling her elf-like ears, Ryan reminded her. In a moment, I'll take you to my world. But right now, Laya's base is under attack, so we'll save the introductions for later. The flower chariot and garden I promised you. I've got the materials, so we can plan it together later. And one more thing. The Geo Archon, Morax, who now goes by the name Zhongli, is also there. Nahida instantly tensed up, worry flashing in her eyes as she looked at Ryan. After all, strictly speaking, she had violated the contract between the seven, using her divine power to probe into Laya's domain without permission. The oldest Archon of them all, the god of war himself, even Barbatos had to show him some degree of reverence. Let alone her, a young god of only 500 years, who had spent those years imprisoned. She quietly reached out and grabbed Ryan's hand, a little nervous. Ryan smiled and glanced at the now fully formed interdimensional portal, speaking softly. Zhongli's a good guy, just a bit old-fashioned and overly serious. He knows your situation and has already said you can stay in Laya temporarily. What I really need to tell you is she's completely immersed in his new identity as Zhongli. So whatever you do, don't go exposing his true identity. Dragons are very petty creatures. Ryan put on a serious expression as he mocked Zhongli. Xiao, standing nearby, looked a little uncomfortable. Honestly, if Ryan weren't both Zhongli's close friend and benefactor, Xiao would have definitely stepped in to remind him to respect the Lord of Geo. But since Zhongli himself had acknowledged Ryan as an equal, Xiao decided it wasn't necessary to interfere. He just pretended not to hear anything. After all, it wasn't the first time Ryan and Zhongli had bickered, especially over that fishing competition. Xiao had long since come to realize that his Archon enjoyed having someone who treated him as an equal, someone who wasn't afraid to speak their mind. He didn't understand why, but if that was what the Lord of Geo wanted, then so be it. The portal stabilized completely, and Nahida had no choice but to temporarily set aside her worries about Samuru. She followed Ryan into the mystical world beyond. The moment she stepped through, she realized this place was just as beautiful as the dream she had seen before. The square-shaped trees didn't surprise her after all, she had seen them in her dream. Still, stepping into this world was undeniably fascinating. Not far ahead, a massive fortress-like city stood tall. Strange stone walls stretched high into the sky, and two enormous iron constructs patrolled outside. The scenery here made Nahida feel an unexpected sense of warmth, almost like coming home. Ryan. Before she could take in more of the view, an excited voice called out from a watchtower. A beautiful young woman leaped down, spreading her wind glider as she sped toward Ryan. Ryan grinned, opening his arms just in time to catch Ganyu as she landed. With practiced ease, he rubbed her horns and gave her a kiss. In an instant, the cheerful energy that had been building inside Nahida crumbled. Her expression soured, becoming even gloomier than when she was imprisoned for 500 years. Her little face scrunched up in displeasure. How's the situation at the base? Have the attackers arrived? Hearing this, Ganyu happily narrowed her eyes and shook her head. No, everything's fine. The fortifications are nearly complete. Everyone's just been waiting for you to come back and inspect them. Ryan didn't say much more, he just pointed at Nahida, gently introducing her. This is Nahida, the good friend I've told you about. Ganyu turned to look and found herself facing a petite girl with delicate elf-like ears. For some reason, though, that girl's gaze toward her seemed a little resistant. Ganyu didn't think much of it, assuming it was just her imagination. As for the idea that Nahida might be jealous, that was simply absurd. No matter how you looked at it, she was just a little girl who hadn't even come of age yet. How could she possibly have such thoughts? Ganyu crouched down, her face adorned with a warm smile as she gently ruffled Nahida's hair and said softly, "Hello, Nahida. I'm Ganyu. I've heard Ryan mention you many times before. Since you're his good friend, that makes you my good friend too." Hearing this, Nahida's mood improved slightly. No matter what, gaining another friend was always something to be happy about in her 500 years of solitude. But still, she couldn't help feeling a bit displeased. Nahida didn't respond immediately, and Ganyu simply assumed she was shy. Curious, she turned to Ryan, silently inquiring about where he had brought Nahida from. Ryan chuckled and said, "Oh, I almost forgot to mention Nahida is the current Dendro Archon, the little Lord Kizanali." Ganyu froze, glancing at her own hand, which was still resting atop Nahida's head. Inside the temporarily constructed war conference room of the base, everyone sat around wooden sofas, their gazes shifting back and forth between Ryan and Nahida, who was quietly sitting on his lap. Among them, Ganyu looked the most awkward. She had just She had just ruffled the hair of the ruling deity of Samuru, the little Lord Kizanali. This was probably an even bigger moment than when she nearly choked on her own food and almost ascended to Celestia right then and there. So, Ningguang rubbed her temples and said in a calm voice, "You went out earlier, smashed the Academia, tossed 3 zombies at them, and then kidnapped Lady Nahida." Before Ryan could say anything, Nahida spoke up of her own accord. "Ryan did it out of concern for me. Everything happened because of me. Also, if possible, just call me Nahida. You are Ryan's friends, so you are my friends as well." Ryan couldn't help but chuckle. Just moments ago, Nahida had been sulking at him for destroying the Academia, yet now, when Ningguang brought it up, she had immediately stepped forward to defend him. But to Ryan, there was no need for any kind of defense. He simply nodded with an easygoing smile and said, "That's right. I smashed the Academia, completely destroyed the Grand Sage's research base, and whether or not he's still alive is up in the air. But that was the right thing to do." As he leisurely combed through Nahida's soft hair, he added in a relaxed tone, "A bunch of fools who neither appreciate nor reflect upon the knowledge bestowed upon them, who only know how to demand more from their god instead of seeking wisdom themselves, and yet they call themselves the people of wisdom. That's just plain disgusting. I don't see any issue with leveling the Academia. Worst case scenario, I was just avenging my friend. I believe that in Teyvat, the rule of might makes right is still widely accepted, isn't it?" Ryan grinned and playfully flexed his fist. "In that case, this is just divine retribution." Upon hearing this, Ningguang and the others merely shook their heads with wry smiles. None of them had any intention of criticizing Ryan's actions. In fact, deep down, they all felt that he had done the right thing. After spending a little time with Nahida, they quickly realized that she was nothing more than a kind and adorable girl. Setting aside her status as the Dendro Archon, just the fact that such a gentle soul had been imprisoned for 500 years, that was already a crime of the highest order. Those so-called sages deserved nothing less than death 1,000 times over. "So that's why you were so angry a few days ago, Ryan. You had just learned about what happened to Nahida." Ganya sighed, her gaze toward Nahida now carrying a hint of sorrow. "Nahida never mentioned any of this to me." Ryan simply smiled and shook his head, pinching Nahida's cheek. "Of course she didn't. In fact, this little dummy even kept thinking that it was her own fault, that she was unworthy of being Samuru's god, and that she deserved to be locked away for 500 years. Otherwise, how could a mere group of sages possibly have the power to imprison a deity, even with the residual divine power of the greater Lord Rukhadevata lingering in the sanctuary of Surasthana?" Hearing this, the others all nodded in agreement. They knew better than anyone just how powerful an Archon was. Even though Nahida wasn't one of the original 7, a god was still a god. Even a being on the path to godhood would never be the same as a true deity until they fully ascended. It was a matter of divine hierarchy. No amount of mortal tricks could change that. Nahida had truly sealed herself away of her own volition. Upon realizing this, everyone's resentment toward the Academia deepened. No wonder the Academia has been drastically increasing its procurement of various materials lately, so this was what they were up to. Ningguang let out a cold scoff. "From now on, I'll have Liu renegotiate all business dealings with them. Any materials they purchase will be sold at 3 times the usual price." Nahida opened her mouth, wanting to persuade Ningguang otherwise. After all, even if the Academia had done wrong, it was the work of only a select few. It wouldn't be fair to penalize the entire institution. But before she could speak, Ryan said in a quiet, almost ominous voice, "They weren't just increasing their supply lines because they imprisoned Nahida. The Grand Sage was conducting an even more blasphemous experiment. He wanted to create a god." 111 Pillagers incoming. Ready the Redstone cannon. 111 Pillagers incoming. Ready the Redstone cannon. Creating a god. In an instant, aside from Zhongli, who was already aware, everyone else felt a chill run down their spines. Blasphemous. Treacherous ambition. Cloud Retainer slammed the table in fury, her voice filled with righteous indignation. "This is an insult to all the Archons. A grave act of disrespect against the gods who have protected them. This isn't just Samuru's problem anymore, it's an offense that will turn all of Teyvat against them." Xiao's expression darkened, his voice as cold as steel. "If I had known this sooner, I would have made sure to confirm whether those sages were truly eliminated." Their anger was justified. The idea of creating a god might seem like it only concerned Samuru, but the Dendro Archon was one of the 7. The sages daring to craft a deity of their own was not just a matter of Samuru's governance seat, it was a direct affront to the authority of the 7 Archons. If Samuru could create their own Archon today, who was to say they wouldn't try to forge a Geo Archon, an Enmo Archon, or even an Electro Archon tomorrow? How could the other nations stand for this? To the Adepti of Liu, Morix was not only their ruler but also their mentor, their guardian, their god. And now, those so-called sages were essentially proclaiming, "We can create our own gods, too." This wasn't just a slap in the face, it was trampling upon centuries of faith and divine authority. If they actually succeeded, what would the people of Liu think? What would Ningguang and the Kixing think? Wouldn't it set a dangerous precedent? Even if Liu as a whole refrained from such heretical endeavors, there was no guarantee that some lunatic wouldn't try. Xiao's eyes flashed coldly as he spoke. Shall we summon all the Adepti? Or report this to Rex Lapis and convene a 7 Archons meeting to sanction Samuru? That suggestion immediately alarmed Nahida. Cloud Retainer and Xiao's gazes instinctively turned to Zhongli, as did Ningguang's. Had the sages merely sought to create another god, some ordinary deity, the Adepti might not have cared. But they were attempting to manufacture an Archon. That was an entirely different matter. Even Barbados, the most easygoing of the 7, would be furious if he learned of this. If Zhongli gave the order now, Xiao and the Adepti would have no hesitation in gathering their forces to storm Samuru and raze the Academia to the ground. Zhongli remained silent for a moment, swirling his teacup as he considered the matter. Even though his godly power was greatly suppressed, his divine perception remained sharp. Hearing Ryan bring up the so-called God Creation Project again made him deeply uncomfortable. Yet, after a sip of tea, he finally spoke with a calm and measured voice. I believe that since the project has yet to succeed, this still remains an internal matter of Samuru. Now that the little Lord Kuzainali is here, perhaps it is best to let her handle this. No matter what others may say, she is the chosen successor of the greater Lord Rukhadevata. The wisdom of the greater Lord was highly esteemed among the 7. I trust that the little Lord Kuzainali will find a way to resolve this matter. His meaning was clear. If the greater Lord Rukhadevata had chosen Nahida as her successor, then she must be worthy of the title. For now, he would not interfere. But if the project succeeded, the moment an artificially created Archon was born, the 7 Archons would convene and Samuru would face judgment. The heavenly principles would never allow a fabricated Archon to exist. Nor would the 7. This was not just about Samuru. This was about the divine order of Teyvat itself. Moreover, even with his suppressed power, Zhongli could still perceive the unmistakable traces of the World Tree and the Greater Lord within Nahida's very essence. He had his suspicions. And so, he chose to place his trust in her. Nahida lowered her head, her small hands tightening into fists. After a long silence, she finally murmured. The Academia does not recognize my existence. The people of Samuru seem to have no need for me. Do I truly have the right to act? Ryan did not answer. Instead, he looked toward Zhongli. When it came to the role of an Archon, there was no one more qualified to advise Nahida than the oldest of the 7. Zhongli nodded and spoke with solemn certainty. Of course you do. No matter what anyone says, the greater Lord Rukhadevata would never make the wrong choice. She was the avatar of the World Tree, the wisest of us all. If she chose you, then you will one day grow to be her equal, if not surpass her. I have read in ancient records that among the original 7, none could match her wisdom. Believe in her choice. Believe in yourself. Nahida's eyes wavered, feeling the weight of Zhongli's words. For the first time in a long while, she felt acknowledged. A warmth bloomed in her chest, dissolving the uncertainties clouding her heart. She took a deep breath and, after a brief pause, lifted her head with newfound determination. I understand now. I will put an end to the God Creation Project myself. If the situation spirals beyond my control, I will take full responsibility before the 7 Archons. I will defend the dignity of the 7. At her firm declaration, Zhongli gave a small nod of approval and said no more. Since Rex Lapis himself had spoken, Xiao and the others had no reason to press further. However, this did not mean the matter was closed. If the God Creation Project was not thoroughly eradicated, they would not hesitate to march on Samuru. They might not concern themselves with the fates of the other Archons, but the dignity of their own Godolph Rex Lapis was theirs to defend. Imagine a world where the 7 nations stand side by side, ruled by the 7 Archons. And among them, there exists a god who was artificially created. How utterly revolting. At the very least, the God Creation Project has been sabotaged by Ryan, meaning it will be a long time before they can attempt it again. Ningguang rubbed her temples, trying to calm herself after hearing such an earth-shattering revelation. This was not a matter she could comment on too freely, especially with Cloud Retainer and Xiao watching her, waiting for her stance. Liu could not afford to entertain such heretical thoughts. Although Nahida claims she can handle this, she has no real influence in Samuru. We must provide some form of assistance. I will have the Ministry of Civil Affairs draft a comprehensive plan to counter the Academia's God Creation Project at every turn. We will closely monitor the situation there. Any developments will be reported immediately. Rest assured, this matter will remain strictly confidential between us. The knowledge of this project will not spread beyond this room. Liu will never pursue such arrogance. Our people understand the irreplaceable role that Rex Lapis holds in our land. Hearing this, Cloud Retainer and Xiao finally withdrew their gazes. At the root of it all, the blame lay with the Academia, or rather, the deranged sages who ran it. Because they could no longer extract new knowledge, they deemed little Lord Kuzainali useless and decided to manufacture a god who could grant them wisdom. The sheer absurdity of it was laughable. If a mother could no longer provide for her children, would they create a new mother? How utterly ridiculous. Ryan knew this wasn't just about Nahida. If the greater Lord Rukhadevata had failed to provide them with knowledge, these sages likely would have attempted the same madness with her. In the end, this was the real problem. These so-called scholars never truly sought knowledge on their own. All they knew was how to take. And when the door to free knowledge was closed, their addiction to effortless learning drove them to madness. No wonder Lisa despised the academia, no wonder she saw them as a lost cause. They deserved this. Lisa, at least, had her principles intact. Ryan, where will Nahida be staying? Ganyu, ever perceptive, cleverly changed the topic. She blinked her large eyes in curiosity as she looked at Ryan. Ryan ruffled Nahida's hair and grinned. Since she's my hostage, naturally, she must remain under my watch at all times. I've already arranged a room for her in my little courtyard. As for this world. Meeting Nahida's expectant gaze, Ryan chuckled. I plan to build a temple of virtue with Nahida, then create a garden for her. And after that the Redstone technology project can begin, followed by constructing a grand ceremonial carriage. Nahida beamed with joy. But before she could respond, Ganyu suddenly blurted out. Then I'll live with Ryan too. Everyone turned to stare at Ganyu in utter shock. It was only after speaking that Ganyu realized how strange her words sounded. Flustered, she quickly explained. Well, Nahida will need someone to take care of her, right? And I have experience. I've been looking after Yao Yao for years. Ryan didn't know what to say to that. Looking after Yao Yao? Anyone familiar with Ganyu and Yao Yao's relationship would know that Yao Yao, the little adult, hardly needed anyone to care for her. If anything, it was Yao Yao who constantly worried about Ganyu's erratic lifestyle. Still, Ryan had no reason to refuse cohabiting with Ganyu. It was clear that they were on the verge of something significant, and living together would certainly accelerate things. He grinned and nodded. No problem. I've always kept a room for you, Ganyu. Once we wrap up the situation here, I'll help you move in. They exchanged a knowing glance, a silent understanding passing between them. Ganyu had no objections to Ryan's desires. After all, she had already decided he was the one. And besides, they'd already kissed. There was only one step left. However, Ningguang and Nahida were not pleased by this turn of events. Not that they could say anything about it. Ningguang still had to manage the Jade Chamber. Even though she could visit the MC world frequently, she had a mountain of official duties awaiting her every night. As for Nahida, in Ryan's eyes, she would always be a small, eternally youthful, legal loli. He would never think of her in any other way. Cloud Retainer, meanwhile, sighed as she looked at Ganyu. It felt like just yesterday that the chubby little Kylan had been following her around. And now, in the blink of an eye, she was at the age of marriage. To avoid further unpleasant thoughts, Ningguang decided to change the subject. Ryan, didn't you mention wanting to use this attack as an opportunity to test your redstone cannon? Ryan snapped his fingers as he suddenly remembered. Right. I almost forgot. Since I have the materials ready, now's the perfect time to build it. Redstone cannons had evolved through countless iterations over the years. The earliest versions were simple constructs made of stone and water. But they were incredibly inefficient. Every shot wasted an enormous amount of TNT. Even with Ryan's near-limitless TNT reserves, he couldn't afford to be wasteful. Later, designs incorporated redstone comparators, repeaters, and sticky pistons. These marked a significant advancement over the primitive stone-based cannons. Then came the TNT duplicator. That monstrosity was mostly used for large-scale mining operations. Once activated, it continuously generated and ignited TNT using a unique MC mechanic. But these were all ground-based or stationary air designs. The real game-changer was the Redstone Bomber. A fleet of mobile bombers that traveled through the sky, carpet-bombing everything in their path, leaving nothing but devastation behind. However, such a weapon was completely unsuitable for a base defense scenario. A single bombing run would obliterate everything within a several-kilometer radius. For now, Ryan intended to build a piston-driven redstone cannon. He had all the necessary comparators, repeaters, and other materials ready. Leaving a few of these cannons to guard the base wouldn't be a bad idea. Just as he was contemplating how to start, a hurried voice interrupted his thoughts. A Millelith soldier rushed into the room, his footsteps urgent. My lords, the pillagers are attacking. 112, redstone cannon rapid fire or single shot. 112, redstone cannon rapid fire or single shot. Standing atop the newly constructed wall, the group gazed into the distance, watching as the first wave of the assault approached. Perhaps because this was merely the initial wave, there weren't many powerful enemies present. All in all, there were 8 pillagers accompanied by a single ravager. To be honest, it wasn't difficult at all. Even if Ryan and the others didn't intervene, the Millelith soldiers could handle the situation effortlessly. But this was only the first wave, a mere introductory skirmish. Besides, in a typical Minecraft world, when villagers faced pillager raids, they would simply hide in their homes. Now, however, this base housed hundreds of people, all of whom could fight. Ryan couldn't guarantee that, after recognizing this difference, the future waves wouldn't become exponentially harder. Everyone looked at the approaching pillagers and found the whole thing somewhat comical. They had all prepared extensively, expecting that an attack would mean an overwhelming horde of dozens or even hundreds of enemies. But now, there was no need for any complicated strategy. The Millelith archers stationed in the watchtowers fired arrows at them, and the pillagers couldn't even get within 50 meters of the base. After a brief silence, Ningguang waved her hand dismissively. Regardless, weak enemies are a good thing, but we shouldn't always count on them staying this weak. Prepare to attack. Upon hearing the order, the Millelith immediately straightened their stances, arrows nocked and ready. At that moment, Ryan suddenly spoke in a soft voice. Focus your arrows on the pillagers. As for the Ravager, leave it alone. Let the Iron Golem handle it. Don't attack recklessly. If you accidentally hit the golem, things could get messy. Everyone nodded seriously, though they couldn't help but find his warning a little odd. The real threat wasn't the enemies, but their own Iron Golem? That sounded absurd, but they couldn't doubt it either. After all, they had seen with their own eyes the raw power of that golem's punches. It was basically a one-punch golem. Also, assign a squad to keep a close watch on the skies. If anything flies overhead, friend or foe, shoot it down immediately. With that, Ryan said no more, and the Millelith immediately split into their designated positions, some on guard, others ready to attack. Hu Tao curiously poked Ryan in the waist, lowering her voice as she asked, Ryan, did you spot an evoker hiding in the shadows? Did it summon Vexes? The moment she spoke, everyone tensed up, their eyes sweeping across the dim forest. Unlike pillagers, who dropped only minor loot when defeated, evokers carried totems of undying. No matter how powerful an evoker was, no one here would hesitate to hunt one down. The rewards were absolutely worth the effort. Ryan chuckled, shaking his head. What are you thinking? There's no evoker, at least, not yet. There's no way one would appear in the first wave. I'm more concerned about phantoms. Those things are annoying. Ryan hadn't forgotten his estimate. They had spent at least 2 days in the Nether. Now that they were back, today marked the 3rd day, which meant that both he and Ningguang along with the others had fulfilled the conditions for phantom spawning. Those creatures could attack from above at any moment. And right now, it was dusk. At this rate, if the battle dragged into the night, phantoms were practically guaranteed to appear. If they weren't prepared, they could end up getting overwhelmed, raiders attacking from the ground, Vexes and phantoms swarming from the sky. It would be an absolute nightmare. With this in mind, Ryan softly explained. Phantoms are a type of hostile aerial mob. If we go 3 days without sleeping, they spawn in the overworld at night and launch aerial attacks. They're not exactly the strongest enemies, but they're a pain to deal with. If we keep avoiding sleep, they'll just keep spawning endlessly. And considering we're already dealing with a raid, this is far from ideal. Think about it. How long has it been since any of us last slept? Ganyu froze for a moment before suddenly realizing. Today marks the 3rd day. Ryan shrugged. Each of us could spawn between 1 and 6 phantoms. There are 5 of us who haven't slept. If we're unlucky, we could be looking at 30 phantoms in one go. That realization made everyone's expressions turn stiff. Under normal circumstances, 30 phantoms wouldn't be a major problem. But with a raid already underway, they couldn't afford to split their forces too much. Yet, asking Ganyu and the others to go sleep right now was completely absurd. They were in the middle of a battle, after all. Seeing everyone's conflicted expressions, Ryan waved his hand casually, smiling. Relax, just keep an eye out. At the end of the day, we have the numbers on our side. Besides, phantom membranes are valuable loot. Not only can they be used to repair elytras, but they're also key ingredients for making slow-falling potions. With those potions, even without gliders, you can jump from great heights without a problem. I was planning to farm some anyway, so this actually works out. Now we don't even have to go looking for cats. The others exchanged puzzled looks. He had been talking about phantoms, so why did he suddenly mention cats? But by now, they were used to Ryan's train of thought. So we should take advantage of tonight and farm as many phantom membranes as possible. Ningguang glanced at the Millelith, who had already begun their attack, and spoke thoughtfully. Ryan had no objections. Best case scenario, we use weapons with looting enchantments to maximize phantom membrane drops. But that's not urgent for now. After a moment's thought, Ryan scanned the base, eventually selecting an open area. Once I finish building the redstone cannon and confirm it's working properly, we can focus on hunting phantoms. We'll set up a glass trap, and if all goes well, we'll use looting enchanted weapons to farm as many membranes as we need tonight. Seeing how confident Ryan was, everyone chose not to press further. Though they were still curious about the phantoms, in the grand scheme of things, they didn't see them as a major threat. Sure, phantom membranes were useful, but compared to what was coming, the next waves of attacks would bring evoker scurrying totems of undying. And to any flesh and blood human, what could be more valuable than a second chance at life? You know, I just realized something. Ningguang mused. The monsters in this world seem to drop incredibly useful materials. Endermen drop ender pearls, allowing teleportation. Skeletons drop bones, which can be turned into bone meal for fast farming. Evokers drop totems of undying. Her golden eyes glimmered with a calculating light. With all that in mind, maybe we shouldn't be avoiding monsters at all. We should be actively hunting them to collect their resources. Ryan grinned. Exactly. That's why I keep saying that in this world, monsters are just another form of valuable resource. Otherwise, why do you think I went through the trouble of building a mob farm and a slime farm? He stretched lazily. Once this raid is over, we'll take a short break, and then we're heading back to the Nether. He suddenly caught Hu Tao's teasing gaze and corrected himself. Ahem, I mean, the underworld. Ignoring her stifled laughter, Ryan continued, I'll sort out the blaze spawner, make it safe, and set up a system where we can regularly farm blaze rods without too much risk. Ningguang's sharp mind quickly followed his train of thought. I can draft a few Millilith soldiers ones with excellent reflexes, train them to efficiently farm Ghast tiers. Magma cubes also drop magma cream, which is useful. And we can't forget about the piglins and their gold trades. Just like that, she was already planning their operations for the next half-month. Ryan chuckled and shook his head. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. The Nether is huge, and we've only found the fortress so far. There's still one more key location we need to find. His eyes gleamed with excitement. At some point, I need to locate ancient debris. Netherite is even stronger than diamonds. One step at a time. He stretched again, this time reaching out to rub Nahidha's soft ears, eliciting a confused blink from the little Archon. With his other arm, he casually pulled Ganya closer. Enjoying the best of both worlds, he sighed contentedly before saying, for now, let's focus on surviving this raid, farming some phantom membranes, and getting our nether wart farm up and running tomorrow. That way, we can start mass-producing alchemical potions. After that, once we upgrade some redstone contraptions, we can move on to planning out our nether operations properly. There's still a lot to do, and the next mod pack will be unlocked soon. We won't be getting much rest. The thought of a new mod had Ryan feeling excited. At this point, he had accumulated 93 diamonds. Their recent expeditions into mineshafts and caves had been fruitful, but even so, his actual diamond count should have been much lower. The real reason he had progressed so quickly was thanks to trading with piglins for enchanted diamond gear and looting diamond horse armor from the Nether fortress. It was an unexpected loophole, but since diamond items counted toward his progress, he wasn't about to complain. Otherwise, if he had relied solely on mining, he'd barely have a dozen diamonds at this point. Ningguang chuckled and shot him a knowing look. So, the last mod you unlocked, the Chain Miner mod, its biggest impact so far has been helping Cloud Retainer demolish mountains. Ha! Cloud Retainer huffed, her wings twitching in mild irritation. Well, excuse me for using it effectively. And besides, wasn't it you all who decided that strip mining with chain mining was too dangerous? Meanwhile, that little mining prodigy over there keeps it active all the time. She gestured toward a certain petite figure. Ningguang didn't argue because she couldn't deny it. Now that most of the pillagers were dead, only a single ravager remained. Unfortunately for the beast, it had already been cornered by 2 iron golems and was seconds away from meeting its end. Seeing that there was nothing left to do, Ryan turned away and hopped off the battlements. Let's go. Time to collect our loot and build some redstone cannons. Also, someone fetch some iron ingots, we need to repair the iron golems. Everyone followed him down from the walls. As soon as they reached the ground, a squad of Millilith soldiers rushed out, excitedly gathering arrows and scavenging the battlefield. Any intact arrows were retrieved for future use. Though arrows were technically free, they were still valuable war resources. Of course, the most important loot was the emeralds. Ryan didn't concern himself with the collection process. Instead, he stood at the gate, surveying their surroundings. Ningguang and the others gathered around him, observing the terrain. After a brief moment, Ryan pointed to the area on either side of the main gate. Remove the stone walls here and replace them with wooden fences. That way, people inside can safely operate the cannons without being exposed to enemy attacks. No sooner had he spoken than a group of workers immediately moved in, efficiently dismantling the cobblestone barriers. Within minutes, wooden fences were erected in their place. Now, there were 2 defensive areas on either side of the gate plus an additional redstone cannon placed directly in front of the iron doors. The entire setup followed a simple principle. Defenders inside the walls could fire from relative safety. The cannon in front of the gate was operated manually. If the defenders couldn't hold, they could quickly retreat inside and seal the doors. A strategic balance between offense and defense. Satisfied, Ryan placed down a crafting table and pulled out his redstone supplies. As he prepared to craft, he suddenly paused and looked up. What do you guys think? Should we go for a rapid-fire bombing system or a single-shot mortar? 113 bombardment begins fire. Fire. 113 bombardment begins fire. Fire. Cloud Retainer and Ningguang were eagerly waiting to witness Ryan's legendary redstone cannon in action. But when they heard his question, Cloud Retainer's expression turned somewhat strange. She muttered, "This thing even has single-shot and rapid-fire modes." Of course. Did you think this is the same as your Gishong machine? Ryan chuckled, shaking his head. A rapid-fire redstone cannon, as long as there's enough TNT, can reduce an area spanning hundreds even thousands of meters to scorched earth within seconds. In fact, if necessary, I could even build an airborne bomber that moves through the sky while continuously dropping TNT. As long as you don't tell me to stop and we have enough TNT, I could plow through all of Teyvat for you. The only downside is that it burns through TNT like crazy, but even that can be mitigated with a TNT duplication machine. However, in our current situation, a rapid-fire cannon would be too destructive to the terrain. While it wouldn't self-destruct, it could still pose a danger to anyone nearby if not handled properly. A single-shot cannon, on the other hand, requires manual operation, but at least it's safer. The choice is yours. Hearing this, Cloud Retainer was immediately tempted to ask Ryan to build that airborne TNT bomber. But before she could speak, Ningguang beat her to it. Single shot. Let's go with the single-shot model. Seeing Cloud Retainer's displeasure, Ningguang sighed with a wry smile. Lady Cloud Retainer, rapid-fire redstone cannons aren't just a material drain, they're incredibly dangerous, even for the Millelith and for us. Ryan nodded in agreement, his voice soft but firm. She's right. If you accidentally find yourself within the blast radius of a rapid-fire bombing run, there's no escape. You'd be dead before you even knew what hit you. But if you really want to see it in action. Ryan stroked his chin in thought for a moment. Aren't you in the middle of leveling a mountain? I could set up a demolition cannon for you and save you the trouble of digging through stone yourself. In mere minutes, I could flatten the whole mountain into a basin. Cloud Retainer's eyes lit up at the suggestion, and she immediately clapped Ryan on the shoulder. It's a deal. Satisfied, she stepped back, now content to watch Ryan construct the redstone cannon. Ningguang let out a helpless sigh before turning to Ryan. Let's go with the single-shot cannon, then. Once it's built, if we have time, we can work on some alchemy potions. Ryan nodded and began crafting the necessary components for the redstone cannon. To be honest, even if he were to build a rapid-fire redstone cannon, he would only do so within his personal estate. Zhongli and the others would never approve of setting up such a weapon at the Millelith base. Not without good reason, at least. Because it was simply too dangerous. At full power, a redstone cannon's barrage would be utterly overwhelming. Even in the world of Teyvat, such a weapon would be absurdly overpowered. One accidental misfire, and Laya Harbor or Jueyun Karst could be reduced to rubble in an instant. Its destructive potential was simply too high. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, Zhongli would certainly prefer that this kind of technology never fall into too many hands. Looks like redstone technology is something that needs to be strictly controlled in Teyvat as well. Ningguang shook her head, making a mental note to revise some of her plans. Before long, Ryan had completed all the components for the single-shot redstone cannon. He stepped out past the iron gate, chose an ideal location, and motioned for Ningguang and the others to come over. Ningguang gave a subtle signal to the Millelith standing nearby, and they immediately called for reinforcements. This kind of dangerous technology could never be allowed to spread indiscriminately. Ryan didn't mind. As long as Ningguang and Cloud Retainer learned it, that was enough. I'm only building one. You'll have to build the other two yourselves. So watch closely. He reminded them, and they nodded seriously, focusing all their attention. First, dig one block into the ground. Then, place a fence and a pressure plate on top of it. And now comes the most important part. Ryan's voice lifted slightly. You need to place 3 dispensers on the ground. Pay attention to their orientation. The 2 on the side should face inward, aiming at the middle. The middle one should be facing forward. Ningguang and Cloud Retainer, deeply engrossed, took careful notes while also sketching diagrams of the build. Ryan wasn't in a hurry. He let them take their time, patiently waiting for them to finish their sketches. While he waited, he casually turned to one of the nearby Millelith soldiers. How's the raid progressing? The first wave is over, so what's the status? The soldier straightened up and reported, the attack has progressed about 1/7 of the way. Ryan did a quick mental calculation. 7 waves in total, at least one evoker was guaranteed to appear. This was great news for him. In fact, once the base's defenses were further improved, he was already considering sending people out to actively seek out Pillager patrols to trigger more raids. Until he could set up a proper totem of undying farm, raids were one of the only reliable ways to farm them. As for the single-shot redstone cannon he was constructing, it was, in truth, ancient technology. One of the earliest redstone cannons ever designed, and one that had long been phased out in the game itself. In the late game, a cannon that couldn't duplicate TNT, couldn't perform aerial bombardments, and couldn't deliver rapid-fire saturation strikes, was practically obsolete. But in a real-world Minecraft setting, it was the best option. If a rapid-fire redstone cannon were built here, Ryan wouldn't even be able to sleep at night. That kind of firepower, especially with mod enhancements, was simply unthinkable. Imagine dozens of TNTs exploding around you at the same time. Wouldn't you be terrified? Even in Teyvat, if Ryan had to choose between taking a full-force meteorite shield from Zhongli or tanking a blast from a rapid-fire redstone cannon, he wouldn't hesitate to pick Zhongli's shield. There was simply no way to survive a direct hit from a rapid-fire redstone cannon, because it was death itself. For that reason, Ryan had no intention of ever teaching Ningguang and the others how to build true advanced redstone weaponry. It wasn't a matter of trust, it was a matter of survival. Even if they were his wives, he wasn't about to place his own life and safety in their hands. Lost in thought, Ryan didn't notice that Ningguang and Cloud Retainer had finished taking notes. The two of them had already begun working in perfect sync, one writing out step-by-step instructions while the other sketched precise blueprints. This new redstone technology manual would soon be classified as an absolute secret of Liu, forbidden from being accessed by just anyone. If someone with ill intentions ever managed to build a redstone cannon in the middle of the rite of parting Orange Wayun Karst, that would be a disaster beyond imagination. Seeing Ningguang nod, Ryan continued his explanation. At this point, we crouched down and stacked 2 more dispensers on top of the central one, both facing forward. Then, we remove the one at the back. Once that's done, we move around to the back and sprinkle redstone dust behind the 2 side dispensers. On top of the central dispenser, we place a redstone torch, and behind the lower central dispenser, we attach a button. These were all standard procedures, nothing too complicated to explain. Ryan stepped forward again and pulled out a bucket of water. Next, we place a bucket of water in the empty slot in the center. Thanks to the pressure plate in front, the water will stay confined to that single space and won't spread. I've mentioned before TNT won't destroy blocks when submerged in water, but it will still generate propulsion. You all remember that, right? Everyone nodded in unison. With that, Ryan grinned. All right. The redstone cannon is complete. Now, all we need to do is load TNT into all 4 dispensers. TNT was no issue. Ryan had plenty, and the mining base also had a substantial stockpile. After all, miners frequently used TNT to clear out large areas. And with mob farms and other automation in place, his estate already had 4 whole chests filled with TNT, not to mention the reserves here at the mining base. Without hesitation, Ryan generously loaded a full stack of TNT into each dispenser. Then, he clapped his hands and stood up. All done. Did you get all that? Ningguang glanced at her notebook before nodding. I've noted everything down. The basic mechanics are clear to me now. Shall we try building our own? Ryan raised an eyebrow. You don't want to see it in action first? Ningguang smiled and shook her head. There's no enemy right now, so there's no need to waste resources. Besides, wouldn't it be more impactful if we fired all 3 cannons at the same time once we finish building them? Ryan shrugged, not insisting further. Fair enough. Go ahead and start building. I'll be here to correct you if needed. Though he said that, in truth, these simple redstone cannons weren't hard to make at all. Both Ningguang and Cloud Retainer were skilled at assembling mechanical structures, and before long, they had completed 2 additional cannons at the designated spots. Now, 3 cannons stood in a row, not exactly an awe-inspiring sight, but enough to send chills down the spines of those watching. Xiao, with his heightened combat instincts, had already sensed a deep, lethal threat from them. As she examined the newly constructed redstone cannons, Ningguang fell into deep thought, lightly tapping her chin. What's on your mind? Ryan asked curiously, standing beside her. After a brief pause, Ningguang spoke, her tone carrying a hint of excitement. What if I mounted these on the Jade Chamber? Wouldn't that make it an airborne bombardment platform? Ryan turned to her, visibly impressed. He hadn't expected Ningguang to grasp the true potential of the Jade Chamber so quickly. But in hindsight, it made perfect sense. The Jade Chamber was a floating fortress. And yet, when they had fought Oziel, the grand structure had only deployed 3 automated ballistics requiring an Adeptus to operate. In the end, they had to sacrifice the entire Jade Chamber just to subdue Oziel. Ryan had always felt this was an utter waste of technology. If you had a floating warship, why not drop massive rocks from above? Even something as simple as aerial bombardment would have been devastating. High-altitude falling objects gain extra impact force that common sense. Ryan had previously considered suggesting to Ningguang that she upgrade the Jade Chamber instead of wasting its potential. Wouldn't it be far more efficient to install TNT duplicators? If Oziel ever broke free again, she could just pilot the Jade Chamber above him and rain down TNT non-stop. Let the Millilith soldiers operate Ithek, even Baiwen, Baishur, and Yunjin could do it. Just pull a lever. How hard could that be? Meanwhile, the Adepti could focus on harassing Oziel from the ground. With a proper setup, there wouldn't be any need for a dramatic self-sacrifice. And if all else failed, why not just drop a whole bucket of lava from above? But the fact that Ningguang had come up with this on her own was even better. It meant she was starting to integrate the unique strengths of both worlds on her own. Ryan was even considering getting some floating stones from Teyvat and bringing them into his MC world for testing. If that worked, then everything would be possible. If you have ideas for modifications, note them down. Later, I'll help you see how we can turn the Jade Chamber into a true war machine. Ryan grinned. Then, his gaze shifted toward the forest, now shrouded in darkness. For now, though, it's time to test the redstone cannons. The sounds of zombies groaning and pillagers marching grew louder and more frequent. Ryan could tell this time, their numbers were massive. But that was perfect. The warning bells atop the watchtowers rang, and the Millilith and miners rushed to the walls, bows at the ready. But Ryan didn't retreat. Exchanging glances with Ningguang and Cloud Retainer, he took his position at one of the cannons. Tonight, for the first time, redstone-powered weaponry would be unleashed upon the world of Minecraft. Are you ready? Ryan asked in a low voice. Standing beside him, Ningguang smirked, tilting her head elegantly. If anything, I can't wait. Well then. Ryan took a deep breath, then gave the command. Fire. 114, 114, Ningguang, mount the redstone cannon on the jade chamber. 114, 114, Ningguang, mount the redstone cannon on the jade chamber. The moment Ryan gave the command, the three of them pressed the buttons on the backs of the redstone cannons in perfect unison. The ignition sound crackled through the air, followed by the sharp launch of TNT into the water. One block of TNT detonated first, its explosion propelling another forward with force, straight into the midst of a zombie that had just emerged from the jungle. In the next instant, a deafening explosion tore through the ground, blasting the zombie apart while ripping up surrounding trees and soil. A split second later, two more blasts followed, catching the approaching pillagers before they could even step out of the forest. Everyone had seen TNT explode before. Many had even experienced firsthand the explosive demise of a creeper. The destructive power was undeniable, but visually, it had never been that impressive. At least, not until now. Because redstone cannons were a different story entirely. With each thunderous detonation, TNT was forcefully propelled forward, as if some unseen hand was hurling them with precision. The sheer spectacle of three cannons firing simultaneously was mesmerizing. The Millilith soldiers on the walls, along with Ganyu and the others beside Ryan, were completely stunned. This is effective. Keep firing and let the pillagers and zombies get any closer, Ryan instructed, pressing the button repeatedly. One after another, TNT blocks were activated, raining down in a relentless bombardment upon the incoming horde. Ningguang and Cloud Retainer exchanged glances before following Ryan's lead, their fingers pressing down on the buttons in rapid succession. At first, Ningguang had assumed that operating the redstone cannons would be somewhat cumbersome after all, they were supposed to be single-shot weapons. But now it didn't feel any different from having an automatic launcher. Complicated operation? From start to finish, they were just standing there, pressing a button over and over again. One hand remained completely free if they weren't in the middle of a battle, they could probably snack while firing. The three redstone cannons covered the entire front approach to the base. No one knew exactly how many pillagers and zombies were attacking, because each time one so much as stepped into view, they were instantly blown to pieces by the explosions. From the moment the barrage began, not a single enemy had managed to get within 50 meters of the base. And beyond that 50-meter mark, the ground was completely unrecognizable. It was impossible to find even a single patch of land that still resembled its original form. The sky, which had darkened with the arrival of night, was now ablaze with the glow of the fiery explosions. The combined firepower of the three redstone cannons had turned the battlefield into a cratered wasteland spanning hundreds of meters. At this point, the battle had entered a cycle. New enemies arrived, stumbled into the massive craters, and were immediately annihilated by another barrage of TNT. Others might not have been keeping count, but Ryan was. So far, they had taken out at least 20 pillagers. That was more than 3 times the number from the first wave. And among them, a witch. 3 ravagers. It was clear now more people in the base meant the difficulty level had scaled up significantly. Had they been relying solely on the walls for defense, the situation might have turned dangerous. The witch's potions and the pillagers' crossbows could have inflicted real damage. But unfortunately for the invaders, they had arrived at the worst possible time. Just when Ryan had finished constructing the redstone cannons, they had walked straight into the lion's den. Talk about bad luck. Still, Ryan couldn't deny watching the battlefield erupt in constant, spectacular explosions was downright exhilarating. Because let's be honest, there isn't a man alive who doesn't love watching things blow up. He was even beginning to consider outfitting his estate with an entire row of rapid-fire bomb launchers. And once the firearms mod was activated, everyone would be packing Gatling guns. With a storm of lead and metal, neither the Wither nor the Ender Dragon would stand a chance. They'd be shredded into confetti. But that kind of dream was still a long way off. Right now, the priority was handling the situation at hand. Ryan couldn't stay at the redstone cannon forever, especially now that night had fallen. He estimated that with all 5 of them heading to the Nether soon, the phantoms would start spawning any minute. At this point, the Millilith could take over operating the cannons. No one knew how long it had been, but eventually, the jungle fell silent. The Millilith's raid progress had also increased to 2/7 complete. Only then did Ryan signal for Ningguang and Cloud Retainer to stop. Though, judging by their expressions, it was clear that they were still eager for more. After ordering the troops to begin gathering resources from the battlefield, Ningguang walked up to Ryan, her tone laced with excitement. "Ryan, this is redstone technology. It's incredible. It truly is." Cloud Retainer's usually composed expression showed visible astonishment. No adepti energy required, just continuously pressing a button. If this kind of technology had existed during the Archon War, Laya Harbor would have been an impenetrable fortress. Zhongli, standing nearby, couldn't help but reflect on those words. He had always spoken of Laya's defenses as being impenetrable. But looking at what he had just witnessed, what was a mere geo-shield compared to this? True impenetrability was standing in place while enemies threw themselves forward only to be obliterated before they could even get close. This was the real definition of an unbreachable defense. No wonder Ryan always said that the best defense was a strong offense. Zhongli cast a glance at the battlefield, now completely transformed into a crater-ridden wasteland. Not far away, a group of Millilith and miners were enthusiastically stacking blocks, gathering materials left behind by the explosions. To them, the redstone cannon was nothing short of a miracle weapon. The Millilith were not afraid of death, nor did they shy away from battle. But they had families waiting for them back home. If there was a way to protect Liu without throwing themselves into the front lines, who wouldn't choose it? They, too, had loved ones to care for. And now, with the redstone cannons, what had they actually done during this battle? Watch Ryan and the others fire the cannons, wait for a bit, and then clean up the battlefield. That was it. This kind of effortless victory, they loved it. Had Ningguang and the others not been standing here, half of them would have already rushed up to the cannons to try them out for themselves. I must install redstone cannons on the Jade Chamber. Ningguang clenched her fist with determination. And not just the Jade Chamber, the docks, the coastlines, every single Millilith garrison throughout Laya. Even Laya's warships need to have these mounted. This technology will redefine Laya's military power. It could save countless lives. With this, even when facing threats beyond what the Millilith can handle, we won't have to rely on calling in every single vision bearer to intervene. Even if a sea monster attacks, I can guarantee that Liu won't suffer a single scratch. Hearing this, Zhongli's mouth twitched. He had originally planned for Oziel's return to serve as Liu's final test, proof that its people could stand on their own. But now, Zhongli could already imagine Oziel's reaction. The poor sea god wouldn't even get the chance to make his grand reappearance. The moment he poked his head above the ocean surface, boom, dozens, if not hundreds, of TNT blasts raining down upon him. Oziel wouldn't just be defeated, he'd be obliterated before he even had the chance to say a single word. The mental image was so absurd that Zhongli almost laughed. Yet, he had to admit, he was looking forward to that future. Liu truly had gained the power to fend off any Archon-level threat, without him. And for him, that was the most reassuring realization of all. Right now, TNT explosions might not match the sheer destructive force of Planet Befall. But, this wasn't just one explosion. This was an endless barrage of them. And considering it could tear apart blocks that were supposed to be unbreakable, just how much devastation could it unleash upon Teyvat? One of Ryan's so-called mountain-clearing cannons, could it actually split MT Tianheng in two? Well, it wasn't impossible. Its power was already likely greater than the Chasm's Depth super cannon. The difference? That cannon had taken years to build, whereas the redstone cannons could be assembled anytime, anywhere. Redstone. It was no longer just a resource. It was a strategic weapon. Ningguang immediately made a decision: redstone must never be sold on the open market. Not even for an astronomical price. If some brilliant mind managed to replicate this technology, Liu would be in serious trouble. Ryan. A soft voice tugged at his sleeve. He turned to see Nahida, her emerald eyes filled with uncertainty as she stared at the battlefield's empty remains. Is your world really this dangerous? Before this, Nahida had simply thought of Ryan's world as unusual. At most, she had believed their partnership was about resource collection. Even seeing the Temple of Virtue had already seemed surreal. But this was beyond anything she had imagined. This wasn't resource collection. This was the development of technology capable of toppling Teyvat's entire power structure. For the first time, Nahida felt genuine concern that Celestia might take notice of Ryan. 500 years ago, she hadn't personally witnessed the fall of Kenria, but as the god of wisdom, she knew exactly what had happened. And right now, wasn't Ryan walking down the same path as Kenria? Ryan, of course, understood her worries, but he simply smiled and ruffled her hair. He wasn't going to explain, because he was not Kenria. The Minecraft world was one of infinite possibilities, and here Ryan was not some helpless human. If it came to a fight, he had his own fists. He had Minecraft's infinite power. And in the middle ground, he had Liu aiding in exploration and expansion. Celestia, for all he knew, it was still hiding away somewhere, licking its wounds. By the time they finally decided to act, Ryan would have activated every single overpowered mod in existence. Had Celestia ever tasted a fist the size of a sandbag? Had they ever experienced a one-shot kill universal domination sword? Or perhaps they'd like to try getting hit by a tactical orbital dragon killer cannon? He had plenty of ways to deal with Celestia. Frankly, they weren't even worth his concern. Of course, if they decided to play dirty, that would be more of a headache. But still, nothing he couldn't handle. Celestia was not, and never would be, something that worried him. Shaking off those thoughts, Ryan spoke lightly. Alright, it's about time. Phantoms might start spawning soon, and these redstone cannons don't require much skill to operate. Let the Millilith handle it, just keep loading TNT and watch for incoming enemies. We, on the other hand, have another important resource to study. Before anyone could ask, Xiao suddenly spoke up. Ryan, you go ahead. I'll stay here and watch over things. Ryan paused, then noticed the barely concealed eagerness in Xiao's eyes whenever he looked at the redstone cannons. He chuckled to himself. No man could resist the joy of controlling a cannon and blowing things up. 115 Alchemy potions are ready. Alchemy potions, redstone, and enchantments. Before unlocking any of the truly overpowered mod packs, These three things were undoubtedly the pinnacle of enhancements in the MC world. Enchantments provided individual combat prowess. Fire protection alone was enough to make Hu Tao break down in frustration. Redstone technology revolutionized raw strength, offering everything from large-scale bombers capable of wiping out entire areas to fully automated systems that liberated manpower. Ningguang and the others had already witnessed the sheer power of Redstone technology firsthand. As for enchantments, right now, Ganyu was off somewhere in Teyvat testing out her flame-infused, infinity-enchanted bow, having a great time triggering melt reactions on her own. And then there were alchemy potions. Back in the Nether, Ningguang had heard Ryan talk about them. But now, they were finally going to see these, even more ridiculous, things in action. Invisibility, enhanced strength, instant damage, instant healing, weakness infliction. These potions gave ordinary people the opportunity to wield power comparable to the vision bearers of Teyvat. Since they were still at the base, Ryan only planned to brew some simple potions for the Millelith to use in emergencies. He wasn't going to build a full-fledged alchemy workshop just yet. That would come later back on the floating island. By then, he'd set up a nether wart farm and mass-produce potions on an industrial scale. For now, a single cauldron and a brewing stand would suffice. He had plenty of nether wart, and all the necessary alchemical ingredients were in his inventory. As Ryan stared at the brewing stand before him, he found himself deep in thought. Ryan. Nahitha, holding his hand, tilted her head curiously. Are you troubled by something? Ryan snapped out of his thoughts and shook his head. Not really, I was just thinking about which potion to brew first. What kinds of potions can we make right now? Ningguang had already pulled out her notebook, ready to take detailed notes. Ryan closed his eyes, sifting through his memory. The problem with alchemy potions was that there were so many combinations, and he didn't have a crafting guide on hand. Without a system menu showing him the recipes, he had to rely purely on memory. After a brief silence, he said, "There are three basic types of potions: regular drinkable potions, splash potions that break on impact and apply their effects in an area, and lingering potions, which we can't make yet." At this, Ningguang raised an eyebrow in curiosity. We can't make them yet. Yeah. Lingering potions create a cloud of effects that persist in an area after they're thrown. They have very unique and powerful applications, but unfortunately, Ryan sighed, they require a special ingredient: dragon's breath. Dragon's breath. Ningguang's eyes widened slightly. You mean from the Ender Dragon? Exactly. And right now, we're nowhere near ready to explore the end. Ryan casually dismissed the topic, not wanting to go into too much detail. Lingering potions were undeniably useful, but they weren't something they needed to worry about yet. As for the Ender Dragon, Ryan wasn't planning to fight it until he at least had a full set of enchanted diamond armor. Ningguang understood if it was connected to the Ender Dragon, then it had to be something extremely powerful. She made a note in her journal, circling the words before looking back at Ryan expectantly. So, what can we make right now? Ryan paused for a moment, then listed them off like a master craftsman. Swiftness potion, leaping potion, strength potion, slowness potion, healing potion, poison potion. Instant damage, regeneration, fire resistance, water breathing, night vision, invisibility, and weakness. That's about it for now. He paused again before adding with a smirk. And just to be clear, while I've listed all these potions, that doesn't mean I encourage any of you to drink things like poison or weakness potions. I mean, that'd be the same as just poisoning yourself. No one would be that dumb, right? Ryan chuckled, making a light-hearted joke. The others also laughed and nodded in agreement. Who would be that stupid? Drinking something you know is poisonous. Hu Tao crossed her arms confidently. But then, everyone gave her a strange look. Ryan and the others hadn't forgotten just a few days ago, Hu Tao had tried to get them to taste her Yoahu Grand Parade special dish. That thing looked toxic. She was literally the last person who should be saying anything about eating suspicious substances. Realizing this, Hu Tao scowled and shot Ryan a glare. What? It's not my fault you guys don't appreciate the refined taste of the Yoahu Grand Parade. Xiangling loved it, okay. Her words immediately made Ryan think of something. If Xiangling ever came to the MC world, he was definitely giving her a full day of training first. She needed to understand the rules. Rotten flesh. Not food. Magma cream. Not food. Gas tears. Absolutely not food. Knowing her, she might actually try to turn rotten flesh into some kind of exotic dish. And that would truly be a nightmare. Ryan retracted his gaze and added, to brew splash potions, we'll need to add gunpowder to the brewing stand during the process. Of course, that's just how things work in this world. Once we return to Teyvat, even regular drinkable potions might have splash effects when shattered. So what do you all think we should start with? Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes toward Ningguang. This entire endeavor was meant to produce a batch of potions for the Millelith to experiment with, and when it came to overall planning, Ningguang was undoubtedly the most suited for the task. After thinking for a moment, she spoke softly. Strength, swiftness, jump boost, and healing. Let's start with these four. Additionally, if possible, I'd like to craft one invisibility potion to test its effects. Ryan chuckled and nodded. No problem. Get ready to record the process. At first glance, alchemy might seem less intricate than redstone engineering, as it doesn't require a complex interplay of circuits. However, the truth was that alchemy was just as complicated in its own right. Of course, once familiarized, everything became much easier. Ryan first prepared a large batch of water bottles and placed them, along with nether wart, into the brewing stand. He also made sure to explain the correct placement to everyone. Before long, more than 20 awkward potions were ready. Back in the nether fortress, Ryan had only managed to gather less than a full stack of nether wart. Still, once planted, they could be farmed indefinitely. For the strength potion, we start by combining an awkward potion with blaze powder in the brewing stand. At this stage, it's only a basic strength potion. We have two options next: adding redstone to extend the duration or adding glowstone dust to enhance the potion's potency. The same logic applies to other potions. For now, I'll just add redstone to extend the time. Later, when I set up additional brewing stands at the estate, I'll share the full alchemy recipes with you. Holding the freshly brewed strength potion in his hand, Ryan continued. Alchemy, like redstone engineering, requires practice to master. Our ingredients are currently limited, but once I establish a nether wart farm and gather more nether materials, I'll let you experiment with brewing on your own. For now, just follow the steps I show you. Once Ningguang finished recording everything, Ryan proceeded to brew swiftness, jump boost, and healing potions. The required ingredients weren't difficult to obtain: sugar, rabbit's foot, and glistering melon slices. Except for the glistering melon slices, the base already had plenty of the other materials. As for the melon slices, well, they were just a combination of melon and gold nuggets. After the Nether expedition, Ryan had more gold than he knew what to do with, enough that dumping it into Teyvat's economy might even destabilize the entire Mora system. Ningguang carefully recorded each recipe and, under Ryan's guidance, brewed a batch herself. With her intelligence, that was enough for her to grasp the basics of potion making. Next up, the invisibility potion. Before Ryan could continue, a series of explosions erupted outside. Loud cheers from the millilith and miners followed. People were shouting excitedly, taking turns at something. It seemed like another wave of pillagers had arrived. But this time, nobody inside was fazed. Pillagers were no longer a threat, and the redstone cannons were already well understood. If they wanted to play with them, they could always build their own later. For now, learning alchemy took priority. Ryan quickly refocused and continued. Invisibility potions require a special ingredient: fermented spider eye. Ningguang froze for a moment, pursing her lips before finally speaking. Spider eye. Ryan smiled and nodded. What? Can't handle it. Ningguang was silent for a few seconds before shaking her head. It's fine. I just wasn't expecting that. It's just a spider eye. We've already used bone meal, so it's nothing to fuss over. Besides, Xiangling would probably turn even slime condensate into a dish. Brewing potions with spider eyes isn't a big deal. Hearing this, Ryan nodded in satisfaction. By now, Ningguang and the others had truly adapted to this world. They were no longer like before, when even bone meal, such a useful material, made them hesitant. To make fermented spider eye, you need to combine spider eye, brown mushroom, and sugar on a crafting table. The correct placement is like this: make sure you remember it. Once we have fermented spider eye, the next step is to brew a night vision potion by combining an awkward potion with a golden carrot. After that, we add the fermented spider eye into the brewing stand, then follow up with redstone to extend the duration. By the end, we'll have an invisibility potion that lasts for 8 minutes. Before long, the brewing stand finished its process, and the freshly made invisibility potion was ready. Ryan held it up, swishing the liquid inside with a slight smile. This is an invisibility potion. Drink it, and as long as you're not wearing armor, your body will become invisible for 8 minutes. During that time, you'll leave no visual trace, and monsters won't detect you. Similarly, I believe that in Teyvat, most magical creatures without special perception abilities also won't be able to detect you. However, let me remind you, invisibility potions aren't perfect. You'll still make noise when moving. To a powerful individual, it only makes it harder for them to confirm your identity, but pinpointing your general location wouldn't be too difficult. Don't go thinking that drinking an invisibility potion makes you untouchable against the strong. Hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. They already knew this. For true powerhouses, invisibility didn't make much of a difference. Take Zhongli, for example. Even if someone was invisible, did that mean he wouldn't know where they were? At most, he wouldn't be able to immediately identify them. But as the god of war, Zhongli could defeat an invisible opponent with his eyes closed. For top-tier warriors, it held little strategic value. However, in large-scale battles at the lower or mid-tier levels, the implications were massive. Ningguang never expected the Millilith to fight gods. But with these potions, they could at least disrupt enemy forces or harass the stronger combatants of Teyvat. And since potions were so easy to mass-produce, they could flood the battlefield with them. While top-tier combat remained unchanged, at the lower and middle levels, it would be a game-changer. It was just like the current war in Inajima between the resistance and the shogunate. Without a doubt, both Kyujao Sera and Sangonomiya Kakamai would be more than willing to pay a hefty sum for a batch of invisibility potions. This was yet another foolproof business opportunity. 116. The strategic significance of alchemy potions. Ningguang had already started considering another profitable venture for Liu, a new line of alchemical potions that could be sold across all of Teyvat. However, that would have to wait until mass production was properly established. For now, the priority was to supply their own people first. How about we take advantage of the fact that the third wave of raiders outside isn't over yet and find someone to test the potions? Ganyu's gentle suggestion made Ryan nod slightly, a smile forming on his lips. That's exactly what I had in mind. With that, he grabbed the alchemical potions and headed straight outside. The explosions from the TNT were getting weaker, a clear sign that Xiao and the others were almost done dealing with this wave of attackers. As soon as they reached the entrance, they saw 4 remaining raiders running around the massive crater like headless flies. Xiao had his finger on the trigger, about to launch another strike, but Ryan quickly called out, "Wait a moment. Xiao, hold off on the bombing." The disciplined Millelith soldiers, along with Xiao, immediately halted their actions. This was one of the things Ryan liked about the Millelith. They upheld a soldier's discipline to the highest degree. If a superior gave an order, they wouldn't question the reason behind it. They simply executed it. Even if they were in the middle of battling Hillishurls, if their commander told them to stop, they would obey without hesitation. Of course, such orders were rarely given. After all, unless it was a dire miscalculation, the Ministry of Civil Affairs would ensure that any commanding officer who made reckless calls was promptly thrown in jail. With Yanfei keeping a watchful eye on everything, Lia's legal system was as strict as it could get. Ryan quickly approached the entrance and glanced at the battlefield. Seeing that all 4 raiders were still alive, he sighed in relief. Perfect. These last few will be enough for the experiment. He gestured for one of the Millelith captains, Dashi, to step forward. Handing him 3 potions strength, swiftness, and jump boost. Ryan instructed. These are freshly brewed alchemical potions that enhance strength, speed, and jumping ability. Drink them, then head out with Xiao and take down the remaining enemies. Any objections? Dashi's eyes lit up with excitement. No objections at all, Lord Ryan. Objections? No way. He had been itching for a fight. Sure, the redstone cannons were fun, but he had to wait in line to use them. Meanwhile, these raiders were right there, practically begging to be used as punching bags. Besides, this was a chance to test out Ryan's alchemy. Being the first to try it, that was a privilege. To them, Ryan was a figure of pure innovation, someone who constantly brought miracles into existence. A whole new world, infinite resources, and unimaginable technology. And now, potions that could grant extraordinary abilities. Dashi still vividly remembered when he first wielded an enchanted weapon. His wooden sword, imbued with the fire aspect enchantment, had turned him into a sensation among the Millelith. Many had mistaken him for someone who had awakened a vision. Frankly, he didn't care. A promotion? More responsibility? That meant nothing compared to experiencing this world's wonders. For ordinary people in Teyvat, the pursuit of extraordinary power was a lifelong dream. And for the Millelith, who constantly faced monstrous threats, this desire was even stronger. Ryan gave him a nod of approval before turning to Xiao and handing him an invisibility potion. This one grants invisibility for 8 minutes, but you'll need to take off your iron armor for it to work properly. Xiao took the potion without hesitation. I'll test it. He had heard Ryan mention this potion before, but experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Under the envious gazes of the other Millelith soldiers and miners, Dashi and Xiao drank their potions. For Dashi, the effects were immediate. His eyes widened as he flexed his fingers, feeling the raw power coursing through his body. He threw a test punch, and the resulting gust of wind was audible. With just a casual jump, he soared nearly 1.5 blocks high. His face was filled with pure exhilaration. Even in the Minecraft world, where physical limitations were strict, this was an incredible feat. Even Zhongli and the others, for all their immense strength, were still bound by the game's physics. They could only jump 1 block high. If these potions worked this well here, imagine what they could do back in Teyvat. As for Xiao, where's Xiao? In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Zhongli closed his eyes for a moment, then calmly stated, "He's still standing right there." A voice suddenly echoed from the empty space. "I am here." Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, but there was nothing. "Xiao, try moving around." Ryan's voice was thoughtful, and Xiao immediately took a few steps. Ryan and Zhongli could just barely pinpoint his location through the faint sound of movement. But the Millelith? They were utterly lost. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, staring at the empty space in confusion. They couldn't sense Xiao at all. Had they not known about the potion, they would have thought he had disappeared into thin air, or worse, that the place was haunted. He looks like the invisibility potion works really well. Hu Tao's mischievous giggle rang out as she clung to Ryan's arm. Hey, Ryan. How about making one for this hall master too? Not a chance. Ryan shot her a deadpan look, already predicting exactly what she wanted to do. Don't think I don't know what you're planning, you just want to use it for pranks. Our materials are still limited, we can't afford to waste them like that. Hu Tao pouted, clearly dissatisfied. A prank? No. She had bigger ideas in mind. Like drinking an invisibility potion and sneaking around Laya Harbor, selling coffins and funeral packages. Imagine an unseen voice whispering eerie sales pitches in the ears of unsuspecting people. It would be fantastic. As for using ghosts to do the job, absolutely not. Despite her eccentric nature, Hu Tao held deep respect for the deceased. She would never use them for such frivolous tricks. Alright, back to the task at hand. Ryan clapped his hands together and turned to Xiao. First, test whether the raiders can detect you while you're invisible. Once we confirm that, Dashi, you'll take care of them. Think you can handle it? Dashi's grin widened as he confidently pounded his chest. Absolutely. Don't worry, Lord Ryan. Not only am I not afraid of these pillagers in the first place, but now, with your alchemical potions, I feel like I could take on 10 of them. Ryan chuckled, shaking his head. Alright, just don't get careless. Go ahead, and make it quick. Yes, sir. Dashi responded immediately, then scratched his head awkwardly. Lord Yaksha, where are you? As soon as he spoke, the iron door suddenly sprouted a lever out of nowhere. The moment it was pulled, the door swung open. Xiao's voice came from outside. I'll go first. Wait for my signal. Understood. The eerie sight of the door opening on its own in the pitch-black night sent a small shiver through some of the soldiers. But to Ningguang and the others, the effect was nothing short of spectacular. Even the elite Millilith couldn't detect Xiao's presence, meaning that armies from other nations, treasure hoarders, Fatui soldiers, or even their enhanced enforcers, none of them should be able to sense him either. Liu could potentially field an entire battalion of stealth operatives, similar to the Fatui's debt collectors. Except, unlike the Fatui's method which came at the cost of the user's health, this invisibility potion left no adverse effects. Now, they just needed to confirm whether the pillagers could detect Xiao. Just as that thought formed, one of the pillagers was suddenly swatted into the air. Then another, and another, and another. All 4 remaining pillagers were slapped aside as if they were nothing. Caught off guard, the pillagers were enraged. Yet, no matter how much they shrieked or spun in circles, they simply couldn't locate their attacker. The results are obvious, Ryan remarked, shrugging as he looked at Ningguang. Invisibility potion confirmed effective. Ningguang smiled, nodding. It's quite clear now. At that moment, the iron door creaked open once more. Just like before, no figure appeared, but everyone knew Xiao had returned. Good work, Xiao. The effect should wear off in about 8 minutes. Ryan grinned. Xiao instinctively shook his head only to remember that no one could see him. So, he voiced his response instead. It was nothing. With that, Xiao moved to stand beside Zhongli, falling silent. Standing completely still under the effects of the potion, even Zhongli, despite his refined senses, could only vaguely sense that something was off in that direction. As for Ningguang and the others, they sensed absolutely nothing. And so, for the first time in a long while, Xiao could openly stand by Zhongli's side, just like in the days of the Archon War. For him, perhaps that was the most valuable part of this potion's effect. Alright, Dashi, it's your turn. Stay alert. Ryan patted Dashi on the shoulder. The latter nodded firmly, drawing his wooden sword before throwing the iron door open and charging toward the pillagers. It was only when he moved that the others finally noticed the difference. Compared to before, it was fast. Ridiculously fast. With both the swiftness and jump boost potions active, his agility had skyrocketed, allowing him to dodge 2 incoming arrows with ease. In the blink of an eye, he was upon the enemy. It was as if he were being propelled by Inmo itself. The pillager in front of him fumbled to notch an arrow into its crossbow, but Dashi's blade had already swung down. With the strength potion boosting his power, and his fire-enchanted sword trailing a blazing arc, it was as if he had cleaved the very air apart. The strike landed. The already weakened pillager barely had time to react before it collapsed, vanishing into a puff of smoke and leaving behind a single emerald shard. Dashi froze for a brief moment, stunned by his own strength. But he quickly snapped out of it, spinning on his heel and setting his sights on the remaining enemies. Just like before, none of them lasted beyond 2 strikes. Not even a third was needed. The results were undeniable. With strength, swiftness, and jump boost combined, Dashi's combat prowess, at least in the duration of the potion, was on par with some of Teyvat's more formidable vision holders. And that alone was terrifying. Sure, the effects were temporary. But who said they couldn't simply drink another potion the moment the first wore off? Once the alchemical production lines were fully optimized, these potions could be manufactured on a massive scale. If Ningguang willed it, she could field an entire Millilith battalion where every single soldier possessed power rivaling that of an Adeptus. Whether to guard this world or to cleanse the monsters plaguing Teyvat, such a force would be an unparalleled advantage. Ryan clutched the notebook in his arms a little tighter. Today's discoveries were far more valuable than mere resources. Just as he was lost in thought, a shrill, piercing screech echoed from above, followed by the rapid, whistling sounds of something slicing through the air. Ningguang's gaze snapped upward, and her expression darkened. A dozen strange creatures, resembling oversized bats, were diving straight toward them at breakneck speed. Enemy attack. Protect the lords. The deputy commander of the Millilith, Chang Yi, immediately tore his gaze away from Dashi's performance. With a sharp command, the tightly assembled Millilith soldiers instantly closed ranks, forming a protective perimeter around Ryan and the others. Swords were drawn, bows were raised, eyes locked onto the incoming threats. Dashi, still outside the perimeter, dispatched the last pillager with a single strike, then wasted no time sprinting back toward the safety of the base. 117, preparing to explore Minecraft Evoker attack. 117, preparing to explore Minecraft Evoker attack. Everyone knew that in this world, Ryan and his group remained incredibly strong. On top of that, their extensive knowledge of various monsters meant that when it came to protecting someone, it was debatable who was really protecting whom. But that didn't mean the Qianyan army could just stand by and watch as their superiors were attacked. No matter the circumstances, they were the true combat force here. Moreover, in this world, their power was not much weaker than that of vision bearers in Teyvat. To them, if enemies were attacking, they were the ones who had to step up first. Especially considering the people present: Teyvat's world overseer, a Laya Kixing, and an Adeptus. The Qianyan army had to uphold their duty. Phantasm wings. Ryan observed the incoming creatures with a calm and thoughtful gaze. They came at just the right time. Now we can start making phantasm wing membranes. However, before he could even lift a finger, the swarm of over a dozen phantasm wings never got the chance to attack. A storm of arrows rained down from the Qianyan army's dense formation, snuffing out the creatures before they could even get close. The fallen phantasm wing membranes were swiftly collected. Ryan received the 7 gathered membranes from Dashi. Since there was no looting mechanism in this world, the drops were not as abundant as in Teyvat. But that wasn't a concern. As long as Ryan and his team stayed awake, the phantasm wings would keep spawning throughout the night. And conveniently, tonight, they had a battle to fight. There was no sleeping anyway. A perfect opportunity to farm materials on the side. Before they had access to redstone cannons, this might have been an issue. But now, a piece of cake. Ryan glanced at Ningguang and chuckled. Looks like tonight won't be peaceful. Let's get things organized. Ningguang nodded and turned to Dashi. You will continue leading a unit of the Qianyan army and the miners to fend off the attackers. Control the redstone cannon efficiently. Chang'e, take your squad and be ready to clear out the phantasm wings. Both men straightened their postures and answered in unison, understood. Still invisible, Xiao was about to offer his assistance in fighting the phantasm wings, but Ryan stopped him with a quiet reminder. Xiao, you need to keep watch for the evoker. That thing is the real threat to us. Xiao paused for a moment before responding, understood. With their roles assigned, Ryan led Ningguang and the others a bit further out onto the plaza. He took out several glass blocks and quickly constructed a protective barrier overhead and around them. Phantasm wings tend to glitch a bit when they hit glass, and since they were only summoned because of our presence, they won't be aggressive toward others. You guys can stay outside and take them down. Upon hearing this, Chang'e gave a firm nod and immediately spread the Qianyan army soldiers into a defensive formation, surrounding the glass shelter. Inside the glass barrier, Ryan casually set up a campfire and placed a few simple chairs. Come on, have a seat. He grinned, already placing slabs of beef over the fire. Outside, the phantasm wings respawned quickly, another dozen appearing in no time. Before they could even reach the glass shelter, most were taken down mid-air. Those that managed to collide with the glass were stalled for just a few seconds, and in those crucial moments, another volley of arrows rained down, wiping them out completely. The redstone cannon in the distance also roared back to life. It was clear another wave of enemies had arrived. Ningguang observed the base operations for a while. Seeing that everything was running smoothly, she finally relaxed. With a soft chuckle, she remarked, "It seems like the alchemy potions have greatly motivated the Qianyan army." Of course, Ryan responded with a laugh. If you were just an ordinary person like them, without a vision, and had to face all the monsters in Teyvat, wouldn't you be interested in a potion that grants you extraordinary power and keeps you alive? From the side, Hu Tao suddenly piped up with a playful grin. Even now, this hall master is very interested in alchemy potions. Ryan, about that invisibility potion. No way. Ryan rolled his eyes and immediately cut her off. Do you think I don't know what you're planning? You drink the potion, go invisible, and then start selling coffins and exorcism services. With your tactics, you'd convince every single customer on the spot. Hu Tao blinked innocently. Then how about this? What if I hire you as a guest consultant for Wangxing Funeral Parlor? I'll split the Mora profits with you 50-50. Ryan didn't even hesitate. He pulled out a stack of gold ingots and flashed them in front of her. Do I look like I care about Mora? Hu Tao's expression froze. After a moment, she pouted and muttered under her breath, so stingy. Amused, Ryan reached out and ruffled her hair. Right now, our materials are limited. We can't waste potions just for fun. But in the future, once we have a stable nether wart farm, a blaze spawner grinder, and all the necessary materials, I'll make you a whole stockpile of potions to mess around with. Hu Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement. She grabbed his hand, her voice serious. That's a promise. If you break it, you'll have to face the punishment of the Geo Archon. Ryan simply chuckled and shook his head. At that moment, Ganyu pulled out her notebook. Her meticulous nature made her less like the Kixing's secretary and more like Ryan's personal assistant. Not that she minded, it seemed she enjoyed the work. After all, with Laya's development now centered on this world, she was technically just fulfilling her duties. "Ryan, what's the plan for tomorrow?" she asked, ready to take notes. Ryan thought for a moment before answering. "Once the attack is over, we'll go over our collected resources. Then we need to head back and get some sleep, otherwise, the phantasm wings will keep attacking us every night, which is a hassle." Ningguang, flipping through her own notebook, questioned, "But aren't phantasm wings the key ingredient for slow-falling potions? Should we consider rotating sleep shifts to keep farming them?" Ryan shook his head. "Not necessary. Slow-falling potions are useful, but we already have wind gliders. The Qianyan army needs combat-enhancing potions more than anything. As long as we stockpile just enough membranes, we're fine. If we ever need large quantities, we can assign people to farm them later." On that note, the alchemy potions' effects in this world have been pretty much confirmed. Next, you should arrange for some experiments in Teyvat to test their effectiveness there. Ningguang had already anticipated this. "When we return, I'll have the Qianyan army soldiers on rotation conduct trials. If the results are promising, I suspect that aside from strength-enhancing potions, the most sought-after product will be recovery potions. In the short term, we can break into the market with them. The Adventurers Guild would be willing to pay a hefty price for bulk purchases." Previously, Ningguang would have been excited about another lucrative business venture. But things were different now. She already had plenty of gold on hand, and Laya's trade was thriving in this world. Profits didn't matter as much anymore. What she truly cared about was utilizing this world's resources to strengthen Laya's future. Just like Keking's current project, this was only the beginning. If all went well, Ningguang planned to convene the Kixing soon and propose an expansion of Laya Harbor. With magma-powered land reclamation, there was no reason not to build bigger. She even wanted to test whether Teyvat's medicinal herbs could grow in this world's soil. Meanwhile, Nahida simply nestled closer to Ryan, quietly enjoying his presence. Feeling a tug at his heart, Ryan gently rubbed her ears and smiled. "By the way, I need to redesign our estate. First thing tomorrow, I'll build a garden for Nahida. And once everything stabilizes, we'll begin exploring this world." If they were speedrunning, the only thing left would be to slay the Ender Dragon, claim an Elytra, and call it a day. At most, they could toy around with redstone technology or explore the world, but honestly, that was just a way to kill time. But Ryan had no intention of stopping here. He was going to unlock mods. If the next mod pack introduced something with a fully developed system, like the Industrial Age, advanced firearms, or even equivalent exchange, then they would have an entirely new world to dive into, one that would demand an immense amount of time to master. Minecraft is a game where, as long as the mods keep coming, there will never be an end. With that in mind, this was all just the beginning. For now, Ryan's priority was to pass on the 3 fundamental disciplines of vanilla Minecraft to Ningguang and the others: enchanting, alchemy, and redstone. They had already explored most of this region, and there wasn't much left worth gathering. From here on, the remaining tasks were just about construction. Cloud Retainer and the others could focus on building structures, and a great city would soon rise on the plains. "So, in the coming days, your more earning progress might slow down a little," Ryan said with a casual shrug. Hearing this, Ningguang's lips curled into a knowing smile. "When you say, slow down, do you mean we'll only be making 100 billion mora per week?" Everyone chuckled. Pausing briefly, Ningguang continued. "Earning mora isn't our top priority right now. If we really needed more, we could just sell some gold. What's more important is leveraging the resources of this world to develop Liwato, make Liu even stronger. Compared to that, wealth is secondary. What I truly want to amass is strategically valuable materials. For example, enchantment books and alchemy ingredients, ender pearls, totems of undying." Ryan laughed and waved a hand dismissively. "That's no problem. Once we begin exploring the world, we'll come across all sorts of rare resources and exotic materials. There are mountains of treasures waiting for us: snowy peaks, vast deserts, tropical islands, woodland mansions, even ancient cities deep underground." As Ryan spoke, everyone couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation for the future. Meanwhile, Nahida, listening quietly, slowly pieced together an understanding of the cooperation between Liu and Ryan. She was starting to grasp Laya's current situation as well. To be honest, she felt envious. She, too, wanted Samuru to cooperate with Ryan. But right now, she had no say in Samuru's affairs. Still, that wasn't a real problem. Ryan had promised Ed would handle everything. And Nahida was, after all, the Dendro Archon of Samuru. No one could take that away from her. Time passed as they talked, while outside the base, the sounds of TNT explosions continued without pause. Above them, waves of phantoms were ceaselessly cut down. The battle dragged on late into the night, and just when dawn was beginning to break around 4 or 5 in the morning, the TNT explosions suddenly stopped. A few moments later, Shao rushed over at high speed. His eyes held a barely concealed excitement. Bursting into the glass house, he spoke urgently. "Ryan, the evokers have arrived. There are 2 of them." 118 Ryan's Gold Totem of Undying Farm. 118 Ryan's Gold Totem of Undying Farm. Ryan swiftly dealt with the last remaining phantom. Then, he lifted his gaze toward the sky. The night had passed in the blink of an eye, and now, dawn was near. A faint glow was beginning to spread across the horizon, signaling the end of the phantom spawns. Unknowingly, they had talked for an entire night. Meanwhile, Chang'e had already gathered and delivered all the phantom membranes they had collected. Despite not using any looting enchanted weapons, they had still managed to accumulate more than 2 full stacks of phantom membranes. That was understandable. After all, with 5 of them present, every time phantoms spawned, there were at least 7 or 8, sometimes even 20 at once. If anything, this haul was on the lower end. Without hesitation, Ryan shattered the glass house and led the group toward the edge of the base. "How many times have we been attacked now?" Xiao responded in a low voice. "This is the final wave. This time, over 100 pillagers have arrived, along with more than a dozen vindicators and witches and even 7 ravagers. The evokers are at the very back of the formation, still outside the range of the redstone cannons. However, since we're not sure whether an evoker killed by TNT explosions will still drop a totem of undying, we haven't fired the cannons yet." Ryan nodded. "Normally, it shouldn't be a problem, but given the circumstances, it's best to hold off on using the redstone cannons for now. Can we clear out this many enemies just by shooting from the watchtower?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan caught sight of the defensive wall. Standing shoulder to shoulder on top were dozens of Millilith soldiers and hundreds of miners, packed in tight formation. Some held shields, forming a defensive front. Others drew their bows, ready to fire. Below them, 2 iron golems stood guard at the gate, blocking the pillagers' advance entirely. Compared to the chaotic, disorganized attacks of the raiders, the Millilith were highly disciplined. One group drew their bows while another used shields to block incoming arrows. And when they fired, a literal storm of arrows rained down upon the enemy. The Millilith weren't just skilled archers, but with the enemy so densely packed together, even randomly firing into the air would have landed hits. Everything was progressing perfectly. Ryan casually stacked a few glass blocks as cover against incoming arrows, then led the others up onto the wall to observe the battle. Pillagers, vindicators, witches, ravagers. The ground was littered with emeralds and loot, but no one paid any attention to them. From the very start, their focus was fixed on 2 particular figures. The evokers. At first glance, they didn't look much different from the vindicators, except every once in a while, they would summon a few vexes. But the moment those vexes took flight, they were immediately shot down by the elite snipers who had been waiting for them. It wasn't exactly a one-sided slaughter, but the Millilith were clearly dominating the fight. "Should we fire the redstone cannons?" Ningguang asked softly. Ryan, however, shook his head. "There's no need. At this pace, the battle will be over in about 10 minutes. We still have plenty of TNT, but we should save it when we can. Besides," Ryan smirked, "in a bit, we're going to go down there and personally deal with the evokers using looting enchanted weapons." At those words, he paused slightly before adding, "You all still remember the evokers' attack patterns, right?" Ganya nodded seriously. Spiked ground attacks and vex summons." "Exactly." Ryan chuckled and reached out to rub Ganya's horns. "The spike attack is the most dangerous move, but evokers take a long time to charge it, and it only moves in a straight line. As long as you keep an eye out, it's easy to dodge. As for the vexes, they're not much of a threat. We'll head down to deal with them once most of the pillagers and ravagers have been cleared out." At this moment, the battle unfolding before them looked almost like a tower defense game. It was actually quite fun to watch. Of course, that was only because the Millilith side was taking virtually no casualties. From Ningguang's perspective, Ryan clearly respected the monsters of this world for their raw power. But when it came to intelligence, these creatures were completely lacking. If this were Teyvat, even the dumbest Hilishurl would at least try to dodge when faced with an arrow barrage. But these pillagers? They just charged straight in. Of course, they all understood what truly gave them the strength to stand their ground was the portion of Ryan's physique that he had shared with them. Without it, these enemies would have been far more troublesome to deal with. In normal circumstances, even the arrows from Teyvat's archers might not have been effective against them. After observing the battle for some time, Ryan noted that with the Millilith and miners handling ranged attacks from the walls and the iron golems holding the front line in melee combat, the final wave of the assault was essentially over. Now, the only ones left were the 2 evokers that had kept their distance and a few ravagers with absurdly high health pools. But with the iron golems tanking the ravagers, they were hardly a threat anymore. Ryan retrieved his enchanted diamond sword imbued with the looting effect and turned to Zhongli. Zhongli, understanding Ryan's intentions, activated his jade shield and pulled out another looting enchanted sword of his own. "Ryan, let's do this together." Ganya tugged at Ryan's sleeve, her face filled with concern. Ryan chuckled softly, pinching her cheek in reassurance. "There's no need. The evokers may seem formidable, but as long as we stay alert, they aren't much of a threat. If anything, bringing too many people might make it easier for their attacks to hit someone. Just sit back and watch, okay?" With that, Ryan exchanged a glance with Zhongli. In unison, they spread their wind gliders and leaped off the city walls. Almost instantly, one of the Ravagers turned its massive frame to charge at them. Loose. From atop the wall, Ningguang's crisp command rang out. The next second, a storm of arrows rained down, striking the Ravager with pinpoint accuracy. The beast, already injured from previous battles, let out a final guttural roar before collapsing into a puff of smoke. Ryan paid it no mind. The moment his feet touched the ground, he sprinted toward the evokers. Even from a distance, he could see them already beginning their incantations. Dodge! Shouting the warning, Ryan immediately dove to the side. Almost simultaneously, jagged stone spikes erupted from the ground where they had just been standing. The sharp-edged formations shot up violently, their deadly intent unmistakable. If they had been a second too slow, they might have been skewered like candied hawthorns on a stick. Fortunately, they had evaded in time. The evokers continued their eerie chanting as they slowly advanced toward Ryan and Zhongli. This was exactly why hunting brainless magical creatures was so convenient. They had no sense of self-preservation. Ryan lunged forward, swinging his sword in a sweeping arc. The evoker stumbled backward several meters from the force of the blow. At that moment, the creature seemed to realize that it couldn't afford to waste time chanting. Letting out a shrill, otherworldly screech, it conjured two vexous ghostly creatures that instantly shot toward Ryan. Ryan prepared to strike them down with his sword, but that would mean he had to momentarily lower his guard against the evoker's potential next attack. Before he could make a decision, two flaming arrows streaked through the air, finding their targets in an instant. The vexes disintegrated before they could reach him. Ryan didn't even need to turn around to know who had fired the shots. Ganyu. Right now, only she possessed such impeccable archery skills. Zhongli could have done it as well, but he was still engaged with the other evoker. There was no time to dwell on it. Ryan closed the distance, slashing at the evoker, interrupting its attempt to summon another wave of stone spikes. The creature was on its last legs now. Without hesitation, Ryan leaped high into the air, bringing his sword down in a powerful finishing strike. The evoker let out a final wail before collapsing into the void. The moment it perished, two items clattered onto the ground: a gleaming green emerald and an odd golden totem. Almost at the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, Zhongli landed the finishing blow on his own opponent. Another golden totem fell to the ground. From the city walls, a thunderous cheer erupted. The raid progress bar had disappeared. Ryan smiled, motioning for Zhongli to return to base with him. Ningguang looked like she wanted to immediately question him about the golden totem, but when she met Ryan's gaze, she chose to hold back for now. Chang'e rushed forward excitedly, practically bouncing on his feet. Lord Ryan, my personal status screen just updated. I have a buff called Hero of the Village. Ryan chuckled, clapping him on the shoulder. That's good. The Hero of the Village effect lasts for a while. It gives you a significant discount when trading with villagers. Emerald prices are slashed in half. For now, help clear the battlefield and take stock of our spoils. That's enough for today. Get some rest, or else more phantoms will spawn again tonight. This afternoon, I'll have you visit the villagers to start trading. Chang'e straightened his posture, nodding firmly. They had worked through the entire night. While no one was physically exhausted, fatigue was still creeping in. A poor state of mind could be dangerous, especially when they had plans to go mining later. Before long, teams of miners set out to clean up the battlefield. Their work wasn't just about collecting loot, it was also about fixing the landscape. The constant use of the redstone cannons had left the terrain in a horrific state. The ground for hundreds of meters in every direction was cratered beyond recognition. If the next shift of miners returned and fell into one of these pits, injuries would be inevitable. Before resting, they had to make sure the area was safe. Meanwhile, Ryan gave a subtle nod to Ningguang and the others, and the group swiftly retreated to the grand estate. By now, the sun had fully risen. Standing in the golden morning light, Ryan and Zhongli each held up their respective totems of undying. The items resembled small, blocky golden figures, their emerald-like eyes glowing faintly. Aside from their peculiar appearance, there was nothing outwardly remarkable about them, but everyone present knew better. Ryan wouldn't exaggerate. These were, without a doubt, artifacts capable of preventing death itself. A single use, a consumable item, but even as a one-time effect, the power to defy death was beyond extraordinary. This is the Totem of Undying, a relic that grants immunity to fatal damage, Ningguang murmured, furiously scribbling notes into her journal. Ryan studied the totem in his hand. For it to take effect, you likely need to be holding it. But I wonder if we crafted them into accessories, would they still count as carried? When the Totem of Undying activates, it doesn't just save you, it restores you to peak condition. That means its effect extends beyond survival. It creates an opportunity to turn the tide of battle completely. Ryan's gaze darkened slightly. The only problem is we need more of them. So we're going to the Woodland Mansion? Ningguang asked eagerly. Ryan shook his head, his expression unreadable. The Woodland Mansion does have evokers, but one mansion alone won't be enough. No matter how many evokers spawn there, they won't meet our growing demand. What I want is a way to farm totems of undying in mass production, just like how we built a slime farm. In simple terms, Ryan's lips curled into a smirk. We can build a totem of undying farm. Silence fell over the group. Their expressions ranged from shock to sheer disbelief. An endless supply of totems of undying? Wouldn't that mean they were turning death itself into a mere inconvenience? Would Hu Tao even be okay with this? Ganyu turned to look at Hu Tao. To her surprise, the latter seemed completely unfazed, as if none of this concerned her in the slightest. 119 Before setting off to explore, let's have a night of rest. 119 Before setting off to explore, let's have a night of rest. What are you all looking at me for? Hu Tao glanced around at the group with an odd expression before muttering, you guys don't actually think I'd be against the totem of undying, do you? Even though this hall master is incredibly powerful, I certainly wouldn't mind having another life-saving treasure in my possession. Ganyu pursed her lips and asked curiously, but, Hall Master Hu, this is a totem of undying farm we're talking about. Isn't that even better? If everyone can have plenty of totems of undying, then wouldn't that make things much safer? Hu Tao responded with a matter-of-fact tone. She thought for a moment before suddenly realizing something and saying, oh, I see. You guys are worried that the existence of totems of undying might affect the business of the Wangxing funeral parlor, and that's why you're afraid I'd be upset. Hee, then you all are seriously underestimating this hall master. She puffed out her chest proudly. To be honest, when I first learned about the totem of undying's effects, I was a little displeased. But this hall master is brilliant and clever, so I figured it out quickly. The totem of undying may seem like it's going against the natural order of life and death, but even the Geo Archon himself has never fully comprehended the mysteries of life and death. So how can we be certain that the totem of undying isn't also a part of the cycle of reincarnation? Besides, maintaining the balance of life and death is the principle that the Wangxing funeral parlor abides by, and it's also the lifelong creed I uphold. But while the cycle of life and death is important, and while granting the deceased their final rest is important, isn't life itself the most precious and worthy thing to protect? If the totem of undying can prevent countless people from meeting untimely ends, then why should I dwell on it? At the end of the day, the Wangxing funeral parlor is only responsible for Lia's departed souls. My grandfather never taught me that I should sit back and watch the people of Lia die just to ensure the business thrives. Hu Tao's words left everyone deep in thought. Indeed, as someone who wandered the boundary between life and death, she had long since seen through the deeper truths of the world. Just like how she had accepted the use of bone meal in farming, Hu Tao was willing to acknowledge and respect any rules that governed life and death. She might not fully understand them, but that didn't stop her from accepting them. As she had said, the mysteries of life and death were an eternal enigma. If one couldn't comprehend them, then simply embracing them with an open heart was also a form of wisdom. Of course, if Ryan were to say that the totem of undying could resurrect every deceased person in Lia, or if he claimed that the totem of undying could bring back her grandfather, then no matter what, Hu Tao would never accept it. That would be a true violation of the balance between life and death, an act that would trample upon both her beliefs and the sacred principles that the Wangxing funeral parlor had upheld for thousands of years. Just as everyone was feeling a surge of emotions, Hu Tao suddenly blinked and said, of course, the most important reason is, the totem of undying only prevents someone from dying due to external forces. If someone passes away naturally, it doesn't do anything, right? In that case, what effect would it have on the Wangxing funeral parlor's business? Hee, do you all really think I enjoy sending young people off to the afterlife? They are all pitiful souls who should have had the chance to live longer, to experience more of life's beauty. Every time I go out to collect a body, I always feel a deep sense of regret. Hu Tao spoke in a light-hearted tone, but anyone could hear the weight behind her words. Despite her young age, she bore the heavy responsibility of overseeing matters of life and death. Even though the people of Liu respected her, human nature made it inevitable that they would also keep their distance. She spent her days traveling through the wild, gathering the remains of those who had died in unfortunate circumstances, ensuring that they could at least rest in peace. For a girl like her to still maintain such a carefree attitude, it was truly remarkable. Besides, the totem of undying is such a rare treasure. Even if we do build a farm, we wouldn't be able to supply all of Laya Harbor with them, right? If this hall master isn't worried, then what are you all stressing over? Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and finally smiled. Ningguang adjusted her composure. Hu Tao didn't need their support. Ever since the day she personally sent her grandfather to the afterlife, Hu Tao had already become someone who could bear the weight of life and death. In contrast, as a Tianquan of the Liao Kixing, Ningguang often found herself learning from Hu Tao's perspective, gaining valuable insights from her open-mindedness. Hu Tao didn't need protection or sympathy. She was capable of doing things that others couldn't even imagine. Ryan, how do we build the totem of undying farm? What materials do we need? Hearing this, Ryan thought for a moment before replying. The materials aren't an issue, we'll already have everything we need, including villagers and redstone components. Everyone exchanged knowing smiles. Villager-based technology had become an essential part of their survival here. At first, they had struggled to accept it, but now, their only problem was that they didn't have enough villagers to go around. If they had more, they would have already built automated farms and an iron golem factory. Come to think of it, when Hu Tao first saw the villagers, she had enthusiastically tried to sell them Wangxing funeral parlor's burial services. But after realizing that villagers only vanished into a puff of smoke when they died, she had given up with an annoyed pout. The foundation of the Totem of Undying Farm is a pillager outpost. In essence, the mechanics are similar to a raid. Ryan paused briefly before continuing. A pillager outpost constantly spawns pillagers and occasionally generates Pillager patrols. Defeating an Pillager patrol triggers the bad omen effect. Once someone with the bad omen effect enters a village, it triggers a raid. The raiding enemies will spawn in a controlled environment, just like a mob farm. By efficiently eliminating these enemies, we can ensure a steady supply of evokers, which in turn means a steady supply of totems of undying. In short, we're going to build a pillager farm, a totem of undying farm. Right now, we have all the necessary materials. The only thing we're missing is a pillager outpost. At this, everyone let out a small sigh of disappointment. If it were just a matter of gathering materials, they wouldn't hesitate to travel to the end if necessary. But locating a specific structure. They were still unfamiliar with this world's geography, so they had no idea where to find one. It seems the best plan for now is to have the Millelith scouts venture out and search for an Pillager patrol. If they spot one, they should defeat them and return immediately. Ningguang quickly devised a temporary solution. Ryan nodded in approval, but then shook his head and said, "The situation isn't that complicated. Since we've already encountered an Pillager patrol near the base, it means that a pillager outpost can't be too far away. And since we're planning to leave this place soon to explore other regions anyway, we can simply keep an eye out for an outpost along the way." The prospect of finally exploring the world beyond thrilled everyone. Although they had been here for nearly a month, the area they had actually explored was only within a 20-kilometer radius. They had all been waiting for an opportunity like this. Keqing should be returning soon. We should bring her along, or else she'll sulk. Ningguang chuckled before adding, "What should we prepare? Do we need to bring anything special?" Ryan stowed away the 2 totems of undying and replied, "Not much, just food and weapons for now. If we find a pillager outpost, we'll need to return here to gather villagers and some Millelith soldiers to establish an outpost there. Now, the real question is who wants to stay behind and guard this place?" As soon as he asked, everyone suddenly looked away, feigning deep contemplation. This was their chance to embark on an adventure. It was practically a spring outing. No one wanted to be left behind. After a long silence, Cloud Retainer sighed and shook her head. "Fine, this Adeptus will remain. I still need to finish reshaping the mountain behind the estate." At that, everyone exhaled in relief. "Thank you, Cloud Retainer." Ryan smiled approvingly. "You should remember how to contact us. If anything comes up, just let us know. We can teleport back to the manor instantly." Cloud Retainer gave a slight nod before adding, "Before you leave, make sure to set up a mountain clearing cannon for me. Also, leave some redstone behind. I want to conduct some research of my own." That was a simple enough request, but Ryan still gave her a word of caution. "I'd advise against messing with redstone TNT and similar experiments. If anything goes wrong, it could be disastrous." "Of course." After getting her assurance, Ryan turned his gaze toward the horizon. The sun had risen, casting a golden glow over the world. Everything felt vibrant and full of life. The development of this Minecraft-like world was accelerating at an astonishing rate. What had once seemed like long-term goals, requiring immense effort and patience, were now becoming reality with surprising ease. A surge of exhilaration welled up in Ryan's heart. After a long pause, he spoke with a faint smile. "Well then, let's wrap it up for today. We'll rest for now. There is no urgent need to deal with phantoms just yet. This evening, we'll prepare some alchemy potions, organize our weapons and enchantments, and ensure everything is in order." Then, Ryan turned to the group, his voice carrying a trace of excitement. "The day after tomorrow, at dawn, we set off to explore the unknown reaches of this world." Ryan and those who had accompanied him to the Nether returned to Teyvat. As for Xiao and Cloud Retainer, they remained behind. After all, staying awake for a single night wouldn't spawn phantoms for them. Besides, Xiao had other duties. She needed to oversee the spoils from the raid and ensure the mining operations continued. The Millelith and miners were about to switch shifts soon. If the hall was too small, it wouldn't be acceptable. Back in Liu, Ningguang and the others were somewhat exhausted from their trip. Without much chatter, they each returned to their homes for some well-deserved rest. The only exception was Ganya. She stayed behind at Ryan's place. She claimed it was to take care of Nahitha. But really, did Nahitha need anyone to take care of her? After all, she had already slept for 500 years. If anything, she had no intention of going back to sleep anytime soon. She'd much rather have Ryan tell her stories. Unfortunately, Hu Tao seemed to have caught on to something. Before Nahitha could even voice her request, Hu Tao had already whisked her away into Laya Harbor, insisting on showing her the city's most unique attractions. Before leaving, Hu Tao even shot Ryan a knowing look. Ryan had no idea what it meant. But Ganyu, her face turned redder than a sunset. Shaking his head, Ryan stepped into his courtyard. After being away for several days, he expected to find dust everywhere, but surprisingly, the place was spotless. It seemed that Baiwen and the others had been coming by to clean. With his collaboration with Laya deepening, this small courtyard had officially been transferred into his name under Keking's arrangements. Ryan didn't particularly care. He wasn't here often anyway, only stopping by occasionally for a change of scenery. Ever since his manor was completed, he usually teleported everyone back home while he himself remained there, making improvements or simply resting. Perhaps due to the nature of the world, whenever he slept in the Minecraft realm, he rarely dreamed. It was always deep, undisturbed rest. After taking a quick look around, Ryan exchanged a few words with Ganya before heading to his room. Physically, he wasn't tired at all. But today had been eventful. Bringing Nahida back from Samuru, encountering a sudden raid, building the redstone cannon, crafting alchemy potions. And now, the discovery of the Totem of Undying. Not to mention, he had just finalized plans to explore uncharted lands. Thinking back, everything that had happened today was actually good news. As he pondered this, Ryan casually removed his clothes and prepared to sleep. But then, the door behind him creaked open. Ryan. Ganyu stood at the doorway, her head lowered, her hands gripping the hem of her dress tightly. Her usually composed demeanor was nowhere to be found. Her ears and the back of her neck burned crimson, the blush spreading down her delicate skin. Ryan was momentarily stunned. He wasn't an idiot. Thinking back to Hu Tao's gaze earlier, to Ganyu's flustered reactions throughout the day, the answer was obvious. Tonight, it seemed he was in for a feast. 120 Mission complete Vampiric Scepter and a new mod. 120 Mission complete Vampiric Scepter and a new mod. Ryan had originally planned to take a nap and then head to the MC world around noon. His goal was to sort through their spoils and look for possible upgrades to their buildings. After all, now that they had redstone, they could automate a lot of things for convenience like an automatic smelter or a floating island elevator. But plans never quite keep up with reality. On one side, he had the option of quick, effortless modifications using redstone technology. On the other he had Ganyu, who had finally made up her mind, willingly delivered herself to him, and was a much longer-term endeavor to handle. Even without thinking, the choice was obvious. Perhaps because both of them had extraordinarily powerful physiques, Ganyu only struggled a little at the start. But after that, she adapted quickly. As a half-adeptus beast favored by the very laws of Teyvat, her recovery abilities were undoubtedly top-tier. Ryan, on the other hand, was a walking anomaly, a literal bug in the system. The two of them were a perfect match. From early morning until around 10, they only paused briefly to eat something to keep up their stamina. Then they continued. It wasn't until past 3 in the afternoon that things finally came to an end. Ryan now had to take back his previous praise for the so-called luxurious wooden furniture of Teyvat. Yes, it was more comfortable than MC's simple beds, but it wasn't durable enough. And with both him and Ganyu possessing abnormal strength, things got out of hand fast. Before they knew it, the bed was gone. The tables, gone. Chairs, benches, sofa, all reduced to splinters. Even the windowsill was left with a massive dent. It was complete devastation. Ganyu, initially clumsy and shy, had somehow developed into an expert. But while the process had certainly been enjoyable, now that they had settled down to rest, a new problem emerged. How were they supposed to explain this wrecked room to anyone else? What were they going to say? That Ryan had sleepwalked and torn the place apart? That was way too ridiculous. Not to mention, Ryan wasn't the type to sleepwalk. If he did have a habit of breaking things in his sleep, all of MT Tianheng would have collapsed by now. But then again, this wasn't a problem worth stressing over. After all, lying beside him was Ganyu, who had time to worry about trivial things like furniture. Sprawled on the bed he had brought from the MC world, Ryan felt at peace. Ganyu, meanwhile, would occasionally glance at him, her eyes filled with an unhidden sense of joy. Eventually, after Ryan gave her a particularly meaningful look, she finally settled down. Ryan. Ganyu clung to him tightly, her large, luminous eyes fluttering with a hint of surrender. Ryan chuckled, tapping her forehead lightly. Don't worry, I'll let you rest. Ganyu nodded furiously, grateful beyond words. Now that the thrill and excitement had faded, she realized she was more exhausted than she'd ever been, even compared to the Archon War. And yet, every single cell in her body was rejoicing, celebrating in blissful euphoria. She couldn't describe the feeling, but she knew this was the happiest she had ever been since the day she was born. You know, I always thought the whole coconut goat thing was just a silly legend, she mumbled. But now, before she could finish, she pouted, her face scrunching up in embarrassment. Don't say it. I am a half-adeptus, after all. Alright, I won't say it. Ryan shook his head with a smile. But really, what was there to say? He'd already confirmed the truth firsthand. Sure, it might not have the miraculous properties of MC's milk like cleansing all negative effects, but in terms of taste, there was simply no comparison. Tightening his arms around her, Ryan didn't bother asking meaningless questions like, when did you fall for me? At this point, those questions didn't even matter. After a brief pause, he murmured, why don't you just move in with me from now on? Ganyu blinked in curiosity. Aren't I already staying here? No. Ryan shook his head, his tone carrying an obvious implication. What I mean, Aegir room should just become mine. Leaning close, he whispered into her ear. What do you think, Ganyu? The instant understanding dawned on her, her face turned as red as a ripe apple. Too flustered to look at him directly, she nodded slightly. Then, as if realizing she seemed too passive, she clenched her fists, gathered her courage, and declared. I don't mind at all. I want to stay with you forever, Ryan. Ryan smiled, pressing a kiss to the tip of her horn. He was just about to say something when a long-forgotten system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Achievement unlocked, Diamond. Rewards. New home teleportation points, X3. Firearm, Barrett sniper rifle, with 30 rounds of special ammo. Weapon, blood-sucking staff. Mod, lucky blocks. Next achievement quest, Wither Mansion. Objective, summon and defeat 10 Wither Storms. Ryan froze mid-sentence. Noticing this, Ganyu instinctively held her breath, waiting silently. She and the others were used to moments like this, times when Ryan would suddenly space out while thinking about his next move for the world. No one ever interrupted him. After all, Ryan's plans always materialized. And more often than not, they brought extraordinary surprises. As for Ryan, to be honest, he was pretty satisfied with this round of rewards. That eyes if he ignored the absolute bullshit of his next achievement mission. Wither Mansion. What kind of insane completion conditions were these? Sure, he wanted to kill Wither Storms, but how many beacons did a person really need? 10 Wither Storms. This system was really out here talking nonsense. The Wither Storm, what kind of monstrous thing was that? It was a boss second only to the Ender Dragon. In fact, if thrown into the overworld, it was debatable whether the Ender Dragon or the Wither Storm would come out on top. This thing could fly, absorb any blocks in its path, unleash explosive attacks, and fire off devastating beams. Even with full preparation, taking it down would be a challenge. And now the system wanted him to fight 10 of them. Did the MC overworld even stand a chance of surviving? Even in the best-case scenario, where Ryan had enchanted gear ready and could quickly hack a Wither Storm to death, there was still the issue of summoning them in the first place. Those Wither skeleton skulls, the abysmally low drop rate of those things. He needed 30 of them. Did that mean he and Ganyu had to move into a nether fortress and camp there indefinitely? 1,000 thoughts rushed through his mind, and Ryan had the sudden urge to drag his system out and give it a good beating. But then again, considering the system usually hit him with challenges 100 times more absurd, this one could almost be considered humane. For now, he shoved the Wither Manor mission to the back of his mind. This wasn't something that could be completed overnight, it would take at least a couple of months. Instead, he turned his attention to the rewards he had just received. Compared to the utter madness of the next achievement task, the current set of rewards was actually pretty generous. 3 additional home teleport points, perfect for placing around the world during his next big exploration trip. Then there was the Barrett .50 cal sniper rifle, with 30 rounds of specialized ammo. A powerful weapon, no doubt, but for Ryan, it wasn't particularly necessary. What he really wanted was more ammo for his AK-47. No matter how much he had conserved, he was now down to just 45 rounds. Once they were gone, the gun would be nothing more than a glorified fire poker. But maybe the Barrett would be a better fit for Ganyu. After all, Laya's legendary sniper goddess deserved a top-tier anti-material rifle. He could already picture it, Ganyu perched atop a distant cliff, calmly taking aim, and in one shot blowing Oziel's head off. All while shouting, "For Ryan." The satisfaction that would bring. Still, the real treasure in this haul was something far more sinister. The blood-sucking staff. One of the 3 legendary staffs dropped by the Lich, the ultimate boss of the Twilight Forest. An absolute top-tier weapon. In terms of raw damage, it was laughable, just 3 points per hit. Not only did it lose out to enchanted swords or firearms, but even a basic wooden sword could outdamage it. However, neither the Twilight Wand nor the Zombie Scepter could compare to the power of this vampiric monstrosity. As its name suggested, the blood-sucking staff had a simple yet terrifying ability. It drains life. When used on another creature, it would forcefully lift them into the air, siphoning their life force to heal the user's HP and hunger bar. The attack power might be low, but the attack speed was ridiculously high. And as if that wasn't enough, the target would also be inflicted with slowness, a cruel debuff that turned escape into an impossible dream. In other words, getting hit by this thing was a slow, agonizing death sentence. Every second, the victim would feel their life essence being drained away, their strength fueling the very person who was tormenting them. For an intelligent being, this was psychological torture beyond imagination. And even if they wanted to retaliate, they couldn't. The staff had them suspended in midair. Even if they somehow landed safely, they'd still be crippled by the slowness debuff, ensuring they'd never catch the user. The ultimate kiting weapon. The ultimate tormentor's tool. And the most ridiculous part? It never breaks. Or rather, its durability is tied to an energy bar. When it runs out of energy, all it takes is a fermented spider eye to recharge it. And as someone who brewed potions regularly, Ryan had chests full of those things. In short, it had infinite uses. This staff was already unstoppable in normal MC, but if he brought it to Teyvat, it would be absolutely, devastatingly overpowered. Originally, Ryan had asked Zhongli about getting a vision, thinking elemental powers would be his best bet. But now he didn't need one. Because Ryan was about to become Teyvat's first blood attribute Archon, his one and only ability, Life Drain. It didn't matter if the enemy was a god or a mortal. As long as he had the blood-sucking staff, they were all the same. Moving forward, unless he absolutely needed fire aspect or looting, he was taking this weapon everywhere. 0 durability cost. Unlimited power. And while the blood-sucking staff was the best individual weapon, the real cheat the system had just handed him was the Lucky Block. These blocks could contain any valuable loot found in vanilla Minecraft. Gold, diamonds, emeralds, lapis. Nothing special. Ender pearls, eyes of ender, fully enchanted tools, weapons, and armor. That's where things got serious. And in later mods, lucky blocks could even drop beacons. Of course, they weren't all lucky. Summoning zombies, skeletons, or creepers. Annoying, but manageable. Lighting TNT or ender crystals. A bit worse, but still fixable. But if things went really wrong, you could get a fully enchanted diamond armored zombie named Bob, a giant zombie with 100 HP, or even a void trap that instantly kills you. Worst case scenario, a literal death cage with no escape. Ryan wasn't particularly lucky, but he still felt like the lucky block was the system's way of handing him a game-breaking exploit. And the reason was simple. He glanced down at the adorably clueless Ganyu beside him. Then, speaking directly to his system, he asked, "Hey, system, what kind of block is this?" The system's voice echoed in his mind. Louder. "I can't hear you." 121, Ryan's biggest cheat code. 121, Ryan's biggest cheat code. The long silent system suddenly spoke up. It was almost certain that somewhere in the MC world, either Xiao and the others had mined enough diamonds, or Chang'e had taken advantage of the hero of the village buff to trade for a full set of diamond armor. But either way, it didn't matter much to Ryan. After all, he'd already received his reward. If there was anything to regret, it was that he still didn't have any area of effect attack abilities. Of course, splitting Teyvat in half with a single punch didn't count. Just look at Zonglai. He entered the MC world and still had planet befall with its massive AoE damage. And him? Inma Blade, AK-47, Vampiric Staff. His damage output was insane. No one could survive taking a full combo from him. But he still had no large-scale attacks. Sure, the Vampiric Staff was broken, but that thing was still only an overpowered single-target weapon. Ryan was still planning to find a way to give himself AoE capabilities. That said, when it came to the Vampiric Staff, Ryan had absolutely no complaints. With this thing in hand, he would gladly strip off all his armor and stroll into the Nether like he owned the place. Wither skeletons? Ghasts. Let him suck their blood first before they say anything. And then there was the lucky block. Thinking about the lucky block, Ryan couldn't help but hug Ganyu and plant a kiss on her. "This is amazing, Ganyu. Turns out, you're my biggest cheat code." Cheat code? Ganyu tilted her head in confusion, looking adorably clueless. "It means a gift." Ryan chuckled. And just like that, an offhand sweet remark melted Ganyu's heart completely. Smiling with her eyes closed, she clung to Ryan's neck and kissed him over and over, like a little bird pecking at grain. "Ryan is my gift, the most precious one I've waited thousands of years for." Ryan patted her gently, not saying much. After a moment, Ganyu looked at him curiously. "You seem really happy. Did you think of something?" "Something like that." Ryan paused, then chuckled. "A certain heartless someone sent me a big present. Our system just unlocked a new mod. And it's a particularly powerful one." "Really?" Ganyu immediately sat up in excitement. Bathed in the golden light streaming through the window, she looked both pure and enchanting. Ryan, momentarily awestruck by the breathtaking sight, quickly reminded himself this was his, after all. No need to hold back. Blushing slightly, Ganyu corrected him earnestly. "I don't know how that existence gives you gifts, but since it's an important new mod, you shouldn't call it heartless. You should properly thank them instead." Hearing this, Ryan's gaze flickered slightly. After a brief silence, he murmured, "Yeah, I should thank it. If not for the system, he wouldn't have arrived in Teyvat. He wouldn't have met Ganyu and the others. He wouldn't have gained a world of his own." Sure, he always complained about the system being merciless, about how it kept cranking up the difficulty of his achievement quests. But when he really thought about it, the system had never actually screwed him over. Everything it gave him not only helped him establish himself, but also came in clutch when he needed it most. And if you really looked at it a certain way, the system was also the matchmaker that brought him and Ganyu together. If he hadn't been sent to Teyvat, would he ever have tasted coconut milk? Then again, the system was just a rigid program. No point in getting sentimental with it. "Ryan, let's go tell everyone and check out the new mod." The last one, the chain mining mod, was already so powerful. "And since you said this one's even stronger, it must be amazing." Saying this, Ganyu started getting out of bed to get dressed. Though her last outfit had been torn to shreds, she always kept plenty of spares stored in her vision. Yes, the exact same outfit. But before she could move, Ryan caught her wrist, his gaze locking onto her big, bright eyes. "It's still early. No rush. Let's move around a little more first." Ganyu had wanted to refuse, but Ryan didn't give her the chance. The matter was settled. And since Ganyu had only recently gotten a taste of something new, she wasn't exactly against it. Ryan, why did you say this mod is not only a gift from the system but also a gift from me? Hearing her soft, confused voice, Ryan gazed deeply at her. Her previously unfocused eyes slowly regained clarity. After a pause, she whispered, "Why?" Ryan gave a meaningful smile. "Because this mod's name is Lucky Block." Ganyu blinked in surprise, then seemed to realize something. A hint of curiosity flickered in her expression as she repeated, "What block?" Ryan didn't answer, and Ganyu didn't press further. Even in her slightly dazed state, she could figure it out. Lucky Block? Wrong. It was Ganyu's treasure block. By the time everything finally settled down, it was already around 5 in the evening. Ningguang and the others had returned to Ryan's courtyard. Everyone seemed to be in high spirits, their expressions bright and relaxed. But whether they were actually happy, well, that was another story. At the very least, Hu Tao was pretty sure that Ningguang was in a terrible mood. Especially after hearing Ryan explain how he had sleepwalked in the middle of the night and accidentally demolished part of the house, which now needed renovations. That excuse? Absolutely ridiculous. Even if Hu Tao had no personal experience in these matters, just looking at Ganyu's radiant complexion and the slight awkwardness in her walk made it abundantly clear what had really happened. Did Ningguang not realize it? Shaking her head, Hu Tao decided not to get involved in this battlefield. What puzzled her more was, why did Nahitha, who looked like an innocent little girl, also seem so upset? That was just absurd. Meanwhile, Keqing had returned as well and was currently discussing the situation at Gailai Plains with Ningguang. Though, from the way Ningguang seemed lost in thought, it was obvious her mind was elsewhere. Half of Gailai Plains land has been completely replaced, Keqing reported. I've already arranged for the Millilith to station there. With the presence of the wolf pack, the area is essentially impenetrable. We've planted crops from that world across 10% of the land, and the rest has been used for trees. Additionally, every plant that should have been difficult to grow, whether it's King's Inn and glaze lilies from the cliffs, silk flowers, Jueyun chilies, or even specialty herbs from other nations like Cecilia flowers, dandelions, and blood jade branches, everything matured instantly when we applied bone meal. I believe we should completely replace all the land in Gailai Plains. Once that's done, we can designate specific areas for medicinal herbs, specialty crops, and staple grains. Gailai Plains will become Laya's largest agricultural hub. With this, Laya will completely eliminate food shortages and will even be able to export surplus supplies for profit. Additionally, I've been considering turning the Mingyan village region into a ranch. Given the nature of that world, topography and terrain aren't major obstacles. Even though Mingyan village is mountainous, we can still make full use of the land efficiently. Keqing rattled off her findings in a steady stream, but when she noticed Ningguang's distant expression, she finally lost her patience. Ningguang, do you have any objections to my plan? Ningguang blinked, snapping out of her daze. Quickly shaking her head, she replied, "Not at all. You've done an excellent job, Keqing. I was simply preoccupied with something more pressing." Keqing narrowed her eyes, clearly displeased. What could possibly be more important than land planning? Obviously, Ningguang couldn't just say that she was sulking because Ganyu had acted way too fast. Fortunately, she did have some genuinely urgent matters on her mind. "You haven't been to that world these past few days, so you're unaware of our progress," she explained. "We've already begun developing the Nether and are preparing for large-scale alchemical production. We're also refining redstone technology, repairing the estate, and in 2 days, we'll begin exploring new regions. Totems of undying, redstone cannons, Nether fortresses. You've missed a lot of developments in just a few days. Besides that, I've also been considering when to convene the Kixing conference again. During the rite of parting, I want to consult the Geo-Archon about using lava and water to extend Laya Harbor further out into the sea. Oh, and when you have time, you should review the latest financial reports from the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Our Mora profits have far exceeded expectations. And frankly, at this point, we don't need to focus on making more money. The Golden House is currently stocked with hundreds of tons of gold. We don't need to prioritize Mora generation anymore." Keqing froze, momentarily stunned. After a long pause, she lowered her head slightly, her voice a bit dejected. "I see things have progressed that much already. Looks like I've really fallen behind." Ryan chuckled, patting her shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, you'll catch up in no time. Just stick with us and explore the world together for a while. Besides, your timing couldn't be better. Today, we unlocked a new mod." A new mod. At this, Keqing wasn't the only one who perked up. Everyone's interest was immediately piqued. The impact of the chain mining mod was still fresh in their minds. And a mod meant absolute god-tier technology. Naturally, everyone was dying to know what this new mod was all about. "Ryan, what kind of mod is it?" Keqing stared at him eagerly, her earlier disappointment at missing out on the past few days' activities completely forgotten. After all, past events could be made up for later. But missing out on a newly unlocked mod, that would be a disaster. However, Keqing had clearly forgotten something last time they unlocked a mod. Ryan had deliberately kept them in suspense. This time was no different. Grinning mischievously, Ryan simply shrugged and turned toward the portal leading to the MC world. "You'll see for yourselves soon enough," he said, leading the way. "What I can tell you is that this is a mod we'll be using constantly, even in the long term. In fact, its significance may even surpass that of chain mining. And, more importantly, the key to fully utilizing this mod lies with Ganyu." His cryptic explanation only confused them further. Constant use? Greater importance than chain mining? Dependent on Ganyu? None of it seemed to connect at all. Still, curiosity got the best of them, and one by one, they followed Ryan back to the estate in the MC world. For Keking, after several days away, it was clear that a lot had changed here. But she barely spared the place a glance before shifting her gaze back to Ryan, anticipation gleaming in her eyes. "Ryan, now can you tell us?" Smiling, Ryan nodded and activated the new mod. In the next instant, a subtle shift rippled through the world. Only Ryan could truly sense what had changed, but the air itself seemed to hum with something new. "Seriously, do you have to be this dramatic?" Hu Tao rolled her eyes, just about ready to start roasting Ryan. When, suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she noticed something strange. Not far away, an unfamiliar block had appeared on the ground out of nowhere. "Wait a second, that." Hu Tao gasped, pointing at the mysterious cube. Ryan simply smiled and nodded. "This is our newly unlocked mod. Its name is Lucky Block. 122 Ganius Luck is the only true lucky block. 122 Ganius Luck is the only true lucky block." "Wait a moment." Ningguang raised a hand, her expression filled with doubt. "You called it what kind of block?" Ryan repeated himself. "Lucky block." The very next second, everyone turned their heads in unison toward Ganyu. For a brief moment, Ningguang even suspected that Ryan had deliberately activated a new mod just for Ganyu. When it came to luck, no one in this entire group, perhaps even combined, could compare to her. Ganyu, who could stumble upon rare treasures just by taking a walk, was nothing short of a strategic asset whenever luck was involved. "This lucky block, is it what I think it is?" Ningguang pursed her lips, her gaze uncertain as she looked at Ryan. The latter nodded. "Lucky blocks are a simple yet highly useful mod. The way it works is straightforward. When you break a lucky block, it can drop mobs, structures, items, or resources. Enchanted gear, diamonds, gold, emeralds, even ender pearls and eyes of ender can come from it. And yes, sometimes even a totem of undying. Of course, that's if you're lucky. If you're unlucky," Ryan shrugged, "you might get a fully enchanted diamond armored zombie, a prime TNT explosion, a giant, or worse, various deadly traps. In other words, it's all a gamble of fate. But fortunately, we have a strategic weapon for this gamble." Once again, everyone's eyes turned to Ganyu. At that moment, Ningguang and Keking's gazes burned with intensity. They had never been particularly envious of Ganyu's extraordinary luck before. But now, it was different. Ganyu's seemingly endless good fortune was making itself clear once more. This lucky block mod felt like it had been tailor-made for her. Just yesterday, Ningguang had been thinking about their resource needs. Iron and other common materials weren't an issue anymore. What they needed next was a large supply of monster-related resources, especially ender pearls. Ningguang had been racking her brain trying to figure out an efficient way to gather them. After all, endermen weren't that common in the overworld, and taking them down wasn't easy either. Gaining true freedom in teleportation through an endless supply of ender pearls had seemed like a far-off dream. But today, not only did ender pearls suddenly seem within reach, now even totems of undying were on the table. It was almost absurd. "Ryan, this..." Keking bit her lip, struggling to find the right words to express her feelings. "I know it sounds unbelievable, but it's already a reality, so don't overthink it." Ryan reached out and ruffled Keking's cat-like ears with a grin. "Lucky blocks can be broken by hand, but I wouldn't recommend it. If you're unlucky enough to trigger a trap or an explosion like TNT or an end crystal, you'd be in serious trouble. The safest approach is to use a bow to break it from a distance. That way, we can minimize the risks as much as possible. In any case, with lucky blocks in play, we no longer need to worry about gathering anything other than weapons and food for our upcoming expedition. As for right now..." Ryan paused, turning to Ganyu with a smile. "Time to show us the luck of the Kylan, Ganyu." All eyes were on Ganyu now. She had never felt quite so aware of her own incredible luck before. To think that, for once, her luck could be this helpful to everyone. A sense of pride welled up in her chest as she nodded solemnly, drawing her bow. She took aim at a freshly spawned lucky block in the distance and released her arrow. With a satisfying crack, the lucky block shattered. Under everyone's expectant gazes, four small, egg-shaped objects with intricate patterns dropped to the ground. Ryan froze, completely caught off guard. Of all the possible outcomes, he had never expected Ganyu to pull these on her first try. "Did I mess up?" Ganyu asked hesitantly, looking worriedly at Ryan. The latter shook his head and exhaled. "No, I just didn't mention this part before. Lucky blocks occasionally drop what's called lucky eggs." "Lucky eggs?" Ningguang and Keking perked up. Ryan explained, "They're essentially the source material of lucky blocks. When you throw them on the ground, they turn into new lucky blocks. These are considered pretty rare drops, but for Ganyu..." He chuckled. This might just be the best possible outcome. Only Ganya's lucky blocks can truly be called lucky. Everyone immediately understood what Ryan meant. If there was only a single lucky block, then no matter what Ganya got from breaking it, it would just be that one result. But if there were many lucky blocks, thinking about it that way, it really did seem like Ganya's incredible luck was maximizing her rewards to the fullest. Ryan quickly stepped forward and tossed the 4 lucky eggs onto the ground. In an instant, 4 new lucky blocks lined up neatly before them. Returning to Ganyu's side, Ryan gave her a nod. Ganyu hesitated no longer, swiftly drawing her bow and releasing another volley of arrows. This time, there were no more lucky eggs. However, as everyone stared at the scattered loot on the ground, the entire group fell into silence. Diamonds, emeralds, lapis lazuli, redstone components, ender pearls, eyes of ender, iron horse armor, gold horse armor, diamond horse armor. And what's that? Keking pointed at the final object, an intricately crafted, golden-colored totem with emerald-like eyes, her tone filled with curiosity. Ningguang, standing beside her, opened her mouth but seemed momentarily at a loss. Then, with a complicated expression, she spoke. "Remember what I told you this afternoon about the Totem of Undying?" "Of course." Keking's eyes immediately lit up. A treasure beyond comparite prevents fatal damage, dispels all negative effects, and restores the user to their peak condition. It's an absolute lifesaver. As she spoke, Keking's voice trailed off. A realization dawned on her, and she turned toward Ningguang with an almost disbelieving look. "You're saying that thing is a Totem of Undying?" Ningguang sighed, sounding almost exhausted. A heavy silence settled over the group. Just last night, they had been going through the trouble of building a redstone cannon, meticulously planning an attack to take down an evoker. After all that effort, they had managed to obtain just 2 totems of Undying. And today, Ganyu simply broke a lucky block and casually got one. It was difficult to accept. Before coming here, Ningguang and the others had even considered raiding a Pillager outpost, carefully strategizing their approach. But now, was there even a need? Could an entire team of hardworking miners even hope to match the sheer efficiency of Ganyu breaking a few lucky blocks? Ganyu's absurd luck had rendered everyone speechless. Before, they had only thought of her as lucky, someone who always seemed to stumble upon good things wherever she went. But this was on another level entirely. With lucky blocks in play, Ganyu wasn't just lucky anymore, she was a walking goldmine. Why waste time digging for resources when praying to Ganyu was clearly the superior mining strategy? Ryan had anticipated that Ganyu would be incredibly overpowered when it came to lucky blocks. But he hadn't expected this. Everything she obtained was valuable. It was as if common drops like food or wool weren't even worthy of appearing before Ganyu's level of luck. The atmosphere became slightly awkward, and even Ningguang and the others started wondering, was it possible that lucky blocks only dropped good things? Just then, Xiao came rushing back toward the estate, his expression urgent. From a distance, he called out, "Ryan, there's been an incident at the base." The Qianyan army unearthed a strange block, and when they broke it, several lit TNT blocks dropped out. Ryan's expression immediately became serious. "Is everyone okay?" "No injuries." Xiao shook his head. They reacted quickly, so the TNT only destroyed part of the base's surface. But there are still several of those strange blocks inside the base. No one dares to break them now. Hearing this, the group let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, they finally confirmed one thing. It wasn't that lucky blocks only dropped good things. It was just that Ganyu's lucky blocks were fundamentally different from everyone else's. Her lucky blocks only dropped good things. "Xiao, that was a lucky block." Keking's voice was filled with an almost teasing amusement. "Lucky?" Xiao pressed his lips together, as if wanting to ask whether Keking had lost her mind. But then, Zhongli pointed toward the scattered resources on the ground. "Do you see that?" Following Zhongli's gaze, Xiao's pupils shrank. "So many ender pearls and a totem of undying? This is what came out of a lucky block." Ningguang sighed, sounding almost nostalgic. "To be precise, it's what Ganyu got from a lucky block. This mod relies entirely on luck." Connecting this to what had just happened at the Qianyan army's base, Xiao found himself spiraling into an existential crisis. After a long silence, Ryan finally chuckled and said, "Alright, let's not dwell on this. No matter what, as long as Ganyu's luck brings us great items, that's all that matters. For now, let's head over to the Qianyan army base and deal with their lucky blocks. These things can be dangerous if they're opened with bad luck. We'll need to give them some instructions on how to handle them." With that, Ryan took Ganyu's hand and started walking toward the base. From this day forward, he had made up his mind. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never let go of Ganyu's hand. Setting aside their already close relationship, just the sheer blessing of absorbing some of her luck was reason enough to hold on. Of course, Ryan didn't forget to grab Nahidha's hand as well. Watching his departing figure, Ningguang let out a soft sigh, though even she couldn't say exactly why she felt so conflicted. Ryan's right. No matter how absurd it is, with Ganyu around, lucky blocks are nothing but a massive advantage for us. Gather the resources and let's head over to the base. After collecting all the items, the group quickly followed Ryan toward the Qianyan army base. Along the way, they passed by 2 more lucky blocks. Earlier, Xiao hadn't dared to break them. But with Ganyu here, without even looking, she shot an arrow at each. One shattered and dropped an enchanted iron sword with looting 3. The other revealed a bow enchanted with flame. At this point, Ningguang and the others were becoming numb to it. They simply emptied their minds, picked up the loot, and moved on. Before long, they arrived at the base. There weren't any lucky blocks outside, but within the base itself, at least 3 of them could be seen. Perhaps because the base covered such a large area, these blocks had spawned inside. For now, the miners had fenced them off. Not far away, several Qianyan army soldiers were busy repairing the buildings and ground that had been damaged by the earlier explosions. It was easy to tell just by looking at them that everyone was on edge, because these blocks had TNT inside them. As soon as Ryan and the group arrived, Dashi, one of the senior soldiers, immediately ran up to him. "Ryan, these. No need to explain. I already know. That's why we're here to deal with these lucky blocks." Dashi wanted to say something but ultimately held his tongue. But Ryan wasted no time. With a dramatic wave of his hand, he grinned. "Go forth, Ganyu. Show them the power of your supreme luck." 123. What if Bennett opened a lucky block? 123. What if Bennett opened a lucky block? 5 minutes ago, the Qianyan army soldiers and the miners were still bewildered. They couldn't understand why Ryan kept calling these blocks capable of spawning lit TNT lucky blocks. But now, they understood. For them, these were unlucky blocks. And lucky blocks, only when Ganyu was the one opening them. 3 lucky blocks had just been opened, yielding a pile of diamonds, emeralds, and 2 enchanted iron tools. Compared to Ganyu, it wasn't just that they were unlucky, they were downright cursed. The enchanted iron tools were left behind at the base since, with these lucky blocks around, such items wouldn't be hard to come by anymore. The miners would also need better tools for future expeditions. As for the diamonds, those went straight into Ganyu's inventory. Once all the Qianyan army and miners had gathered, Ryan gave them some critical guidelines about dealing with lucky blocks. Never open them up close, especially not alone. Always have a group present. Use ranged attacks like arrows to break them open. This way, they could avoid sudden explosions and also have backup ready in case anything dangerous appeared. That said, for now, they didn't have to worry. At least in their immediate vicinity, there weren't any more lucky blocks. Not yet, but in the long run, they would eventually need more people to open lucky blocks. Ganyu alone couldn't do it all. Before leaving, they also collected the resources gathered after yesterday's raid. Then, the miners went back underground. In 2 days, when Ryan's team set out to explore, this group of miners would return to Lio and swap out with a fresh team. That meant they had to make the most of these next 2 days. Since they had been dealing with raids and attacks, they had gathered fewer resources than the previous rotation. With everything at the base settled, the team returned to the manor. After a thorough search, they found 2 more lucky blocks floating on the Sky Island. This time, Hu Tao insisted on testing her luck. Since they were heading out in a few days and there would be plenty of lucky blocks to open, Ryan didn't have Ganyu do it. Instead, he let Hu Tao and Zhongli each have a turn. The results were predictable. Lucky blocks did not favor them. Zhongli opened a pile of rotten flesh. Hu Tao's was even worse. She unleashed 6 zombies. Fortunately, the sun hadn't set yet. The daylight, plus a few well-placed arrows, took care of them quickly. Still, Hu Tao was not happy. Back at the manor, while Ryan was busy repairing some redstone machines, she was still pouting. After fixing up the automatic iron smelter, Ryan walked over and saw her sulking. He grinned and pinched her cheek. Alright, don't be mad. This is how lucky blocks normally work. There's both good and bad luck. Ganyu's luck? That's not normal at all. Besides, lucky blocks can drop luck potions. Once Ganyu gets one, you guys can drink it and open some for yourselves. Honestly, you weren't even that unlucky. At least you didn't trigger a trap or spawn some overpowered monster. Rotten flesh and zombies were nothing. Opening an actual trap would have been a disaster. Unbidden, a thought crossed Ryan's mind. What if Bennett opened a lucky block? Now that would be a sight to behold. Hu Tao's expression softened a little, but she still stuck out her tongue. Fine. I get it. There's no competing with Ganyu's luck. But still, my luck isn't that bad, right? I should have at least gotten some food or something. Ryan chuckled and shook his head. Tomorrow morning, we'll plan out the manor layout. In the afternoon, we'll search around the base and the manor for more lucky blocks. Before we leave for our trip, we'll open them all. Also, I need to craft some fireworks. Since we're opening lucky blocks, and with Ganyu's luck, we're bound to get Elytra soon. I mentioned Elytra before, right? Seeing the group's puzzled expressions, Ryan spread his hands. Guess I forgot. Elytra is like the wind glider, but different. If you use a firework while wearing Elytra, it propels you forward, letting you fly. In short, Ryan stretched lazily, looking up at the darkening sky. That's enough for today. Tomorrow, we finish up here and then spring vacation, here we come. The group exchanged knowing smiles. If it weren't for the lucky blocks, this trip would have been all about raiding Pillager outposts. But now, with lucky blocks. And Ganyu, even totems of undying didn't require farming anymore. This trip was now more about sightseeing, exploring the world, and scouting a new resource-rich area for the miners. Ryan didn't linger any longer. If he stayed out too late, phantoms would start spawning. Maybe the others had gotten enough sleep recently, but Ryan and Ganyu had been busy all day. If phantoms showed up now, it would be a mess. Opening the portal, the group stepped back into Teyvat. Ningguang and the others didn't all stay behind. Since they were soon heading out on a long journey, matters in Laya still needed to be arranged as quickly as possible. Besides, Keqing had just returned, and tonight, Ningguang had to explain to her how things had developed in the MC world. Before long, one by one, the group took their leave. Nahida, however, pouted, casting a glance at Ryan before looking at Ganyu. With a little huff, as if sulking, she stomped off to her room, clearly unhappy. Ryan stretched lazily, then said with deliberate exaggeration, "Oh no, my room still hasn't been repaired yet. Does that mean I'll have to sleep on the streets tonight?" Ganyu found it amusing and blushed slightly before offering, "Then why don't you come rest in my room, Ryan?" She quickly added, "This is an invitation from me personally." Ryan chuckled, grasping Ganyu's soft hand and leaning in suggestively. "It's still a little early to sleep, isn't it? How about we do something a bit more interesting?" Ganyu lowered her head, silent. But silence was the best kind of answer. With that, Ryan scooped her up into his arms and strode toward her room. After all, having only recently gotten a taste of something new, these two weren't about to settle down so easily anytime soon. Monstat, Angel's Share Tavern. At this hour, just after sunset, Angel's Share should have been packed with customers. But tonight, the doors were shut early. Outside, hidden in the shadows, numerous underground intelligence agents stood guard. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of the ever-dutiful, ever-justice-minded Diluc. Inside, a certain green-clad bard was guzzling expensive wine without a care in the world. In stark contrast, Jean and the other members of the Knights of Favonius wore expressions of deep concern. Diluc, in particular, looked so grim that it seemed like his face alone could darken the entire room. After a long silence, the ever-impatient Paimon finally broke the tension, placing her hands on her hips and glaring at the bard. "Hey, you, the one who sings for a living. Something this serious just happened, and you're sitting there drinking like nothing's wrong. Hee. Venti, slightly tipsy, turned his head with a carefree grin, raising the bottle in his hand as if making a toast. The sky could fall, but life goes on all the same. The wind of freedom never stops blowing, even in the face of hardship. Just look outside. Despite the dragon crisis, the people of Monstat still find joy in their daily lives, don't they?" Paimon huffed. "Humph. Paimon still doesn't get all that freedom talk. And besides," she narrowed her eyes at Diluc, then muttered under her breath, "You're just taking advantage of the fact that Master Diluc feels bad about what happened, aren't you?" Now, Venti smirked, lowering his voice mischievously. "If Diluc is willing to let me drink to my heart's content out of guilt, wouldn't wasting such a rare opportunity be a crime against the heavens?" Diluc shot him a cold glance. "You can say whatever you like. This was, ultimately, my mistake. I don't need anyone to tiptoe around my feelings as if I were fragile." Hee. Venti chuckled, then turned back to the bar, raising his voice. "Charles, did you hear that? Your boss just said it himself. Go grab me a few more bottles of the finest dandelion wine. The ones that cost 10 million mora each." Charles visibly twitched but still bowed politely before heading upstairs. Jean, however, let out a weary sigh. In truth, this wasn't entirely Diluc's fault. She shook her head, voice heavy with regret. This all happened so suddenly. None of us expected that a Fatui Abyss mage would be lurking in the shadows behind Storm Terror. Well, I wouldn't exactly say lurking. Venti put down his glass, then, as if unintentionally, glanced toward the ever-silent Lumen before casually continuing. "That Abyss mage didn't just happen to be there. It came through an abyssal portal. They've set their sights on Storm Terror, so even if you stop one, there will always be a second and a third. But that doesn't mean the Skyward Harp's destruction had nothing to do with us," Diluc said grimly. Venti blinked. "I don't mind if Master Diluc wants to take responsibility for breaking the harp, really. Anyway," Diluc reined in his emotions and spoke calmly. "My intelligence network has already begun investigating. Soon, we'll have more detailed information. And when we do..." His vision flickered, and a sharp glint flashed through his eyes. The atmosphere grew tense again. After a moment, Jean changed the topic. "We can't stay in Monstat any longer. The Fatui have already noticed us, and that Harbinger is still stationed at the Goth Grand Hotel. Most of our actions are being watched, so at dawn, we'll slip out of the city when the guards change shifts. Our destination is Dawn Winery." At the mention of this, Diluc's expression darkened further. With a cold laugh, he scoffed. "This just proves how ridiculous this all is. In our own city, in our own nation, we have to sneak around like criminals just to avoid the Fatui. How absurd." His voice carried unmistakable sarcasm. But beneath that, there was also something else: a quiet but profound disillusionment. Jean pursed her lips. She, too, felt disheartened, but she still tried to salvage the dignity of the Knights of Favonius. The Knights are doing their best. Lisa has been holding the line these past few days, keeping that harbinger occupied. Humph. Diluc scoffed again, but this time, it lacked the bite from earlier. Lisa. He had nothing against that woman. Even though she always seemed lazy and unmotivated, in his eyes, she was more reliable than the entire Knights of Favonius combined. Even more so than the Grand Master and his so-called adopted brother. That being said, both Diluc and Jean were fully aware of Lisa's condition. She wasn't in good health. They couldn't expect her to keep pushing herself forever just to stall a Fatui harbinger. In the end, it's still just Lisa holding the line alone. I haven't seen the Knights take any real action to push back the Fatui. Diluc's tone carried a clear warning. Look at Laya. They, too, have a harbinger stationed in their city, along with plenty of Fatui agents. But Laya's Kixing and Ningguang have been cracking down on them hard. The Northland Bank gets audited every 3 days by the Ministry of Civil Affairs. The Fatui can't even breathe, let alone move freely. That, he finished coldly, is what the Knights should be doing. 124 Venti discovers a blind spot in MC materials. Hearing Diluc's words, Jean naturally understood the situation as well. The underground intelligence networks were highly efficient, and the Adventurers Guild was no different. Over the past few days, Ningguang and her people had been relentlessly suppressing the Fatui, even going so far as to openly exploit them commercially. The Fatui were furious but didn't dare express their anger. They had no choice but to force a smile and continue purchasing resources. To be honest, Jean truly envied them. Even back when the Grand Master was present, Monstat had never been this bold. However, that's a completely different situation, Master Diluc. Venti, wearing his usual carefree smile, tried to ease Jean's concerns. The Geo-Archon of Liu is universally acknowledged as Teyvat's strongest. The war god's name is one that even future gods must look up to. He has an army of adepti under his command, each one possessing formidable strength. That frequently active conqueror of demons is on the level of a god of war himself. The hidden adepti within Laya Harbor are not just 1 or 2 in number. Furthermore, Laya has never had to deal with something like a Grand Master leading an expedition. As the most prosperous nation and Teyvat's greatest port, they have every reason to stand their ground against anyone. Venti might have intended to reassure Diluc, advising him not to be too harsh on the Knights of Favonius. But after his long-winded speech, everyone present exchanged strange glances. After a brief silence, Paimon threw up her hands in exasperation. Hearing this from you is seriously weird. Laya's Geo-Archon dutifully descends every year, and the divine beings under his rule remain ever vigilant in protecting Laya. Yet despite both of you being Archons, you get to slack off and nap for 500 years. Your own divine follower was targeted by the Abyss Order, and you didn't even have the power to save Dvalin. Seriously, Bard, are you sure you and that Geo-Archon are both original members of the Seven? Or could it be that you've just been acting this whole time? Venti's heart nearly skipped a beat. For a moment, he almost let his composure slip under Paimon's sharp words. If Zhongli had been here to witness this, he would have instantly recognized it as one of Venti's usual performances. After all, Venti had lived for over 3,000 years. In his earliest days, he had been nothing more than a spirit of the thousand winds. His past even had some connection to Istaroth, the god of time. And after ascending to godhood, even if he lost his gnosis and his people's faith, he was still undeniably one of the most powerful beings in Teyvat. Among the gods, he was ranked among the strongest. His absence for the past 500 years? Simply he had been recovering from his wounds. The battle in Kenria had nearly cost him his life. As for why he still refused to act now, it had to do with the Abyss. It had to do with Celestia. It had to do with his guilt over failing 500 years ago. And it had to do with Luminate Traveler. There was no way he could admit any of that. Instead, he put on an innocent expression and looked at Paimon with wide, guileless eyes. I told you already. A god's strength is tied to their rule over a nation. I've been away for over 500 years, how could I possibly have any power left? Paimon, are you trying to get me eaten by Dvalin? Don't forget it was you guys who disrupted my plan and made me fail at saving him in the first place. Hearing that, Paimon shrank back, suddenly feeling guilty. A glimmer of mischief flashed in Venti's eyes. In truth, even if things hadn't played out that way, he would have had to make contact with Lumen sooner or later. This entire game was one that Lumen had to be involved in. To put it in more mysterious terms, the moment Lumen set foot in Teyvat, she became the catalyst for the storm that would shake the world. And she was its very eye. However, Jean and Diluc weren't fooled by Venti's act. But there was no need for them to question him further. After all, the Gunhilda clan, the ancient family that had once summoned Barbadashad records in their texts. Even before he had become the Inmo Archon, Venti's power had been beyond imagination. The original 7, and even the current 7, had never been powerful because of their position. Rather, they had gained their divine status because they had already been powerful enough. Their titles as rulers were merely honorary marks of their past achievements. It was Venti who had once blown away eternal winter with a single arrow and brought rain and dew to Monstat, making it a livable place. It was Zhongli who had once cast a single spear, creating Gaiun's stone forest, and whose battles during the Archon War had flattened the Daihua marsh. Could a mere gnosis, a mere external organ of magical power, truly allow them to do such things? Later on, even Scaramouch, who held a gnosis, was effortlessly crushed by Nahida, who had none. A god's power had always come from within themselves. Jean and Diluc understood Venti was definitely acting, but they didn't mind. Although Diluc seemed indifferent to Venti's identity, the bard was still the Inmo Archon at the end of the day. While Mondstadt's people weren't like Laius Wo constantly said, if the Geo Archon does something, there must be a reason. At the very least, Diluc wouldn't expose Venti's little tricks. Besides, Dvalin's situation wasn't beyond Mondstadt's ability to handle. If they were truly determined to take him down, they could send Lisa. They could call Albedo back. Even sending Klee would be an option. Dvalin's strength had declined drastically. And with a mother like Alice, who could blow up Storm Terror's lair, was it really possible she hadn't left Klee a few protective toys before she left? The conversation soon shifted away from this topic, and Diluc's critique of the Knights of Favonius came to a temporary halt. After a pause, Diluc suddenly remarked, Laia has undergone major changes recently. I don't know what they've discovered, but the output of iron, wood, food, stone, and other resources has doubled. The quality is far superior to before, yet for some reason, the prices remain unchanged. I've heard that Fontaine and Snesnia are both preparing to send delegations to purchase coal on a large scale and renegotiate long-term trade contracts with Laia. Jean frowned slightly, puzzled. Fontaine, I can understand. Given their current situation, they do need to renegotiate their contracts. But Snesnia? Doesn't Laiu already have the Fatui? 125, a sniper's gift to the sniper king Gonius Barrett. 125, a sniper's gift to the sniper king Gonius Barrett. Yesterday, Ryan and the others spent the entire day renovating the estate and upgrading their base. Most of the work involved redstone automation, making life in the estate much more convenient. They installed elevators, one leading to the floating island and another to the slime farm. Automated furnaces, storage systems, and even a few auto-replacing armor stands were added to their collection of high-tech contraptions. They also finished crafting the mountain-clearing cannon they had promised Cloud Retainer. Cloud Retainer was eager to test it out. The results? Absolutely spectacular. In just one afternoon, she had blasted away more than half a mountain using TNT. The harvest of resources was immense, but in the end, Cloud Retainer decided to put the cannon aside, at least for now. It was simply too powerful. She had ended up obliterating even the planned construction zones, meaning they'd have to fix everything again today. Meanwhile, the Millilith soldiers and miners took turns rotating shifts. The previous team of Millilith passed on important knowledge to the newcomers, such as the location of the redstone cannons at the entrance and how to handle the lucky blocks. Luckily, none of this required Ryan's personal involvement. By midday, most of the estate repairs were complete. That afternoon, Ryan led the group on a search within their explored territories, specifically hunting for lucky blocks. They opened over 20 of them. And once again, Ganya's luck proved to be the most reliable treasure of all. Whenever she opened a lucky block, they reaped massive rewards. This time, she obtained over 2 stacks of diamonds, nearly 2 stacks of ender pearls and eyes of ender, a vast array of redstone components, materials, and enchanted gear, so many that they practically lost count. But the most significant rewards were 4 Elytra wings, and 3 totems of undying, and that was just from an area within a 20-kilometer radius. With today's expedition taking them even farther, who knew how much they'd find? Of course, not all the lucky blocks were opened by Ganyu alone. Ryan and the others also took a few turns. Ningguang and the others managed to get some food and wool, useful, but not exactly exciting. Originally, they had planned to let everyone try their luck. But then Ryan, he somehow triggered an obsidian water prison trap. After that, everyone immediately gave up on the idea. The lesson they learned was clear. Never place too much trust in your own luck. Unless, of course, you were Ganyu. On another note, they also obtained 3 golden apples yesterday. Xiao ate 2 of them. And just like that, his karmic debt was completely cleansed. This was probably the best news Zhongli had received in the past few centuries. From now on, Xiao could continue living as the conqueror of demons without the burden of his past sins. As for the erosion of his body due to his long lifespan, Zhongli wasn't particularly concerned about it. After all, he still had a totem of undying gifted to him by Ryan. If the erosion ever became truly life-threatening, well, worst-case scenario, he could just die and respawn. By morning, preparations were in full swing. After clearing out the storage chests and the automatic furnaces, Ryan strolled leisurely back to the estate's courtyard. There, the entire group stood fully equipped in enchanted diamond armor. Each of them wielded weapons forged from diamond. Thanks to the lucky blocks, diamonds were no longer a rare resource, though they weren't quite abundant enough to equip all of the Millilith and miners just yet. At the very least, though, Ryan and his core team had full enchanted diamond armor sets. Not to mention, they also had the option to trade with the villagers for more supplies. Most of yesterday's emeralds and diamonds had been spent upgrading their equipment. One of the biggest advantages of diamond gear, the weight wasn't as ridiculous as iron or gold. A single diamond weighed around 380 kilograms. A fully crafted diamond sword weighed less than a ton. And an entire set of enchanted diamond armor, barely 10 tons in total. By comparison, iron and gold armor would have made combat nearly impossible. And so, the group stood at the ready, fully equipped and prepared to embark on their greatest adventure yet. Even now, it still felt a bit ridiculous. But they were all Genshin characters, wielders of elemental power. As long as they infused their elements into the gear, operating these weapons in Teyvat wouldn't be an issue. Last night, Xiao had gone out demon hunting, fully clad in his enchanted diamond armor. And most importantly, diamond armor was second only to netherite armor in terms of defense. Fully enchanted, every protection stat in Xiao's personal status panel was maxed out. Just to test its limits, he had deliberately sought out a Geo chieftain Hilishurl. It smashed down a massive stone fist upon him. He barely even felt it. And with a single counterattack from his diamond sword, he felled the beast with ease. The significance of diamond armor was undeniable. If only there were enough for the entire Millelith force, Keqing would have immediately proposed outfitting everyone in it. The moment Ryan returned, Ganyu and Nahida rushed up to him, each claiming one of his hands. No one was surprised by this. Everyone was well aware that Ryan and Ganyu were now living together, and Nahida had always been his close friend. Just yesterday, he had expanded the estate specifically for her, constructing a grand garden in her honor. Nahida was very spoiled in this household. Hiding the slight discomfort in her heart, Ningguang smiled gently and said, "We've packed only the necessary weapons. For tools, we're just bringing iron pickaxes. As for food, I have a stack of grilled pork chops, which should be enough. Additionally, we're carrying a stack of ender pearls. Are you sure that's all we need? No iron blocks for emergencies." Hearing this, Ryan chuckled, turning his gaze toward Ganyu. She blinked at him, looking adorably clueless. "You tell me," he said, grinning. "With Ganyu and lucky blocks, do we really need to bring anything else?" After a moment of silence, Ningguang shook her head with a helpless smile. "Fair point. All right then, shall we depart now?" "Hold on a second." Ryan clapped his hands, then reached into his inventory and pulled out a massive black sniper rifle along with 30 rounds of ammunition. He handed it to Ganyu. "Almost forgot I meant to give this to you yesterday." The sleek, jet-black weapon instantly caught everyone's attention. There was something eerily unsettling about that gaping muzzle, something that made even Zhongli feel a tinge of unease. "Ryan, is this a firearm?" Zhongli recalled Ryan's AK-47, its similarly terrifying barrel, its ability to instill fear at just a glance. Ryan nodded with a smirk. "This is a Barrett anti-material sniper rifle, the so-called king of snipers. It fires specialized 12.7mm explosive armor-piercing rounds. Even a grazing hit can rip an enemy to shreds. It's the kind of weapon where if you get hit, no matter where you're as good as gone." It was originally designed to destroy tanks and demolish fortifications. With a max effective range of 7 kilometers. Well, I think you can all understand what kind of weapon this is. Ryan had always thought that with Ganyu's incredible long-range precision, coupled with her absurd frostflake arrows, she was practically Laya's own guided missile system. Yet, she was still using a mere bow. What a tragic waste of talent. With a Barrett sniper rifle in her hands, maybe she couldn't one-shot the heavenly principles, but at the very least, she could snipe Oziel's head off from 7 kilometers away. For Ganyu, effective range had never been a limitation. In the realm of long-range combat, the only limit was the weapon itself. She had no limit. Ningguang and the others looked on with envy, but none of them felt that Ryan was playing favorites. They all knew how unparalleled Ganyu's ranged skills were. With a bow, her shots never missed. And now, with a Barrett, she was about to become Laya's strategic, long-range precision bombing system. This is too precious, Ryan." Ganyu hesitated to accept the weapon, looking up at him with uncertainty. Ryan simply reached out and ruffled her hair, his voice soft. "Nothing is more precious than you, Ganyu. And besides, you've already given me something far more valuable than this. Compared to that, this is nothing." Ganyu's face turned bright red in an instant. She carefully took the Barrett in her hands, and the moment she touched it, she felt it. Her entire being resonated with the weapon, every fiber of her body exulting as if it had been waiting for this moment all along. Cold, heavy, but also incredibly powerful and reassuring. She even felt like if she just swung it at someone, it would still deal massive damage. Without thinking, Ganyu tilted the Barrett slightly, and accidentally aimed it at Xiao. In that instant, Xiao's mind screamed in warning. Every instinct he had as a battle-hardened warrior told him dodge the gun barrel, or you will die. But before he could move, Ryan swiftly pushed the rifle downward, his expression suddenly serious. "Ganyu, remember this. No matter where you are, whether it's this world or Teyvat, never point a gun at an ally." "Understood." Ganyu blinked in surprise before quickly turning to Xiao, her voice apologetic. Sorry. It's fine." Xiao, though still shaken, shook his head and muttered under his breath to Zhongli. "Morex, this weapon is extremely dangerous." Zhongli frowned slightly but said nothing more. Indeed, something about this rifle gave him a distinct sense of foreboding. But perhaps it was simply because this world had severely suppressed their divine and adeptal powers. Under normal circumstances, true gods and adepti wouldn't fear mortal weapons. "Go ahead, give it a try." Ryan gestured toward a flock of sheep grazing leisurely in the nearby woods. Ganya nodded. And without needing any instruction, she instinctively raised the rifle, loaded a round, and assumed a textbook-perfect sniping posture. Every movement was flawless. The only problem, she was probably underestimating the Barrett's recoil. She was definitely about to get knocked flat on her back. Ryan had just stepped behind her when, boom, a deafening explosion roared through the air. Fire and smoke erupted as the bullet screamed toward its target. Before anyone could even process what had happened, it struck. The ground detonated. A massive crater was blasted into the earth, as if a TNT explosion had gone off. As for the 4 or 5 sheep that had been peacefully grazing just moments ago, they were now completely gone. Not even ashes remained. Ganyu, caught off guard by the recoil, stumbled slightly before steadying herself, her shoulder aching. She turned to Ryan, eyes wide in shock. Ryan, this weapon, pretty powerful, huh? Ryan chuckled, ruffling her hair again. Remember, brace yourself harder when using the Barrett, or you'll get knocked back. Ganya nodded solemnly. Then, smiling brightly, she threw herself into Ryan's arms. Thank you, I love it. The others turned away, each deep in thought. Ningguang, in particular, was very intrigued. Even if not for warfare, this weapon would be insanely effective for monster extermination. But for now, the firearm mod wasn't fully enabled, so she had to set that thought aside. Ryan grinned and pulled out a crimson, glowing staff. Alright, we're all set, go get the horses. It's time to head out. Just as Keking was about to move, she suddenly noticed the staff in his hands. Ryan, this world has staffs. Hearing this, Ningguang also turned, curiosity flashing in her golden eyes. She preferred catalysts over swords or bows, but Ryan had never mentioned staffs existing in Minecraft before. This. Ryan lifted his chin proudly. This is a divine weapon, no less powerful than my Inma blade. It drops from a special mod. Its name is Bloodsucking Staff 3. 126, 126, Hu Tao the Wicked Bloodsucking Staff. 126, 126, Hu Tao the Wicked Bloodsucking Staff. Bloodsucking. Zhongli's eyes flickered with understanding as he looked at Ryan. The latter nodded and explained in a calm voice, just like its name suggests, this staff drains blood. As he spoke, Ryan turned and pointed the staff at a pig grazing in the nearby pasture. A shrill, agonized squeal rang out. Strangely, though the pig thrashed and struggled, it remained completely suspended in midair. A moment later, the others noticed its blood was being stripped from its body, turning into a crimson mist that floated steadily toward Ryan. Not long after, the pig vanished into thin air, leaving behind nothing but a fresh piece of raw pork. A collective shiver ran through the group. This scene was chilling, far too eerie. Ryan's ability resembled something only the darkest sorcerers would wield. If this were his previous life, people would have undoubtedly pointed fingers, calling him a necromancer. But in Teyvat, magic like this had never been seen before. Zhongli furrowed his brows slightly and said in a deep voice, "It seems you have directly." "Exactly," Ryan interrupted with a small smile, spinning the blood-sucking staff in his hand. "This weapon drains life essence." The way he casually twirled the staff sent another round of chills through everyone. When locked onto an enemy, the staff forcibly suspends them in midair. Even if they manage to land, they'll be afflicted with a slow debuff. It doesn't deal high damage per hit, but the attack speed is terrifyingly fast. As long as the staff has a target, that target is as good as dead. Ryan then paused, his tone becoming more serious. "But the most terrifying part of the blood-sucking staff is this." He looked around at the group before declaring, "Any life force it extracts is transferred directly to me. It restores my health and my hunger. In other words, if I get injured or run low on energy, all I have to do is attack with this staff, and I'll recover in no time. Which is why." Ryan spread his hands in a helpless shrug. Hu Tao, who had been silent up until now, suddenly pouted and said in a disgruntled tone, "Snatching someone else's life force for your own use, what an evil weapon." The others nodded in agreement. Ryan rolled his eyes. "I'd accept that from anyone else, but Hu Tao, come on. Isn't your secret art, spirit soother, the exact same thing?" Hu Tao's smug expression froze. She struggled for a moment before attempting to defend herself. That's completely different. My spirit soother is. Seeing her flounder, Ryan chuckled and flicked her nose playfully. "What, are you trying to say it generates life force out of thin air?" Ugh, Hu Tao fell silent. If she claimed that, it would be utterly ridiculous. After all, her elemental burst worked by striking an enemy and restoring her own health based on the damage dealt and her own vitality. And where did that life force come from? The more she thought about it, the more she realized it wasn't she also just violently ripping energy away from enemies to heal herself? If that weren't the case, why did Hu Tao's wasted burst become one of the most frustrating misplays imaginable? If Spirit Soother could really generate life force from nothing, wouldn't Hu Tao be spamming her burst with every step she took? Ultimately, the difference lay in appearance. Ryan's staff openly, unapologetically drained enemies dry, making it seem far more sinister. But at the end of the day, it was just a weapon. Weapons weren't inherently good or evil, only the wielder determined their purpose. Even the staff of Homa in Hu Tao's hands held a vastly different meaning compared to someone else wielding it. The others seemed to come to the same realization. While the blood-sucking staff still gave them an eerie feeling, it was no longer outright repulsive. After all, they trusted Ryan. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Go get the horses, Ryan instructed with a grin. Xiao gave a small nod before heading toward the stables. Meanwhile, Hu Tao, who had been left speechless by Ryan's logic, suddenly had a glint of mischief in her eyes. She put on her most adorable smile, sidled up to Ryan, and clung to his arm. Hee Ryan, look. You've got yourself this fancy new blood-sucking staff, and you even gifted Ganyu that awesome Barrett sniper rifle. Don't you have a little something for me too? Ryan raised an eyebrow. He saw right through her act, but he played along, feigning confusion. Oh, you want my diamond sword? Sure. I don't have it on me right now, but you can grab it from my room. Hu Tao's face instantly darkened. She puffed up her cheeks in indignation. Who wants your diamond sword? I already have one. Unbelievable. You're messing with me on purpose, aren't you, Ryan? Ryan merely shrugged with an innocent expression. Heaven and earth bear witness I would never deceive the adorable master who. Ugh. Hu Tao's cheeks flushed red for a moment, but she quickly crossed her arms and declared. Don't play dumb. You already have so many powerful weapons. Just lend me the Inma blade for a little while. If that's too much, the rifle will do. I'm not picky. Hearing her come right out with it, Ryan couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Alright, enough of that. The Inma blade and the rifle are off limits. So stingy. Hu Tao pouted, puffing up her cheeks in frustration. I'll return it after a little while. At worst, I'll move in with you. ? The moment those words left her mouth, not just Ganyu but also Ningguang and Nahida turned to stare at her. Hu Tao, however, didn't mind in the slightest. She latched onto Ryan's arm, swaying coquettishly. Come on, Ryan. Just for a bit, okay? Looking at the adorable Hu Tao clinging to him, Ryan sighed helplessly. Alright, enough of that. The Inma blade and the rifle aren't just ordinary weapons. They can't be used so casually. The Inma blade has durability. If it runs out and I haven't activated the katana mod, it'll actually break. And the rifle? It's almost out of ammo. If you play with it for a bit, it'll just turn into a fancy stick. Hu Tao pursed her lips. She wasn't the type to throw a tantrum over something like this. It was just that after seeing Ryan's teleporting swordplay with the Inma blade, she couldn't help but feel a little envious. She just wanted to try it out, experience the thrill of moving instantly at will. Ender pearls were nice, sure, but those things drained health. Even with the fall protection enchantment, it didn't mean she wouldn't lose HP. However, Hu Tao's eyes suddenly lit up. She pointed at the blood-sucking staff in Ryan's hand. Then what about that thing? That one won't break, right? And you're always holding on to it. At her words, Ryan chuckled and nodded. Good point. The blood-sucking staff won't break. If its durability runs out, that just means it's out of charge. All I need is a fermented spider eye to recharge it, and it'll be as good as new. Why, interested? I can let you try it out for a bit. With a mischievous grin, Ryan waved the blood-sucking staff in front of Hu Tao, tempting her. Her expression stiffened instantly before she hurriedly let go of his arm. Humph, who wants to use such an evil weapon? Forget it. I'll just make my own in the future. Her childish defiance only made her more endearing. Ryan chuckled, ruffling her hair gently. Alright. If I get the chance, I'll find you a weapon that suits you better. I promise it'll not only be fun but also incredibly useful for your exorcisms. Hu Tao's eyes gleamed with excitement. She immediately extended her hand for a handshake. It's a deal. If you go back on your word, you'll face the wrath of the Geo Lord. Ryan smiled and nodded. A weapon suited for Hu Tao, something to help with exorcisms. The great merciful Gatling gun, rotating at 3,600 rounds per minute. Deliverance for all, benevolence in action. Forget exorcising mere spirits, she could probably exorcise an entire Fatui Harbinger with that thing. Ryan honestly doubted there was anything in Teyvat that could withstand the sheer firepower of a Gatling gun. Except for gods, of course. To be fair, even if he unloaded an entire arsenal of Gatling guns on Oziel, he doubted it would kill the sea monster. It wasn't that its defenses were impenetrable. It was just that gods were weird. As long as Oziel remained in the ocean, it could regenerate endlessly. That alone made it nearly impossible to deal with. Not that it was truly unbeatable. If push came to shove, he'd bring out RPGs and missiles. And if that still wasn't enough, well, then it'd be time to introduce Teyvat to the concept of nuclear warfare. Before long, Xiao returned, leading several horses. 7 in total, each clad in diamond armor. Naturally, Zhongli and the others each took one, while Nahida shared a horse with Ryan. Technically, two-person riding required a special mod. But rules were made to be bent, and Ryan wasn't about to be stopped by something so trivial. Nahida was small enough that holding her while riding was easy. Ryan had considered getting her a foal, but really, how would that look? Everyone else riding mighty stallions, while Nahida lagged behind on a tiny horse. Besides, holding Nahida while galloping across the plains, now that sounded like a fantastic time. Swinging onto his horse, he secured Nahida in his arms. At that moment, Nahida silently thanked the heavens for her petite size. She didn't miss the way Ganyu gazed at her, full of envy. Everyone ready. Ryan tightened his grip on the reins and called out, his voice brimming with excitement. Before anyone could answer, he nudged his horse's sides, raising his voice. Let's ride. The horses neighed and shot forward, carrying the group out of the estate. They passed through the bustling base, where Millelith soldiers and miners alike turned to watch, offering respectful nods. Soon, they crossed the newly constructed bridge leading to the grasslands, where the scenery stretched vast and unbroken. The estate and base quickly disappeared behind them, even the floating island shrinking to a mere speck in the distance. In the Minecraft world, horseback riding was incredibly freeing, no worries about missing a turn and plummeting off a cliff. Even Ningguang, who wasn't the best rider, easily controlled her horse. The wild wind, sharpened by their speed, was bracing yet refreshing. At that moment, Ryan understood why Venti was so obsessed with freedom and the wind. For just a fleeting second, Ryan resonated with that feeling completely. He tightened his hold on Nahitha, who closed her eyes blissfully, stretching her arms out wide. She was savoring every moment of this new experience. Above them, clouds drifted lazily. Below, the grasslands sprawled endlessly, painted in lush hues. The grass wasn't tall enough for the classic wind blows, revealing grazing herds look, but even so, the sight of freely roaming cattle, sheep, and horses filled the air with a different kind of tranquility. Ryan, look, there's a lucky block over there. Suddenly, Nahitha exclaimed, pointing excitedly into the distance. Ryan narrowed his eyes, spotting the glowing cube. He quickly raised a hand, signaling Ganya to lower her bow. Releasing the reins momentarily, he pulled out his own bow, drawing the string back. A fiery arrow shot forward like a streak of lightning, piercing the lucky block with pinpoint precision. The block shattered instantly, spilling out an abundance of diamonds and emeralds. Ryan rode through at full speed, scooping up the loot without stopping. Turning back to the others, he flashed a grin. Now that's a great start. Looks like this trip is going to be a lucky one. 127, Tartaglia, did you say you got drenched in lava? 127, Tartaglia, did you say you got drenched in lava? Laya Harbor. Second floor of the Northland Bank. Tartaglia stood by the redwood window, silently listening to the movements downstairs. Perhaps it was the clamor within the bank, or perhaps the bustling streets of Laya Harbor. For someone as battle-hardened and restless as he was, moments of peace like these were rare. He wasn't sure how long had passed before the manager of the Northland Bank, drenched in sweat and visibly exhausted, climbed the stairs and stood behind him. Lord Harbinger, the auditors from the Ministry of Civil Affairs have left. Tartaglia made a faint sound of acknowledgement through his nose. The manager continued his report. This is already the third audit targeting us in just 7 days, my lord. The ministry's actions are growing increasingly frequent. Many of our clients, possibly affected by these audits, have begun withdrawing their deposits from the Northland Bank. In just 2 weeks, our fixed Mora assets have shrunk by a fifth. If this continues, Tartaglia raised a hand slightly, cutting him off with a calm voice. That's something for the rich to worry about. But, Tartaglia shot him a sidelong glance and said indifferently. But what? Do you expect me to confront the Ministry of Civil Affairs? Or have the Northland Bank go against all of Liu? My lord, this is blatant targeting. The manager's voice carried frustration and resignation. Tartaglia chuckled coldly in his heart. He had no interest in these trivial financial maneuvers and could see right through the manager's attempt to use him as a shield. But, he didn't care what happened to the Northland Bank. At the end of the day, it was a tool for the wealthy. And he, Tartaglia, had no deep ties to those rich aristocrats. He despised the likes of Pantalone and the doctor, their scheming, their underhanded calculations. Among the harbingers, the only ones he had any genuine regard for were Capitano and Pulcinella. The former was a warrior who aligned with his ideals, strong and capable. The latter, though undoubtedly driven by self-interest, had always been kind to him and his family. Besides, Tartaglia hadn't come to Laya just to oversee the bank. His mission from the Tsaritsa was the real priority. Cutting off the manager once more, he spoke slowly. This is Laya, not Monstat, not Samuru, not Inajima. Laya Harbor is the most prosperous trade hub in all of Teyvat. Every nation relies on it for commerce. You think I alone can stand against the entirety of Laya? You think the Fatui have the power to face the wrath of the Geo Archon and his Adepti? Has the Tsaritsa's favor given you such blind confidence that you've forgotten the Geo Archon's other title, the God of War? Do you even comprehend how many hidden Adepti reside within this city? At these words, the manager fell into a troubled silence. Indeed, with the Fatui's backing, the Northland Bank had expanded smoothly in other nations, gaining an almost untouchable status. He had grown accustomed to things going their way, assuming Laya would be no different. But, this was the very heart of commerce, the land ruled by the Geo Archon. Even Pantalon at Fatui, self-proclaimed god of wealth, had started his career in Laya. When it came to finance, the people of Laya were their forefathers. And if the Fatui ever broke the rules and resorted to force, there were always the Adepti to put them back in their place. In Laya, the Fatui could provide the Northland Bank with financial support, nothing more. After a long pause, Tartaglia, growing bored, suddenly asked, I heard that all trade dealings involving Samura's academia have had their material costs inflated by 300%. The manager, regaining his composure, immediately replied, "Yes, my lord. Any transaction involving Samara, be it with Liu or other nations, now requires significantly higher fees. These additional costs are to be shouldered entirely by the academia. Furthermore, just last night, the Northland Bank in Samura sent word that the academia was attacked. There were no casualties, it seems, but the attack specifically targeted the Grand Sage. A strike from above obliterated the heart of the academia, leaving a crater over 1,000 meters wide and hundreds of meters deep." At this, Tartaglia's interest was piqued. He didn't particularly care what the Grand Sage had done to provoke such an attack. But the attacker? That was a different story. For a single strike to cause such devastation while still being controlled enough to avoid outright obliteration, that meant the assailant was, at the very least, at the level of a god. Tartaglia's dormant battle spirit ignited, but just as quickly, he calmed himself. An opponent like that was far beyond him. Though he would love to challenge such a foe, now was not the time. His mission took precedence. Is there any link between the academia's attack and Lia's economic pressure on them? The manager shook his head. There's no sign of any direct connection yet. The adepti of Liu aren't the type to act recklessly, and among them, only a handful have power approaching that of a god. Moreover, the attack didn't appear to contain any elemental energy. Tartaglia raised an eyebrow. So, pure physical strength now, that is the kind of warrior that gets my blood pumping. His eyes burned with the thrill of battle, and for a moment, he was tempted to abandon Liu and rush to Samuru. There's one more thing, the manager added. The Grand Sage isn't dead, just severely injured. He's claiming the incident was caused by an earthquake. After a brief pause, he continued. Additionally, the Grand Sage has mobilized all of Samura's forces to hunt down the attacker. At this, Tartaglia let out a derisive chuckle. An earthquake? A manhunt? What an amusing farce. That Grand Sage clearly learned all the wrong things from his wisdom. Does he really think he's worthy of tracking down an enemy like that? Forget Samura's affairs, I have no interest in their mess. Just keep an eye out for any news about that attacker. The Tsaritsa might find them interesting. One more thing. Tartaglia pulled a sealed Fatui communication letter from his coat and tossed it to the manager. This contains Pantalone's latest instructions regarding the Northland Bank's operations. We are not to antagonize the Ministry of Civil Affairs or the Kixing. We are to purchase as much of Lia's recently released resources as possible. Focus on coal and iron ore. As for the lapis lazuli that resonates with elemental energy, a state-sponsored delegation from Snezhnia will handle that transaction. Lapis lazuli's ability to resonate with elemental energy made it an invaluable asset. Whether for forging high-tier weapons or other applications, the more, the better. Not to mention, Lia's iron ore was of exceptional quality, perfect for crafting semi-divine weapons. It held immense strategic value. But since Ningguang and the Kixing had restricted its supply, its price had skyrocketed. Snezhnia was prepared to pay any price for it. The Tsaritsa's orders were clear: acquire it at all costs. The manager accepted the letter but hesitated before asking, "My lord, won't the Ministry of Civil Affairs obstruct Snezhnia's trade convoy?" Tartaglia smirked, uninterested. Pantalone's letter covers that. He made it clear, the Fatui are the Fatui, and Snezhnia is Snezhnia. This convoy is not affiliated with the Fatui or the Northland Bank. It's merely a private enterprise from Snezhnia's civilian sector. Anyway, his letter will tell you what to do. Also, he wanted me to remind you, under no circumstances should the Northland Bank in Liu provide any financial support to the newly arrived trade convoy. It's best if the two sides don't even meet. No contact whatsoever. The manager immediately understood, bowing slightly before taking his leave. The second floor fell silent once more, leaving only Tartaglia standing by the window. He gazed out at the lively streets of Liu Harbor, the prosperous city bustling with merchants and travelers. After a long pause, he let out a quiet sigh. Such a peaceful and thriving place. If not for Her Majesty's grand plan, perhaps bringing Tanya and the others to settle here would have given them a better life. But unfortunately, his expression darkened with a hint of frustration. He had been in Liu for quite some time now, yet he had gained nothing. Following the Tsaritsa's instructions, he had tried to establish contact with Zonglianli for the consultant to have seemingly vanished, nowhere to be found in Liu Harbor. With no way to proceed with his assigned tasks, he had instead turned to his own interest, seeking out powerful opponents for a good fight. But even that had been fruitless. There were mighty adepti hidden within Liu, but they did not show themselves. And he knew better than to stir up trouble just to draw them out. He had ventured to the fabled Nantianmen, where legends spoke of an ancient, sealed being of great power. Indeed, he had sensed something terrifying slumbering there. Yet, the mere presence of that being had sent a chilling warning through his entire body, an instinctive dread that surpassed even what he had felt when facing those dreadful eyes in the abyss. He hadn't dared to act recklessly. Nothing was going his way. Tartaglia sighed inwardly. At least the process of obtaining the forbidden talisman was progressing smoothly. It had already entered production. But everything else, every obstacle, every deadlock, all of it seemed to lead back to that heavily guarded manor. That place was the very heart of the storm brewing in Laya. Yet Tartaglia could no longer afford to step foot there. He knew for certain that an Adeptus was watching over it. He had no qualms about fighting Adepti, he actually welcomed it. But this was different. This particular Adeptus wasn't just watching him, they were ready to kill him the moment he crossed the line. There would be no holding back, no friendly spar, only a deathmatch. Tartaglia wasn't foolish enough to throw his life away. Besides, the aura of that Adeptus gave him an overwhelming sense of fatal danger. It had to be one of the legendary Adepta, perhaps the infamous conqueror of demons, or one of the three-eyed five-manifold immortals. The only silver lining was that this Adeptus seemed uninterested in the lesser members of the Fatui. They had their eyes set solely on him and warriors of his caliber. That was something Tartaglia could use to his advantage. He was still lost in thought when a sound of ragged, frantic breathing reached his ears from across the room. His sharp gaze flicked toward the doorway, his expression darkening. A debt collector had stumbled in. Oh, not just any debt collector, but one in a wretched, bloodied state. His clothes were tattered, soaked in crimson. His body was riddled with deep, vicious bite marks, as if he had barely escaped the jaws of some ravenous beast. One arm hung limp at his side, clearly broken beyond use. Tartaglia's brows furrowed deeply. He didn't particularly value the lives of debt collectors. They weren't strong, not in the grand scheme of things, but they were masters of stealth and evasion. For one to return in such a state, and more importantly he had sent out 4. Where were the other 3? What happened? Tartaglia's voice was low and firm. The debt collector sucked in a trembling breath, his eyes filled with sheer terror, his body shaking uncontrollably as if recalling a nightmare. Lord Harbinger, that manor. The place is surrounded by hundreds of Millilith guards. And trap straps filled with lava. 128, Tartaglia, can't you tell a wolf from a dog? 128, Tartaglia, can't you tell a wolf from a dog? Tartaglia strode forward quickly, channeling his elemental energy into the wounded debt collector's body to stabilize his strength. The debt collector gasped before hurriedly reporting. Lord Harbinger, the 4 of us followed your orders and climbed down from the peak of Mt Tianheng to investigate that small courtyard. We successfully avoided the Millilith. But before we even got within 100 meters of the courtyard, we stepped on some kind of trap. In an instant, the ground split apart as if it were controlled by the Geo Lord himself. 2 of our men fell in and were swallowed by the magma below. Before we could react, 6 wolves, no, dogs, rushed out from the courtyard. Tartaglia's patience wore thin. Can't you tell a wolf from a dog? Besides, you're elite debt collectors, how could 6 mere beasts be too much for you? The debt collector froze, then smiled bitterly. Lord Harbinger, they looked exactly like wolves, but when they howled it was definitely the bark of dogs. And they were far from ordinary creatures. We thought they weren't too strong at first, but one of those dogs bit off number 3's arm in a single snap. Our attacks barely did any damage to them. Meanwhile, just a single bite from them left us critically wounded. Number 3 fought them to buy me time to escape and report back before I got away. I saw it. The debt collector's expression turned to sheer terror. Number 3, he didn't last long against them. In just an instant, they tore him apart. Even his weapon was crushed in their jaws like it was nothing. Lord Harbinger, those creatures are man-eating monsters. I suspect even a ruined guard wouldn't stand a chance against them. Tartaglia's gaze flickered. He waved his hand, signaling for the injured man to be taken away for treatment. But his thoughts remained restless. A pack of creatures strong enough to tear apart trained Fatui agents. Creatures that clearly followed orders, as if they were mere guard dogs. Did such things even exist in Teyvat? Tartaglia had fought across all 7 nations, yet he had never heard of wolves or dogs this powerful. Even more bizarrely, they could withstand elemental attacks. Sure, the debt collectors weren't the strongest wielders of elemental energy, but still it was elemental energy. Even a pack of 100 ordinary wolves would be wiped out by 2 skilled debt collectors. And yet, 6 wolves had nearly wiped out his men. And what was with that magma trap? Since when was magma that close to the surface of Mt Tianheng? Never once had he heard of Moryx manipulating magma itself. Just what secrets did that courtyard hold? The Kixing, the Adepti, the Millilith, Zhongli. Was there a connection between all of this and the recent turmoil surrounding Laya's mineral resources? A storm of questions swirled in Tartaglia's mind. And deep within, his battle lust reignited. Both his vision and delusion gleamed brightly. Looks like I'll have to see for myself, he murmured. Just then, an immense and pure force of adeptal energy materialized out of thin air. A slightly aged, feminine voice echoed beside his ear. Children playing their little games, there's no need for the adults to step in, don't you think? Fatui Harbinger, Tartaglia. Tartaglia's pupils contracted. His body tensed instinctively. A suffocating sense of impending death enveloped him. It had been a long time since he last felt this way. The last time was when he told Pierrot he wanted to challenge him. The Adepti of Laya were watching him. Lowering his gaze slightly, Tartaglia let his elemental energy flow through his body, keeping his delusion at the ready, prepared to activate his foul legacy transformation at any moment. But the old voice merely chuckled. Haha, no need to be so tense. I'm just here to say hello. Age has made me averse to fighting. If possible, I'd rather just chat. What do you think? Tartaglia narrowed his eyes slightly. He understood now this was undoubtedly one of the oldest Adepti who had followed Morax from the very beginning. A being who had survived the Archon War and had hidden away in Laya Harbor. Someone who had fought on countless battlefields, faced countless gods. There was no questioning her strength. She was undoubtedly one of Laya's unshakable pillars. Tartaglia enjoyed a good fight, but he wasn't reckless enough to think he could take on an Adeptus who had lived for thousands of years. The Cryo-Archon could empower the Fatui Harbingers, but Morax could just as easily bless his own Adepti. Not to mention, this was Laya Harbor. If he dared to make a move, who knew how many Adepti and powerful warriors would descend upon him? His thoughts raced, but outwardly, he dropped his combat stance. With a bright, carefree smile, he scratched his head and laughed. Since you've personally stepped in to mediate, I won't do anything I shouldn't. There was a brief silence before the aged voice responded again. Haha, you're quite sensible. Though I can see you have your own little schemes, you're at least honest about it, far more so than that other harbinger. Tartaglia nodded in agreement. Exactly. I don't care for those scheming types who play tricks all day. If there's an issue, let's settle it with a fight. The Adeptus clearly sensed his desire for battle once more. You young ones, in my youth, perhaps I would have entertained a duel. But now, I have no interest in moving these old bones. That's a real shame, Tartaglia sighed, shrugging. But he didn't push the matter. A long time ago, I met your Cryo-Archon alongside Morax, the voice continued. She was a lonely but determined god, carrying a burden she never should have borne. For her, Morax and we Adepti held goodwill. You Fatui serve her cause, and for that alone, we would not have opposed you. But unfortunately your Fatui are not of one mind. Each of you harbors different ambitions and ulterior motives. Tartaglia could tell she wasn't lying. She truly respected the Cryo-Archon. That alone pleased him. He understood his queen's sorrow, and he was willing to fight for her. But as she said, the Fatui Harbingers did not all share the same beliefs. The Jester, the Doctor, the Wanderer. Their goals were different from the Cryo-Archons. For now, they were simply allies out of mutual benefit. And that was precisely why Tartaglia didn't like them. A thought crossed his mind. If the Cryo-Archon's grand plan could gain the support of Morax and the Adepti. But before he could voice it, the old woman saw right through him. You really are a cunning little snake, she chuckled. It's true I recognize your Archon's noble ideals, but that doesn't mean we'll stand by her side. The path she walks is far too dangerous. One misstep, and she will fall into eternal ruin. Laya's 3,700-year legacy must not be severed in our time. Abandon that thought. Tartaglia sighed softly. I see, my apologies, then. No need to apologize, the old woman chuckled. Perhaps her dream can be realized in another way, but it's still too early for that, and you don't need to keep exploring that place. You, child, are full of passion, with a strong heart for battle, yet you also deeply love your family and remain loyal to the Cryo-Archon. At your core, you are a good person. You are different from the other harbingers, so I do not wish to make things difficult for you. Stop pursuing things you shouldn't know. If you persist in your ignorance, next time, it may not just be me that you face. The other three-eyed five manifestations, Adepti and the Conqueror of Demons, are not as easy to talk to. Even the Lord of Geo, if provoked time and time again. He might personally put an end to your future. Do you understand? The Lord of Geo is far from the point where he can no longer wield a weapon. You should know well how he earned the title of the God of War. To the Lord of Geo, you Cryo-Archon followers are all juniors. Tartaglia scratched his head and chuckled. Thank you for the warning, Adeptus. I understand. However, I still have one question. The elder chuckled and replied. You want to know who I am? Tartaglia nodded firmly. He was convinced that while he might not be as powerful as a true god, he was still far stronger than most godly subordinates. At the very least, he could easily crush Monstat's Dvalin. But this voice, without even showing itself, had already given him an overwhelming sense of impending death. If he didn't figure out which Adeptus this was, he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. Right now, I am nothing more than an ordinary citizen of Laya, but I doubt that answer will satisfy you. If you must ask for my past title, I am the three-eyed five manifestations Adeptus True Lord of the Songdust Waves. The moment the words fell, the immense adeptal power suddenly dispersed, as if nothing had ever happened. Yet Tartaglia clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were burning with excitement. The three-eyed five manifestations Adeptus True Lord of the Songdust Waves. Even among the gathering of countless Adepti in Layu, even during the Archon War, this name was legendary. A name forged through bloodshed. It was said that the true Lord of the Songdust Waves was a master of adeptal domain arts, with peerless spear skills that even the Lord of Geo greatly admired. During the Archon War, she was one of the primary warriors. One of the Lord of Geo's strongest subordinates, an Adeptus who had lived for an exceptionally long time. It was rumored that the number of godly subordinates who perished by her spear was beyond counting. She was a friend of the goddess of dust, Gishong, and had eliminated many of Gishong's enemies, as the gentle goddess was not skilled in battle. She was one of the rare Adepti who, even during the Archon War, possessed power beyond normal limits. If blessed by the Lord of Geo, she might not have been any weaker than a mid-tier god. After so long, it was hard to say what her current strength was. But Tartaglia knew that if she wanted to kill him, it probably wouldn't take much effort. Fortunately, this adeptus no longer seemed interested in battle and was rather reasonable. If it had been a Yiksha, the Northland Bank might have been smashed to pieces on the spot. Gazing at the streets of Liu, Tartaglia sighed deeply. He had yet to meet Zhongli, and due to too many changes, he had already drawn the attention of an adeptus. He had no choice but to learn more about Liu's legends of gods and adepti. The more he learned, the more he felt that Liu was unfathomable. The strength of its people might not surpass that of Sneznia, but the power of its adepti, it was simply absurd. At least three-eyed 5 manifestations adepti lived in Jueyun Karst, while the conqueror of demons regularly cleansed the remnants of fallen gods. In Liu Harbor, there were half-adepti beings like Ganyu and Yanfei, along with this true lord of the Songdust Waves. And these were just the ones whose existence was confirmed. What about those whose fates were uncertain, those adepti whose deaths were unclear, or those who had gone into hiding? What about the gods? The Stove God, Makosha the Dragon King, Azdaha. There were even rumors of the Lord of Geo's own creations, the Jade and Stone Whales. And that's not even mentioning the Lord of Geo himself, who had lived for over 6,000 years and was a true god of war. He even had a good relationship with Barbatos, one of the original ruling archons. Tartaglia let out a long, drawn-out sigh. Liu, oh, Liu. What an incredibly deep and murky pool of water you are. Just how many terrifying beings are you hiding? Then, he suddenly grinned, his expression brimming with fighting spirit. But that's exactly why Liu is worth getting fired up for. 129 Bonfire Night on the MC Plains. The people in the MC world were unaware of what was happening in Liu. Even if they knew, Ningguang and the others would probably just pat the heads of the wolves guarding the gates and tell them not to eat just any filth they came across. As for Madame Ping, whom Zhongli had arranged to stand guard, Ryan was well aware of the situation. He had even met Madame Ping and invited her to join them in the MC world. However, she had politely declined. The small courtyard in Liu still needed someone to watch over it, preventing unauthorized exploration. Besides, she wasn't particularly keen on moving around much. That said, she did mention that once everything stabilized, she would come to the MC world to enjoy her retirement just like Zhongli. She planned to build a treehouse, grow flowers, and cultivate her own land. With that, Ryan's idea of using Madame Ping's adeptal arts to bring in extra materials was scrapped. He had forgotten that adeptal arts were heavily suppressed in this world. Anything brought in through adeptal space would immediately lose all its effects. It was a shame, but not a huge loss. If necessary, he could always make a trip to the end and get some ender chests. The group had spent the entire day exploring the world, hunting, opening lucky blocks, and searching for caves. It had been a fulfilling journey. However, they had yet to find a suitable place to establish a new base. There were caves in the plains, but they were small, and the resources within them. To be honest, with lucky blocks around, Ningguang and the others weren't particularly interested in cave mining anymore. Just moments ago, Zhongli had an incredible stroke of luck, obtaining 13 blocks of iron, 9 blocks of emerald, and 9 blocks of diamond, all in block form, not just ingots. With gains like that, who needed caves? If resources ran low, they could simply send someone out to break a few lucky blocks, and they'd collect more than an entire week's worth of mining. That said, mining wouldn't be entirely abandoned, but its importance had significantly decreased. Lapis lazuli could resonate with elemental energy, and diamonds renowned for their hardness were perfect for crafting weapons. As for monster drops, they were even more fascinating. These materials needed to be systematically gathered in the future. A small team stationed at the caves would be enough, while the rest would focus on large-scale construction. Monster farms, iron farms, and slime farms, all essential for Liwihad to be built. However, the existing settlement wouldn't be enough. They needed to build a city right here on the plains. Today's expedition was essentially for scouting and planning the site. And Ningguang had no intention of building something small. Teyvat had no anti-monopoly laws. Or rather, for someone like Ningguang and for Liu, such laws were non-existent. Since that was the case, she planned to establish a city that would dominate resource trade. Liu would monopolize Teyvat's entire mining industry, control the supply of wool, dyes, and wood, and corner the market for high-end clothing and furniture. Premium food ingredients. Liu would dominate Teyvat's culinary sector as well. Ningguang's goal was to make Liu Harbor the heart of Teyvat's economia trade empire, where every aspect of daily life, from clothing to food, depended on Liu. Weapon crafting had also been prioritized. The finest blacksmiths had been assembled, and with Zhongli's lingering divine power, they were upgrading raw materials. By fusing lapis lazuli and other rare Teyvat minerals with the highest quality iron ore or diamonds, they would create a new line of superior weapons. Liu was also preparing to launch a custom weapon service. Once everything stabilized and Liu gained absolute dominance, they would start offering enchantment services. Just the fire aspect, enchantment alone, would drive countless people to spend fortunes acquiring these weapons. Never underestimate the common people's thirst for power. In addition to resources, horse breeding and training had also begun on the plains. Half of the Millilith would transition into cavalry, and once that was complete, they could consider selling warhorses. Horses did exist in Teyvat after all, the Knights of Favonius wouldn't be knights otherwise. However, Teyvat's horses lacked the MC world's traits. When faced with powerful monsters, they were prone to fear, which disrupted battle strategies. This was why cavalry was rarely deployed in monster hunting missions. In Teyvat, horses were primarily used for travel, nothing more. But MC horses were different. They were fast, easy to control, and most importantly, fearless against monsters. These were true battle companions. Beyond all of this, alchemy potions were perhaps the most crucial. There was no need to explain how powerful alchemy potions were. Without Ryan's guidance, without crafting tables or brewing stands, the people of Teyvat wouldn't be able to produce these potions even if given 100 years. Yet their power was undeniable, and they were consumables entering a continuous market demand. This would be Laya's pillar industry in the future. Additionally, they would accept high-end custom orders from friendly individuals and allied forces such as fully enchanted armor sets and teleportation pearls. Ningguang had calculated everything. From the top-tier custom orders catering to the elite of Teyvat to the everyday essentials for the common folk, Laya's exports would cover it all. At that point, Mora would be the least of their concerns. Laya would become a true titan so influential that a mere shift in its stance would send tremors across all of Teyvat. With the solidification of economic ties, if anything happened to Laya, the other nations would suffer as well. By then, Laya wouldn't even need to act against threats, other nations would handle them on its behalf. Even if Celestia intervened, the 7 nations would be forced to stand together against it because of their economic ties with Laya. Ningguang recalled something Ryan had mentioned about his world. There was a certain country that controlled global finances in such a way that even with hundreds of opposing nations, it still acted with impunity. Of course, Ningguang wasn't fond of terms like manipulation or control. The 7 nations weren't entirely hostile toward one another. Even when dealing with the Fatui, Laya wouldn't target all of Sneznia. She preferred to call this strategy an economic interdependence network. But that level of control would take at least a decade to achieve. Why settle for just earning Mora from Laya Harbor or even all of Teyvat? Ningguang wanted Laya to surpass even that rogue nation from Ryan's world. Without a single battle, she would ensure that all of Teyvat remained loyal to Laya. Laya's enemies would be the enemies of the entire 7 nations. By then, Laya's voice would carry across the world, and no one would dare ignore it. Playing financial games with the Northland Bank was no longer interesting. Ningguang's vision had long surpassed such petty tactics. However, at this moment, none of that mattered. This was a time for relaxation and travel. The horses, clad in diamond armor, were tethered to fences. As the sun began to set, the group stood in the golden plains, gazing at the distant snow-capped mountains. Under the sunset, the green grass shimmered like a golden ocean, rippling with the wind. Everyone stood in silent appreciation of the beauty of this world. Just then, Cloud Retainer sent a transmission, reporting on the state of their base and mansion. She had accidentally fired the redstone cannon again, blowing up an entire day's worth of repair work. Her tone carried a hint of grievance. Ryan figured that it probably wasn't an accident. She was definitely trying to study and make one herself but didn't control the power properly. Well, as long as she was fine. What a beautiful grassland. I almost feel reluctant to build a city here and ruin the scenery, Ningguang murmured softly. Beside her, Ryan reached out and wrapped his arm around Ganyu's waist, speaking gently. This world is vast and boundless. There will always be a second, even a third grassland. Besides, this one is big enough that building a city won't really affect much. Ningguang glanced sideways at Ganyu, who was snuggling in Ryan's embrace, her face filled with bliss. She sighed softly in her heart. Everything had been going smoothly lately, and there was much less for her to worry about. Coupled with the fact that she and Ryan had been chatting every day about his original world's fascinating stories, her initial admiration had now. She really wished she could be the one in Ganyu's place. For over 20 years, she had been strong and independent, but even she had a soft spot in her heart. If she could curl up in that embrace, quietly listening to Ryan's heartbeat, hearing him tell her stories, feeling the warmth of being cared for by her own man, that would be unimaginably wonderful. But unfortunately, she was one step too late. Ganyu and Ryan had already gone all the way. At least for now, there was nothing Ningguang could do. Teyvat has its charms, and this world has its own, Zhongli said softly, his expression filled with a rare sense of ease. The entire day had been spent galloping across the plains with everyone. Even though the view was nothing but endless plains, it never felt boring. This was the kind of life he had always longed for. If only there were more old friends here, it would be even better. When traveling, there's no need to be overly pragmatic. Simply experiencing the true essence of the world's gifts is the greatest reward. I think a certain old friend would definitely love a place as free and unfettered as this. He was talking about Venti. Although Zhongli was still somewhat annoyed that Venti had tampered with his contract, he wasn't completely heartless. He actually wished Venti was here. With that carefree troublemaker around, things would certainly be more entertaining. Besides, Zhongli held some lingering grievances. If Venti had just let him uphold his dignity as the god of contracts, Zhongli wouldn't have restricted his movements afterward. Alright, let's start building, Ryan said, withdrawing his gaze from the distant horizon. We're spending the night here. I assume no one's planning to head back. Everyone naturally nodded. Even though monsters would spawn at night, camping in the vast plains was an adventure in itself. First, set up a perimeter fence, place torches to prevent monsters from spawning, then just build a few simple shelters to rest in. Hearing this, Hu Tao grinned and spread her hands. Oh please, we've been here for a while now. We don't need your reminders. Ryan raised an eyebrow. Oh, no reminders? Then why do I recall a certain hall master planning 4 Wangxing funeral parlor branches, only for zombies to spawn in all of them? And in the end, you ran to me, all pitiful, complaining about it. Hu Tao's expression stiffened. Then, with some irritation, she snapped. That was ages ago. Ryan, why are you still bringing it up? I'd remember it clearly even after 100 years. Hu Tao huffed, rolled her eyes at Ryan, and then turned to start helping with the fence construction. Ryan chuckled and shook his head. Make the fenced area a bit larger. We're having a bonfire party tonight. Got it. Hu Tao's voice rang out from afar as she dove into the work. The first day of their spring outing was about to conclude perfectly. 1:30, a bountiful harvest from lucky blocks. The night sky was vast and filled with scattered stars. In Ryan's previous life, such a scene was rare to behold. But whether in Teyvat or the MC world, it was a common sight. However, one thing remained the same: both starry skies were fake. In the MC world, unless a special mod was installed, the world was an infinitely extending plane. Even if one flew high into the sky in creative mode, it was impossible to reach the stars. Meanwhile, Teyvat was more straightforward. He simply didn't allow anyone to get close to the stars at all. Of course, this wasn't something worth worrying about. At this moment, everyone was gathered around a campfire. Square-shaped shelters were lined up neatly around them, resembling matchboxes. Further out, fences enclosed the area, and torches were placed everywhere to ensure that no monsters could spawn inside. Beyond the fence, however, monsters had already begun to gather in dense numbers. No one bothered to deal with them. By morning, the creatures would vanish with the rising sun. Ryan leaned against a wool block, with Ganyu and Nahida nestled in his arms. Nahida's small head bobbed up and down, on the verge of dozing off. Ganyu found the sight amusing. The little Dendro Archon, the so-called Lesser Lord Kuzanali, was still very much a child. Even her daily habits resembled those of a kid. It was only a little past 8 o'clock, yet she was already nodding off. And that was despite spending the whole day riding horses with Ryan, hardly an exhausting activity. Ryan gently patted Nahida, coaxing her to sleep as if he were comforting a child. Let's talk about today's haul from the Lucky Blocks, he said in a soft voice. Keking, sitting nearby, pulled out her notebook and began to report methodically. Today, we opened a total of 42 Lucky Blocks. After excluding rotten flesh, various junk items, monsters, and traps, the number of effectively useful Lucky Blocks totaled 30. Among them, Ganyu opened 20. The effective materials obtained include wool blocks and various food items. Additionally, we acquired 5 sets of redstone components. As for mineral resources, we obtained 23 diamond blocks, 22 emerald blocks, 47 iron blocks, and several lapis lazuli blocks. Before she could finish, Ryan shook his head and interrupted her softly. There's no need to list the minerals, just mention the important materials. Keking nodded and flipped to the next page of her notes, while the others listened attentively. Important materials include 3 elytra sets, 5 totems of undying, a full set of ender pearls and eyes of ender, 23 golden apples, 7 enchanted golden apples. Additionally, should I mention the enchanted tools? Keking glanced at Ryan for his decision. He pondered for a moment before replying lightly. My plan is to discard the lesser tools, anything below iron tier. Upon hearing this, Ningguang immediately shook her head. There's no need to do that just yet. Even if we don't find them useful, they can still be distributed to the Millilith and the miners. It would be a waste to throw them away. The others also nodded in agreement. Ryan, however, gave Ningguang a helpless look. But we're running out of storage space. No problem, Keking said softly. If we squeeze a little, our backpacks should still hold enough for tomorrow's lucky block openings. And if we do run out of space, we can always return to Teyvat for a bit and store everything there. After all, we have a lot of people counting on us. We're not yet at the point where we can afford to be wasteful with such valuable items. She then gave Ryan a teasing smile. You might be generous, but enchanted tools in Liu would easily sell for astronomical prices. Ryan shrugged. Fine, do as you like. If you all want to keep them, we'll keep them. We can distribute them as rewards to the Millilith and hardworking miners. Also, we now have enough totems of undying for each of us to carry one. Take one for yourself, as they re primarily for survival. Hearing this, no one objected. In the past, they would have thought that such a precious item should be left in Ryan's safekeeping. But after watching Ganyu continuously obtain totems of undying throughout the day, they had grown numb to it. Thinking about it logically, with Lucky Blocks and Ganyu around, totems of undying weren't all that rare anymore. For all they knew, they might get another 4 or 5 of them tomorrow. The results of today's lucky block openings had left everyone pleasantly surprised. At this rate, they had gathered as many resources as a group of miners would from several expeditions. Ningguang was starting to think it might be a good idea to adjust their strategy. Perhaps they should encourage the Millilith to venture out and open more lucky blocks instead of relying solely on traditional mining. Besides, we obtained another important treasure, Keking said as she flipped to the final page of her notes. Ganya managed to open a total of 9 lucky eggs. Should we open them now, or wait until we get back? Ryan considered for a moment before shaking his head. Let's wait until we're back. If we open more lucky eggs along the way, the spectacle will be even more impressive once we open them all at once. Everyone chuckled and let the matter rest. Hu Tao withdrew her gaze from the zombies and skeletons outside the fence and asked softly, "Where are we going tomorrow? Should we continue exploring the plains, or head straight for the snowy mountains?" This was a more pressing issue than when to open the lucky eggs. Ryan didn't decide for every one. He turned to hear their thoughts. Hu Tao murmured, "I'd like to go to the snowy mountains. The plains are nice, but if we stay here too long, it gets a little dull. I haven't seen much snow before. I've always heard about Dragon's Pine in Monstat, but never visited. What about you guys?" As she spoke, she shot Zhongli a knowing look, as if to say, "You understand, right?" Zhongli found her antics amusing but still gave his answer with a nod. "I don't mind. If we go to the snowy mountains, that would be a fine choice as well." With Zhongli voicing his opinion, Xiao naturally followed suit, agreeing to the snowy mountain expedition. At this point, even those who originally wanted to continue exploring the plains had no reason to split up. One after another, they nodded in agreement with Hu Tao's suggestion. Since they were mainly searching for caves and resources, who knew perhaps the snowy mountains would have even better opportunities. "All right then," Ryan said with a chuckle. "Since everyone agrees, we'll set out for the snowy mountains first thing in the morning. If we're lucky, we might even find a snow-covered village. And if the village is big enough, there could be abandoned mineshafts underneath. There's bound to be some good stuff there." The snowy mountains had plenty of valuable resources. And, of course, they could also build a snow golem. Not to mention the snowballs, which were perfect for a snowball fight. After all, their journey was supposed to be fun above all else. Ryan couldn't even remember the last time he had a snowball fight. After chatting for a while longer, around 10 in the evening, everyone started feeling sleepy. Though riding horses wasn't tiring, the excitement of the day had left them somewhat exhausted. One by one, they bid each other goodnight and returned to their respective rooms. Ryan gently picked up Nahida and carried her back to his large house, with Ganyu following closely behind. Even though Nahida was the Dendro Archon and capable of combat, Ryan still saw her as nothing more than a little girl. Naturally, he felt responsible for taking care of her at all times. His temporary residence was quite spacious. 2 bedrooms and a living area. Nahida had her own room. After laying her down on the bed and tucking her in, Ryan watched as she slept peacefully, curled up like a small kitten. His expression softened. He gently tapped Nahida's nose. The little girl instinctively reached out and covered her face with her hands. Seeing this, Ryan chuckled and turned to leave, taking Ganyu with him to their own room. Everyone already knew about their relationship, so there was no need to hide it. Besides, they were in the middle of their honeymoon phase. There was no way they would be apart. The 2 beds had been pushed together. As soon as Ryan entered, he threw himself onto the bed, patting the space beside him expectantly. Ganyu naturally understood what he wanted. She was tempted too, but Nahida was in the next room. Not to mention, Ningguang and the others weren't too far away either. Ganyu wasn't confident she could keep herself composed. She lay down obediently on one side. But when Ryan moved closer, she quickly shielded herself and whispered, "No, Ryan, Nahida and everyone else are still here." Ryan froze for a moment, then sighed in resignation. "If I had known, I would have sent everyone back to rest somewhere else tonight." He sighed again, reluctantly wrapping his arms around Ganyu. She smiled at his disappointment but suddenly hesitated, her face turning slightly red. As if she had overcome a major inner struggle, she whispered, "Then what if we use a method that doesn't make any noise?" Ryan was momentarily stunned. But soon, as Ganyu quietly slipped beneath the covers, he understood what she meant. He couldn't help but feel deeply moved. For the pure-hearted Kylan to do something like this for him. Gently stroking her head, Ryan murmured, "Ganyu, you're amazing." Ganyu squinted her eyes, smiling but unable to respond aloud. Instead, her actions became even more gentle. Though clumsy, her determination to make Ryan happy was unmistakable. Compared to a relaxing foot soak after a long day, Ryan much preferred ending the night being taken care of by Ganyu. The next morning, Xiao had already gotten up early to clear out the remaining monsters in the area. Although zombies and skeletons had started burning in the sunlight, there were still slimes, creepers, and even a few spiders lurking around. They had to be dealt with not just because they were in the way, but because their drops were valuable. Ryan needed spider drops for brewing fermented spider eyes for potion brewing. Creepers provided gunpowder. And slimes, well, slime balls were crucial for redstone contraptions. Disgusting as they were, these mobs were actually top-tier material suppliers. Especially skeletons. Ever since everyone realized the usefulness of bone meal, bones had become a scarce resource. Keking had even mentioned that, after Laya's land reclamation efforts in the Gailai Plains, they were facing a massive shortage of bone meal. That land held great significance for Zhongli and the Adepti, so they naturally had to pay close attention to its upkeep. Fortunately, with Xiao fully equipped in enchanted diamond gear and wielding a trident, clearing out the monsters was as easy as taking a walk. In just a few minutes, the area was completely cleaned up. By the time he finished, the others had also woken up and gathered for breakfast. They decided not to dismantle their temporary base. Instead, they left it standing as a unique landmark. Who knew? Maybe they'd return here for a vacation someday. Mounting their horses once more, they set off. With laughter and chatter, they rode straight toward the snowy mountains. Now that they had a clear destination, the journey took far less time. Before long, they reached the border of the plains. And as they caught sight of the towering, snow-covered peaks in the distance, they were utterly awestruck by the breathtaking scenery unique to the MC world. 131 Frostwalker Enchantment and the Snowball War. To be honest, Zhongli had lived for over 6,000 years. Ningguang had traveled across all of Teyvat for business, and Keking, being in charge of Laya's lands, had done more than her fair share of field inspections. Logically, in a world as picturesque as Teyvat, nothing they saw should surprise them anymore. Yet, upon reaching the edge of the plains and seeing the snowy mountains in the distance, all of them were struck with awe. A wide river cut across the land, separating the plains from the snow-covered mountains. One side of the river flowed normally, while the other abruptly split by what looked like a mysterious barrier had turned into a frozen glacier. Snowflakes danced gently from the sky, blanketing the earth in a flowing white gown. What was even more astonishing was that this snow-covered region, clearly belonging to an extreme cold zone, was right next to a scorching desert. A few rabbits could even be seen hopping around in the desert, and cacti were growing along the foot of the snowy mountains. Just like the plains earlier, the whole scene looked like it had been divided by a straight-edged boundary. None of them had ever seen such a bizarre terrain. Monstat had dragon's pine, and Samuru had the great red sand. But even in those places, there was always some kind of transition zone between Regensan area where grassland turned to frost, or rainforest gave way to sand. Yet here, the terrain stretched endlessly without any buffer in between. On one side, desert. On the other, snow-covered mountains. It felt like some divine prank by the creator himself. How strange such a geological phenomenon should not even exist, Zhongli murmured softly, gazing at the scene with a sigh. This world continues to expand my horizons. The landscapes truly are unique. While Zhongli and the others were caught up in the wonder of the view, Ryan was more focused on what these regions represented. A mountain range this large? There was definitely going to be a village somewhere in it. And as for the desert, odds were good that a desert temple could be found. More importantly, both zones likely contained an abundance of caves and mineral resources. It was the perfect candidate for a second base of operations. Almost instinctively, Ryan began laying out a plan in his mind. First, we head to the snow mountain side and locate a village. We'll herd all the villagers into a house, then claim it as our second base. The miners and Millilith soldiers can then spread out to explore both the mountain and the desert regions. After that, I think I want to build an underwater mansion. The river before them was wide and deep, more than suitable for such a build. And why not? With resource issues resolved, the next step was, naturally, to start building houses everywhere. If possible, Ryan even wanted to hollow out an entire mountain and build a luxury retreat inside it. Nahida turned her head, her big eyes looking adorably curious. Ryan, how are we going to get the horses across? Are we gonna build with blocks? That brought everyone back to reality. Sure, they had come across on boats just fine, but the horses, well, not so simple. Everyone turned to Ryan, curious about what he'd do. He dismounted casually and pulled out a different pair of diamond boots, swapping them on. These had dropped from a lucky block Ganyu had opened the day before. They came with a single enchantment, Frostwalker. At the time, everyone had speculated about what the enchantment actually did. But Ryan had kept quiet, mysteriously promising to show them when the time was right. So you're finally going to show us what those boots do? Hu Tao grinned, eyes gleaming. Ryan merely chuckled and said, "Follow me." With that, he dismounted and began walking toward the river. By now, no one panicked whenever Ryan did something unusual. Over time, he had proved with his actions that he understood this world better than anyone. He knew how to survive, how to thrive. Even Xiao and Zhongli had come to accept this truth. If Ryan acted, he definitely had his reasons. Everyone led their horses and followed him. He didn't check for rapids in the river though. To be fair, in the Minecraft world, rivers rarely had fast currents. Ryan stepped forward and stood on the water. Beneath his feet, frost began to spread. Ningguang's eyes widened, and realization dawned on her face. Frostwalker, so that's what it means. Ryan nodded with a smile and took a few more steps forward. Everywhere he walked, the river froze into solid ice. Everyone knew how tough ice blocks were in Minecraft unless someone actively broke them. You could even dance on them without issue. Frostwalker activates when standing on flowing water. With these boots on, stepping onto water instantly freezes it into solid ice, Ryan explained. It's one of the rarer elemental enchantments. As long as the boots have enough durability, I can keep walking downstream, freezing the river into a glacial path. Well, pretty amazing, right? He did a quick lap around the area, and in no time, a wide swath of river had turned into shimmering blue ice. Extremely practical. In a way, you could call him a glacier maker. Keking stroked her chin thoughtfully, her elegant eyes gleaming with contemplation. After a moment, she walked up beside Ryan and said softly, "This enchantment seems incredibly useful." "Of course. Not only does it freeze water, it also lets you walk faster on the ice," Ryan replied casually. Keking shook her head. "That's not what I meant. I'm saying in Teyvat, it might be even more useful." Everyone turned to her curiously. She didn't keep them guessing. If ordinary Millelith soldiers wore Frostwalker boots, carried a bucket of water, and wielded a flame-enchanted sword, don't you think? Before she could finish, realization struck the group. Throw water before engaging the enemy. Step onto it to freeze them in place. Follow up with a flame sword to melt them again in an instant. This wasn't just about letting ordinary people possess elemental power, it was about allowing them to trigger elemental reactions themselves. Especially for the Archons in Teyvat, and even more so for Hydro Archons, it seemed to have extraordinary effects. Ningguang pondered slightly, then softly said, "Indeed, I think Yellen would like this." Frostwalker was certainly an outstanding enchantment, or rather, any elemental enchantment held immense significance in Teyvat. Everyone had seen the effect of Xiao's primordial jade-winged spear attracting lightning. It could be said that as long as it was raining, Xiao could be called a little Raiden Shogun. Even if you weren't walking directly over water, Frostwalker, when used in Teyvat, would still be brimming with cryo-elemental energy. That could also be considered a form of natural elemental power. "Once we return to the Manor Villa, you guys can check with the librarian at the Villagers Trading Center and see if they have the Frostwalker enchantment." Ryan nodded with a smile. "We've got tons of emeralds now, anyway. You all might as well go on a shopping spree." This morning alone, Ganyu had opened quite a few lucky blocks. Resources like diamonds, gold, and emeralds had more than doubled. Though strangely, they still hadn't found a totem of undying. Maybe it was the coconut milk he drank before getting out of bed this morning, or maybe it was because Ganyu had served Ryan a bit earlier. Either way, Ryan's luck today was pretty good. He had opened 3 lucky blocks, and all of them contained useful resources. Ender pearls, redstone components, and various ores. Much better than yesterday when it was either zombies or traps. It seemed Ganyu's luck was contagious, but considering the means of transmission, Ryan figured he'd enjoy that blessing all to himself for the rest of his life. Joking as they went, Ryan took the lead with Frostwalker paving the way, and the rest followed behind. On the way, a few drowned rose up from beneath the water, but before they could surface, they were frozen underfoot by Ryan's Frostwalker. All they could do was stare through the thick ice in complete confusion as Ryan's group walked away. No one paid the drowned any mind. After all, none of them had a trident with them. If they had brought a trident, Xiao at least would have asked Ganyu to grab the looting sword and chop the drowned up. He really needed a trident. That thing was handy in the Minecraft world, and even more powerful in Teyvat. And since it had a durability stat, Xiao didn't mind stockpiling a few extras. Before long, the group reached the snow mountain biome. Oddly enough, they didn't feel particularly cold. Perhaps it was a matter of constitution. After all, Steve could walk around glaciers in short sleeves. A true madman of blocks. Compared to the grassy plains, the snowy region offered a lot more scenery. At least there were trees everywhere. And from time to time, some animals could be spotted. In the distance, a polar bear was leisurely wandering about. Wow! Snow. Real snow. Hu Tao's plum blossom-shaped pupils sparkled like stars. She looked like she wanted to dive in and roll around in it immediately. "You've really never seen snow before, Hu Tao." Ryan was a bit speechless. Given her restless personality, she should have visited Mondstat's snowy mountains by now, especially since that place was ideal for pushing coffin sales. Countless adventurers died in those mountains every year. But Hu Tao puffed up her cheeks and crossed her arms in protest. "Why would I lie? I really haven't seen snow before. Laya never gets snow. I wanted to visit the snowy mountains of Monstat to sell Koahem, just to take a look. But then Sister Lon told me that Mondstat's people don't seek burial for the body, but freedom for the soul. Even if they die in the mountains, no one brings their bodies back. She said the wind would carry their souls back to Barbados. Huff, it's really hard to do business in Monstat." Everyone chuckled, but no one was too surprised. Every nation had its own culture. Laya valued contracts. Monstat cherished freedom. As long as everyone respected and understood one another, it was fine. If all of Teyvat were the same, that would be incredibly boring. Suddenly, Ryan's eyes lit up. He reached down, brushed aside the snow, and picked up a snowball. With a flick of his wrist, he lobbed it at Hu Tao's head. Hu Tao blinked, completely stunned. "Come on, we're already here. Gotta enjoy the snowy mountain experience." Ryan shrugged innocently, then picked up another snowball and threw it at Zhongli's face. That was the moment all hell broke loose. Everyone had seen Ryan making the snowballs. Without hesitation, they all jumped into action. the long quiet snowfield suddenly burst into chaos. Snowballs flew thick and fast, crisscrossing the sky and smashing into everyone. During the chaos, quite a few passing animals were accidentally hit, some even got sliced in the heat of battle. Laughing and playing, the group ran far from the river and deep into the snowy mountains. They didn't know how far they had run when Ryan suddenly stopped on a high ridge. Gotcha! Right behind him, Hu Tao leapt into the air and smashed a snowball right into his face. But Ryan quickly spun around and pulled her into his arms. Hu Tao's heart skipped a beat. His masculine scent overwhelmed her, making her knees go weak. What are you doing? This head of the hall won't give in so easily. I'll call Ganyu on you. She raised her little fists as if to threaten him. Ryan chuckled, gently wiped the snow off her face, and pointed to a plume of campfire smoke rising in the distance. No more playing around. We've got something coming. 132 Underwater Mineshaft, journey complete. It was a village and not a small one either. Pastures and farmland stretched neatly in place. There were at least 20 houses, albeit all simple boxy builds. But even so, among the intersecting paths of the village, they could see quite a few villagers wandering about aimlessly. Iron golems stood guard at the edge of the forest bordering the village. From a quick glance, many of the villagers roaming outside already had assigned professions. Compared to the previous village, this one was larger, more organized, and clearly more developed. Naturally, making improvements to a village of this scale would yield much better results. Ryan. Ganyu's voice came from behind, with a slight hint of displeasure in her tone. Hu Tao was startled. Her legs were still a little wobbly, but she quickly wriggled out of Ryan's embrace. Waving her hands rapidly, she explained. Ganyu, don't get the wrong idea. I almost tripped just now, and Ryan caught me. Ganyu nodded gently and calmly took Ryan's hand. Seeing that, Hu Tao, though she couldn't explain why, puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. This village looks way better than the last one, Zhongli remarked, appearing beside Ryan at some point. Ryan turned to respond, but the moment he saw Zhongli, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Despite throwing the fewest snowballs earlier, he somehow ended up in the worst shape. His hair, face, even his clothes all bore traces of snowball impact. Noticing Ryan's amused expression, Zhongli gave him a slightly helpless look. With a surge of elemental energy, the snow traces vanished instantly. Zhongli didn't mind after all. It had been over 6,000 years since he last joined a snowball fight. And truth be told, it was quite enjoyable. Though, perhaps what made it truly fun was sharing the moment with friends. Xiao, on the other hand, hadn't hit him with a single snowball. In fact, he had silently used his own body to block quite a few for him. That was exactly what left Zhongli feeling both grateful and conflicted. Even during play, Xiao clung to his principle of protecting him with his life. It was touching, sure, but Zhongli really wished Xiao could loosen up a bit. If he'd just thrown even one snowball at him, Zhongli might have been even happier. Not long after, the group had all gathered. They brushed off the snow from their clothes. Keking excitedly started counting the houses. This village is loaded. Looks like there are at least 20 villagers, right? With that many, we can round them up for a bit while we renovate this place into a base. And with villagers set up, we can launch our tech upgrades immediately. Hearing that, Ryan chuckled. He still remembered just a month ago, when Keking first came here, she wanted to trade fairly with the villagers. Now, just 30 days later, she'd grown into an exploiter rivaling Ryan himself. She sure adapted fast. There are iron golems nearby. If we act directly against the villagers, they might retaliate, Xiao said softly. He summoned his weapon and added, should I take care of it? Ryan shook his head lightly and glanced at Ganyu. Understanding immediately, she turned and drew her barret, climbing to a vantage point to aim down at the iron golem from atop the hill. The distance was only a few hundred meters, child's play for Ganyu. She peered through the scope and casually pulled the trigger. A deafening boom rang out the second time today. In the blink of an eye, the golem collapsed, dropping iron ingots before vanishing. Ryan gave Ganyu a light shoulder rub and said gently, thanks for the help, Ganyu. She smiled softly, unfazed by the gesture. With a bit of Steve-like resilience in her body, the recoil of the barret was nothing. Not that it mattered by this point, there was nowhere Ryan hadn't already. With Ganyu on his left and Nahida on his right, Ryan pointed to a nearby well and said, see that well? Go ring the bell above. Once it sounds, the villagers should head back into their homes. After that, we'll pick the biggest house and gather them all inside. Everyone nodded and followed Ryan down the hill. It was just a few hundred meters away, even with the downhill path. A walk of a minute or two at most. By now, they all knew this world's mechanics inside out. As soon as they reached the ground, Xiao spun around and fired an arrow at the bell above the well. The chime rang out. Instantly, the villagers scattered and bolted into their homes like startled animals. Ryan chuckled and waved his hand. Alright, let's split up. Xiao, Zonglio too, build a perimeter around this place. Set up torches to keep mobs out at night. Keking and Hudo go door to door and scavenge all the usable resources. I'm going to check if there's a mineshaft beneath this well. We'll meet back here and round up the villagers afterward. And then. Before he could finish, Hu Tao looked at him with bright, eager eyes. Then we head up the snow mountain, right? Ryan blinked, then laughed and ruffled her hair. You can go anytime. But after that, we need to gather the lucky blocks around here and head back to base. We'll send someone over later to restore this village and set it up as our second resource outpost. Hu Tao wanted to argue after all, it was rare for them to visit the snowy mountains. But feeling his hand atop her head, she just blushed and gave a tiny nod. Catching Ganya's gaze, she quickly swatted Ryan's hand away and pouted. Alright. Stop treating me like a kid. I'm not Nahida, you know. Nahida tilted her head in confusion, her wide eyes blank as she looked at Hu Tao. Wrongfully dragged into it, she wasn't pleased. She was already frustrated enough that her childlike build meant Ryan always treated her like a kid. Now Hu Tao had gone and stabbed her right in the pride. If Nahida weren't so gentle-natured, she'd have leapt up and smacked Hu Tao on the knee right about now. Ryan just chuckled and said nothing. He waved his hand and walked toward the well in the distance. In truth, many village wells had abandoned mineshafts underneath. Abandoned was a stretch. Those kinds of areas usually had way more resources than standard caves. After all, regular caves didn't come with rails, minecarts, or bookshelves, for that matter. In truth, this place even had monster spawners. Rather than calling it an abandoned mineshaft, it would be more fitting to call it a dungeon. Ganyu, Nahida, and Ningguang followed behind Ryan, watching as he changed out of his Frostwalker boots. Ningguang asked in a soft voice, "Are you confident? Is it safe?" Ryan smiled and pointed to his full diamond armor, joking, "I'm fully geared in diamond. It's pretty hard to get one shot now." Ningguang's eyes curved slightly in amusement. "I meant the mineshaft beneath the well." Hearing that, Ryan shrugged. "Can't say for sure. Not every village well leads to an abandoned mineshaft. In any case, let's dig down and see. I've just enchanted Aqua Affinity, after all." With that, he waved his hand and jumped down into the well. To be honest, this was his first time diving into water. Most lakes they'd passed before had drowned mobs, and Ryan wasn't exactly eager to swim with them. The moment he hit the water, he glanced at his player HUD. Just like in the game, bubbles showed his remaining breath. He had brought a door with him. Though Aqua Affinity sped up underwater mining, it was best to be cautious. While thinking this through, he quickly sank to the bottom. Digging beneath a well to find mineshafts took some technique. Usually, one had to dig from the top right corner, but Ryan wasn't sure which way was the top right anymore. Still, that wasn't much of a problem. He pulled out his diamond pickaxe and activated vein mining. Ryan began mining rapidly. In no time, he'd carved out a large area. Water pressure pushed him sideways. But he soon found his footing. Unfortunately, there was no mineshaft this time. Judging by the depth and distance, just one more dig would confirm it. Not wasting a second, Ryan struck with his pick again. This time, as the stone crumbled, the water current suddenly surged. A glowing gap appeared. Ryan's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of joy flashing through them. He hadn't expected it, but this village did have an abandoned mineshaft. Faint spider sounds echoed from within. Clearly, the spawner inside was a cave spider spawner. Ryan had no intention of exploring it himself right now. He casually tossed some stone blocks beneath his feet to lift himself out of the water current. Glancing up, he saw that Ningguang and the others had already broken open the wooden plank sealing the well. Without hesitation, Ryan pulled out an ender pearl, took aim, and threw it. In the next second, he reappeared above ground. A faint ache rippled through his body. He'd lost half a heart. That was with feather falling, too. But it was nothing serious. She'd regenerate soon enough. And if food didn't cut it, he could always use the lifesteal staff to take a bite out of a nearby cow. "Did you find anything, Ryan?" Nahida stepped forward and gently pressed her hand to his chest. Elemental energy surged, instantly evaporating the water clinging to him. Ryan smiled and ruffled her hair, speaking softly. "Found it. There is an abandoned mineshaft down there, though honestly, calling it a dungeon is more accurate. Looks like a cave spider spawner. We'll have the Millilith and miners handle it once things are stable here. Shouldn't be too difficult." Ningguang nodded and mentally took note. Right now, they had plenty of iron. Many Millilith in this Minecraft world were already equipped with full iron armor. 10 or so Millilith would be enough to sweep through the place. If anyone got seriously hurt in there, well, that'd be on their lack of skill. Just then, Zhongli and the others returned. Keqing sighed slightly in disappointment. "I just went to check. Since we've never traded with these villagers before, their trades are limited and expensive." "That's not a problem. We've got lucky blocks." Ryan shook his head lightly. "I also found an underground mineshaft. Let's herd the villagers into a house for now, and we'll head back to call in a work crew." This time, Ryan didn't plan to handle the village reconstruction himself. Ningguang and the others had already mastered plenty of unique tech, and the Millilith and miners were familiar with how this world worked. Building up a village base was a small task for them now. From here on, it would be up to them to explore the nearby mineshafts and collect resources. The snow mountain bordering the desert was bound to be rich in materials. There was nothing to worry about there. All in all, this trip had been quite fruitful. The only regret was that they didn't find a woodland mansion or a pillager outpost. But even that wasn't a big deal. Like Ryan said. They had lucky blocks. From now on, aside from specific redstone builds and rare structures, all regular resource gathering and construction in the Minecraft world would be left to the Millelith and the miners. Ningguang and the others had no intention of wasting their time gathering materials anymore. This trip had broadened everyone's horizons. Deep down, what they truly wanted was to keep exploring the wonders of this world with Ryan. 2 days of travel, and the journey was complete. Once the village was repaired, everyone finally teleported back to the manor villa. 133 Laya's transformation, Mondstat's departure. 133 Laya's transformation, Mondstat's departure. It had already been a week since Ryan and his group set off on their journey. During this time, the third wave of miners and Millelith soldiers had also moved in. After spending 3 days learning from the first wave of station troops, they were assigned to remain behind and guard Base 1. Their primary duties were to continue searching within Base 1, assist Cloud Retainer in reshaping the mountains, and begin preparations for city construction across the plains. The first wave of troops, meanwhile, had followed Zhongli and Xiao into the Nether. They repaired the portal leading directly to the Nether fortress and were in charge of harvesting resources from blazes and other hostile mobs. Interestingly enough, among this batch of miners, a few were surprisingly good at badminton. They were entrusted with important roles and officially joined the Millelith, with their main task being to hunt down Ghasts. Thanks to the large numbers, and with top-tier powerhouses like Zhongli and Xiao frequently stationed there, the Nether resource extraction effort had finally gotten on track. However, unlike the other station teams whose duty shifts were approaching half a month long, this particular group was required to return to the overworld Daylight, go back to Teyvat and reset their mindset. After all, the Nether was unlike any other place, it was far too harsh. Staying there for prolonged periods could easily lead to psychological issues. The second wave of troops was now stationed at the Snowfield base. According to Keking, progress there was going smoothly. They were currently mapping out all the major cave systems, and once the base repairs were done, mining operations could begin. As for Base 1, it was the closest to full completion. Redstone technology, villager systems, mob farms, iron farms all fully operational. Iron ore wasn't a concern, but equipping everyone with full iron gear would still take some time. After all, excluding Ryan's party, there were now over 1,000 Millelith soldiers and miners stationed in the Minecraft world. All of this was thanks to Keking. Keking moved fast. She had mentioned recalling the miners from Mingyan village just a few days ago and it had already happened. Still, unlike before, Keking didn't leave the Minecraft world herself to oversee Mingyan village's redevelopment. After all, she had just returned from a trip with visits to the Nether and Redstone cannon projects. She didn't want to fall behind. Let the Millelith soldiers on rest rotation handle it. Besides, alchemical potions could now be mass-produced, and all elite Millelith soldiers were equipped with enchanted gear. In one-on-one battles, unless one was a top-tier Genshin character, there was really no way to win against them, especially pyro users, who were heavily countered. Fire protection enchantments and fire resistance potions had made even Hu Tao feel overwhelmed. That said, while potion production had scaled up, Ningguang and the others weren't planning to sell them openly. Only a few small-scale previews were shared with Monstat and Inajima, to let them witness the strength of these alchemical brews. According to Baidu, the moment Kakamai saw them, she hosted a banquet for her and kept requesting potion trade deals. She even allowed Ningguang to set any price she liked even if it meant being ripped off. Kakamai was willing. But Ningguang believed it still wasn't the right time to sell alchemical potions. Many of Laya's own Millelith still weren't fully equipped. It wouldn't make sense to prioritize others. There's profit in wartime sales, but Laya was above such pettiness. As it stood, alchemical potions and enchanted gear remained exclusive to those stationed in the Minecraft world and the elite units. Each person at least had 1 bottle each of strength, swiftness, and leaping potions. Ryan also knew that Ningguang had specially deployed Yelan's subordinates and distributed a large number of invisibility potions. As for their purpose, well, anything tied to Yelan made the implications obvious. Ningguang had even intended to equip Yelan with enchanted gear, but Yelan was still abroad. Rumor had it she was engaged in a standoff with a Fatui Harbinger. The people of Laya might not fully grasp how powerful their nation had become, but Ryan did. 500 heavily armored cavalry had already been mounted on horses across the plains. 500 light infantry, equipped with potions and enchanted weapons, had been mobilized. And these infantry soldiers were the true monsters. Any one of them, after drinking a few potions and donning their gear, could, if not crush a Geometacurl with ease, at least wipe out an entire Hillishural camp of dozens without breaking a sweat. If someone's solo combat capability couldn't reach the point of destroying 4 ruin guards in one fight, they weren't qualified to join this squad. The baseline combat strength had skyrocketed in just 1 week, enough to outright crush the Fatui's modified soldiers. Yes, Fatui soldiers could use elemental energy, but so what? Among the 500 Millelith, 200 wielded flame aspect enchantments, 200 wielded strength and sharpness, and the rest used flame arrows. With potion buffs, it wasn't even a challenge to steamroll several thousand Fatui troops. The only limitation now was numbers. As for Laya Harbor's resources, they'd entered a phase of stable output. averaging 40 billion mora worth of resources per week. Ningguang and the others had agreed in a recent meeting that this level of supply should be maintained. It sounds like a lot, but consider that Laya's monthly financial throughput hovered around 1 trillion mora. This flood of resources, at best, made a ripple. But it wasn't about the profit, it was about influence. These resources were top grade, and carried a hint of law-defying power foreign to this world. That alone cemented Laya's place at the pinnacle. In fact, if these 40 billion mora worth of goods were ever released on the open market, merchants and nations across the 7 realms would empty their coffers by noon to snatch them up. There was no worry about selling them. On the contrary, countless factions were already begging for pre-orders and custom orders, even if it looked like massive stockpiles, thousands of tons. Once distributed across the 7 nations and other major factions, it barely scratched their demand. But that's the strategy: artificial scarcity. As for Laya's own use, for critical departments, resources were provided at dirt-cheap prices. For instance, iron ore, which could fetch hundreds of thousands of mora per ton on the open market, was sold to the forging division for a mere 10,000 mora per ton at most. Because honestly, the production cost was practically zero. The iron farms were still running non-stop, and Millelith soldiers could just swing their sword, pick up a bar, and it would still be worth tens of thousands of mora. At this point, they were completely numb to it. 3 days ago, Laya's newly established forging division had finally succeeded in using iron ore, lapis lazuli, and select Teyvat materials, along with Zhongli's divine assistance, to forge elemental resonance weapons. The production cost 500,000 mora per weapon. They created 10 of them in one batch, and immediately sold them off at 10 million mora apiece. The Adventurers Guild bought 7, the remaining 3 were taken by Genshin characters, and even then, people felt they were getting a great deal. When news broke that the forging division would accept custom orders, as long as you supplied some Teyvat materials, a swarm of eager buyers showed up waving their mora and materials, desperate to place orders. These weapons weren't at the level of divine artifacts, probably on par with 4-star weapons. But here's the thing: they could be tailored to the user's preferred weapon type and elemental alignment. Even 4-star weapons were rare. Keking herself only had 1 lion's roar until recently. For many Genshin characters, this was a game changer. Rumor had it that Tartaglia, Child, had immediately placed an order for every single weapon type, and insisted they all be top-tier versions. Child spent 500 million mora on the weapons. As for the cost, it's uncertain. The forging division is still on holiday, enjoying life, but even with rough estimates, it wouldn't exceed 5 million. Custom weapon forging is just like scarcity marketing. You can't let people know that making these so-called treasures just involves dumping materials into a container, melting them down, and then pouring them into molds. All things considered, it takes no more than 2 hours to complete a weapon. It can't be helped. Lapis lazuli and elemental resonance effects are unexpectedly excellent. But knowing it yourself is one thing, letting others know is another. If all of Teyvat found out that the weapons they treat as heirlooms can actually be mass-produced, then the prices would crash completely. Meanwhile, part of the Qianyan army was reassigned to handle the breeding of wolves. Now there are already 400 to 500 of them. 100 wolves were sent to Laya Harbor and integrated into the Qianyan army. They were officially declared as special magical beasts discovered by Laya that obey human commands. Ningguang and the others even gave them formal military designations. These wolves are now official military dogs. Although the people of Laya thought the wolves looked a bit strange, they were incredibly obedient and loyal, risking their lives to protect their human companions. Because of this, they became extremely beloved. Wolves patrolling with the Qianyan soldiers would often be approached by children on the streets, who pet their heads or fed them meat, and the wolves would wag their tails and whimper happily. Still, no one doubted how terrifying they were. They could bite through trees like it was nothing. But the greater the contrast, the more lovable they seemed. Fierce to enemies, fearless in battle but gentle, affectionate, and obedient with allies. These were no longer just magical beasts, they were precious to the people of Laya. To the Qianyan soldiers, you could scold them all you want, but if you touched their wolves, they'd fight you to the death. In just a week, the wolves saved hundreds of merchant caravans, Qianyan soldiers, and civilians. They were literal guardian spirits of Liu saviors in wolf form. The lightly armored infantry that had been equipped with enchanted gear and alchemical potions stayed in the shadows, assigned only to eliminate high-level monsters. But the heavy cavalry, they were rolled out, often paraded around for everyone to see. Their presence alone caused a noticeable drop in activity from treasure hoarders and the Fatui. Even they had started behaving themselves. After all, those horses were clad in solid refined iron, and they ran incredibly fast. Forget the Lancest impact alone, from just one charge could shatter a Matak hurl. People didn't know exactly what changed in Liu over the past month. At first, some were curious and wanted to investigate, but then, they got scared. Wolf patrols, heavy cavalry roaming, Qianyan troops now armed with gear levels above anything Teyvat had seen. Ordinary people didn't dare think about it anymore. Before, being surrounded by Qianyan troops might have meant you had a chance to escape. Now, the moment you're surrounded, your best option is to surrender immediately. Otherwise, the wolves will bite. These new Qianyan troops, empowered by alchemy and enchantments, were eager to fight. They often banded together to hunt monsters, itching to burn off their fighting spirit. And no one in their right mind dared test their patience. Ningguang had talked about Lia's transformation, but Ryan never gave it much thought. To him, this was all just normal development. His days were full building the sanctuary of Surasthana with Nahitha, occasionally exploring with Ningguang and the others, cracking open lucky blocks, and spending wild nights with Ganyu. His life was as fulfilling as it could get. He planned to finish building the underwater villa, renovate his mountain manor, and then get ready to host the rite of parting. By then, he'd be able to gleefully watch Zhongli bungee jump with no rope, see Ganyu and the others smash Oziel's head in, and then finally pay a visit to the end dimension in Minecraft. Once all of that was done, he figured he'd have enough wither skeleton skulls to complete his mission, and unlock the next mod pack. As for whether they could defeat Oziel, come on, do you even need to ask? The rapid-fire redstone bombing cannon on the Jade Chamber was already complete, and if that wasn't enough, they also had 2 full crates of lava and 5 crates of alchemy potions stored up there. Surely, that would be enough. Everything was progressing smoothly. Ryan and the others were happy every day. With no external pressure, even Ningguang began to launch attacks on Ryan from time to time, leading to him being dragged into countless awkward romantic skirmishes. A mix of pain and joy, really. However, far away in Monstat, things were a bit different. Dvalin had already been saved by Lumen and the others, earning her the title of Mondstat's hero. After that, she asked Jean to help her find her brother. And then, they decided to take a trip together. To Laya. 134 Lisa, off to Laya. In search of alchemical elixirs. 134 Lisa, off to Laya. In search of alchemical elixirs. Angel's Share Tavern. At this moment, Jean, Lumen, Paimon, Dailuk, Lisa, and Ka5 people and 1 emergency food were gathered here. Storm Terror had been dealt with. Now came the real business after the banquet. As for why they weren't discussing it in the Knights of Favonius headquarters, well, Dailuk wasn't exactly fond of the Knights, after all. Venti downed the remaining wine in his cup in one gulp and shouted, "Charles, come on, keep it coming." Everyone was already used to their wind god's lazy attitude and didn't think much of it anymore. Only Lumen and Paimon looked at him with some concern. They leaned in quietly when no one was watching and whispered, "Venti, are you sure you're okay? Your gnosis. Hey. Venti blinked playfully. "Let's not tell anyone about that, alright? Besides, that thing totally not worth worrying about." Seeing this, Paimon pouted unhappily. "You really are the worst at being serious. Can you just gloss over something like that?" Lumen pressed her lips together and said nothing more. She wasn't stupid. Judging by Venti's behavior, she'd already figured it out. Venti was putting on an act. Otherwise forget how powerful he truly was. Just that moment where he blinked and appeared all the way from Monstat to Windrise. If the Fatui Harbinger, the lady, had really managed to catch him, that would be a miracle. This guy was acting. Lumen understood that clearly, but she didn't say anything. Venti's gnosis had indeed been taken away by Rosaline, but it hadn't happened when they returned the Holy Lyre. The butterfly wings flapping over in Laya had made Rosaline uneasy, so she rushed there ahead of time, just after Venti sent Jean and the others off to report back to the people of Monstat. She ambushed him. That slap Venti truly took it head on. But now, thinking back carefully, at that moment when Rosaline struck him, there really was a flicker of guilt and relief in Venti's eyes. As if a child who had done something wrong was finally at peace after accepting punishment. Considering how Rosaline and Venti spoke to each other, there was likely some sort of personal history between them. Still, Lumen couldn't help but complain inwardly. No matter how you looked at it, for a god to be treated with such little dignity, it was ridiculous. So this is what freedom means. His own nuns couldn't even remember his name and just called him Barbadeshe. Didn't mind. Someone slapped him, he didn't mind. Even when his best friend Dvalin was in trouble, this guy was still putting on an act. The wind of freedom, truly elusive. Still, having someone like this as a friend, well, he certainly did liven up the atmosphere. Lumen. While she was lost in thought, Jean came over and softly asked, "You'll be heading for Laya soon, right?" Lumen hadn't answered yet when Paimon's little head nodded furiously beside her. Yep. Lumen's coming with me to eat delicacy stew, and golden shrimp balls, and crystal dumplings. You little. Can you at least try to act like a proper guide? Annoyed, Lumen grabbed Paimon's cheeks. All you think about is eating, and we don't even have that much mora. Ow. Paimon struggled free from Lumen's grip and floated away, looking pitiful. But delicious food is a nation's culture too. We have official business. Serious business. I know, but enjoying food doesn't get in the way. I said we don't have mora. We can pick it up along the way. Paimon will help you. Help me fight. Eek, so mean. Paimon has at least 1/5 the combat power of a wild boar. Who's more outrageous here? You're the one who always hides in your little pocket dimension during battle. The bickering between the big and little cuties amused everyone nearby. Leaning lazily against the counter, Lisa covered her mouth and chuckled, her voice soft and enticing. Oh my, such adorable little ones. How delightful. If little Paimon begs nicely, big sister wouldn't mind giving you some more. Really? Paimon's eyes lit up and she zoomed to Lisa's side. Lisa sis, please. Paimon knows you're the best and you love us so much. She sweet-talked shamelessly, and Lisa giggled while tossing her a coin pouch. A quick glance showed it held at least 5 million mora. But Lisa was quite wealthy, this was nothing to her. Besides, since the knights couldn't afford to reward Lumen properly, she had to help Jean save face in front of their friend. Jean glanced gratefully at Lisa. Then, in a gentle voice, she said, since Lumen is also heading to Liu, why don't we all go together? The road to Liu is long, it'll take at least a month or two. We can keep each other company. Upon hearing that, Lumen immediately smiled. Really? That's great. Let's all go together. At the end of the day, Lumen was still a young girl, of course she feared loneliness. These people were her new friends, and having them along meant more people to chat with on the road. Jean nodded, then turned to the others and said, this time, Diluc and I are going to Liu on behalf of the Knights Procurement Division and the Monstat Merchant Guild. We'll likely be gone for 3 or 4 months. So, Monstat will be in your hands, Lisa, Kaya. As soon as she finished speaking, Lisa smiled and shook her head. Let Kaya handle it. I'm coming with you. Huh. All eyes turned to Lisa. This was the sorceress known for never moving unless absolutely necessary, the epitome of laziness. The kind of person who built an alchemy lab inside the library just because her house was more than 5 minutes away. She rarely ever left Monstat. And then there was her condition. Jean looked worried. Lisa, our little genie's concern really moves me. Lisa winked, her eyes briefly flashing with electric light. But this time, I must go, that place might be my only chance. She fell silent for a moment. Her condition, or rather, her lifespan had become critical. That's why she always needed to sleep, to preserve her life energy. She studied alchemy to find a solution. But now, she was nearly out of time. Lisa had long believed she only had a few years left before she'd say goodbye to Jean and the others. But now, she saw new hope. From within the space of her vision, Lisa retrieved a bottle of glowing elixir. Her gaze sparkled faintly with determination. This is... Diluc was a little confused and glanced at Lisa. Is it a new potion you've been working on? Lisa shook her head. It is a new potion, but it was sent from Liu. Liu? But I remember. Before Jean could finish her sentence, Lisa spoke. Liu doesn't have powerful alchemists, that's true. But this potion is too strange. According to the letter from the Tian Quan, this potion can temporarily boost the power of an ordinary person to exceed even that of an archon. And with no side effects. At the mention of power, a blaze ignited in Diluc's eyes. How reliable is it? Lisa slightly shook her head. 100%. Before you all returned, I tested another bottle the power potion by having little Eileen drink it. I took her out for a bit, and with one strike she shattered a ruined guard. In less than a minute, she cleared out 17 Hillishurls, including 2 Hillishurl berserkers and 1 Hillishurl shaman. As soon as she finished, everyone's pupils contracted in shock. Diluc immediately reached out for the potion. 10 million mora. Sell it to me. Lisa looked at the eager Diluc with a half-smile, arcs of electricity crackling around her. Do you think I lack mora? Or are you trying to take something from me, Master Diluc? Diluc fell silent. He had to admit, Lisa could overpower him. But this alchemical potion, he needed power for revenge. Moreover, if it had side effects, Lisa wouldn't have given it to Eileen. Lisa waved her hand lightly and said softly, don't be so conflicted. Since Liu can send this, it means it can be mass-produced. If you want to buy it, go talk over there. I'm heading there myself to meet this alchemist. Maybe he can. Heh. Lisa chuckled self-mockingly and said quietly. In any case, this thing is bizarre. It doesn't feel like a product of Teyvat. As her words fell, Venti, who had been sipping his drink alone this whole time, suddenly spoke lightly. It's not that it feels like it really isn't from Teyvat. Its laws are completely different. Venti's words confirmed what Lisa had suspected deep down. After all, he was the Inmo Arcania's perspective was far broader than hers. What do you mean? Diluc frowned and looked at Venti. Venti set down his glass, grinning mischievously at Diluc. I'm not sure either, but the fundamental laws of this thing are completely different from those of Teyvat. Even the large amount of resources you've been trading with Liu recently. Iron ore, food, fluorite, though they all carry the divine energy of the old man, I can sense that they're not from this world. I can't say more, or else the old man might seal me away without hesitation. This might involve Liu's secrets. And I'm sure none of you want to see me, the great war god, suppressed, or Monstat locked down by Liu, right? Everyone fell silent. Venti had already given them plenty to think about. Any further, and it'd be dangerous. After all, there was no telling how the Geo Archon would react. Lisa looked at Venti and said solemnly, so there's a chance, right? Venti shrugged and replied gently, probably. But in any case, we have to go find out. This time, I'll go with you and send you there. It's been a long time since I last saw the old man too. He, too, was eager to find out what exactly the old man was up to. The others noticed that Venti had his own motives, but didn't ask. This was a matter between gods. Their only concern was Laya. In that case, Jean paused, looked at Lisa, and said softly, Kaya, I'll leave things here to you. We must depart for Laya immediately. Kaya smiled and waved his hand. Getting tossed such a huge responsibility out of nowhere is a bit tricky, but I wish you all a safe journey. Ehehe. Venti leaned in and winked. Even against the wind we can still fly. Kaya rolled his eyes and said nothing more. Do we need to pack anything? Jean turned to look at Lumen, Diluc, and the others. Everyone shook their heads immediately. No need. If this were before, they would have prepared thoroughly before setting out. But now, things were different. Whether it was Jean's concern for Lisa or Diluc's thirst for power, they all wished they could leave right now. Lumen didn't have much to carry, just needed to bring Paimon along. Jean nodded lightly and said softly, Then we'll count on you, Venti. Venti stretched lazily, and a breeze of emerald wind wrapped around everyone. Get ready. The wind is fast. In the next instant, a powerful gust surged, and everyone's figures vanished without a trace. Kaya looked out the window at the clear sky and let out a quiet sigh. These are turbulent times. Teyvat seems on the verge of a storm. 135, Qianyan army, charge. The speed of the wind is incredibly fast, especially since Venti is the god of wind. With the power to manipulate Mondstat's ley lines, he quickly departed from its territory. However, once he reached Liu, that ability no longer applied. Still, he could arrive within a day. Crossing through the stone gate, the scenery of Liu so vastly different from Mondstatami into view. Golden earth, towering rocks, and shimmering lakes. Mountains and plains interlaced in harmony truly pleasing to the eye. In the blink of an eye, the group had soared past Wang Shu-in. Yet, Venti's expression grew noticeably more serious. Noticing this, Diluc spoke in a low voice. Something wrong? Venti gave a slight nod and came to a temporary stop. After waiting a moment, his tone turned slightly grave. Something's happened. Wang Shu-in is the territory of the old man's top general Xiao, the conqueror of demons, one of the adepti of the three-eyed five manifests. Normally, if we flew over Wang Shu-in, Xiao would have intercepted us. In fact, the moment I used divine power to reach Liu, that petty old man should have instantly caught me and handed down the planet Befall. But Venti didn't finish his sentence. Everyone understood. It was likely that the Geo Archon and Xiao were both absent. As for where they had gone, Venti already had a guess in his heart. After a moment of silence, Venti once again summoned his divine power. Let's go. Empowered by violent winds, Venti went all out. He couldn't care less about divine contract. She was truly worried that something had happened to Zhongli. After all, Zhongli was his close friend. Among the original 7 Archons, only the 2 of them remained. Venti couldn't imagine not having Zhongli to share drinks with anymore. A dark teal storm streaked across the sky. In just over 10 minutes, they had traveled from Wangshu into the area around Daihua Marsh. At that moment, Venti came to a halt. Venti? Lumen asked cautiously. Venti, however, relaxed a little, his expression easing. Some old friends have arrived. No need to worry. As he spoke, several rainbow-like streaks of light shot across the sky. Leading them were a deer, a crane, and an elderly woman whose face was hard to make out. Behind them followed 7 distinct beings. Or rather, adepti. Barbados, halt your advance. A calm male voice rang out. The overwhelming divine power of the 10 adepti surged to the heavens, tearing through the clouds and staining the sky with energy. The sheer intensity of elemental and adeptal energy left everyone but Venti tense and on edge. Liu's profound heritage truly surprised Jean and the others. They had heard tales of the adepti, but never this many. Hee. Long time no see, everyone. No need to get so worked up. I'm just here to visit the old man. Venti raised his hands innocently, acting clueless. Madame Ping's voice sounded softly. Barbados, if this is merely a visit, was such an entrance really necessary? Do you still remember the Pact of the 7? If the Geo Archon knew you were using Inmo divine power in Liu without permission, Planet Befall would await you. Unfazed, Venti shrugged helplessly. Pingze, you should understand we haven't been able to contact the old man, and now he's up to something big again. I just wanted to confirm that he's safe. Venti's words were sincere, and the adepti knew it. Besides, he was an old friend of Zhongli's and on good terms with the rest of them, so they withdrew their powers. Li Sui glanced at the adepti who had followed and motioned for them to return to their posts. Soon, only the 3 remained. Venti turned and introduced them to Jean and the others. These 3 are the old man's adepti Lishui Daishan Zhenjun, Moon Carver, and Mountain Shaper. Jean and the others bowed respectfully. Greetings, honored adepti. The 3 nodded slightly in return. Oh right, where's Cloud Retainer? Why isn't she here? Venti asked curiously. Madame Ping chuckled and shook her head. Don't try to fish for answers. The Geo Archon and the others are handling something very important. Their safety isn't an issue, FARE just not here at the moment. Hearing this, Venti sighed in relief. As long as the old man's fine. Sheesh, pulling off something this massive without saying a word, I thought he had. He didn't finish his sentence, and the others let it slide with small laughs. In any case, the Archon is safe. But you'd best disperse your divine power quickly, he never forgets a contract. And considering you used your power today, if he finds out, things might get troublesome. At Madame Ping's warning, Venti scratched his head awkwardly and dismissed his divine energy. Still so stingy. That old man really hasn't let go of that matter, huh? Li Sui sighed lightly. To the Archon, no contract is a small matter. If you don't want the planet befall, you'd best be on your way. Hee hee. Venti spread his hands with a grin. Well, since I'm already here, I might as well plead my case to the old man. I haven't shared a drink with him in years, I really miss him. Madame Ping chuckled and shook her head gently. If that's the case, we won't stop you. But since you've entered Liu, you must abide by the Archon's rules. Within a 1,000-mile radius of Liu Harbor, high-altitude flight is forbidden. You'll need to descend. Otherwise, you might trigger divine protections left behind by the Archon. Venti didn't object. He paused, then asked, by the way, where's Xiao? How's his karmic debt? Upon hearing this, Madame Ping and Li Sui exchanged a glance, both wearing slightly relaxed smiles. The karmic debt of the Conqueror of Demons has been removed. Thank you for your concern. Karmic debt? Removed? Lisa's eyes lit up. Karmic debt, that was no less troublesome than the curse on her own body. If even karmic debt could be removed, then perhaps her curse too. At that moment, Lisa felt an even stronger urge to head to Liu Harbor. Xiao's doing well. That's great news. Venti let out a long breath and joked lightly. When I flew past Wangshu Inn and didn't see Xiao, I was honestly a little spooked. With that, Venti waved his hand in farewell. Well, we'll get going now. I'll treat you all to a drink when we get to Liu Harbor. You'd better figure out how to calm the Geo Archon down first, after breaking the contract. Li Sui laughed heartily. In that case, farewell, Barbados. With those words, the three immortals turned into streaks of rainbow light and dispersed. Once again, only Venti and the others remained. Looking out over the tranquil land of Liu, Dailuk and the others couldn't help but click their tongues in awe. Who would have thought? This seemingly ordinary place could produce 10 immortals at a moment's notice, each one more powerful than Dvalin, and those three in the lead. They were even stronger than the residual soul of the demon god in Wolvendom. Liu, truly a land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Dailuk shook his head in amazement. No wonder the Fatui, who rampage across Teyvat, can only tuck their tails here and take the hits. There was unmistakable envy in his tone. If Monstat had this kind of power reserve, forget expelling the Fatui, Dailuk would have already wiped them out. Even if a harbinger came, just summon an immortal, and it's game over. Can't beat them? Then summon two. Still, deep down, Dailuk didn't think their wind god was all that lacking. At the very least, Venti had been around for a long time and had strong connections. A friend like the god of war, solid ties with Liu's immortals. If Monstat were ever in danger, maybe even the Geo Archon would lend a hand. Venti didn't seem to mind what Dailuk was thinking. With a cheeky smile, he led everyone down to the ground. After all, during the Archon War, this was the most dangerous battlefield. Back then, the old man had a dragon king under his command, 5 yakshas, hundreds of immortals, and even a few demon gods followed him. Even though many were lost over the years, Liu still has no shortage of immortals. And what you saw just now, that wasn't even all of them. Many more are traveling or in seclusion across Teyvat. But that's not what we need to worry about now. Venti blinked, suddenly looking toward the direction of Gailai Plains. Such a strong aura of an otherworldly presence. Hearing that, everyone turned their attention in the same direction. However, unlike Venti, they couldn't see that far. They only spotted 3 ruined guards, dozens of hillishurals, and even 2 juvenile Geovashaps wandering around. Jean frowned slightly. Seems like Liu isn't completely at peace either. Since we've already intruded, why don't we deal with these monsters first? Honestly, Jean could have handled these foes alone with some time. But now that they had the numbers, there was no need to solo it. Everyone nodded in agreement and was just about to set off. Suddenly, Venti stopped them with a playful grin, pointing toward the trembling earth in the distance. No need, just sit back and enjoy the show. Liu really has birthed some terrifying forces, huh? Hearing this, Jean and the others were puzzled and about to ask. But in that moment, a brilliant golden light flickered on the distant horizon. They squinted, and finally made it out. A cavalry unit. Their armor gleamed under the sunlight. What is that? Jean stared in shock at the ironclad cavalry. Only 5 of them, but their horses were covered head to hoof in full plate armor, as were the riders. Only their faces were visible. As the horses charged forward, their hooves crushed the earth, leaving a trail of deep craters. Following behind them were 5 more soldiers in lighter armor. Jean had never seen such over-the-top cavalry. With just 5 of them, they looked capable of plowing through 100 enemies. But then, those horses, there's something off about them. Dailuk's eyes burned with excitement, as if he'd spotted some precious treasure. The armor on those riders and horses got to weigh nearly 10 tons in total. How are those horses carrying all that weight? But the others were too stunned to answer him. In the distance, those cavalrymen showed no signs of hesitation despite the swarm of monsters. In fact, they looked excited. At the front, the cavalry captain raised his long spear. Brothers, jackpot. Haven't seen this many monsters in ages. The other four shouted in agreement, looking at the enemies like they just struck gold. I'll only say it once. Whoever you hit in the first charge, it's yours. Everyone, prepare. As soon as he spoke, all 5 heavy cavalrymen bowed their heads in unison. Their lances locked into place with some kind of mechanism on the saddles. Charge. No ancient war horn. No extra words. The earth shattered beneath the hooves of their horses. In the blink of an eye, the already fast steeds suddenly accelerated. With an overwhelming force, they barreled straight toward the Hillysherals. And so, in the stunned gaze of Jean and the others, the Hillysheral tents, watchtowers, defensive structures, even the Hillysherals and berserkers themselves, were all sent flying by the charging warhorses. From the sky, it began to rain Hillysherals. 136, witnessing the shock of enchantments and alchemy potions. The Hillysherals, whose strength alone could easily tear through human flesh, were instantly turned into wisps of black smoke under the charge of 5 warhorses, leaving behind nothing but a pile of loot and materials. The 5 steeds galloped forward like armored tanks, sweeping aside all in their path. Hillysherals were sent flying. Juvenile Geovashaps were knocked off their feet. Even a ruin guard that stood in their way was effortlessly smashed into pieces. The counterattacks from the Hillysherals, whether arrows or entangling vines, couldn't even scratch the riders' defenses, let alone trip the legs of their horses. Unstoppable. This was the true definition of unstoppable. Even Diluc, once a cavalry captain himself, had to admit, this was the kind of absolute dominance every cavalry should possess. The charge lasted just 5 seconds, but in that short time, they had already cut through the entire monster horde. Their armor still gleamed like mirrors, unblemished and pristine, without a single scratch. And as if they hadn't had enough fun, the 5 riders circled around and galloped back in again, seeing them charging again like they were addicted. The 5 infantrymen who followed behind quickly shouted out, "Stop, Chien, you bastard, that's enough already. There's hardly anything left, leave some for us." At their words, Cavalry Captain Chien clicked his tongue and tugged his reins, bringing his horse to a halt. The rest obeyed immediately as well, pulling up alongside him in perfect unison. As if they had drilled this maneuver 100 times. They glanced at the aftermath of their charge. 1 ruin guard, 1 juvenile Geovashap, more than a dozen Hillysherals. Chien grinned. "All right, that was satisfying. You guys can clean up what's left. Next time, if you're too slow again, don't blame us for taking the whole round." Hearing that, the Chienyan infantry captain on the other side rolled his eyes. "You've got 4 legs, we've only got 2, and you still have the nerve to brag." With that, he turned serious. His gaze swept over the regrouping monsters. With a practiced motion, he pulled out an alchemical potion. "Brothers, it's rare to see this many monsters at once. Hurry up and drink your potions. Let's go all out before our shift ends and we head back to Laya Harbor." The other 4 burst into laughter. Each retrieved their own potions and began drinking. Strength, swiftness, leaping. With the effects of the 3 potions stacked together, the explosive surge of power even startled Jean and the others watching from afar. "That's one of those alchemy potions." Diluc's voice burned with excitement as he stepped forward. "So it's true, Laya can now mass-produce them for the Chienyan army." Lisa didn't speak. She simply observed quietly. She recognized the strength potion, but the others she had never seen before. But the next moment, they all realized what the other potions were. The 5 figures suddenly blurred, their speed soaring, as if riding on the winds of a hurricane, trailing after images in their wake. They dashed straight into the monster horde. Each drew a wooden sword and lightly tapped the ground. In an instant, wind-like momentum carried them high into the air. The strength of these alchemical potions had definitely been enhanced within Teyvat. The squad leader's face was full of excitement. He slashed downward with his wooden sword, and a burst of fire ignited out of thin air, dodging the incoming ruin guard. He landed a blazing strike that engulfed the construct in flames. Within seconds, it collapsed to the ground, defeated. One of the Chienyan soldiers couldn't help but sigh with admiration. "Fire enchantments really do look the coolest." "Forget it, stop daydreaming. If you're too slow, you won't get a turn." Another teammate stepped forward and clapped him on the shoulder. The 5 of them fought individually, without formations or strategy. No tactics, no coordination, just pure strength. With overwhelming strength and blistering speed, the monsters were wiped out in no time at all. From the heavy cavalry's charge to the final cleanup by the infantry. If you excluded their chatter, the entire operation took barely a minute. This medium-sized Hillysheral base, along with the juvenile Geovashap and a ruin guard, had been thoroughly cleared. And yet, every single Chienyan soldier still wore a look of slight dissatisfaction. "Chien, we killed more than you this time." The infantry captain chuckled and patted Chien's warhorse. Chien curled his lip. "If you hadn't stopped us, we'd have done 2 rounds and cleared it all ourselves." "Heh." The infantry captain grinned, then pointed off in the distance. "Looks like there are travelers over there. Let's go check it out." The 10 of them walked in perfect formation toward Venti and the others. As they approached, Chien dismounted. In a low, commanding voice, he said, "Captain Chien, 79th Heavy Cavalry Battalion, directly under the Laya Ministry of Civil Affairs. Unknown travelers, please identify yourselves. With an ironclad warhorse behind him and 5 imposing infantrymen whose potions hadn't worn off yet, the aura was overwhelming. Paimon immediately ducked behind Lumen in fear. Jean took a deep breath, stepped forward, and placed a hand over her chest. Acting Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, Jean, may the Inmo Archon bless you. We're here to Lyo on a trade mission. Chien blinked, then stomped the ground lightly. Lyo stands firm, unmoved as the mountains. Welcome, Captain Jean. Do you carry a letter from the Ministry of Civil Affairs? Jean stiffened awkwardly. They had left in a rush and only sent the letter ahead of time. Might probably hadn't reached Lyo yet. Sensing her hesitation, Chien's voice lowered. May I ask in what official capacity you're visiting Lyo, Captain Jean? Jean immediately responded. On behalf of Monstat's procurement department of the Knights of Favonius, and the Monstat Chamber of Commerce. This is Dailuk, chairman of the chamber. Dailuk stepped forward and presented the chamber's credentials. After a careful inspection, Chien visibly relaxed. Apologies, Captain Jean and esteemed guests. It's our duty to be cautious. If you're here as a knight, formal approval from the ministry or the Lyo Kixing is required. We understand, Jean said seriously. We admire the Qianyan army's commitment to principles. High-level visits between nations were no trivial matter. But Monstat and Lyo had always had a good relationship. Formality wasn't strictly necessary. A show of intent was enough. Chien smiled and said gently. In that case, allow us to serve as your escorts and accompany you to Lyo Harbor. Jean hesitated. Won't that delay your monster-clearing operations? Chien exchanged a glance with his comrades and scratched his head with a sheepish smile. No worries. We were heading back to change shifts anyway. If we clear out all the monsters, the other squads will get mad at us. He turned and began leading Jean's group toward Lyo Harbor. At a quick pace, they'd arrive before dusk. Dailuk, thoughtful, asked. Are you only allowed to eliminate one batch of monsters per squad? Chien nodded. Why? Dailuk was puzzled. With your strength, surely you should be on constant patrol. Chien rubbed his nose and patiently explained. We're the 79th Heavy Cavalry Battalion. As I said, we're not the only one. He paused, then added with pride. There are 100 units like us in Lyo Harbor. Monsters aren't really a problem. The ministry doesn't even ask us to clear them, we do it on our own. As for why, Chien looked a bit embarrassed. Honestly, everyone's so eager. Now that we're this powerful, they can't sit still. They want to get out there and fight. But the monsters around Lyo, there aren't enough to go around. Dailuk felt complicated. In Monstat, they were still struggling with too many monsters and not enough manpower. And Lyo? Their squads argued over who got to clean up monsters. Still, when he glanced at their warhorses and heavy armor, he understood. It was like seeing 5 tanks. 500 tanks. Utterly insane. Even if Mondstat's elite forces weren't away on expedition, they couldn't compare. Your horses and armor, were they made from the iron or Lyo has been exporting lately? Jean asked curiously. Chien considered the question and nodded. Then how can these horses carry such massive weight and not fear monsters? At that, Chien and the others fell silent. Out of respect for Jean's status, he answered vaguely. These might be a new breed of magical beasts discovered by our superiors. Seeing they didn't want to go into detail, Jean didn't press further. But Dailuk glanced at the infantryman beside them, then asked. And what about these friends of yours? Chien's expression hardened. Apologies. That pertains to Lyo's classified information. We ask that you not pursue it, Mr. Dailuk. Dailuk paused, then followed up. The alchemical potions too. At his words, the Qianyan soldiers halted. They stared at him, eyes deep and unreadable. The heavy cavalry didn't matter as much, but alchemical potions and enchanted gear units? That was top secret. More importantly, how did Dailuk even recognize the potions? Sensing the rising tension, Lisa chuckled and broke the ice. No need to be so tense, gentlemen. Lord Dailuk is simply passionate when it comes to the pursuit of strength. And as for the potion, was it your Tianquan who had them delivered to us? As she spoke, Lisa pulled out a strength potion and Ningguang's letter. The infantry captain stepped forward, examined the potion, and then the seal on the envelope. His expression relaxed. I see, if it's from Lady Ningguang, then it was our overreaction. Apologies. However, we're not briefed on the potions. As members of the light infantry array, our existence is also confidential. If you wish to know more, you'll need to speak to Lady Ningguang directly. And please do not mention our presence to others. Lisa nodded with a serene smile. Of course. We won't speak of this. This trip is just to meet your Lady Ningguang and have a business chat. Though one last question. Are the alchemical potions available for sale? That was the real reason Dailuk was interested. He had already observed if he could get his hands on these potions, his strength would at least double. With that, and some other tools, revenge wouldn't be impossible. No matter how steep the price, he would buy them in bulk, even if it meant going bankrupt. But the Qianyan soldiers were stumped by that question. Scratching his head, the captain replied. Apologies. We really don't know anything about potion sales. Lisa pressed further. Are your potions distributed in fixed amounts? The soldier just shook his head, offering no answer. At that point, everyone understood. Ask the heavy cavalry, and they might answer out of politeness to Ningguang. But ask anything about the potions or light infantry gear. No answers at all. Lisa had seen enough to make her own guesses. These light infantry soldiers were probably the real secret. Even the people of Laya might not know they exist. Understanding that, Lisa smiled and stepped back beside Lumen. She had already gathered plenty of intel. All that remained was to reach Liu and meet that alchemist. 137, where even gods are warned. The journey wasn't exactly boring. The Qianyan army was more than happy to explain the recent changes in Liu to Jean and her companions. After all, from their perspective, since Ningguang herself had extended the invitation and mentioned it was for business, it surely meant big spending was involved. Naturally, they were delighted to promote Liu's goods as much as possible. They gave detailed descriptions of the materials Liu had for sale and the custom weapons available like professional salesmen. But it wasn't just idle chatter. Jean and the others learned a lot. They now understood the finer details of Liu's iron ore production and other resources. More surprisingly, they discovered that Liu's blacksmithing division accepted external orders and could forge weapons with elemental resonance tailored to the user. This news genuinely shocked Jean and her group. After all, even elite fighters like Lisa and Dailuk only wielded 4-star weapons. As for divine artifacts, Jean's Favonia sword was the only true one among the men that already signified considerable wealth. Amber's dream was simply to one day earn a standard-issue longbow forged by the Knights of Favonius. Even forging 4-star weapons required extremely rare prototypes. Those prototypes were regarded as legendary materials throughout Teyvat. Dailuk was quite interested, especially upon hearing that Child, one of the Fatui harbingers, had bought every single weapon type in one go. Dailuk immediately declared that he wanted the very best of everything as well, one of each weapon type, regardless of whether he'd use them or not. It wasn't about practicality, it was about making a statement. Unfortunately, according to the Qianyan soldier, orders were already booked half a year in advance. As dusk fell, the group finally arrived at Laya Harbor. Thanks to a massive influx of Mora, Laya Harbor had been renovated extensively. Many areas had not just been restored, but improved beyond their former state. The streets were bustling, shoulder to shoulder with people. Every Laya's citizen wore a look of pride on their face. From time to time, children could be seen chasing wolves and feeding them meat. Jean and the others had heard of these wolves. They were magical beasts like warhorses, utterly loyal and obedient. Able to kill Hillishurls with a single bite, just a few of them could tear through an entire Hillishurl camp. To Jean and her group, this wasn't an exaggeration. After all, warhorses alone had already been shockingly powerful, why not wolves too? Still, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at the sight of those loyal, powerful beasts. At the entrance to Laya Harbor, several people in Fatui uniforms were gathered. Just as Qian was about to lead Jean and the others in, his brow furrowed. He turned and strode toward the Fatui group, barking sharply. "What are you doing loitering around here?" The Fatui agents looked up. Upon recognizing a Qianyan officer, their expressions soured. "Sir, we were just discussing where to go for dinner tonight. You need to sneak around just to decide on dinner." Qian snorted. "Show your identification, search them." The Fatui agents were clearly disgruntled but didn't dare protest. They reluctantly raised their hands. They had already noticed that other Qianyan soldiers, some with wolves on leashes, were approaching. This whole procedure had become a routine for them lately. They had grown used to it. They pulled out their identification documents with practiced hands, stood still for the pat-downs, and, after nothing was found, Qian scowled and barked. "Move along. Don't gather near the entrance again." With that, he turned and walked back to Jean's group. The Fatui agents rolled their eyes in silent fury. There were crowds of people gathered at Laya's gate, including merchants meeting for business, yet the Qianyan army had to single them out. Even a fool could tell it was targeted harassment. But there was nothing they could do. In this land, they held no sway. All they could do was hang their heads and walk away. "Apologies for the delay," Qian scratched his head sheepishly. But Dailuk, standing beside him, nodded approvingly. "No need to apologize. With the Fatui, there's no need to be polite. I fully support your approach." Qian grinned awkwardly at the praise. "To be honest, it's also per Lady Ningguang's and the Ministry of Civil Affairs instructions. These Fatui agents stirred up quite a bit of trouble after they first arrived. And they've been trying to, well, when Lady Ningguang got angry, she ordered the ministry to audit the Northland Bank every other day. Qianyan soldiers were told to keep a close eye on the Fatui. That's the only reason they've been behaving lately." Though he never said it outright, every word hinted at favoritism and bias. But to those from Monstat who had long suffered under Fatui pressure, it was music to their ears. Paimon waved her fists and shouted, full of righteous fury, "That's exactly how they should be treated. Those rotten jerks deserve it." Dailuk glanced at Jean and sighed, unable to hide his wistfulness. He dreamed that one day, Monstat could stand with the same confidence as Laya. But he knew such expectations were harsh. Laya had the Geo Archon and countless Adepti. Even its mid-tier ranks were filled with vision holders and disciples of the immortals. Now, the Qianyan army had grown powerful, backed by Laya's robust financial system. Laya truly had the strength to stand against any nation. Monstat. Perhaps before the Grand Master went on his expedition, things wouldn't have been so bad. But now, Jean was dependable, but she couldn't carry all of Monstat on her shoulders alone. No one noticed Venti, who stood quietly, watching the Fatui with a conflicted expression. But seeing how Laya treated Snezhnayan merchants no differently from any others lightened his heart somewhat. He understood the path the Cryo-Archon was walking. That woman deserved sympathy but she didn't need it. Like Zhongli, Venti supported her but couldn't do so openly. As for the Fatui, Venti had little affection for them. There might be those within truly loyal to the Cryo-Archon but many were not. Many merely used her for their own agendas. Still, the Cryo-Archon needed their strength, at least for now. Venti wouldn't try to dissuade her. She walked that lonely, stubborn path on her own. But if any of the Fatui harbingers were ever to betray her considering the debt Venti owed her from the time he stole her Gnosis, Venti didn't mind lending the Tsaritsa a hand especially when it came to reminding those scheming Fatui harbingers of their true duties. Like Zhongli, he wasn't fond of the Fatui, but he respected the Tsaritsa's determination. In fact, he was even willing to secretly aid her from the shadows. Perhaps this was just something only old friends would do. Suddenly, Lisa caught something out of the corner of her eye, a heavily guarded path leading toward Mt Tianheng. There was nothing visibly unusual there, and yet, the station forces were several times greater than even those at the entrance of Laya Harbor. Narrowing her eyes, Lisa chuckled softly and asked, "Captain Qian, what's over there?" Following her gaze, Qian's face darkened at once. He paused, then replied in a weighted tone. "Miss Lisa, that area is off limits. Unless authorized by the Kixing, no one is permitted entry. If someone dares to trespass, the Millelith station there have full authority to execute them on the spot. It's not exactly a secret. I can even tell you one of the reasons the Fatui are under such scrutiny is because they refuse to give up on that place. You are guests of Laya. I don't want to see anything happen to you. There are not only Millelith stationed there, but immortals guarding the site. Under the decree of the Geo-Archon himself, any intruder no matter who may be slain without question. So please, don't test your luck." Lisa fell silent. She hadn't expected the place to be related to that Geo-Archon. To think, even a kill-on-site order had been issued. But still, Lisa smiled faintly. "Of course. I wouldn't do anything so reckless. But Captain Qian, are you sure it's alright to tell us all this so openly?" Qian chuckled and shook his head. "It's fine. The changes in Liu are visible to all. The station force there isn't some grand secret anyone with a brain can figure out its importance. But so what? No one dares approach it. They say even one of the harbingers was warned by the immortals and has been behaving themselves ever since. I'm only telling you this because I don't want you walking into something dangerous by mistake. Lady Ningguang's stance is clear: be mortal or god, anyone who steps across that line is an enemy of Laya. The Geo Lord himself wouldn't hesitate to strike personally if needed." With that, Qian said no more and resumed leading the group into Laya Harbor. Lisa's gaze lingered on the path for a while longer before she smiled softly to herself. My, now I'm really curious." "Don't even think about it," came Venti's voice, transmitted directly to Lisa and the others via Enmo resonance. "That place holds divine wards left behind by the old man himself, with Pingzi acting as guardian. Even I would trigger a deadly formation if I wandered in uninvited. It's better not to go against the old man's wishes. The god of war hasn't gone soft yet." The group exchanged quiet, knowing glances, temporarily putting their curiosity to rest. No matter what, meeting with Ningguang came first. "Is that where the Geo-Archon is most likely to be?" Lumen reached out to Venti through elemental resonance, asking in a hushed tone. Hee. Venti winked playfully. "Indeed, the old man's aura is thick over there. But I suggest you don't go, not unless you're invited. With your current strength, you wouldn't even make it past the Millelith, and if Pingzi caught you sneaking around, even if she didn't kill you, she'd definitely make you suffer. Back in the day, she was quite the ferocious immortal." Lumen's eyes dimmed slightly. She reluctantly gave up on the thought. She'd heard that the Geo-Archon had lived for over 6,000 years. If anyone knew what happened to that god back then, perhaps even had seen her brother, it would be him. But she couldn't just barge in. "I guess I'll have to wait for the rite of parting," she sighed. "Not necessarily," Venti hinted vaguely, but then fell silent, turning his attention to the lively scenery around him, commenting cheerfully on the sights. It had been a long time since he'd last visited Laya. 138 Ningguang's Grand Strategy Isolating Celestia. 138 Ningguang's Grand Strategy Isolating Celestia. Hearing Ryan's plans, Ganyu couldn't help but ask curiously. "Ryan, what exactly is the Wither Storm? Why do you need to kill so many of them?" "The Wither Storm, huh?" Ryan chuckled and shook his head. "It's a true boss in every sense, akin to the Archons in your world. Its power in the overworld might rival the Ender Dragon. In short, it's an incredibly dangerous and powerful monster. But its drops are something we need in large quantities. They're sacred items capable of granting large-scale area buffs to allies. That said, the danger it poses is immense. We'll set that aside for now. When the time comes, I'll explain exactly what to do." No one questioned Ryan further. Instead, they silently etched the term Wither Storm into memory. Ryan's plans were always well thought out. He knew precisely what had to be done, and when. With his leadership, they could mine and explore this world with steady progress. No matter the danger, his knowledge and careful preparations ensured their safety. This methodical and calculated strategy deeply resonated with Ningguang. In the past, during her days in business, she enjoyed risks, bets, gambles, the thrill of sudden wealth. It was fast. But now, as the Tianquan of Liu, she had to prioritize stability. Behind her stood thousands of Liu's citizens. She could no longer afford to gamble. And Ryan's approach, careful planning, steady progress, aligned perfectly with her current principles. This was precisely why she had come to admire him. Her man didn't need overwhelming strength, but he had to share her values and ideals. The group didn't remain in the alternate world much longer and soon returned to Liu Harbor. But just as they stepped out of the teleportation portal, Zhongli's expression darkened. Xiao, always alert to Zhongli's mood, immediately sensed something and approached him, whispering, "My lord, what's wrong? Has someone else come poking around where they shouldn't? Do you need me to handle it?" Even though Xiao had been freed from his karmic debt, he was still a Yakshas nature remained bloodthirsty. During a recent period, after hearing from Ningguang that the Fatui had been trying to scout around certain areas, Xiao had discouraged quite a few of their soldiers while out purging monsters at night. That, perhaps, was one of the reasons why the Fatui were now so well behaved. Whether or not Liu's civil departments took action, if an adeptus was involved, people died. It was that simple. Zhongli, however, shook his head gently. "Not the Fatui. Barbados has arrived." Xiao was momentarily speechless. Seeing the glint in Zhongli's eyes, he understood instantly Zhongli was thinking about that ancient event when Venti altered the contract. Xiao couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic toward Venti. This time, the Inmo Archon had set foot in Liu himself. He wouldn't be able to escape Zhongli's wrath over the broken contract. But it was a matter between old friends. Xiao had no right to interfere. He simply stepped aside, silent. Tonight, he wouldn't be hunting monsters. Venti had helped him a great deal in the past. During his karmic torment, it had been Venti who helped suppress the lingering afflictions within him. Xiao was truly grateful for that. If Zhongli went too far tonight, Xiao decided he'd try to intervene. Zhongli was lost in thought for a moment, then spoke softly. "I have a personal matter to attend to. I'll leave for now, return here at dawn." He nodded briefly to Ryan and the others before quietly exiting the courtyard. Although Venti had withdrawn his divine aura, how could Zhongli not sense the dense Inmo energy gathering above Lehua Pool? "Very well. You broke the contract once, centuries ago. Now, you dare to use divine power in Liu, against the rules once more." If Zhongli didn't strip a layer off Venti today, he'd disgrace his title as the god of contracts. Xiao sighed inwardly. His Lord Morix was flawless in every way except when it came to contracts. Then, he became rigid beyond reason. Still, Venti was an old friend. Zhongli would never truly harm him. Just as Zhongli left, Baiwen arrived in haste. Upon seeing Ningguang, she spoke openly without avoiding the others. "Lady Ningguang, the Monstat guest you invited, Miss Lisa, has arrived. She's also brought acting Grand Master Jean and others." Ningguang was seated, casually chatting with Ryan. Upon hearing this, she chuckled softly. "So soon? Did they request intercontinental teleportation?" Baiwen shook her head. That told Ningguang all she needed to know. She waved her hand. "Set up a banquet in the Jade Chamber. I'll receive them there personally." Baiwen responded with a nod and left quickly. Watching Baiwen's retreating figure, Ningguang smiled faintly. "No intercontinental request, yet the letter I sent yesterday already brought them here today. Seems their wind god is quite eager too." Keqing looked puzzled and asked quietly, "Why did you invite people from Monstat to Liu?" Ningguang sipped her tea slowly before responding. "The export of low-grade resources has reached a saturation point, but those profits aren't our priority anymore. So far, we've built 3 village trade hubs. We've also established 3 alchemical potion production lines. And don't forget the wealth gained from the lucky blocks. What Liu needs now is to bind other nations through high-tier resource dependency items they can't easily obtain themselves." This was Ryan's idea. She glanced softly at Ryan, eyes filled with affection unhidden, even in front of Ganyu. "Eating alone never lasts. Our goal is to make sure more and more people are always standing on Liu's side." Keqing seemed to understand and nodded slightly. "You plan to export potions?" "Not just those." Ningguang shook her head gently. "Diamonds, ender pearls, monster materials and the unique mechanisms from Ryan's world. All of these are on the table. But these aren't items Mora can buy. I believe my pen pal knows exactly what Monstat must do." Everyone suddenly understood. To put it nicely, this was an alliance of mutual progress. But to speak bluntly, it was recruiting little brothers. Ningguang also knew the story of Kenria. What she aimed to do now was not to let Liu follow the same path as Kenria, which had ultimately led the other nations to be coerced by Celestia into launching a crusade against it. Now what she wanted was to make every nation Liu's ally. At the very least, the majority of them. That way, even if Celestia one day demanded the Archons to reenact the obliteration of Kenria. The tightly bound network of interest among the nations would make it clear, if Laya falls, the rest of them wouldn't survive either. And when that day comes, the whole of Teyvat will rise to protect Laya. That was Ningguang's true goal. In any world, trying to eat alone was a major taboo, so how to share that meal was a matter of strategy. When the time comes, if Celestia dares utter the words, "Destroy Laya," then its so-called second throne will be met with enemies from every corner of the world, and Laya shall become the hidden third throne. As for the gods, did Celestia truly think the current 7 Archons were still willing to listen to them? According to Ryan, 6 of the 7 Archons already harbored hostility towards Celestia. When their own nations and people stand with Laya in unity, Ningguang wanted to see for herself, would Celestia's words still carry weight, or would the will of the people and their Archons prove stronger? Once the 7 nations were tied tightly to Laya's chariot, then the so-called gods of Celestia, those who once rose from the 7 nations, would have to decide, whose command do they follow? She would reduce Celestia to utter isolation. This was a plan Ningguang had been harboring ever since Zhongli told them about the fall of Kenria and Celestia's role in it. Ryan gave Ningguang an admiring look as he hugged Nahida and said, "I'll come with you this time." Ningguang blinked in surprise, then narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "You're not going just because you've taken a fancy to them, are you? Lisa and Jean are both top-tier beauties, after all." Ryan chuckled and shot her a helpless look. "What are you saying? I've never even met them before, okay? At least, not yet." After thinking for a moment, Ryan added, "Since they're here, that means the traveler must have come with them too." At this, the others suddenly understood. Ryan was someone from beyond the stars, so it was only natural he'd be curious about someone who was also a traveler from another world. Ningguang gave a soft, mock-complaining sigh. "So my charm still isn't enough, huh? I've invited you to the Jade Chamber so many times, yet a single visit from the traveler gets you to come along." Ryan laughed it off, grumbling in his heart. "Come on, you weren't inviting me to admire the scenery, you just wanted to get your hands on me." With Ganyu watching him like a hawk these days, if Ningguang wanted to act on her intentions, she'd have to wait a bit longer. After chatting for a while, Ningguang rose, feeling it was about time, and cheerfully led the group out of the courtyard. They stepped onto the floating stone platform just outside the gate. This was a recent creation of Ningguang's. Essentially, she had placed her front door right in front of Ryan's house. The meaning was clear enough, her home was always open to him, anytime, even at night. That said, Ryan rarely visited the Jade Chamber. 1. He was lazy. 2. Every time he even thought about going, Ganyu would grab him to play cards. Baiwen had acted quickly, and with a special food delivery line linking Laya's top restaurants to the Jade Chamber, everything was already prepared by the time they arrived. This was Ningguang's show today, so Ryan quietly took a seat in the corner, not stealing the spotlight, simply waiting for Monstat's delegation to arrive. Not long after they were seated, Jean and the others, now dressed in formal attire, were led into the Jade Chamber by Baiwen. Ningguang rose gracefully and walked up to greet them, offering Jean a warm handshake and a smile. "This should count as our first official meeting, Jean." Her voice was gentle and welcoming like a spring breeze. Jean unconsciously relaxed a little, her earlier nervousness easing. "I apologize for this sudden visit. Mondstadt's official letter is still en route." Hee. Ningguang chuckled and shook her head. "No need to worry. It's all just formalities. Let's not get too caught up in them. Please, have a seat." With pleasant small talk, Jean and her group took their seats. Lisa, ever calm and composed, observed everyone in the room with sharp eyes. The people gathered here represented the very peak of Laya's power. Ningguang, the Tianquan of the Laya Kixing, Keqing, the Yuheng, Ganyu, the secretary of the Kixing. And then there were 2 others who had said nothing so far, a man and a woman whose aura was unmistakably similar to that of the Adepti. Clearly, they were Laya's immortals. Most likely, they were none other than the Adepti Venti had spoken of, the mighty and illuminated Adeptus Shao, and the Cloud Retainer herself. Lisa wasn't particularly concerned with any of them. What she really wanted to know was whether the alchemist she'd been thinking about was here. Then, as if by accident, Lisa's gaze landed on a quiet corner where Ryan sat with Nahida obediently curled up in his arms. Lisa's pupils shrank. A ripple of shock ran through her. "The little lucky grass king," she murmured under her breath. 139, Zhongli, Barbados, "I have come to deliver your punishment." 139, Zhongli, Barbados, "I have come to deliver your punishment." Lisa was hailed as a once-in-2 centuries genius by the Academia. Had she been born in Samuru, and if not for her personal distaste for the Academia's stifling atmosphere, her path might have led somewhere far greater. Being the librarian of the Academia wasn't the pinnacle of what she could have achieved. Becoming a sage herself? That wasn't out of reach. After all, Lisa possessed overwhelming talent, her teacher was a sage, and her connections were more than sufficient. Because of that, she was privy to many of Samuru's secrets. For instance, the little lucky grass king. But why was the little lucky grass king in Liu? And why was she nestled in the arms of that unfamiliar man? What's more, she looked so obedient, far too docile, like a little sister clinging to her older brother. Lisa's gaze instantly locked onto Ryan. She studied him carefully. He looked young, probably in his 20s. His features were gentle and handsome. Aside from that, no vision, no signs of elemental power. He appeared to be just an ordinary high-ranking official from Laya. But an ordinary person could hold the Dendro Archon in his arms. Lisa fell into deep thought. On the other side, Ryan also sensed Lisa's gaze. Their eyes met briefly, and he nodded at her with a warm smile. Then, unfazed, he resumed feeding Nahida bits of food. He had only come to watch today. For now, at least, this wasn't his battle. Lisa narrowed her eyes slightly. After a moment's contemplation, she confirmed that there was no record of Ryan in her memory. Only then did she temporarily set aside her curiosity about him. But still she made sure to remember his face clearly. In the past, I exchanged many letters with acting Grand Master Jean. Even back then, I could sense her strong adherence to the ideals of knighthood. And seeing her today, no doubt about it. Ningguang offered Jean a soft smile and a polite nod. Jean, however, treated the setting as if it were a formal diplomatic event. She responded with due decorum. "You flatter me, Lady Ningguang. I still have much to learn." She meant every word. In truth, Jean still didn't feel worthy of the title Grand Master. Ningguang, on the other hand, let out a quiet chuckle, her every movement radiating the grace and poise of the Tianquan of the Laya Kixing. "Today's gathering is merely a friendly banquet among friends, acting Grand Master Jean. No need to be so formal. Please, try Laya's specialty dishes. And if they're not to your liking, I'll have some Monstat-style cuisine brought up." Before Jean could respond, Paimon's eyes lit up. "We can eat now. Yay, I've been waiting forever." Paimon. Lumen flushed with embarrassment and quickly covered Paimon's mouth. The others at the table, including Ningguang, turned to look. Perhaps it was the accumulated aura of nobility from years of leadership, or maybe it was the imposing atmosphere of being atop the Jade Chamber, but Paimon visibly shrank back. "There's no need to feel restrained," Ningguang said softly, smiling gently. "Eat to your heart's content. Laya won't ever lack a meal for its friends." "Thank you, Lady Ningguang." Lumen nodded and finally let go of Paimon. "I believe this must be the traveler who helped Monstat in subduing Storm Terror," Ningguang said, shifting her gaze slightly to observe Lumen. "I must say, I'm surprised. Such a cute young lady." "Hee, and that's not all." Paimon, now relaxed, picked up a crystal shrimp ball and stuffed it in her mouth, speaking with her cheeks puffed out. "Our Lumen purified Dvalin and stopped his corruption. She's a huge hero in Monstat." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light appeared in Ningguang's eyes. She spoke in a low, admiring tone. "Is that so? Then Miss Lumen must be quite the formidable young woman." Lumen shot a sharp glare at Paimon and replied, "I couldn't have done it without acting Grand Master Jean and the others' help." Just as she said that, Paimon proudly handed Lumen another shrimp ball. "Lumen, no more talking, let's eat, let's eat. This is the best cuisine Laya Harbor has to offer. It won't taste as good if it gets cold." Lumen felt a wave of frustration surge through her. She desperately wanted to yank Paimon's cheeks. Ningguang chuckled softly and picked up her chopsticks. "This little one isn't wrong. Food is best enjoyed while it's hot. But don't worry. If it cools, we'll just bring out another round. All that matters today is that everyone enjoys themselves." Upon hearing that, Paimon's eyes sparkled with joy. "Really, Paimon can eat as much as she wants." "Of course." Ningguang teased with a warm smile. "Even if you can eat 2 whole tables by yourself. If there's anything specific you'd like, just tell Baiwen. She'll have the chefs at Laya Harbor prepare it for you." "Wah!" Paimon hugged her own face, overwhelmed with happiness. "Ningguang is the best. 1,000,000 times better than Lumen." Everyone burst into laughter. As for Lumen, she angrily grabbed more food and stuffed it into Paimon's mouth. "Can't even shut up while you're eating." After that little scene, the atmosphere lightened up considerably, and no one brought up anything serious. Ningguang truly meant for this banquet to be a casual gathering among friends. There were no strict rules about eating or conversation. They chatted casually while enjoying Laya cuisine, often touching upon the current affairs in Monstat. As for Paimon, she was locked in a fierce battle with the food. In just a short time, she cleared an entire table's worth of dishes. Her belly didn't even bulge. With sparkling eyes, she turned toward Baiwen with anticipation. Baiwen found her quite amusing. Adorable creatures like this naturally drew women's affection. She immediately instructed Xinyu Kiosk and Liulai Pavilion to keep sending more dishes. The meal lasted about an hour. Everyone left satisfied. Of course, the happiest of all was Paimon. She had devoured 4 entire tables of food on her own. Now, lying flat on the table and rubbing her round little belly, she looked utterly blissful and completely unladylike. Rare were the occasions when she could truly fill all her extra stomachs. For Paimon, who firmly believed that those who feed you are like your mom, Ningguang in this moment had become a towering figure in her heart. She even began to consider whether she should occasionally come and act cute in front of this rich lady just to score a few extra meals. After all, Paimon had heard the stories. This woman, with every graceful smile and gesture, was none other than the richest person in all of Teyvat. If nothing else, just look at the Jade Chamber. A floating estate hanging high above the clouds. Diluc estimated that just its construction would cost over 10 billion mora. And that's not even counting the rare, exquisite furnishings found throughout. This one jade chamber alone might be worth nearly 50 billion mora. With everyone full and satisfied, Baiwen had the table cleared, replacing it with tea and desserts to help digestion. And sure enough, Paimon climbed back up again, forcing herself to keep fighting to fill the last bit of space in her belly. Paimon's appetite surpassed even Ningguang's expectations. The food Paimon consumed tonight alone would easily convert to at least 10 million mora. But Ningguang had a vast fortune and didn't care about such a small expense. Just a blink of her eye could probably earn her another 100 million mora. After all, she'd been in the MC world for quite a while now, and given the ambiguous, slightly romantic relationship she had with Ryan, he didn't mind letting her handle a few resources to profit from. Besides, Ningguang was basically sponsoring him now, so, isn't her money his to spend anyway? As Ningguang sipped her tea elegantly, she was thinking of how to shift the topic toward the next phase of their plan. Suddenly, the sky above the jade chamber lit up in dazzling gold. A dense and ancient aura descended like a towering peak from the beginning of time. The Geo Archon. Everyone was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Zhongli had suddenly appeared. Those like Ningguang and Xiao, who knew Zhongli's true identity, had a few guesses. As for Ryan, the moment he sensed Zhongli's arrival, he was internally delighted. He leaned toward Nahitha and whispered, "Nahitha, whatever you do, don't learn from Zhongli. That guy's super petty." Nahitha tilted her head adorably and nodded, staying quietly in Ryan's arms. Sensing this ancient and terrifying aura, Jean and the others also made their guesses and stood up nervously, mimicking Ningguang and the others. Like a reflection in water, the space before them shimmered and there stood Zhongli, cloaked in white. Or rather, Morax. He stood silently at the center of the room. "Greetings, Lord Rex Lapis." Ningguang and the others slightly bowed. Xiao and Cloud Retainer also silently stepped forward to stand behind Zhongli. Zhongli nodded slightly. His hood, possibly enchanted, veiled his face. Then he turned to look at Jean and her group, or more precisely, at the escaping Venti near the Jade Chamber's edge. Acting Grand Master Jean of the Knights of Favonius of Monstat, pays respects to His Excellency, Lord Rex Lapis. Jean placed one hand over her chest and gave a formal bow. Zhongli returned a gentle look. Then, his gaze locked onto Ventua, who had been inching toward the edge of the Jade Chamber. Golden divine power surged. A barrier inscribed with runes of immortal power enveloped the skies above the Jade Chamber. Venti's face froze. Slowly, he turned back, eyes full of despair as he looked at Zhongli. "Old friend, since you're here, why rush to leave?" Zhongli didn't move a muscle, yet Venti was instantly transported back to his original spot. Well, about that." Venti wiped the sweat from his forehead and chuckled awkwardly. "Old man, I just thought, it's been a while, and showing up without any wine feels kinda inappropriate, you know." "Wine?" Zhongli let out a soft chuckle and walked over to the table beside Venti, taking a seat. "I brought it for you." With a wave of his hand, over a dozen bottles of dandelion wine appeared, still fresh with the scent of Monstat soil. Venti instantly recognized them as the stash he'd hidden at Windrise centuries ago. His face twisted with grief. "Old man, that's too far. When did you even go to Monstat?" "Oh." Zhongli poured himself a drink, speaking meaningfully. "Since you could alter my contract, and recklessly release divine power in Laya despite the Pact of the Seven, why shouldn't I pay Monstat a visit?" "Petty old man." Venti screamed internally, but forced a smile on his face. "I was just worried about you, old man. Can't we just leave the past in the past?" "A contract is no trivial matter," Zhongli said calmly, "and time does not diminish its weight." From the moment Zhongli appeared, every word he spoke returned to the theme of contracts. Venti slumped, lowering his head with a sigh of defeat. Fine, geez. I didn't even try to hide once I got to Laya. Do you really have to keep bringing it up?" A faint smile tugged at Zhongli's lips beneath the hood as he gently extended a wine cup toward Venti. "Those who violate contracts must face the punishment of stone." The cup glowed with golden light, infused with divine energy. Venti gulped nervously and carefully took the cup. He knew that Zhongli had already shown him mercy. After all, he had once altered Zhongli's contract, taking advantage of him. And today, he had once again released divine power in Laya, alarming the immortals. Considering both offenses, the fact that Zhongli hadn't dropped a planet befall on him already was a mercy born of old friendship. "Your Excellency, about Venti." Jean tried to speak up for her Archon, her heart aching. But Zhongli's gaze fell upon her, calm and unyielding, so powerful that Jean instantly swallowed her words. "Those who break contracts must accept the judgment of Stone Barbados or otherwise. No one is exempt from the justice of contracts." Jean pressed her lips together, still wanting to say more, but Venti waved her off. "It's all right. I did take advantage of the old man's contract long ago. The fact that he hasn't hunted me down until now is already more than generous." With that, Venti put on a pained expression and downed the wine in one go. And then, he froze in place. 140 MC's true treasure. That single gulp of liquor. Venti felt like he had just swallowed a mouthful of aged geo itself, bitter, metallic, and reeking of minerals. But under Zhongli's gaze, he still forced himself to gulp it down. In truth, the punishment of stone didn't literally require one to eat rocks. It had no exact definition. In the past, when merchants violated contracts and disrupted Laya's markets, Zhongli had once invoked Planet Befall without hesitation. Just making Venti eat a stone could already be considered merciful. Of course, to Venti, the cruelest part wasn't the punishment itself but the fact that this cup of centuries-old fine wine had been turned into stone. Absorbing divine power is beneficial to your internal injuries, Zhongli said lightly, after taking a small sip of the wine himself. Upon hearing this, Jean and the others finally relaxed. It seemed this Geo Archon wasn't as unfeeling as legends claimed. After all, perhaps it was due to his relationship with Venti. Even if Venti had to drink a stone, at least it helped heal hidden wounds, right? What a petty tsundere dragon. Venti muttered under his breath, completely unaware that Zhongli's gaze on him had grown even deeper. The reason the Archon came today. Ningguang sipped her tea, organizing her thoughts. Though they all knew Zhongli was the Geo Archon, since he hadn't openly revealed it himself, the two identities still had to be kept separate in name. She glanced at Venti. Her suspicions from earlier had been confirmed. Judging by the speed at which Jean's group had arrived in Liu, they had clearly been assisted by the Enmo Archon. Among the group, besides Venti and Lumen, Ningguang knew the others well. Lumen was the traveler, and as for the Enmo Archon there was no need to guess. Still, Venti's quirky personality amused Ningguang somewhat. That said, Zhongli wouldn't have come under his civilian identity just to dish out the punishment of stone, would he? Surely not. Could the Geo Archon really be that petty? Just as she thought that. I came merely to express my appreciation for Lia's recent developments, Zhongli said. Hearing that, Ningguang and the others let out a breath of relief. So the Geo Archon wasn't that petty after all. And also, to fulfill the responsibilities of a contract. Yep, still a petty dragon, passing by his way into Liu, just to punish Venti. Otherwise, why bother digging up Venti's hidden wine stash? Ningguang felt awkward on the inside, but her expression remained composed and elegant. In that case, would the Archon like to stay and listen to our discussion? She offered gracefully. Zhongli had originally planned to accept, but glanced at Lumenuh who looked like she was seconds away from blurting out a question. He decided it was best to leave for now. This wasn't the right time for their meeting, nor the right time to answer her questions. At the very least, he still needed her to run an errand first. I've been observing your progress. No need to report to me, just continue your efforts, he said calmly. I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With those words, he didn't even give Venti a chance to speak. With one firm hand on the bard's shoulder, he whisked him away from the jade chamber. Lumen stood frozen, watching the Geo Archon vanish right in front of her, realizing only then that she had just missed her best chance. The Geo Archon wasn't someone one could just meet anytime. Now that she'd missed it, she'd probably have to wait another whole month until the rite of dissension. Frustration crept into her heart. But something also felt off. Her instincts told her Zhongli was deliberately avoiding her. But he was the mighty Morix, the god of contracts. Even when she and her brother were at their peak, they might not have been able to defeat him. Why would he avoid her, when her current strength hadn't even returned to the level of a top-tier primordial god? Lumen shook the thought away. It was only a month she could wait. Besides, it was a chance to enjoy Lia's scenery and maybe earn some mora along the way. She had forgotten, though. Nowadays, the monsters in Liu were all considered prime resources by the Millilith. Even they didn't have enough to go around. So Lumen's dream of getting rich, crushed again. Ningguang composed herself and turned to the still confused Jean and her companions, offering a polite smile. My apologies. It seems the Archon and Lord Barbados hadn't seen each other in many years and had much to discuss. But rest assured, the two are among the original Seven close allies. There's no conflict between them. Jean nodded. Even though Zhongli had served Venti the punishment of stone, he had also healed him. And he had addressed him as an old friend. Clearly, there was no real animosity between them. It's good that Lord Barbados and His Excellency the Geo Archon are close. We won't overthink it, Jean said respectfully. Ningguang's smile deepened as she replied, with a pointed undertone. Which means that Liu and Monstat, too, can be close allies. Jean was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond. From a personal standpoint, she very much wanted to affirm that. After all, Liu was incredibly strong right now. Its economy was booming. Their visit also had a Perposito request alchemical potions. But she felt she didn't have the authority to respond. As acting Grand Master, she couldn't decide such matters unilaterally. The atmosphere became slightly awkward. Lisa sighed inwardly. Compared to someone like Ningguang who spoke in veiled meanings and wielded subtle yet powerful influence, Jean indeed seemed a bit lacking. But that was only a matter of experience. Everyone knew Ningguang's rise to power, and she had held the position of Tianquan for quite some time. Though Liu had the 7 stars, the real power ultimately lay in her hands. This long-standing authority over all of Liu was something Jean, for now, couldn't compare with. Still, Lisa firmly believed that with time and more experience, Jean would be no less formidable than anyone else. As for now, Lisa's usual lazy demeanor vanished as she straightened up, smiling brightly and nodding. What Miss Ningguang said is indeed something we in Monstat agree with. Back when Monstat was facing the storm terror crisis, only Lio continued to support us by keeping trade routes open. You maintained commercial exchanges, supported us with resources, and helped us maintain stability. Moreover, the friendship between Liu and Monstat has a long history. Naturally, it will only grow stronger in the future. A faint gleam flashed through Ningguang's eyes as she slightly turned her head toward Lisa and said softly, "That reminds me I've been remiss in my hospitality. Miss Lisa came all this way at my invitation, yet I failed to receive you properly at first." Now they were finally getting to the heart of the matter. Lisa glanced at Jean, who still seemed slightly confused, and sighed inwardly. Lio now held the upper hand in the market. Jean's political finesse was nowhere near Ningguang's, and Dailuk, driven by vengeance, was willing to sacrifice everything for power. That was a massive disadvantage. Alone, Lisa wasn't confident she could match wits with Ningguang. At this point, she could only hope Ningguang wouldn't ask for the moon. Otherwise, they'd have no choice but to grit their teeth and pay the price. This has nothing to do with Miss Ningguang's hospitality. We arrived a bit hastily. The official letter of visitation wasn't even delivered before we asked Lord Barbados to escort us. So really, we were the ones intruding unexpectedly. Lisa pursed her lips, planning to buy some time and think of a more strategic response. But Ningguang saw through her intentions and chuckled lightly, shaking her head. "No need to stand on ceremony, Miss Lisa. Since we've already shared a meal, it's time we talk about the real reason behind your visit." At those words, Jean's eyes lit up. She was about to speak, but Lisa gently pressed her hand under the table to stop her. "I was the one who received the letter, and the matter we're here for falls under my area of expertise. So, Acting Grand Master Jean and Mr. Dailuk have entrusted me to represent Monstat in this negotiation. I'll handle the discussion with Miss Ningguang." Jean hesitated, then pursed her lips and finally remained silent after careful thought. Dailuk, however, had quickly realized something important. The woman before him was an undisputed authority in the world of commerce, Tianquan Ningguang. If they let her read them too easily from the start, things would only get more difficult from there. Taking a deep breath, Dailuk composed himself and said, "That's right. Miss Lisa is well versed in alchemy and diplomacy. She understands these matters far better than we do. The Monstat Trade Association has granted her full authority." Ningguang found herself quite intrigued. She already knew everything about their situation from her intelligence networks, from the Millilith who received them, and even from subtle observations during dinner. She had understood their intentions well in advance. But what they were thinking was completely different from what Ningguang intended to do. So there was no need to play the usual business games. She clapped her hands, and Baishao stepped forward, holding a large tray. When the red cloth was lifted, a variety of alchemical potions countless in type were revealed before everyone. At that moment, Dailuk's breathing grew heavier. "Allow me to introduce them," Ningguang said. "These alchemical potions fall into two categories, enhancing the self and weakening the enemy. Enhancing potions include strength, swiftness, leaping, healing, regeneration, fire resistance, underwater breathing, night vision, invisibility, and slow fall. Weakening potions include slowness, poison, instant damage, and weakness. As for their specific effects, Miss Lisa, as an exceptional alchemist, should recognize the kind of power each potion represents based on their names." Lisa remained silent, her gaze sweeping across the collection. She had anticipated that Laya might have developed some new types of potions, but never in her wildest dreams had she imagined this many. It was nearly comprehensive, covering every imaginable angle. Potions to enhance offense, grant unique powers, even debuff enemies. Based on the effects she had seen earlier from the Millilith, these potions could elevate an ordinary person to the level of a vision bearer in an instant, and those who were already strong would only become stronger. From these potions, Dailuk could already see a glimmer of hope for vengeance, even the possibility of a stronger future for Monstat. Were it not for a shred of remaining reason, he might have been tempted to spend his entire fortune to buy them all now. He kept signaling to Lisa, urging her to take action, but seeing Ningguang's meaningful gaze, Lisa surprisingly calmed down instead. She gave a bewitching smile. What a terrifying foundation such terrifying alchemical potions. It seems the master behind them has truly walked a path far removed from the rest of Teyvat. If possible, I'd love to meet that master in person. However, I suspect this isn't the real reason Miss Ningguang invited us here, is it? As she spoke, Lisa glanced subtly at Ryan, who was still idly playing with Nahitha as if none of this involved him. Ningguang was silent for a moment, then clapped lightly in admiration. "Miss Lisa, you're as clever as expected. Honestly, if you had immediately asked to purchase these potions, out of goodwill between our nations, I might have given you a small discount. But beyond that, there wouldn't be any reason to cooperate further." Hearing this, Jean's heart tensed, and she cast Lisa a grateful look. Before Lisa could respond, Baishao clapped again. From a side corridor came another line of attendants, this time carrying even more trays. And at the end, 2 Millilith guards solemnly carried in a large object covered in red cloth. It looked like a suit of armor. With pride gleaming in her eyes, Ningguang turned to Lisa and said softly, "For you all these are the true treasures." 141. Have you seen a totem of undying, Acting Grand Master Jean. 141. Have you seen a totem of undying, Acting Grand Master Jean? Jean. As Ningguang's words fell, Baishao stepped forward and began unveiling the red cloth. The first item that came into view was a plain and ordinary iron bucket. Inside, it contained a substance that looked very much like milk. But Jean and the others had already tensed up, their eyes locked tightly on Ningguang. Milk capable of removing all negative status effects. This includes curses, Ningguang said calmly. She gave Lisa a deep look. Lisa had already clenched her fist slightly. She hadn't expected this. All she wanted was to speak with the master alchemist, to see if there was any way to solve her own problem. But Ningguang, right from the start, she revealed an item that could lift her curse. So then what else lies hidden under the remaining trays? Baishao moved on to the next. It was a round, plump apple, though it looked as if it were made of solid gold. A golden apple, also capable of dispelling curses. On top of that, it can instantly restore most of one's health and all of one's stamina. Just so you know, the karmic burden of the conqueror of demons was resolved with the combination of a golden apple and milk. Lisa immediately turned to look at Xiao, who gave a calm nod. Jean, growing emotional, clasped Lisa's hand tightly, joy lighting up her eyes. To Jean, this meant her best friend finally had a chance to be saved. She had seen Lisa resort to constant sleep just to slow the draining of her life. How could that not break her heart? But now, Lisa shot Jean a look, signaling her to calm down. No one spoke another word. They all turned to look toward the next item. It was a book, radiating with a violet glow like a magical grimoire of sorts. An enchantment book capable of adding law-defying effects to weapons, making them eligible to become divine artifacts. This one is for a longsword, flame enchantment. As she finished speaking, Xiao drew a diamond sword that gleamed with a cold light. Under the moonlight, its colors shimmered just like that enchanted tome. With a gentle swing, he struck a chicken prepared for the demonstration. In the next instant, a blast of flames erupted, engulfing the chicken in an explosion. The conqueror of demons element is in Mo, Ningguang added softly. Now, the others couldn't sit still. Dailuk was the first to speak, his tone deep. Ningguang, are you saying that after enchanting a weapon, one can wield the power of the fire element? Ningguang gently shook her head. No. It's not that the user gains the element, it's the weapon itself that becomes imbued with powerful, natural fire energy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be qualified to be called a divine artifact. By the way, there are many types of enchantment books, each allowing the addition of different lawbound attributes. For longswords, there's looting, sharpness, knockback, and many more. Enchanting a weapon is essentially engraving the laws of the world into its very form. As she finished, Lisa spoke up. So calling them divine artifacts isn't really an exaggeration, is it? Ningguang smiled and nodded. Moreover, enchanted weapons aren't limited to Vision Bearer 7. Ordinary people can use them. And it's not just weapons, armor, too. A Qianyan soldier equipped head to toe with enchanted gear and empowered by alchemical potions can rival even the top-tier beings of Teyvat. She gestured, and a Qianyan soldier stepped forward clad in full iron armor laced with enchantments. He carried an enchanted iron sword in one hand, and an enchanted longbow slung across his back. His entire form shimmered with the bubbles of alchemical potions. He appeared for just a moment, then vanished again. But even in that brief instant, Dailuk felt it. That soldier had given him a sense of fatal danger. Absolutely not someone that an ordinary vision wielder could handle. In fact, if caught off guard, he might be one-shot. So, would you like to keep watching? Or shall we proceed to a formal partnership based on what you've seen? If you choose not to continue, all of these can still be sold to you for a very low price. With a wave of her hand, Ningguang signaled Baishao to approach the next tray. Jean and Dailuk turned immediately toward Lisa. Right now, their minds were a chaotic blur. They could only place their trust in her. Lisa's eyes were fixed on the golden apple. A voice in her heart called out to her, urging her to accept. And yet, she gave a soft laugh, then drew in a long breath. We've come this far, why stop now? A wise choice, Ningguang smiled. Immediately, Baiwen stepped forward and placed a pre-prepared contract in front of Jean and the others. What you're about to see next surpasses anything Teyvat could ever imagine. This is Laya's true heritage. Sign this contract, and Monstat and Laya shall establish an eternal alliance. From this day on, Laya's enemies will be Monstat's enemies. And vice versa. This contract was formed through the divine power of the Geo Archon. It is eternal and unbreakable. Should it be violated, Monstat will face the wrath of Rex Lapis and the Adepti, and Laya will go to war in retribution. Once this agreement is signed, Monstat will have no way to back out. So, consider carefully, Acting Grand Master Jean. Staring at the contract before her, Jean felt as though her arm bore the weight of a mountain. She wasn't sure if she should sign it. Ningguang was trying to tie Monstat completely to Laya's ship of fate. Their glories would be shared and so would their ruin. If Laya were to fall someday, Monstat would surely be dragged down as well. She dared not sign it. Not to mention, she was only the Acting Grand Master. Jean. Lisa bit her lip. Ningguang, I'm just the Acting Grand Master, I don't have the authority. Jean shook her head, looking toward Ningguang. But the latter only spoke softly. To my knowledge, your Grand Master gave you full authority to make decisions for Monstat before she left on her expedition. But Monstat is a nation of freedom. Jean hadn't finished speaking before Ningguang cut in gently. Even a free nation needs someone to guide it, does it not? Jean, the one I've placed my hopes in is you, not your Grand Master. I believe you already know how corrupt the upper ranks of the Knights of Favonius are. Your Grand Master's so-called expedition may well have been her way of handing Monstat over to you. Laya's partnership with Monstat requires someone who truly cares for Itzamion who can lead it. And one more thing, once the contract is signed, Mondstat's enemies will be ours as well. Anyone who threatens our alliance will eliminate for you. Hearing Ningguang's straightforward disdain for the Knights of Favonius upper echelon, Dailuk almost wanted to applaud. He had long been discontent with the leadership of the Knights. But if Jean were to take control of Monstat, given her diligence and sense of responsibility, she would undoubtedly be the most suitable leader for its future. This contract, as far as we're concerned, has countless benefits and no drawbacks. At least, for now. Dailuk spoke in a low voice. After all, how powerful Laya was could already be glimpsed just from what they had seen. If Laya were ever to face true calamity, it would likely be one that engulfed all of Teyvat. Monstat wouldn't be able to escape its fate anyway. Given that, signing decisively would be the best option at present. Jean, no matter what choice you make, I'll support you. Lisa said with a gentle smile, her eyes soft as they rested on Jean. Jean remained silent for a long while, her thoughts turning to the current state of Mondstat's people. The Fatui lurking on the borders, the growing threat of monsters. And then the peaceful, prosperous life of the people she'd seen today in Laya Harbor. In her heart, there were 10,000 reasons to hope Monstat could become as strong and thriving as Laya. Jean clenched her jaw, taking a deep breath. If I sign this contract, will the lives of Mondstat's people become like those of Laya? Ningguang smiled lightly and nodded. Of course, we will help you. Jean said no more. She picked up the pen with difficulty and began to read through each word with utmost care. To her, each character on that contract was the embodiment of a Monstat citizen's future. After a long moment, she closed her eyes, signed her name, and stamped the contract with the seal of the Knights of Favonius. As the final stroke was completed, Zhongli's calm and steady voice echoed from the air above. The contract is sealed. Those who break it shall suffer the punishment of stone. Jean slumped into her seat as if her strength had been drained, her gaze empty as she stared at the contract before her. Congratulations. You've made the most correct decision. Ningguang smiled as she instructed Baiwen to retrieve the contract. The original will be held by the Geo Archon himself. A copy will be prepared for both sides in the coming days. Oversight shall be jointly handled by the Geo Archon and Barbatos, the Inmo Archon. As for now. Ningguang's smile grew once more. Baishao, continue. Yes, Lady Ningguang. Under the group's complicated gazes, Baishao unveiled the next red cloth. Beneath it lay a strange, glowing orb, something between a pearl and an eye, emanating a mysterious power. Ender Pearl, Ningguang explained softly. It contains the power of space. It can be used to teleport a short distance even by ordinary people. One of the fully enchanted Qianyan soldiers from earlier stepped forward, picked up the pearl, and hurled it toward the distance. The moment the Ender Pearl landed, the soldier mysteriously appeared in that very spot. Ender Pearls are consumables, Ningguang added. Also worth noting, each use will cost some of your life force. But as you can see, that's easily resolved. As she finished, the Qianyan soldier pulled out a recovery potion and drank it in one go, immediately appearing energized again. At that moment, Lisa and the others finally understood why Ningguang had insisted they sign the contract first. These artifacts, the power of space. Absolutely unnatural for Teyvat. At least for Lisa, who knew the truth about Celestiathes, much was clear: the heavenly principles would never allow such things to exist. In other words, by signing that contract, Monstat had committed to standing with Laya, even against Celestia. Lisa's expression grew complicated as she gave Ningguang a long, thoughtful look. Quite the plan you have, Lady Ningguang. Ha! Ningguang gave a knowing chuckle, realizing that Lisa had guessed her intentions. No need to worry too much. We have every confidence that we can protect ourselves. And protect Monstat as well. Lisa said nothing more, falling into silence. Ender Pearl. Dailuk's eyes burned with intensity. For him, beyond strengthening Monstat, revenge was still his greatest desire. With alchemy potions, enchantment books, and now Ender Pearls, Dailuk felt that he now had a 100% chance to achieve vengeance. And a 100% chance to make Monstat strong again. Coming here today had been the right decision. The only unknown now was how many more Alayu would ask for all these items. It would likely be an astronomical sum, but Dailuk didn't care. If it meant realizing his and his father's dream, he would give up the Dawn Winery without hesitation. Baishao was about to uncover the next item, but Ningguang seemed to feel it was getting a bit cumbersome. She stood up, waved her hand, and a burst of elemental energy swept across the display, lifting all the red cloths at once. She stepped forward to explain personally. Diamonds used to forge the hardest, strongest weapons. With proper enchantments, they can become legendary artifacts. Diamond armor offers unmatched defense. Not even the strongest vision wielders can break through it. Blaze rods, ghast tears, bone meal that instantly matures crops. The more Ningguang explained, the quieter Jean and the others became. At last, Ningguang carefully lifted a strange-looking totem. Her usual casual attitude toward rare materials vanished. She now bore an expression of solemn reverence. This will shatter everything you thought you knew. Its name is Totem of Undying. 142 Lisa, the one in his arms is the Lesser Lord. 142 Lisa, the one in his arms is the Lesser Lord. Undying. Everyone's hearts trembled simultaneously. Diluc could no longer hold back. He asked in a deep voice, "Is it the kind of undying we imagined?" Ningguang nodded, then shook her head. As she did, she pointed to something hanging at her waist. The others saw it too. Not just Ningguang Keqing, Ganyu, Xiao, Hu Tao. Everyone here, or more accurately, all of Lia's top brass, were wearing the Totem of Undying. The Totem of Undying is a single-use consumable. As long as you carry it, if you die by any cause other than natural aging, the totem activates. Once triggered, your vitality will be restored to its peak in mere seconds. At the same time, all negative effects afflicting you will be cleansed: curses, poison, karmic debt, weakness, wear. The Totem of Undying will give you a brand new life. Additionally, it will put you into a protected state. Any incoming damage will be partially absorbed. You'll also enter a fire resistance buff period, immune to all pyro damage, even magma. As Ningguang's voice fell, a nearby Qianyan soldier downed a fire resistance potion and calmly placed his unprotected hand into the magma. Jean and the others were visibly shocked, but before they could say anything, the Qianyan soldier withdrew his hand and showed it to them. It looked no different than if he'd just washed his hands. Diluc fell silent, his heart shaken. He could feel the scorching heat radiating from the magma. That wasn't fake. And yet a Qianyan soldier could wash his hands in lava just by drinking a potion. Then what did that mean for his pyro abilities? It's immunity, not resistance, right? Lisa seemed to have realized something. A flicker of shock passed through her eyes. Ningguang smiled and nodded lightly. It's immunity by the laws themselves. Lisa's gaze returned to Ryan. She couldn't understand how could something like this be made by alchemy. What exactly is Lia doing? If these things were released to the world, they could completely overturn all of Teyvat in an instant. Just how deep did Lia's power run now? Lisa couldn't even imagine anymore. Totem of Undying, alchemical potions, enchanted books, diamond tier gear and weapons. Diluc clenched his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with excitement. These things weren't just a hope for revenge. If he got his hands on them, he might even dare to take down the Fatui's headquarters. Enhancing oneself, weakening the enemy, denying death, all in one package. This kind of existence, what difference was there between that and a god? Oziel had infinite strength in the sea. Even having its head blown off didn't stop it. But the Totem of Undying, wasn't that even stronger? Ryan looked at the calm and composed Ningguang, and couldn't help but find it a bit funny. Once upon a time, when he first introduced these things to Ningguang and the others, their reactions were even more intense than Jean and her group. Back then, Xiao had immediately said he'd go hunt down the Wither and the Summoner. Times had changed. Ningguang and the others had become more and more familiar with the Minecraft world. As Ryan was thinking, the Nahida in his arms let out a yawn, raising a little hand to rub her sleepy eyes. Getting sleepy? Ryan asked softly. Nahida pouted and stubbornly shook her head. Not sleepy. Haha. Ryan chuckled and pinched her little nose. Don't push yourself. If you rest well, you might grow faster. Really? Nahida's eyes instantly widened, full of hope as she looked at Ryan. Being stuck as a loli was Nahida's biggest source of frustration right now. Every day, she could only watch as Ganyu got to spend time with Ryan, while she was treated like a little sister. Though she enjoyed Ryan's gentle care, the more she enjoyed it, the more unhappy she actually felt. What she really wanted was for Ryan to love her the way he loved Ganyu. A little sister? She didn't want to stop at just that. Besides, she used to be the wise and elegant Greater Lord Rukhadivatahi. Should she be stuck as a loli forever? Nahida nodded vigorously. I want to go back and sleep. Alright, I'll take Nahida home and tuck you in. Ryan affectionately patted her head. This time, Nahida didn't resist his brotherly affection. In her mind, as long as she slept well, she could grow up fast. And one day, she'd point to Ganyu and shout, I can take her place. She wanted Ryan to realize she wasn't just a cute little sister, she could be the perfect little sister. As those thoughts swirled in her head, Nahida grew drowsy again. Even though she'd slept for 500 years, she'd been so happy these past few days. Living a normal person's life like Ryan, plus her divine power still growing. She actually needed sleep. Watching the drowsy Nahida, Ryan smiled warmly. He gently picked her up like a treasured gem, then turned and walked away. Seeing this, Ganyu quickly followed. Jean and the others hadn't recovered from their shock yet, so no one said a word, making Ryan and Ganyu's movements all the more noticeable. As they moved forward, they lowered their voices, careful not to wake Nahida. Nahida's going to sleep. I'll take her back first. Ningguang blinked, then looked at Nahida curled up like a kitten, clutching Ryan's collar. A trace of sympathy flickered in her eyes. Go ahead. Nahida really did tire herself out today. She glanced at Ganyu, who looked like a bashful young wife. Ningguang sighed inwardly, but said nothing. Ryan smiled and nodded gently, full of care. You should rest early too. I'll try. Nwah, you must. Lisa's slightly domineering tone somehow made Ningguang's heart feel warm and cozy. She gently pushed Ryan's shoulder. Got it, give me some face, I'll go rest in a bit. We're off then. See you tomorrow. Ryan smiled and turned to leave with Ganyu and Nahida, heading toward the floating stone. On the way, seeing Jean and the others looking over, Ryan nodded gently. I hope you find what you're looking for in Monstat. Although they didn't know who Ryan was, Jean and the others politely replied with a thank you. Just before he could leave, Lisa suddenly spoke in a soft voice. Mister, you seem unfamiliar, may I ask your name? Ryan, he replied, turning around to meet Lisa's gaze. Clearly, Lisa had already taken notice of him. Because of Nahida, that was likely part of it. Ryan quietly admired Lisa's sharp instincts. Ryan, Lisa softly repeated the name, nodding thoughtfully. I'll remember that. If you have the time, may I buy you a drink sometime? She smiled charmingly and even winked at him. To the others, it looked just like Lisa had fallen for a man at first sight and was boldly asking him out. It even made Jean a little embarrassed. But Ryan only responded with a faint smile, gazing deeply into Lisa's eyes. I'm not much of a drinker. But if you stay in Laya for a while longer, perhaps I might invite you for tea instead. With that, Ryan turned and walked away, his figure soon swallowed by the darkness. Until we meet again. His airy farewell drifted to everyone's ears. Lisa's gaze remained fixed on the dark where he vanished. Jean noticed Ningguang's expression shift subtly and nudged Lisa gently. In a low voice, she said, Lisa, we're still in the middle of official discussions. Even if you've taken a liking to him, save it for later. He taken a liking? I suppose I have taken a liking to him, but if we miss today, who knows if we'll ever see him again. Lisa replied, her words laced with deeper meaning. Jean knew Lisa wasn't one to speak without reason. Her brows furrowed slightly. What do you mean? Lisa didn't answer directly. She sipped her tea calmly, then sent a voice transmission. The little one he was holding is the Lesser Lord Kizanali. Jean almost fell off her seat in shock. She looked at Lisa in disbelief. She knew Lisa was one of the most brilliant students of the Academia. She would absolutely recognize the Lesser Lord. There was no way she had mistaken her identity. Earlier, when the Geo Archon arrived, he greeted that man first. Although Ningguang appeared to be the host of tonight's banquet, the true person behind it all is that Ryan. Jean was quick-witted. Once Lisa explained, it all clicked. You mean to say, he's the one behind all these things, maybe even everything happening at Tianheng Mountain? Lisa said nothing more, only lifted her cup and took another small sip of tea. She gave a subtle signal Ningguang was watching them. Jean understood that this wasn't the right time for such conversations. She immediately straightened her posture and addressed Ningguang seriously. Miss Ningguang, all of this far exceeds our expectations, but we are indeed very interested in forming a trade agreement for these resources. What would your conditions be? Now that it had come to business, Dailuk also sat upright. Jean pursed her lips before speaking, albeit with some difficulty. Miss Ningguang, I'm not trying to make excuses, but Monstat has just suffered a dragon disaster. Many trade routes remain blocked. Our Grand Master's expedition also took a large amount of resources. We don't have much capital to offer at the moment. Ningguang chuckled softly and shook her head. I understand. That's why I have no plans to trade the truly precious resources with you right now. Hearing this, Jean was startled and hurriedly tried to respond, hoping to negotiate. But Lisa gently placed her hand over Jean's and smiled sweetly. Then, Miss Ningguang, may I ask, what exactly counts as precious in your eyes? Ningguang smiled again, her voice gentle and deep. The undying totem is never for trade. Ender pearls, diamond-grade armor and weapons, various specialty materials. So that leaves us with alchemical potions, milk, golden apples, and enchanted books for potential trade. Lisa followed up with another question. Ningguang nodded slightly. In truth, even alchemical potions and enchanted books won't be traded in bulk for now, but small-scale exchanges are acceptable. Lisa paused. This outcome had already far surpassed her expectations. Truth be told, from the very beginning, Lisa understood. Ningguang was showing off Laya's depth, making them genuinely value the alliance. Although the undying totem and such shocked Lisa, she never thought Ningguang would actually sell them. After all, Monstat had nothing valuable enough to offer in exchange. Lisa's baseline expectations were milk, golden apples, alchemical potions, and perhaps priority purchasing rights to the resources Laya had released to the market. If the prices were slightly lower, that would be ideal. But what she hadn't expected was that Ningguang would even be willing to trade enchanted books. That was a surprise windfall. Even if the price was sky-high, Lisa believed it was worth it. Still, Lisa sipped her tea again, and softly recalled Ryan's figure. What if we wanted to obtain things like ender pearls? Ningguang's eyes sparkled as she took another small sip of tea. Miss Lisa, haven't you already guessed the answer? Why ask again? Lisa suddenly let out a soft chuckle, murmuring something layered with meaning. Indeed, fate really does work in mysterious ways. 143 Jean's thoughts. A meeting with Ryan. 143 Jean's thoughts. A meeting with Ryan. With hearts full of shock and anticipation, Jean and her companions took their leave from Ningguang and returned to the guest quarters arranged by the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Although Ningguang hadn't explicitly instructed them on whether they could speak of what they'd learned, Jean and the others understood well enough. Now that the contract had been signed, Monstat and Liu were bound together. Protecting Liu's secrets was, in essence, protecting Mondstat's own. After seeing off Keqing, Hu Tao, and the others, Ningguang returned to her bedroom, intending to deal with some official matters before resting. Yet, Ryan's somewhat overbearing reminder floated back into her mind. She chuckled softly, her eyes glimmering with affection. What a domineering man. But if I work late into the night again, I'll be out of sorts tomorrow. Ryan would probably be angry. Murmuring gently, she set the documents aside and walked toward her bed. Her bed was large, something she had long been used to sleeping in alone. But lately, seeing Ganyu glowing with energy each day, like a flower nourished by morning dew, Ningguang began to feel that the bed had grown uncomfortable. Too big. Missing a man's presence. If Ryan belonged to her, right now, he'd be waiting for her to rest together. He'd hold her in his arms, tell her stories, and coax her into sleep. She could nestle against his chest, listening to his heartbeat, and fall into peaceful dreams. As these thoughts drifted in, sleep became elusive once more. Gazing silently at the ceiling for a long moment, she finally sat up, threw on a robe, and made her way to the edge of the jade chamber. She looked down toward the small courtyard at the foot of Mt Tianheng. A faint, warm light still glowed from within. She knew Ganyu was probably curled up in Ryan's arms, listening to him whisper sweet nothings. Ningguang very much wanted to switch places with her. The wind blew hard through the skies, the night deep and the moon solitary. She had been alone for the first half of her life. There was no reason she should remain lonely for the rest of it, watching over Liu from a distance. Even the chirping of cicadas in her ears seemed like Ganyu and Ryan laughing and playing. Unconsciously, Ningguang gripped the railing tighter. After a long pause, she looked up at the moon. The stars circled it, dazzling in their brilliance, a silver glow cascading like snow. There are so many stars surrounding the moon, she whispered, her gaze distant. You are the star closest to the moon, perhaps the brightest, but it doesn't mean the others don't shine. How long can you keep him to yourself? Moonlight was always meant to illuminate the whole sky. After standing in silence for a while, Ningguang turned back toward her bedroom, eyes firm with resolve. Ganyu, everything I've ever set my sights on I've never missed. That includes the man I desire. So what if I let you enjoy a little more time? I am Ningguang of the Tianquan. The lights of the jade chamber dimmed, leaving it to float quietly above the little house at the base of Mt Tianheng, blocking out all traces of moonlight. Inside that house, Ryan hadn't actually done anything with Ganyu. To be precise, he hadn't had the chance. Nahida had returned home bursting with energy and clung to Ryan, insisting he tell her a bedtime story. Ryan could only smile helplessly and send Ganyu off to wait for him. For some reason, Nahida was unusually unwilling to sleep. Even though her eyes were already drooping mid-story, she still clung tightly to Ryan's sleeve. Fortunately, Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales still worked wonders on her. Watching her drift off with a smile, Ryan couldn't help but grin. So what if she'd lived for 500 years? She was still just a little lowly. Totally defenseless against a good bedtime story. She fell asleep the moment it got good. And he hadn't even brought out his secret weapon, 1001 Nights. Quietly turning off the lights and closing the door behind him, Ryan returned to Ganyu's room. Or rather, their master bedroom now. Because these days, Ryan couldn't fall asleep unless Ganyu was in his arms. Ganyu was peacefully resting against the pillow, reading Ryan's notebook. Inside were his plans for the future development of the Minecraft world. Ganyu was thinking hard about how she could help him. But as soon as Ryan walked in, she gently set the notebook aside and looked at him with soft eyes. Did Nahida fall asleep? Ryan smiled wryly. Yeah, just now. Full of energy the moment she got home. What a child. Hearing that, Ganyu blushed slightly, seeming to think of something, and muttered in mock annoyance. You're just like a child too, Ryan. Ryan playfully pinched her nose and replied with a chuckle. That was a special kind of behavior, not the same as Nahida's. You could say it's part of a couple's little game. See couple. Ganyu turned her head slightly in delight but still obediently snuggled into Ryan's arms. Will Ryan marry me? Of course. What kind of silly question is that? He tapped her gently on the forehead, then switched off the lights. Perhaps touched by his words, Ganyu's heart raced as she turned over and began quietly loosening her robes. Ryan. In the darkness, her expressive eyes were full of meaning. Raising an eyebrow, Ryan didn't hold back and whispered. Again? But didn't we just this afternoon? Are you sure, Ganyu? Pouting without a word, Ganyu answered him with actions, not words. She was Ganyu, a half Kylan, half Adeptus. Her constitution was far from human. Seeing how enthusiastic his girlfriend was, Ryan certainly wouldn't let her sincerity go to waste. It was still early, after all. Even staying up all night wouldn't be a problem. On the third floor of Xinyu Kiosk. This was the place arranged for Jean and her companions to stay. And in the dead stillness of the night, none of them were asleep yet. They sat in the designated meeting room, gathered together in silence. There was confusion about the earth-shaking changes that had happened tonight. There was also nervousness about the formal collaboration talks with Ningguang tomorrow. Even Lumen was sitting upright with a stern expression. Only Paimon, with her big heart, was still floating mid-air, sleeping soundly. She was probably in a food coma. After all, this little glutton had eaten a ton at the Jade Chamber, and when they returned, she made Xinyu Teahouse prepare a whole batch of desserts. In her own words, "Since we don't have to pay Mora, of course we should eat as much as we can for free." Lumen supported this sentiment. Emergency food should be fattened up a bit anyway. No one knew how long the silence had lasted when Jean finally took a deep breath and quietly said, "Lisa, earlier on the Jade Chamber, you said that Mr. Ryan was actually the true mastermind behind all this." "Ryan?" Lumen turned to Lisa in confusion. Lisa chuckled and shook her head. "Looks like our little cutie didn't notice. That Ryan is actually an outlander just like you." Lumen's eyes widened as she stared at Lisa in shock. Lisa clearly enjoyed seeing Lumen's surprised face, and teasingly added, "And that little girl in his arms? That's Samuru's Archon, little lucky grass king, the god of wisdom." This time, Lumen couldn't sit still anymore. She jumped to her feet, staring at Lisa in disbelief. "Sister Lisa, are you saying I met two gods tonight? One was the ancient Geo Lord, and the other was the little lucky grass king, the god of wisdom. And I didn't even get the chance to ask about my brother." Lisa nodded with a soft chuckle. Lumen cried out in frustration. "How could this happen? Is it still possible for me to go find him now?" Lisa twirled her hair lazily and said, "I wouldn't recommend trying. He's already gone home. If you go now, you might get suppressed by the Adepti." Hearing this, Diluc's eyes flickered and he spoke softly. "So, he's the one being guarded by the Qianyan army and the Adepti at Mt. Tianheng." Lisa nodded slightly. Jean let out another sigh. "Looks like we completely missed the real focus tonight. It'll be difficult to meet him again." "Not necessarily." A flicker of electricity flashed in Lisa's eyes. Instantly, everyone turned to look at her, but Lisa didn't say more. She stood up and stretched, yawning. "A lady needs her sleep. I'm off to rest. As for Mr. Ryan, maybe during tomorrow's meeting with Ningguang, she'll bring him up herself." Jean didn't understand. If Ryan was truly the power behind Liu, why would Ningguang bring him up willingly? But Lisa gave her no chance to ask, and soon left the room. Jean could only set aside her doubts for now and sighed. "All right, let's go rest. We've got a tough battle ahead tomorrow." Everyone nodded, lost in thought, and left one after another. In Lisa's room, she didn't go to sleep as she had said. Thinking back on Ningguang's various tests and contracts tonight, it seemed more like an assessment. If Lisa's guess was correct, Ningguang might soon present another contract. And that contract would be her true goal. The ones to sign it would likely be the Geo Lord and Barbados. Or perhaps Ryan himself. The curse's backlash made Lisa frown slightly, but she no longer felt urgent about it. By tomorrow at the latest, she would obtain the means to lift the curse. Right now, what mattered more was Ningguang's plan, and Ryan's intentions. Hee. Lisa chuckled mysteriously. A mysterious man is a woman's ultimate weakness. Ryan. As the last lights of Xinyu Teahouse dimmed, the entire Laya harbor sank into silence. The only sound left was the muffled cheer coming from a secluded courtyard at the foot of Mt. Tianheng. The next morning, as the sun rose, Laya harbor burst back to life. Vendors filled the streets, and the Qianyan army increased their patrols. Being located in one of Laya's busiest districts, Xinyu Teahouse gave Jean and her group a first-hand look at the city's vibrant morning. Merchants in lavish robes crowded the streets, discussing trade deals. Shops on either side offered luxury goods and services. Passers-by chattered animatedly. This 3,700-year-old nation pulsed with energy that defied its age, while still maintaining its rich and profound history. "What a wealthy and prosperous nation," Lumen mumbled quietly. Jean gave a soft smile and replied. As the most developed port in Teyvat and its commercial capital, Liu is also built on the principle of contracts, personally overseen by the Geo Lord himself. That's why merchants from across the continent love doing business here. Laya Harbor has the most advanced economy in all of Teyvat. She paused, a touch of wistfulness in her voice. In terms of strength, Laya might also be the strongest. Above, they have the Geo Lord and the Adepti. In the middle, they have Gnosis holders and disciples of the Immortals. Below, the Qianyan army has received massive enhancements. Her tone was calm, but Lisa and the others could hear the envy in her words. While Monstat had its unique charm as the northern jewel, it clearly lagged behind the grandeur of Laya. Lisa patted Jean on the shoulder, just about to say something, when suddenly, shouts rang out from the street below. "Hurry! The Ministry of Civil Affairs is releasing materials into the market today." The entire street erupted into excitement. 144, Laya harbors billion more minutes. 144, Laya harbors billion more minutes. With just that one shout, the entire street which moments ago was filled with lively chatter and the elegance of high-class merchants erupted into chaos. Everyone turned and bolted, afraid of being even a step behind the others. A surge of people all flooded toward the Ministry of Civil Affairs. The scene was enough to leave anyone stunned. What's going on with them? Lumen blinked, momentarily confused. Beside her, Dailuk spoke softly. It's probably because today is the scheduled release of the materials Laya's been distributing to the market. By my estimate, today is exactly the day for it. Jean nodded thoughtfully. No wonder there were so many major merchants arriving in Laya Harbor yesterday. Should we go take a look? Before she could even finish, Dailuk was already descending the steps. Dawn Winery has merchant fleets operating in Laya. We should at least take a look and if possible, make some purchases. That was our original intention here, after all. Seeing this, Jean and Lisa exchanged glances, then followed along with Lumen and Paimon, merging into the crowd heading toward the ministry. Fortunately, the street they were on, near the Wanmin restaurant, was close to the Ministry of Civil Affairs. And since their pace was quick, it wasn't long before they reached the entrance. At the gate stood 20 Qinyan army soldiers, 10 of them heavily armored cavalry, and 10 appearing to be ordinary foot soldiers. But there were also 10 wolves present. Most merchants focused their attention on the cavalry and the wolves, whispering among themselves about how formidable those forces looked. However, those like Jean who had witnessed the light infantry using alchemy potions and enchanted weapons knew better. Those seemingly ordinary soldiers were, in truth, the most dangerous ones here. These 20 Qinyan soldiers, along with the 10 wolves, could easily suppress a riot of several hundred. Of course, no one dared stir up trouble here. Any slight disturbance, and the entire might of Laya's military could descend on them within minutes. The merchants had mostly split into small groups, private merchant associations and powerful factions, such as the Adventurers Guild. But there were also outliers. One man stood alone, calmly gazing toward the entrance of the ministry. Dailuk narrowed his eyes as he glanced over in that direction. There, unbothered and smiling, stood Tartaglia, child accompanied by a few Fatui agents. Sensing Dailuk's stare, Tartaglia raised an eyebrow and nodded toward him with an amused smile. Fatui Harbinger, 11th seat child, Tartaglia. Dailuk gave a low, displeased grunt and looked away. He hated all the Harbingers because of the doctor. He despised the Fatui stationed in Monstat, and so, by extension, he despised all of them. Still, the Fatui had been keeping their heads down in Laya, not daring to act out of line. It wasn't his place to act either. What a lively scene, Lisa murmured, sweeping her gaze across the crowd. Seems like the most elite merchants from all across Teyvat are gathered here. Her eyes soon landed on a merchant in Samuru Academia robes standing not too far away. But oddly enough, everyone nearby was avoiding him like the plague. Lisa found this curious. What's up with that Samuru merchant? Her intel wasn't as up-to-date as Dailuk's, so she didn't know the Academia had recently drawn ire. I heard they were caught conducting secret low-price deals with the Fatui, Dailuk replied calmly. That angered both the ministry and the Laya Kixing. Now, all resources sold to them are marked up threefold. Lisa raised her brows in shock. Threefold. Dailuk nodded slightly. All of Laya's natural resources doubled in price. For any merchant caught dealing with the Academia, a hefty transaction fee is added as well. In short, Laya is deliberately suppressing Academia-linked merchants. But strangely, they've made no restrictions on private Samuru merchants. Lisa frowned, deep in thought. If the Fatui only saw a 50% markup, it didn't make sense for the Academia to be hit with triple. There had to be something more going on. Her thoughts drifted to last night when Ryan had Nahida nestled in his arms and a guess began to form. Looks like the Academia may have offended a certain man. Lisa chuckled meaningfully. Otherwise, under the watchful eye of the Geo Archon, this kind of pricing imbalance would be considered commercial injustice. The Archon would have stepped in to mediate with the Kixing. You mean Jean's thoughts were connecting the same dots? But Lisa just shrugged and said no more. Seems like Mr. Ryan holds quite the unique position in Laya, Jean murmured softly, a little helplessly. After all, ever since Zhongli had taken Venti away yesterday, the Inmo Archon hadn't returned. There was no way to get more information from him. Everything would depend on today's meeting with Ningguang. As they were lost in thought, someone from the Ministry of Civil Affairs stepped outside. In an instant, the gathered merchants' eyes burned with anticipation. The official seemed very used to this situation, calm and unhurried. He pulled out a list and called out in a loud, clear voice. This week's resource offerings: 500 tons of premium timber, 300 tons of coal, 600 tons of iron ore, 50 tons of lapis lazuli. As the list was read aloud, many merchants frowned. This week's list was nearly identical to last week's. Yet none of them could bring themselves to complain. The ministry wouldn't change their mind based on the opinions of outsiders. Following the above resources, next are the elemental resonance weapons to be delivered this week. Numbers 20 through 30, please proceed to pay in full and claim your gear. Had Jean and the others not seen what they saw last night, they would have been eager to join in on the bidding for Laya's offerings. But now, that wasn't necessary. They could simply let the Monstat Merchant Guild handle the procurement. Their priority was still the upcoming audience with Ningguang atop the Jade Chamber. As the ministry staff finished announcing the offers, over 100 elite merchants began rapidly making deals. Each transaction involved at least hundreds of millions of mora. The larger merchant guilds from other nations threw around figures starting at 5 billion mora. In less than an hour, all of the resources had been sold out. Lumen and the others watched, stunned, as the Ministry of Civil Affairs raked in over 40 billion mora in a single session. Wow, they're really rich, Lumen muttered under her breath. Don't they worry about these resources getting stuck in inventory. Upon hearing this, Diluc let out a soft chuckle and shook his head. If it were bound to backfire, do you think those merchants would be that foolish? Merchants make investments, not charitable donations. If they buy these resources for 1 billion mora, finding a place to offload them would still net them nearly 500 million in profit. These resources may look abundant, but when spread across all of Teyvat, they won't even cause a ripple. Their consumable as there's never a shortage of buyers. Off to the side, Paimon pouted a bit, looking somewhat envious. With that much mora, just imagine how much delicious food we could eat. Everyone let out a light laugh, and just as they were about to turn and leave, Baiwen, Ningguang's secretary whom they had met yesterday, walked over. Acting Grand Master Jean, Lady Ningguang invites everyone to the Jade Chamber. Jean paused and exchanged a subtle glance with Lisa before responding politely, please, lead the way. The formal negotiations were about to begin. Ryan wasn't aware of any of this. In the early morning, he had breakfast with Ganyu and Nahida. After waiting a bit, only Keqing, Hu Tao, Xiao, and Cloud Retainer showed up. Ryan had no plans to wait any longer. Ningguang and Zhongli were likely busy today, so it seemed it would just be their small group heading to the MC world. He opened the dimensional gate, and everyone eagerly stepped through. Xiao, as usual, planned to patrol the surrounding area, mark the locations of lucky blocks, and then lead the group to explore the Nether. Cloud Retainer's recreation of Jueyun Karst had also reached a critical stage. From Ryan's manor, the rear mountain had already begun to resemble Jueyun Karst. Meanwhile, Keqing and Hu Tao found themselves with some free time. They followed Ryan to gather resources. Today, Ryan was once again performing rituals they didn't quite understand. Keqing didn't pay much mind to Ryan's usual antics. Instead, she asked curiously, Ryan, any plans for today? Hearing this, Ryan looked at Keqing with mild amusement. What's the matter, can't sit still? Just yesterday you finished the 5th iron farm at base 2. Keqing shook her head, a bit helpless. It just feels like wasting time in this world is like wasting money. How could I possibly sit still? So, what's your plan next? Ryan nodded slightly and thought for a moment before answering. I was originally planning to summon the Wither Storm and deal with it, then we could get ready to slay the Ender Dragon. But since Ningguang and Zhongli aren't here, we should wait a bit. Keqing's eyes lit up. You mean that powerful enemy you mentioned? Are you saying we can't handle it ourselves? Defeating it with some clever tricks wouldn't be too hard. Ryan smiled, but still shook his head. Still, if we left them out of something like this, Ningguang would definitely complain. Keqing pouted, resting her chin in her hand as she stared at the animals in the pasture. So, we're just going to sit around all day? Not necessarily. Ryan chuckled. Let's go hunting on the plains later. Also, I promised Nahida we'd build her a flower float. How about a redstone-powered float? As he spoke, Ryan gently patted Nahida's head. She immediately smiled with squinted eyes and hugged his leg tightly. Ryan, can you teach me to build it myself? I want to make one where we can ride together. You mean I'm supposed to be Nahida's carriage driver? Ryan teased her, and Nahida shook her head seriously. Of course not. I want to watch the scenery with Ryan. Nearby, Hu Tao blinked and put on a mock grievous tone. So unfair. I've always looked after Nahida, but she doesn't want to save me a seat. Nahida looked conflicted. Her first flower float with Ryan held a special meaning for her. Hu Tao was her newly made good friend, but, no matter what, Nahida only wanted Ryan to accompany her. Then I'll make a second float for Hu Tao later. Seeing how earnest Nahida looked, Hu Tao stopped teasing her, instead laughing as she gently patted her head. Make sure it's in Wangxing funeral parlor style. What kind of style is that? A coffin float? Ryan joked. Hu Tao immediately flashed her little tiger teeth. Ryan, you scoundrel. Wangxing funeral parlor doesn't just deal with coffins. I'm so mad. Don't run. I'm gonna bite you. In an instant, Hu Tao pounced like a hungry tiger, clinging to Ryan's back and going for his neck. Ryan grimaced in pain, quickly pinching her cheek. You little rascal. You bit me for real. It's bleeding. Let go, let go. Hu Tao mumbled something incomprehensible, then jumped off his back with a huff. Now it was Ryan's turn. Rubbing his neck, he glared at Hu Tao. You're finished. If I don't spank you today, I'll hand you a vampire staff myself. Ganyu, help. Anyone who helps her is getting it too. You brute. Don't pick on a lady like this. Trying to play the gender card? Extra punishment. Wah. With that, Hu Tao and Ryan took off, chasing each other out of the villa. Ganyu and Keqing exchanged a glance, both smiling warmly. Keqing finally loosened her always tense mindset. Sometimes, letting go a little might be good for work, too. 145, the final pact, Monstat joins in. Qingyun Pavilion. Jean and her group were led by Baiwen into Ningguang's guest hall, but someone else had already arrived before them. Diluc and Jean recognized the newcomer instantly. After all, she was none other than the infamous captain of the Crux fleet, the legendary Baidu of the Alcor. the very same who had slain the sea beast Haishan with a single strike. She was also no stranger to Mondstadt's waters, frequently conducting business in the nearby seas. To Lumen, the moment she saw this woman, she felt a surge of boldness and danger radiating from her. Baidu appeared to be in the middle of a heated argument with Ningguang. Neither looked particularly pleased, which, frankly, was no surprise. In the entirety of Liao No, all of Teyvat, the number of people bold enough to argue face-to-face with Ningguang could probably be counted on one hand. And Baidu was certainly one of them. Ningguang looked genuinely troubled. Baidu wasn't a merchant, or rather, not the typical kind. She was loyal, blunt, and daring. More pirate queen than port trader. Which meant she had no intention of negotiating with Ningguang by the book like others did. On top of that, Baidu was one of the few true friends Ningguang had. And when it came to Baidu, especially a Baidu asking for a favor, Ningguang often found her hard to deal with. Baidu glanced at Jean and the others and gave a slight nod before turning back to Ningguang, fixing her with a look. I'm telling you, stop skirting around it. Just give me a straight answer, Ningguang. About the alchemy potions. Ningguang shot her a look of disapproval and replied in a low voice. The alchemical potions are a state secret of Liao. Absolutely confidential. Your request is impossible. Ha! Baidu scoffed, clearly annoyed. State secret? Aren't you the one who issued them directly? If they're so precious, would you really be selling them to me at such a low price? Ningguang glared at her, signaling for her to watch what she was saying, especially with guests like Jean around. Baidu rolled her eyes. Don't play dumb with me. What, you're gonna run this by the Geo Archon? Ningguang shook her head. Even the Archon doesn't interfere in such matters. And besides, he would never permit the use of alchemical potions to meddle in Inazuma's internal affairs. Baidu, you do understand that the Archon forbids us from profiting off war, right? Baidu, seemingly expecting this response, leisurely took a sip of her drink. She didn't like tea even in the prestigious Jade Chamber. She always brought her own liquor. After all, the Jade Chamber had no wine. No one had the right to ask Ningguang to serve it. This isn't about interfering in internal affairs. I'm helping friends, personally. And I never said I was making war profits, Baidu argued casually. It's just transport fees, nothing extravagant. Ningguang rubbed her temples. Friends, you warm up quick. Who is it, that little girl from the Kamisato clan, or the shrine maiden from Sangonomiya? Have you thought about what would happen if Raiden Shogun found out the resistance was receiving Lia's support? Ha! Baidu laughed in disbelief. That Shogun's been holed up in Tenshikaku all this time. Inazuma's a mess, and she hasn't stepped out once. Her people can barely survive under the weight of the Tricommission. I've never seen her lift a finger, but she keeps enforcing the Vision Hunt Decree, empowering the corrupt. And like I said, this is personal. What's it got to do with Liu? Ningguang tapped the table lightly. It's not personal just because you say it is. The Alcor is part of Liu. Wherever it sails, it represents us. Do you think others will see it that way? So what? Baidu replied with a smirk. No matter what, I'll take full responsibility. Even if Raiden Shogun and Inazuma have the nerve to challenge Liu and the Archon himself, let them try. Baidu. Ningguang's expression turned icy. She slammed the table with her palm, her tone growing sharper. I don't care what the Kamisato clan or Sangonomiya told you. Some lines must never be crossed. The divine must not be slandered. We do not interfere in other nations' politics. If you're selling things like iron ore, I can turn a blind eye. But alchemical potions, something that can sway the tide of battle, absolutely not. And hurting yourself to help others, is that how a Liu merchant should act? Seeing that Ningguang was dead set on refusing, Baidu sighed inwardly. Truth be told, it wasn't about Kamisato Ayaka or Sangonomiya Kakamai sweet-talking her. Baidu had seen Inazuma's people with her own eyes. To put it simply, they were suffering. Children were pale and thin from hunger. It reminded her of her own childhood. And someone who had once weathered the rain would want to hold an umbrella for someone else. That's why Baidu held such strong resentment toward the Raiden Shogun. No matter what, a god's will shouldn't doom her people to such misery. Heh. Baidu let out a bitter chuckle and said softly. You've always said I'm not much of a merchant, right? Ningguang, you and I both clawed our way out of hardship. You should know better than anyone how hard life is in that kind of world. I'm not trying to meddle in Inazuma's politics. But those people, they're innocent. Ningguang's eyes flickered. After a moment of silence, she replied calmly. That's not our concern. I am Tianquan of Liu. My duty is to ensure this nation thrives, that our people prosper. What happens in Inazuma has nothing to do with us. Or with you. In the end, what's happening is the result of their ruler's command, divine will, shaping the direction of their nation. Baidu, don't let old memories cloud your judgment. You are the captain of the Alcor, a ship of Liu. Seeing the sorrow in Baidu's expression, Ningguang sighed internally. Alchemical potions relate to the very foundation of Liu's stability. It's not something I can decide alone. If you insist, go speak with the Archon, or the Adepti. If they give permission, I'll take you where you need to go. But do not do anything reckless. Without proper authority, distributing alchemical potions is a breach of divine law, and the Adepti have the right to strike you down. If not for yourself, then at least think of the people who follow you aboard the Alcor. Vida didn't respond. She simply stood in silence and left the room. The atmosphere turned a bit delicate. Jean and the others didn't dare to speak for a moment. After a while, Ningguang sighed softly in her heart. So quick to act on emotion, perhaps that's why the crux is willing to follow her. Shaking her head slightly, Ningguang composed herself, restoring her graceful and dignified demeanor. Apologies for making you wait so long. Jean replied softly, it's quite all right. She hesitated for a moment, then cautiously asked, is the situation in Inajima really that dire? You don't know. Ningguang seemed slightly surprised. Given their experience, even with the dragon disaster, they should have their own means of gathering intelligence. Inajima is closed off. The Grand Master took most of our forces on an expedition. The information we receive is very limited, Jean explained. Hearing this, Ningguang understood. She now had a clearer idea of how much strength Monstat had sent away. Inajima's Raiden Shogun has locked down the nation for a long time. The Vision Hunt Decree was enforced, and the Shogun herself remained secluded, refusing to meet anyone. The Tri-Commission is riddled with corruption, exploiting the people. On top of that, the resistance on Watatsumi Island and the Shogunate army continue their clashes. The land is too close to the abyssal seas. Monsters, fatui, roving abyss creatures, war, crushing taxes, crippled crops, and the Tri-Commission's exploitation. Inajima right now? Saying the people live in misery wouldn't be an exaggeration. Jean and the others sighed with heavy hearts upon hearing that. They thought Monstat had it bad, but now, one nation worse than the next. In that moment, Diluc found himself thinking that perhaps the Knights of Favonius weren't as corrupt as he once believed. I've even received word, Ningguang added lightly, that the Tri-Commission may be collaborating with the Fatui. That immediately caught Diluc's attention. With all that suffering, Raiden Shogun still does nothing. He asked sternly, who knows? Ningguang shook her head. Matters of the divine are not ours to meddle in. The Lord of Geo's edict is clear to not interfere in the internal affairs of other nations. She then turned her gaze toward the window, her tone quiet but meaningful. The whole of Teyvat is unsettled, it's chaos everywhere. So, Samuru as well? Lisa asked thoughtfully. Ningguang's eyes shifted sharply to Lisa. After a moment's pause, she spoke softly. Samuru's situation is worse, only better hidden under a facade of peace. But since Monstat and Laya have now entered into a formal pact, I can share this with you. If Samuru continues to deteriorate, the Geo Archon will convene a meeting of the Seven. The Immortals and the Millelith will be summoned to march on Samuru. In the best-case scenario, only the Academia will be destroyed. If things go poorly, Samuru may fall entirely. That is the Geo Archon's own decree. So, Miss Lisa, I advise you sever all ties with the Academia as soon as possible. Ningguang wasn't exaggerating. The God Creation Project was no longer a secret on the surface. There's no way the Seven would allow it. If the Seven were to intervene, the damage might stop at the Academia. But if Celestia caught wind of it, Kenria was the price paid for that kind of ambition. That single statement sent a chill down everyone's spine. Even with Inajima in turmoil, the Geo Archon had said nothing, choosing not to intervene. But now, something the Academia was doing had angered him enough to call for a meeting of the Seven. For more silent for centuries to be ready to act, this was a world-shaking revelation. Lisa lowered her head in deep thought. Remembering Nahida nestled in Ryan's arms, and the Academia's increasingly insistent letters urging her to participate in various experiments. She had a strong suspicion now. Whatever was happening in Samuru, it wasn't just politics. It involved the divine. And that was never good. No wonder they were so angry. Even Venti, that carefree bard, would probably raise both hands in agreement if he found out. Last night, the man named Ryan. Was he carrying the Lesser Lord Kusanali? Lisa asked in a quiet voice. Ningguang offered a subtle smile, saying nothing. I understand, Lisa nodded. Would it be possible for us to meet with Ryan? Ningguang knew Lisa was clever. She had already anticipated this question would come. But, she shook her head and replied gently, it's not the right time yet. We won't interfere with Ryan's decisions. Whether or not he chooses to meet anyone is up to him. At the moment, Ryan hasn't said anything about meeting with you. Jean and the others let out a sigh of resignation at those words. But then Lisa unexpectedly smiled. But, Ryan already met with us last night. And didn't he say he was planning to invite me for tea? Ningguang couldn't help but admire Lisa's sharp intuition once again. Her tone softened, warm with a hint of admiration. Which is why I said it's not the right time yet. Miss Ningguang, there's no need to keep us guessing, Lisa said with a sigh, clearly tired of this verbal fencing. Jean has already signed the contract in the name of the Knights of Favonius. Monstat can no longer afford to wait. Monstat and Laya now sail the same ship. Whatever contract remains, please, let us sign it now. Ningguang's lips curled into a graceful smile. She rose to her feet and summoned a radiant gemstone forged purely from elemental energy. The gemstone soared into the sky. With her head slightly lowered, Ningguang spoke solemnly. May the decree of the Lord of Geo descend. 146, taking you to meet Ryan. As the gem disappeared into the clouds, 2 surging divine powers suddenly descended upon the Jade Chamber. One was from Venti, whom Jean and the others were very familiar with. The other was from the Geo Archon himself. Green and golden light condensed before the group. Venti, in this moment, no longer had his usual carefree appearance. Behind him, the wings of a great archangel spread wide as a look of divine solemnity covered his face. This was his divine form. I knew it. That guy was totally putting on an act earlier. Paimon puffed up angrily with her hands on her hips. Venti turned his head and blinked at her. Hey. Even though his appearance was awe-inspiring, deep down he was still the same unreliable bard. In the name of Barbados, the Inmo Archon, my people Lion of the South Wind, Jean Gunhild. Do you wish to represent the people of Monstat and sign the final contract with Laya that will open the path to the future? Jean took a deep breath. She hadn't been able to sleep last night and had already talked it over with Lisa. At this point, since they had already agreed to a joint advancement with Laya, there was only one path forward. At the very least, with Laya's help, the lives of Mondstat's citizens would surely improve. Jean stepped forward, solemnly placing one hand on her chest. Guided by the winds, I, Jean Gunhild, acting Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, accept all consequences and ask Lord Barbados to sign the contract. Venti looked at her with a complicated expression, though there was a hint of relief in his eyes. As you wish. In the name of the Archon of Monstat, Barbados, I hereby sign this final contract with Morix, the Archon of Laya. Zhongli spoke in a low voice. Even if the heavens fall, the contract must be honored. Those who break it shall suffer the punishment of stone. Each drew a thread of divine power and intertwined them in midair, slowly forming a radiant scroll. The contract had only one clause. Monstat and Laya shall live and die together. Signed, Morix and Barbados. Together with the specific terms agreed upon yesterday, the final contract was now complete. As for the will of the people, Ningguang, as the head of the Kixing, represented all of Laya's citizens. Though Jean was only the acting Grand Master, her leadership was enough that when she spoke, Mondstat's citizens would rally behind her. The two women thus served as representatives of public will. The contract brought a palpable sense of binding obligation to both sides. It was split in two. One copy went to Venti, the other to Zhongli. An unbreakable alliance was now officially formed. Zhongli gave Venti a nod. Just as Lumen was about to ask a question, Zhongli's figure flickered and vanished. Old friend, always upholding the contract. Venti, shedding his divine form, pouted. Yeah, I know. It was only that one time. Do you have to keep reminding me? Barba. Before Jean could finish her words, Venti grinned and interrupted. Just call me Venti. Being a god, it's fine to do it once in a while. Jean nodded slightly, glancing at him with a hint of inner conflict. Worried about this contract? Venti blinked meaningfully. Don't worry. Monstat signing this contract is the right choice. In time, you'll understand. It will lead to a truly unimaginable opportunity. Since even Venti had said so, Jean felt reassured. She turned to Ningguang and asked softly, Miss Ningguang, can we now discuss the deal? Deal? Ningguang chuckled and shook her head. Just call me Ningguang. From now on, Laya and Monstat will be eternal friends. So shall we. But by signing this contract, you are no longer allowed to trade precious items like alchemical potions with Laya. This made Jean and the others anxious, about to protest. But Lisa stepped in first and said, so, by signing this contract, we can meet Mr. Ryan. Ningguang smiled softly. Lisa truly lives up to the title of the genius of the Academia in 2 centuries. Yes, by signing this contract, you may now come with me to meet Ryan. From yesterday until now, everything done has been to give you all the chance to meet him. And the condition for meeting Ryan is binding yourselves completely to Laya. From now on, even if. Ningguang paused, looking deeply at Jean and the others. Even if we face destruction like Kenria once did, even if we are attacked by the 7 Archons, Monstat must share that burden with Laya. With that, Ningguang stood gracefully and began walking outside. Come, this is the final step. I will take you to see Ryan. However, Ryan might not be in Teyvat right now. Upon hearing this, everyone's pupils shrank. Not in Teyvat. Lisa became serious and looked at Ningguang solemnly. Oh right, I almost forgot to introduce him to you. As they boarded a floating platform heading toward a villa at the foot of Mt Tianheng, Ningguang smiled with ease. Ryan is the lord of a world. As you may have guessed, he governs an entire world. Regarding Ningguang's attempt to pull Monstat into the fold, Ryan was fully aware and he approved. After all, the Minecraft world was vast. Even if all of Laya were thrown into it, it wouldn't cause a ripple. There would be countless mods in the future, and relying solely on Laya to develop them would take decades. Ryan had no problem with more people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met with Jean and the others alongside Ningguang at the Jade Chamber last night. Ningguang also spoke frankly about her intentions. Laya couldn't monopolize the benefits for too long. Otherwise, what happened to Kenria could also happen to Laya. Taking advantage of Celestia's current slumber, Ningguang intended to strip away all of Celestia's control, piece by piece. When Celestia finally awakened in the future, it would be all alone. If it dared to make a move against Laya, the other 6 nations and all 7 archons would unite to beat it down. Laya would become the invisible third throne. Last night, Zhongli had taken Venti away to talk extensively about the MC world. Venti had finally understood what Zhongli was trying to do. To be honest, Venti was quite pleased. Originally, the plan had less than a 30% chance of success. But now, as long as they followed the plan step by step, success was guaranteed. Even without thinking hard, it was clear what needed to be done. Though Venti disliked interfering with Mondstadt's freedom, sometimes, survival was more important than freedom. Kenria was still a cautionary tale. Did Venti truly feel no fear or concern? If he really didn't care, why would he go to such lengths, even handing his gnosis to the cryo-archon? But now, none of that mattered. This magical world, with such unimaginable potential, could solve all of Mondstadt's problems and Venti's worries. Worst-case scenario, they fight. If they lose, they retreat. After a round of rest and recovery, they could come back stronger and fight again. Why wouldn't they do it? With all hesitation gone, Venti wished he could have signed every contract last night. In the short span of a minute as the floating stone descended, Jean and the others remained silent. They had passed through a divine power barrier, followed by an Adeptus aura scan, and finally landed about a kilometer away. On the first layer, they encountered hundreds of mounted knights patrolling. On the second, 300 light infantry like yesterday. Finally, they crossed a blockade formed by dozens of wolves. These wolves were bubbling with effects, like they had drunk alchemical potions. They were a breed Ryan had taught others to raise wolves naturally infused with potion effects. Even a random one could tear apart high-level monsters with ease. Even shielded abyss mages would be bitten in half. This was a newly designed defense system built in just 7 days. The reason? Because last time, the debt collectors had dropped in from the sky. After Madame Ping warned Tartaglia, she also informed Ningguang to rebuild the defenses. This place had become Laya's true armory of strength. Finally, after passing through the main gate, Ningguang led the group to Ryan's private courtyard. It looked peaceful, like an ordinary rural home. A few blocky-looking trees stood nearby. Beneath them were large fields. In the fields, King Xin, glaze lilies, Jueunchilisherbs native to Laya grew everywhere. Even more astonishingly, Jean and the others spotted Mondstadt's native plants like dandelions, small lamp grass, and Cecilia, all growing just as lushly as the others. What is this? Jean asked in shock, staring at Ningguang. Different crops normally needed specific regions and environments to grow. But here, it seemed anything from Teyvat could flourish effortlessly, completely defying the laws of nature. This is one of that world's special traits, Ningguang said with a proud smile, though just a small one. Keqing has already converted half of the Gailai Plains land. In the future, it'll be just like this, filled with herbs from all across Teyvat. She glanced into the house but didn't find Ryan and sighed. As expected, he's not here. Oh well. She turned back around and invited everyone to sit at a table in the courtyard. How fascinating, these pieces of furniture all seem to be made out of square blocks, Lisa said in amazement, examining the tables and stools. Even after all her studies in the academia, she had never seen such uniform, geometric blocks. Are these also features from that world? Correct, Ningguang replied with a chuckle and began to explain. Half a year ago, Ryan descended upon Teyvat. Perhaps to observe Liu, he met Keqing and Ganyu. About a month ago, we formally began our collaboration. All the changes you've seen started only a little over a month ago. In that short time, Laya has undergone a complete transformation. Countless resources, unimaginable treasures, an infinite world. What you've seen at Laya Harbor is just the tip of the iceberg. Even the now most in-demand lapis lazuli, we have tens of thousands of tons in reserve. Laya doesn't need Mora anymore. If we wanted, we could easily crash Teyvat's entire economic system. Do you know how a golden apple is made? Ningguang asked with a sly smile, turning to Lisa. The latter looked stunned. With gold. She guessed. That's right, Ningguang nodded. To make a golden apple, you need about 16 tons of gold. Even higher up, there's the enchanted golden apple, which requires more than 160 tons of gold. And as for gold, she paused, then said softly while meeting everyone's shocked gaze. Recently, the total amount of gold harvested by Laya Harbor in that world is 81,900 tons. 147, Jean, you're basically giving these resources away. 147, Jean, you're basically giving these resources away. 81,900 tons. Jean's hand trembled as she held her teacup. What did this amount of gold represent? All of Mondstadt's gold reserves combined probably didn't exceed 5,000 tons. All of Teyvat together, maybe just over 100,000 tons. And yet Liu, in just over a month, had mined nearly that much, almost as much as all of Teyvat. Gold was a hard currency in this world too. It was an equivalent of currency, and even formed part of Mora's actual composition. Not to mention, pure gold often had amplifying effects on elemental power. The Mora system itself followed a gold standard. Otherwise, if Mora was really just the blood and power of Morax turned into currency, wouldn't he be able to just make as much as he wanted? Wouldn't the other nations be terrified? If there truly were no constraints, then even if Zhongli was the god of contracts, the other 7 wouldn't allow it. And now, the amount of gold Laya had gathered, if even just 1/4 of it were released, it could collapse the entire Mora-based economy of Teyvat. Of course, as the biggest beneficiary of the Mora system, Ningguang and her associates would never do anything that stupid. She hadn't even dared to store that gold in the Golden House. It was securely locked away in the MC world. If word of this ever got out, the whole of Teyvat would be in panic. But now that Monstat and Liu were sharing the same fate, there was no need to keep it secret. This much gold. Paymon's eyes were practically sparkling golden. If we bought food with that, I could eat for the rest of my life and still not finish it all. This is amazing, Lumen. I want gold too. Hurry up and get me some. Ningguang couldn't help but feel fond of this little floating creature. Maybe it was due to the influence of that cute and well-behaved little Mahitha. Lumen reached out and pinched Paymon's cheek with a smile. Little Paimon really does love good food, huh? Of course. The whole meaning of Paymon's life is to taste all the delicious foods of Teyvat. Paimon pumped her tiny fists, her eyes filled with dreams of food. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with scheming, and she looked up at Ningguang with a charming smile. Ningguang sis, you're so rich, so beautiful, so kind. How about becoming Paymon's sponsor? As long as I get yummy food every day, Paimon can help Ningguang sis with lots and lots of things. Lumen's mouth twitched. Paimon had thrown away all dignity for Mora and good food. Lumen wasn't sure how old Paimon really was, but definitely not younger than her. And now, all for a few meals, she was calling Ningguang big sis like it was nothing. Unbelievable. Ningguang Caes. Lumen joined in with an overly sweet smile, hugging Ningguang's arm with big pleading eyes. I can help too. I fight better than Paimon. And I eat way less than her. Please consider it, Ningguang sis. Lisa rolled her eyes. When she treated Lumen to meals and gave her Mora, she'd never once heard Lumen call her Lisa sis this sweetly. Such a little money grubber. Ningguang, on the other hand, found Lumen and Paimon adorable. They were outsiders too, like Ryan. She instinctively felt fondness toward them. Besides, how much could it even cost to keep them around? Even if Paimon ate like she did yesterday every single day, it would still take her 10,000 years to burn through even 1/10 of Ningguang's wealth. And it would leave Lumen and her team with a good impression. Why not? In that case, Ningguang chuckled gently and said, from now on, all of Paimon and Lumen's expenses in Liu will be covered by the Jade Chamber. And if you're traveling to the other 7 nations, I can also give you some traveling funds. I'll make sure you won't go hungry. At her words, both Paimon and Lumen lit up like stars. Really? How much in traveling funds? Paimon had that classic little money lover face on, and Ningguang couldn't help but laugh. That depends on what you need. The Jade Chamber isn't short on Mora. Neither is Liu. If little Paimon wanted, I could even build you a house out of gold. Paimon held her chest with bliss, daydreaming about living in a golden house and feasting every day. Ningguang sis, you're the most beautiful, kindest, and best person Paimon has ever met. I love you so much. She flew straight into Ningguang's arms, all smiles. With her philosophy of who feeds me is my mama, now that Ningguang had basically announced she'd sponsor her, she was ready to start calling her mom right then and there. Jean shook her head slightly from the side, but deep down, she was genuinely happy for them. Monstat really was out of money. Despite their gratitude, all they could do was let Lisa give Lumen 5 million out of her own pocket. Jean had always felt guilty, and Lumen still had to travel all of Teyvat in search of her brother. Now that Ningguang was supporting them financially, nothing could be better. Though in her heart, Jean was making plans. Once Monstat recovered a bit and started rebuilding with Ryan's world, she would find a way to properly repay Lumen and the others. Ningguang, you mentioned before that you don't trade alchemical potions with us, but what about iron ore? Jean asked softly. Ningguang smiled brightly. Oh, those things. If you need them, it's 5,000 Mora per ton, self-pickup. Just a bit to cover labor costs. 5,000 per ton. Dailuk stared at Ningguang, utterly shocked. Iron ore, especially premium quality, was a strategic resource. In the morning's market, the price per ton would easily go into the hundreds of thousands of Mora. And now, 5,000 Mora. It cost nearly 3,000 just to eat a good meal at Wanmin restaurant. This wasn't cheap, this was practically free. Ningguang nodded, still smiling. There are countless resources in that world, untouched, undeveloped. And thanks to Ryan's teaching, we've learned how to build iron farms. The miners don't even need to go underground anymore. Just 2 people can stand by the farm for a while and collect hundreds of tons of ore each day. The iron farm runs 24/7, incredibly efficient. That includes the resources you saw earlier. Even our internal government trades in Liu only use a few thousand Mora to cover costs. Miners go underground now only to look for diamonds. Our main forces in that world are actually focused on city building. Everyone was stunned into silence. After a long pause, Dailuk spoke again, somewhat weakly. Then those elemental resonance weapons from your blacksmith division. Oh, those. Ningguang didn't mind revealing the secret. After all, Monstat would eventually do the same. Removing the materials from Teyvat, the cost is basically zero. Even counting labor, a weapon like the one Tartaglia paid 500 million mora for, only cost us a bit over 1 million to make. Since he provided the raw forging materials himself, our actual cost was still zero. Also, let me tell you a little secret. Ningguang smiled mysteriously. Those weapons only require pouring the materials into the molds and waiting 2 hours. If desired, thousands could be mass-produced in a single day. But just like Ryan said, scarcity marketing, mora isn't the point. The key is boosting Laya's influence in Teyvat. I'm telling you all this because I want you to develop in the same way as we did. It's part of the rules, and also your fast track to progress. Diluc fell silent. He remembered how just yesterday, he'd gone to the forge to request 10 billion mora to outproduce Tartaglia in weapon forging. Now he felt like a total fool. Good thing he hadn't actually spent it. Whether or not he'd have been swindled out of that money wasn't the point, the real issue would have been the embarrassment. Suddenly, Lisa's face turned pale, and she even seemed unable to sit properly. Lisa. Jean looked anxious and quickly held her steady. I'm fine, Jean. Lisa shook her head slightly. She just hadn't been sleeping well these past couple of days. The curse backlash. She was used to it. Ningguang's gaze flickered. She spoke softly. This one's on me. I forgot Lisa still has that curse. Have some milk and a golden apple first. If that doesn't work, we'll wait for Ryan to take a look. As she spoke, Ningguang retrieved a bottle of milk and a golden apple from a different dimension and placed them on the table. Luckily, the table was made in the MC world, otherwise, it would have collapsed instantly. As for whether Lisa's curse could be resolved, Ningguang wasn't too worried. After all, karmic debt had already been wiped out. How bad could a curse possibly be? Lisa didn't stand on ceremony. From the way Ningguang spoke, these resources seemed essentially endless. If that's the case, no need to act overly polite. Lisa reached out to pick up the golden apple, but after trying for a while, she still couldn't lift it. Puzzled, she looked at Ningguang. Sorry, I forgot, that golden apple weighs 16 tons. Ningguang gave herself a little smack on the head and apologized sheepishly. Then this metal bucket isn't. Under Lisa's gaze, Ningguang looked a bit guilty. This one, almost 3 tons. Lisa fell silent. Sure, this world had its quirks. But now, the items that could solve her curse were right in front of her, and she couldn't even lift them. Was she supposed to lie face down on the table to eat? That would be way too humiliating, right? Just as she was trying to figure out a solution, a cluster of starlight began to shimmer nearby. Ningguang immediately stood up. Ryan's back. Let him handle it. Jean and the others were momentarily stunned, then quickly stood up as well. After all, they were about to meet a true world master, someone who outranked even the gods. And ultimately, whether they could enter that world depended on Ryan's approval. The starlight condensed more and more, and a few voices came through. Ningguang might be coming back this noon. Then you all go back yourselves. I can stay here. If we let you stay, who knows what dangerous modifications you'll make. Be good and come back, let us treat you to lunch. Maybe you should stay. Ryan. A playful yell echoed out, followed by Hu Tao dashing out after Ryan. She leaped up and bit into the back of Ryan's neck like it was routine. Ow ow ow, you little rascal. Are you asking for a spanking? As soon as he said that, Ryan noticed several sets of eyes fixed on him. He immediately smacked Hu Tao on the back, and she blushed as she jumped down, standing obediently to the side. But as she looked at Ryan again, she still gave him a glare. Ganyu emerged as well, holding Nahitha's hand, with Keking beside them. The double portal closed behind them. Ryan straightened his clothes and gave Ningguang a smile and a nod. Looks like, you've already signed the final contract. Maybe it was because Ryan had acted so friendly and amusing just now, but Jean and the others felt their tension melt away. Lisa blinked and said softly, "It's really hard to get a meeting with you, Mr. Ryan." "Just call me Ryan," he replied with a slight smile. "I mean, I don't think I'm that hard to find. Didn't you all come looking for me just 2 days after arriving in Liu?" Lisa shrugged. "Well, since you invited me for tea, naturally I had to show up quickly." "Tea, huh? No big deal. Let's grab some lunch while we're at it." Just as he finished speaking, Lisa smiled and shook her head. She pointed to the milk and golden apple on the table. "Can we reschedule the tea for another day? For now, how about you treat me to some milk instead?" 148 Afternoon plan, hunting the wither storm. Looking at the iron bucket and the golden apple on the table, then at Ningguang's slightly embarrassed expression, Ryan understood she had intended to help Lisa break her curse but forgot about the weight of the items and just set them down. Shaking his head with a chuckle, Ryan said softly, "If it's not urgent, I can take you to that world later so you can drink it yourself." "Mr. Ryan." Jean pressed her lips together and bowed slightly. "Hello, we didn't properly introduce ourselves yesterday. I'm the acting Grand Mast." Ryan waved his hand. "I know who you all are. No need for introductions. Also, just call me Ryan. There's no need to be so formal. I'm just an ordinary person, really." An ordinary person? Not just Jean, even Ningguang and the others found that quite funny. What kind of ordinary person owns a whole world and can flatten Teyvat with a punch? Yes, Ryan. Ryan. Jean let out a breath. So far, Ryan seemed very approachable. After a short pause, Jean asked nervously. Lisa's curse is already very serious. If possible, could you help her now? Now, sure. Ryan shrugged and looked over at Ganyu. Besides him, Ganyu was probably the only one present who could lift such a heavy iron bucket without using elemental power and help Lisa drink from it. So naturally, he asked Ganyu to assist. If he were to feed Lisa himself, Ningguang and the others might not be too happy. Ganyu understood, walked forward, and lifted the iron bucket over to Lisa. Do I have to drink it like this? Lisa looked a little embarrassed. Drinking directly from the bucket was already bad enough, and now Ganyu had to feed her too. Let's find a cup instead. Ryan laughed, then turned to grab a cup from one of the nearby rooms. The bucket held a massive amount of milk. Surprisingly, though, after drinking it, Lisa didn't feel overstuffed. Instead, the curse that had plagued her for so long vanished as if it had never existed. Lisa hadn't felt this light and free since being cursed. She didn't even feel drowsy anymore. She extended her hand, lightning flashing faintly in her eyes. It's really gone. Lisa still couldn't believe it. It all felt like a dream. The curse that baffled so many people, that no one could deal with. A bucket of milk, and it's just gone. Ryan casually picked up the golden apple from the table and took a bite. Of course. Compared to Xiao's karmic debt, your curse wasn't that complex. Milk in this world can remove all negative effects, so curses count too. As he spoke, Ryan gently picked up Nahida and fed her a bite of apple. Nahida didn't mind that Ryan had already bitten it. In fact, she looked happy to be sharing an apple with him. Ningguang, I'm hungry. Can we eat now? Ryan winked at Ningguang, who gave him a helpless look. I've already sent someone to prepare it. It'll be here soon. After speaking, Ningguang noticed Jean looking at her with anticipation, so she asked, do you have any plans for this afternoon? Ryan thought for a moment and replied softly. Plans, maybe some fishing, or riding on the plains and hunting. There's nothing that really needs me at the base or villa. But I was thinking, if Zhongli's here, we can go kill the Wither Storm. And tomorrow, maybe use Ender Eyes to search for the end portal. Speak of the devil. Zhongli strolled in through the main gate, glanced at Venti, and said softly, you called for me. Ha! Ryan chuckled. Just in time for lunch. Want to head over there this afternoon? Zhongli nodded slightly. My matters are settled. I was planning to come find you anyway. How are things in the Nether today? Going great. Xiao is keeping watch. Ryan gently rubbed Nahida's ears. Since you're coming, I'll go ahead and summon the Wither Storm this afternoon. That's the creature you said rivals Archons. Zhongli raised a brow, then sighed slightly. You really don't let me rest, huh? Well, with great power comes great responsibility. You're super strong and come with built-in defense. Ryan waved his hand and then looked toward Jean and the others. What about you all? Want to come watch this afternoon? Jean had been waiting for this exact question. She nodded immediately. That would be wonderful. Thank you, Ryan. Just then, the food arrived. Everyone took their seats, and once all the dishes were served, Lumen couldn't hold back any longer. Ryan, is this the Lesser Lord Kizanali? Ryan didn't deny it and smiled as he helped Nahida with her meal. That's right. Just call her Nahida. Getting confirmation, Lumen became excited. That's great. Nahida, can I ask you a question? Nahida looked up and carefully studied Lumen. She seemed to understand something but still nodded gently. Thank you. Lumen pressed her lips together and asked softly. My brother and I got separated while traveling this world. He has golden hair and is about the same height as me. Have you seen him? The Golden Nara. Nahida recalled the stories the Aranara had told her during her slumber. She was just about to answer, but then received glances from Zhongli and Venti. After a brief pause, Nahida shook her head. Sorry, I'm the second-generation Dendro Archon, born 500 years ago. I usually sleep a lot, so I've never seen your brother. Technically, Nahida wasn't lying. At the very least, she had never seen Ether with her own eyes. Lumen had already prepared herself for this, but she still felt a little disappointed. Then, we were separated by a god who called herself the sustainer of heavenly principles. Nahida, do you know that god? At that, Nahida, Ningguang, and the others all had slightly awkward expressions. They quietly glanced at Zhongli, seemingly asking for permission. After his subtle nod, Nahida responded. The sustainer of heavenly principles, she is one of the 7 gods. Just as her title implies, she is. Nahida stammered a bit, trying to choose her words. This wasn't the MC world, there were many things she couldn't mention here. But Lumen seemed to have guessed something already. After a brief pause, she nodded slightly. I understand now. Thank you, Nahida. You don't need to say any more. Nahida pressed her lips together. I'm sorry. Due to many circumstances, I can't tell you more. But Lumen, please be very careful. The path you walk is extremely dangerous. She is extremely dangerous. As for the rest, there's not much I can help with. Though I carry the title of the God of Wisdom, I am not as knowledgeable as Greater Lord Rukhadevata. In the past 500 years, what I've had access to has been very limited. Hearing this, Lisa's eyes flickered. Because of the Academia. Nahida remained silent. But Lisa had already understood. When I was studying at the Academia, I heard teachers mention that the little lucky grass king had been imprisoned by the Grand Sage. Imprisoned? They dared to do something like that. Jean was greatly shocked. They dared, all right. Ryan let out a cold laugh. Seeing this, Ningguang explained the Academia's so-called God creation plan to Jean and the others. Sure enough, after hearing it, Jean and the others were furious. Even Venti, who was usually carefree, had a dark expression. Truly treacherous. No wonder the old man got so angry he wanted to call for a meeting of the 7 Archons. Venti sighed and looked at Nahida with a complex expression. Ah, poor Nahida. Paimon waved her little fists angrily. Those nasty sages. Paimon the Great will knock them all down to get revenge for Nahida. Right, Lumen? You'll help Paimon, right? For once, Lumen firmly agreed with Paimon, nodding strongly. Of course. Let's beat up those sages together. You two don't need to worry about that anymore. Ryan chuckled lightly. His tone was calm, but somehow chilling. I've already arranged the ending for those sages. I'm going to feed them to the zombies, one by one. Suddenly, Paimon froze. The mood in the room turned heavy. Soon after, Ryan smiled again and waved his hand. Alright, enough of this depressing stuff. Let's eat. Once we finish, we'll head over to my world. You're just in time to catch a big event. I'll be dealing with the Wither Storm this afternoon. Everyone wisely chose to skip over the previous topic. Paimon, still slightly scared, leaned close to Lumen and whispered. Lumen, he's scary. Ryan talks about killing people and feeding them to zombies like it's nothing. By the way, what is a zombie? Nearby, Ryan raised an eyebrow and put on a mock fierce expression. I heard that. Paimon was talking behind my back. I'll toss you into the mob spawner later. There are zombies, skeletons, spiders, and creepers in there. A chubby little thing like you. They'd love to eat you. Paimon's eyes instantly went wide. Wah, Lumen, save me. He's a bad guy. Lumen, expressionless, pushed Paimon straight into Ryan's arms. I have Sister Ningguang sponsoring me now. I don't need emergency food anymore. Ryan, go ahead and feed her to the zombies. Paimon looked at Lumen in despair. Lumen, I'm your most important partner. Not anymore. Lumen acted cold and didn't even glance at her. Paimon instantly wilted, completely dejected. Ryan, amused, pinched her cheeks and started rubbing her chubby belly. Maybe he picked up the technique from Nahida. Very soon, in Paimon's heart, Ryan turned from a big bad guy to a great good guy. She purred like a kitten, looking totally satisfied. This silly thing, she's going to be kidnapped someday. Lumen shook her head helplessly and quietly listened as Ningguang explained some basic features of Ryan's world. Perhaps because everyone had other things on their minds, the meal ended fairly quickly. To be precise, Jean and the others ate very fast. Though they didn't urge Ryan afterward, they kept chatting absent-mindedly, occasionally glancing his way, which Ryan found amusing. Wiping his mouth, he made a move, and just like before, little star-like particles gathered around. The double portal slowly opened once more. Jean and the others straightened up, looking at Ryan with serious faces. Ningguang probably told you a bit about how special this world is. But something like that, it's hard to explain even if you talk about it all day and night. The fastest way to understand is to go experience it yourself. Stretching lazily, Ryan picked up Nahida again and smiled at Jean and the others. Ready? Venti looked at Ryan excitedly. Hurry up, hurry up. I've been waiting forever. Then let's go. Ryan turned and led everyone through the portal. The journey through worlds begins now. 149, Paimon, no flying. This world is so unfair. 149, Paimon, no flying. This world is so unfair. Jean and the others knew that Teyvat wasn't the only world out there. Many descenders and outsiders had arrived before. But they never expected that they would one day get to visit another world themselves. Let alone that this new world would be this absurd. After stepping through the dual traversal gate, they didn't feel much of a change. But when they opened their eyes again, they were already standing in a completely different world. Looking around, everything seemed startlingly real. The breeze, the sunshine, the air. Even their own shadows didn't look any different from those in Teyvat. But on closer inspection, a bizarre sense of unreality pervaded everything. Though the buildings were beautiful, they were entirely made from square, blocky materials. That alone shattered Jean and the others' understanding of the world. Even the distant trees were square-shaped. The fountains? Made of blocks too. Pigs, cows, sheep leisurely wandering around the pastures, all cube-shaped. And in one strange-looking farm setup, there was even a square-shaped person. Suddenly, a huge shadow loomed over them from above. Jean and the others looked up. Two towering pillars stretched into the sky, topped by a massive floating platform. Lisa never thought she'd witness a world that so blatantly violated the fundamental rules of existence. It felt like this world was only supposed to exist in fantasy. Everything she'd learned over the years felt like it vanished in an instant. Wah! Suddenly, Paimon let out a panicked squeal and clung tightly to Ryan's arm. Paimon can't fly. Paimon can't fly, Ryan. What do we do? Her voice was tinged with the threat of tears as she burrowed into Ryan's arms, afraid she'd suddenly fall. Hearing that, Venti also tried to channel his divine power to attempt flying, but he was shocked as well. My power is completely sealed. Completely. Lumen gathered a swirl of wind in her palm. She felt the suppression too, but not to such an extreme degree. Having traveled through countless worlds, she understood. Every world had its own rules, but completely suppressing divine power? That was unreasonable. Yes. My godly power seats as if they've all been sealed. Venti frowned slightly and glanced over at Zhongli. After receiving a confirming nod from him, he finally relaxed a little. So it wasn't just his problem. Apparently, anyone who entered this world would be universally suppressed. The degree of suppression varied depending on one's strength. This world has no elemental laws, nor elemental reactions. It's normal that your powers don't work here. As he spoke, Ryan pinched Paimon's cheek again. And Paimon not being able to fly, that's part of the laws here too. From now on, you'll just have to walk like everyone else. Ugh, what kind of annoying law is that? Paimon pouted furiously. I'm not walking. Ryan, carry me. In just this short while, Paimon had grown extremely fond of Ryan. Maybe it was because of his top-tier petting skills. Either way, being around him made her feel safe and comfy. I'll share part of my physique with you all. With a snap of his fingers, Ryan grinned and added. Otherwise, you guys wouldn't even be able to hold a tool in this world. As soon as he finished, Diluc's eyes widened in shock, staring at his hands in disbelief. This is what kind of power is this? Is it the law of pure strength? Lisa was just as baffled. She'd never imagined that, as a physically frail mage, she'd ever feel this powerful. How much of your strength did you just share with us? Lisa asked softly. About a quarter. Upon hearing that, Lisa couldn't help but remark. A quarter of your power and I feel like I could destroy all of Monstat. Then your full strength must be. Hee. Ryan's raw strength? If you really wanted to measure it, it'd probably be limitless. Hu Tao didn't seem surprised at all. By the way, didn't Ningguang explain all this to you guys before you came? Ningguang chuckled and shook her head. This world has so many unique traits, if I tried explaining everything, a whole day wouldn't be enough. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. This power, can it be brought back to Teyvat? Venti suddenly asked curiously, glancing at Ryan. Diluc also looked hopeful. After all, with just a quarter of this power, he could march into the Factory HQ and personally take down the doctor. My power can only be shared with you in this world. Ryan shook his head. At that, the group sighed with a bit of disappointment but didn't press further. Alright, let's walk and talk. I'll give you a little tour and explain the basics of this world. What you need now is to quickly familiarize yourselves with how things work here. With that, Ryan waved them along as they began moving toward the outer part of the estate. There were piles of automated machines here, even redstone contraptions. The goal was simple, to let them directly experience the unique features of the Minecraft world. Cloud Retainer was still transforming MT Hulao in the back hills, Shao remained in the Nether, and both the Millilith and the miners were continuing their work. Ryan's villa estate rarely had visitors. Naturally, the first thing he introduced was the personal rules of this world. No falling from high places, automatic health regeneration after eating, all these were essential for survival, so they had to be learned right away. Along the way, Jean and the others were so shocked that they hadn't yet recovered. It made Ningguang and her companions a little emotional. After all, just over a month ago, they had first arrived in this world and listened to Ryan explain its unique aspects. The shock they felt back then was no less than what Jean and the others were experiencing now. Their expressions were practically identical. Now, Jean and the others finally understood, from first-hand experience, why Ningguang and the rest paid so little attention to mineral resources. Turn on an iron farm, and in just a few minutes you'd gather massive amounts of iron. They passed a freshly spawned lucky block on the road. Ganya shattered it with a single arrow, and piles of diamonds and gold came raining down. Only then did they understand why Ningguang always looked amused whenever someone brought up mining deals in front of her. Even her tone back then carried a hint of boredom. The luxury resources that all of Teyvat pursued here, they were just lying around in abundance, easy to obtain. As for what Lio contributed to these resources, well, it was just having people haul them back. And then, that was it. To be honest, even if they sold it for a dirt cheap 5,000 mora per ton, Ningguang and her team would still make a huge profit. All the way, Ryan focused on showing them the world's unique features rather than redstone tech and automation. After all, even Ningguang and the others, who had lived here for over a month, still struggled to fully understand redstone. Aiming too high too soon wasn't wise. Before long, Ryan had led the group back to his villa. With the massive influx of materials, Ryan was able to completely redesign his estate. Naturally, he rebuilt it using quartz and concrete, transforming it into a highly modern villa. Swimming pool, balcony, garden, everything was included. If only there were more furniture, it would be perfect. From what Ryan knew, Ningguang was already planning to introduce these construction materials, concrete, for instance, into Laya's market. The goal was to modernize some of Laya's existing buildings. After all, wooden houses weren't exactly the safest. As for selling to other nations, that would just be a side benefit. Once Laya started using these materials, other nations would surely question and investigate. Though they weren't afraid of that, there was no need to waste energy dealing with it either. Sitting on the living room sofa, Jean and the others still hadn't fully come to terms with everything they'd seen. Their minds were blank. They couldn't even begin to describe what kind of world this was. It was just that what this world had already shown them far exceeded the limits of their imagination. Paimon and Lumen, however, were much quicker to adapt. One was carefree and only cared about food. She was already munching on steak. The other had seen more and had a strong ability to accept the unfamiliar. A wild, treasure-filled world just waiting to be developed. Lisa murmured quietly as she looked at Ryan, who was currently playfully bickering with Ganyu. Suddenly, she understood why Ningguang and the others had shown such unwavering support for Ryan, even saying that if anyone dared to become his enemy, all of Liu would rise up in response. The value of this world was simply immeasurable. Hard to accept, isn't it? Ryan smiled as he looked at Lisa, who was no longer her usual lazy self. She gave a faint nod. It's all right. Right now, you don't need to understand why this world is so strange. Just get used to it. Accept it as normal. As you explore further, deepen that impression. Eventually, you'll be able to mentally separate the rules of Teyvat and this world, then reconcile them. That's exactly what Ningguang and the others did. Hearing this, Jean and the others numbly nodded. I won't try to answer all your questions, otherwise, we'd be here for days. Ryan chuckled, and the mood among the group lightened slightly. Jean immediately turned serious, exchanged glances with Lisa and the others, and stood to give a slight bow. Thank you, Mr. Ryan, for allowing us this partnership, for letting us join Liu in developing this world. For Monstat, this is an entirely new and hopeful path. No matter what, Mr. Ryan, you will always be Mondstat's most important ally. Monstat will give everything it has. Anyone who tries to interfere with our cooperation will be Mondstat's enemy. Ryan had heard those words once before, but he could understand it. Monstat was different from Liu. Liu had a thriving economy and top-tier strength. Ryan's world simply gave Liu an opportunity to move towards something more mysterious and profound. But for Monstat, they needed more than that. They needed a chance to turn the tide, to shake off the influence of the Fatui. And Ryan's world was practically telling them outright. This world could not only turn things around for them, but even lift them to the very peak of Teyvat. As long as they kept cooperating, even if their Grand Master never returned with the main force, they could still become one of the most powerful and advanced nations in all of Teyvat. Given that anyone with half a brain would know what to do, Jean gave Ningguang a grateful glance and said earnestly, no matter what happens in the future, Monstat will always be Liu's most steadfast ally. We will face all enemies together, live and die as one. Ningguang smiled softly, even though that's already been repeated many times in the contract. She rose gladly and shook Jean's hand. Let's have a smooth and successful journey exploring this new world together. 150, it's only been a month and Liu's already building a city. 150, it's only been a month and Liu's already building a city. After re-establishing the collaborative declaration in this new world, the relationship between the two factions became much more harmonious. Ningguang even publicly stated that the resources Monstat receives from Liu would be priced at Liu's internal trade rates. As for those alchemical potions, if purchased privately, just covering the base cost would suffice. However, no one had ever brought up bulk purchases. Jean and the others weren't going to bring it up either. After all, they had just seen the alchemical potion mass production line, as well as the villager trading hub. Even though the production line wasn't operating yet, Jean and the others understood clearly. As long as there were enough materials, thousands of potions could be mass-produced in minutes. And as for materials, that was the one thing they had in endless supply. With that in mind, was there even any point in negotiating for cooperation over those high-grade resources? They'd already been taught how to fish. If they still obsessed over the catch, wouldn't that be short-sighted? Besides, by studying this technology and the crafting process themselves, they'd also grow more familiar with the unique characteristics of this world. Just taking without giving would only strain the relationship. Only when Ryan and Liu could see Mondstat's contributions in this world, could the bond between them become truly unbreakable. Everyone, Jean included, understood this perfectly. Honestly, it's far beyond what I imagined. Lisa let out a quiet sigh, her gaze complex as she looked at Ryan. I originally thought it would be an alchemist from another world, who'd use alchemy to remove my curse. But I didn't expect the result to be even more unbelievable. Ningguang said lightly with a smile. Lisa nodded slowly. A bucket of milk cured my curse. I don't think unbelievable even begins to cover it. So, Lisa, are you still thinking of learning alchemy from Ryan? Ningguang teased. If it's alchemy from this world, I suppose you could learn it from me instead. She said proudly. After all, the potion assembly line was built under Ryan's guidance. I'd say I've picked up a thing or two. At that, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Even Dailuk, who was always so serious, laughed in good spirits. He was in a genuinely good mood. They hadn't bought any particular items on this trip, but Monstat had seen its future, and that achievement outweighed anything else. Maybe someday, This would even surpass the legendary tale of Vanessa defeating the old aristocracy. In fact, weren't the legends saying Barbados once founded Monstat in Teyvat? Then why couldn't they build Monstat anew in this world? Years down the line, this too could become an epic sung by the bards of Teyvat. Lisa smiled faintly and shook her head, her words holding a deeper meaning. Alchemy potions aren't really what interest me now. Oh, then what are you interested in? Ryan, sitting with Paimon on one side and Nahida on the other, looked up at Lisa. A glint of violet lightning flickered in her eyes as she replied charmingly. Well, you, of course. That made both Ganyu and Ningguang's expressions shift. Ningguang recovered her elegant composure almost instantly, but Ganyu clearly didn't take it so well. She was already struggling to deal with just Ningguang, and now Lisa too. That spelled trouble. Other people might not get it, but Ganyu definitely did. Ryan was most defenseless against bold, open-hearted girls like Lisa. As for calm, reserved types, just look at Hu Tao and Nahida. They were treated like younger sisters. Jean, picking up on Ganyu's mood, quietly nudged Lisa. Lisa understood Jean's message and changed her tone with a playful smile. Compared to these simple and straightforward things, I think you, Ryan, are far more mysterious. You understand this world's mechanics better than anyone. If you don't mind, could I learn from you? It was a very reasonable request. All she wanted was to study world-specific knowledge with him. Ningguang and the others had investigated Lisa's personality. They assumed maybe this was just her way of speaking, but when it came to someone they all cared about, a woman's intuition was sharp. Both Ningguang and Ganyu felt Lisa definitely had other intentions. Ryan, though, just laughed and nodded cheerfully. No problem. Even if you didn't ask, I was going to teach you all anyway. On Lia's side, Ningguang and the others are already learning these technologies. It makes sense for Monstat to have someone as well. Everyone understood this had been part of the plan from the start. Like Cloud Retainer, Ningguang, and Keqing learning Redstone and Villager tech from Ryan, Monstat needed their own expert too. Otherwise, what? Have Lia come over and teach them everything? This was mutual cooperation, not disaster relief. Lisa, as a clever and capable witch, was clearly the best candidate. Then I'll be in your care, Teacher Ryan. Lisa blinked playfully, her usual laziness replaced with a sweet charm. Just Ryan is fine, he said with a chuckle. Then he paused and added, by the way, after everything you saw today, how do you all feel? The moment he said that, everyone fell silent. Feelings? Where should they even begin? The iron farming machine producing endless ore. The lucky blocks exploding into hundreds of tons of gold. Or the way he could throw down a few blocks and instantly build a structure. Earlier, Jean and the others had 1,000 things they wanted to say. But now, when Ryan actually asked, even Lisa was at a loss for words. So much. Aside from repeatedly marveling at how right they were to come here, everything else seemed like it could be recorded in Mondstadt's annals as major discoveries. Ryan wasn't in a hurry either, and said with a smile, take your time to think about it first. You can decide later. After speaking, he turned to Ningguang and said softly, the planned new city of Lia, the foundations, fences, watchtowers, and such are all completed now. It spans about 1,000 hectares. In the short term, even with many other buildings constructed, a city of this size is enough to house 100,000 people. Of course, if we want a more spacious and comfortable living environment, I think the population shouldn't exceed 50,000. But ultimately, it's your decision. Besides that, the first garrison unit has submitted their application. For a city of this scale, even if they could finish it, it would take more than 3 months. If you're in a hurry, you can dispatch more miners and construction workers. Based on my estimate, a construction team of 2,000 people should be able to finish everything within a month. Hearing this, Ningguang nodded slightly and responded in a gentle voice. This will be brought up at the next Kixing meeting. But for now, let's pause the expansion. We can take it slow, there's no rush. Once the rite of dissension is held, we can proceed with large-scale development. Ryan glanced at Zhongli without a word, exchanging a subtle look. The rite of dissension. That probably meant Ningguang and the others would be busy for another 2 months. Even though Zhongli had decided not to truly fake his death and abdicate, he hadn't changed a single part of the script. But that was fine. After all, when it came to building in the Minecraft world, everything progressed quickly. What really surprised Jean was Ryan and Ningguang's conversation. Ningguang, you're planning to build a city in this world. Just being prepared for the future. Like Ryan says, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Ningguang nodded with a soft smile. Neither Teyvat nor this world is completely safe. You're aware of what happened with Kenria. Finding an alternate retreat in advance is for Lia's lasting survival. Rex Lapis also knows about this and fully agrees. This world is under Ryan's control, so we feel secure. Ryan's position in this world was essentially equivalent to that of Celestia. Strictly speaking, he wasn't part of the Lia faction, but unlike Celestia, he wasn't aloof or cold. As a trusted friend, he was the most important factor in building a second Liu in this world. Jean was clearly a little envious of Ningguang. After a pause, she asked quietly, can I ask how many people have already moved into this world? Of course, if that's a Lia's secret, you don't need to say. Ningguang waved her hand casually. It's not a secret to you. You'll be settling here too eventually, so you'll find out soon enough. In this world, we've stationed 3 teams, with a total of 1,500 people. One team is building a city on the plains, the second is responsible for gathering resources from the Nether, and the third has just arrived and is still familiarizing themselves with the area near base number 2. By the way, the third team also needs to search for mines to extract resources. But really, they're using this process to quickly understand the world. Diluc pressed his lips together and said quietly. So 1,500 people, in just a little over a month, managed to bring such drastic changes to all of Liu. Ningguang nodded. Jean and the others didn't say anything further. They were truly envious of Liu's progress. But since Liu had achieved this much in just over a month, they only needed to wait. Liu's model was perfect, something Monstat could copy entirely. They just had to be more mindful of personal freedoms. After all, with Monstaters yearning for freedom, it wouldn't be surprising if some of them wanted to go exploring the moment they arrived in this world. That was something Jean and the others couldn't allow. If that really happened, how would Ryan feel? Diluc gave a small nod, already thinking about suitable candidates. You've just arrived, everything is still new, take your time. Ryan offered a comforting smile, and said gently. When you've developed enough, you can also build a city here. This world is uninhabited, it's a resource-rich world entirely under my control. Just let me know where you want to build. Jean nodded, then asked. No one lives here. Then what about those human-like beings in your estate? Those are villagers. They're an important resource for villager-based tech. Before Ryan could respond, Keking patiently explained. Villagers aren't the same species as us. They're not human, and they have no intelligence. They're just a mechanical part of the world's features. They're extremely useful. Many technologies require villagers. But that's still a bit far off for you guys, you'll learn it over time. Hearing this, Jean and the others didn't press further. After all, they had just arrived and didn't understand anything yet. There was no need to question Ryan and Lia's already well-established development plans. Speaking of which, there's one more thing I need Lisa for. Ryan mentioned casually. Lisa rested her chin in her hand and smiled at him. You're so polite, Ryan, just say the word. If I can do it, I'll do anything for you. It's related to alchemy. Ryan paused for a moment, then spoke with a bit more seriousness. I'd like to ask you to look into whether these special materials in this world can be used, through Teyvat's alchemy, to develop other types of products.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.